At the International Exhibition Center of Binhai City, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the entrance, from which emerged a university student. It was none other than the prodigious fashion designer, Su Mo. At merely 20 years of age, he had already garnered a modest reputation within the domestic fashion design sphere. Even the international fashion behemoth, Nike Group, held him in high regard, deliberately featuring Su Mo's latest creations as the grand finale of this international fashion show. "Mr. Su, your 3 new designs are truly exquisite," exclaimed Su He, the vice president of the Nike Group's branch, as he approached with a smile. They epitomize the perfect fusion of modern fashion and traditional artistry, deserving of the title masterpiece. Su Mo offered a faint smile in response. "You flatter me, Mr. Su. Such praise may very well be my undoing." "Not at all, absolutely not." Sui hastily waved his hands in denial. "You cannot imagine." After viewing your work, Mr. Smith was utterly captivated. He even expressed a desire to bring you back to the Nike headquarters to nurture you into a world-class designer. "Is that so?" Su Mo chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed. He relished his freedom and abhorred constraints. Those who pursued design often harbored a certain aloofness. Of course, Su Mo would never confess that his initial foray into fashion design was not born out of a fervent passion for the discipline, nor was it to inherit the family's modest factory. Rather, he was simply drawn to the abundance of beautiful women in the field, women of poise, depth, intellect, and ambition far more tasteful than those internet celebrities who merely flaunted their curves and pouted for attention. "Let us inspect the preparations for the exhibition," Su Mo suggested casually. "Certainly. This way, please." The two then proceeded toward the backstage of the exhibition hall, where a sign boldly proclaimed, "No entry for unauthorized personnel." However, as they turned a corner, they unexpectedly encountered 2 girls lurking at the backstage entrance, peering in with a sense of intrigue. One of the girls, sporting a short haircut, was clutching a camera in her hands. "What are you doing?" "This area is strictly for the rehearsal. No unauthorized personnel allowed," Suhi admonished with a stern tone, visibly displeased. The security measures were woefully inadequate. If they captured something they shouldn't, it would spell trouble. "Ah?" The 2 girls were startled and quickly regained their composure, their expressions betraying their anxiety. In a moment of panic, the short-haired girl hurriedly thrust the camera into the hands of the long-haired girl beside her, leaving the latter bewildered and simply accepting the camera. Then, the short-haired girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Senior Su Mo, what brings you here?" Sui was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. "Mr. Su, this young lady is." "She is Su Mo," scrutinized the 2 girls, struggling to recall their identities. Despite their striking appearances, especially the long-haired girl, who could easily be deemed a goddess, remained at a loss. It was no surprise the art school was a veritable haven for beauty, a prominent figure within the institution. Most of the beautiful women were familiar with Su Mo, yet he found himself unaware of their names. One could say that being excessively handsome could sometimes be a burden, that if one possesses both charm and talent, it could be deemed a transgression. This notion resonated deeply with Su Mo. "I am a junior from Su Mo's cohort." The short-haired beauty chimed in with a smile. "I am Wu Xiaofei, a freshman majoring in fashion design at Binhai University. This is my dear friend, Lu Ruo, a freshman from the School of Management. Since you're Mr. Su's junior, do come in, but please refrain from taking photographs." Sui promptly amended his statement. "Rest assured, we won't take any photos." "Thank you, Mr. Su, and thank you, Senior Su Mo," Wu Xiaofei exclaimed, her delight evident as she entered the backstage area, her mind racing with astonishment. Is Senior Su Mo truly this remarkable? Even the upper echelons of the Nadi Group extend him such courtesy. Consequently, Wu Xiaofei became exceedingly enthusiastic, incessantly addressing him as senior, and even coaxed Lu Ruo into adding Su Mo on WeChat. This made Su Mo somewhat uncomfortable. He had little fondness for overly ambitious young women. In contrast, Lu Ruo merely offered Su Mo a radiant smile and gratitude. Before long, 3 models approached from a distance, and Su He remarked with a grin, "Mr. Su, the 3 garments you designed will serve as the grand finale. The models and makeup artists are top-notch within the industry." "Excellent." Su Mo nodded in satisfaction, but his expression soon turned frosty. The four models, without exception, possessed striking features: bold eyebrows and captivating eyes. They were endowed with both beauty and grace. However, the domestic models were selected for their smaller eyes, adorned with exaggerated eyeliner that elongated the outer corners. This deliberate elongation transformed their already petite eyes into mere slits. The effect was utterly jarring, bordering on grotesque. It was hardly fashionable; even children would be frightened to tears at the sight. "Mr. Sue, what on earth is going on with the eye makeup of the domestic models?" First-rate squinty eyes? Sue Mo could no longer contain his dismay, but Sue's expression shifted slightly. Yet he chuckled. "Mr. Sue, squinty eyes are quite normal. This is international aesthetic and fashion trend. Haha. International my foot. Fashion nonsense." Sue Mo seethed, his anger boiling over as an industry insider. "Do not tell me you are unaware that squinty eyes are an affront to our country, a form of racial discrimination? What utter nonsense about international aesthetics and fashion trends. Squinty eyes are a derogatory stereotype perpetuated by the West against our nation, a symbol of discrimination. Just like the villainous characters in 19th century cartoons such as the infamous Manchuho were depicted with squinty eyes. Subsequently, the West employed this imagery to insinuate that our people are devious and cowardly, unable to face others directly. Tragically, in the 21st century, many individuals from our nation, in a bid to curry favor with the West, have absurdly embraced squinty eyes as art. They even claim it represents international aesthetics and fashion trends. What a ludicrous jest. Sue Mo was genuinely incensed, losing even his usual composure. In an instant, the entire backstage hall fell silent, with all eyes turning toward him. The gazes directed at Sue Mo were tinged with disdain, contempt, and confusion, as if he had uttered a grave error, as if he were utterly oblivious, as if he were making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, whether one is a makeup artist or a model, such international fashion shows often reduced to mere squinty eyes. For over a decade, this has been the case. Yet, no one has ever voiced the indignation as Sue Mo has, declaring it an affront. Consequently, the crowd gazes at Sue Mo as though he were a peculiar creature. This perception leaves Sue Mo with a sudden chill in his heart. The most lamentable aspect of this world is not the insults and discrimination from the West, but rather the fact that we ourselves have come to accept such disdain and prejudice. It is truly tragic that we inflict such scorn upon ourselves and do so with a certain relish. "Mr. Sue, you speak too harshly." "Haha," Sue said, his expression shifting slightly as he suppressed his discontent, offering a hearty laugh. "These squinty eyes are merely a fashionable makeup style, devoid of any other implication. There is no need for you to overanalyze it, Mr. Sue." Indeed, Senior Sue, squinty eyes are considered a sophisticated makeup style in the West and are regarded as a mark of high fashion in the industry. Wu Xiaofei chimed in, her innocent smile radiating sincerity. Chapter 2. Have you been kneeling for so long that you cannot straighten your back? Wu Xiaofei, do you truly believe that slanted eyes constitute an advanced makeup style? Sue Mo was momentarily taken aback, her incredulity palpable. Beside her, Lu Ruo furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ruo felt an unsettling unfamiliarity towards her longtime confidant, Wu Xiaofei, an unfamiliarity that was almost terrifying. Yet Wu Xiaofei nodded earnestly, proclaiming, "Of course. Slanted eyes represent international aesthetics, an elevated visage. How could you dare to assert that slanted eyes, which even a coffin lid cannot conceal, embody international beauty?" Sue Mo was rendered speechless, her frustration bubbling over. "Are you truly so naive?" Wu Xiaofei, however, wore an innocent expression, confidently elaborating, "Isn't that the truth? This is indeed an elevated visage, a reflection of international standards. The models in the grand fashion shows of our nation flaunt such a makeup. Perhaps ordinary individuals find it somewhat unconventional, which is entirely understandable. After all, there exists a significant disconnect between the fashion sensibilities of the general populace and those of us professionals. It is natural for them to be bewildered. Yet, as a rising star in design, Senior Sue should comprehend this. How could you possibly declare that slanted eyes are a form of racial discrimination, a statement so absurd? Suemo and Lu Ruruo exchanged glances, both enveloped in silence, their astonishment mirrored in their expressions as they regarded Wu Xiaofei, as if they were witnessing a ghost. They could scarcely fathom that such words could emanate from the lips of a fellow compatriot, to utter them with such righteous fervor. If one were to consider the perspective of an uninformed individual, it could be excused. Ignorance may indeed be bliss. However, Wu Xiaofei, being well-versed in design, surely understands that slanted eyes are derogatory towards our culture, a form of xenophobia, yet she still insists it is a matter of international aesthetics and fashion. That is truly alarming. It can only be said that her worldview is fundamentally flawed, profoundly so. And then there is Suhi, equally unsettling. Suemo shook her head, utterly at a loss for words. Wu Xiaofei, Su Zong, do you genuinely believe that slanted eyes are a fashion trend, a hallmark of international beauty? Indeed, yes. They replied in unison, their conviction unwavering. Do you all share the same sentiment? Suemo inquired, casting her gaze toward the makeup artists and models present. Indeed. Many nodded in agreement. Only Lu Ruruo shook her head, her countenance betraying discomfort. Then allow me to pose a question. If slanted eyes are indeed a standard of international aesthetics, a trend in fashion, and an advanced makeup style, why do we not see foreign models sporting slanted eyes? Wu Xiaofei fell silent. Suhi too was rendered mute. A heavy silence enveloped the room, an oppressive stillness. Indeed, if slanted eyes are a representation of international beauty and a fashionable trend, why is it that only our nation's models are adorned with such features? Why are Western models, or even those from Neon Nation in Korea, not similarly styled? On the contrary, what does it mean to have prominent, expressive eyes? It is evident to even the simplest minds. To put it plainly, the significance of slanted eyes is understood by all of you. Yet, as citizens of the Summer Nation, why do we still exalt these slanted eyes, essentially belittling ourselves? Have we knelt for so long that we can no longer rise? Sumo's words grew increasingly incisive, causing both Su He and Wu Xiaofei to wear expressions of discomfort. Senior Suemo, perhaps you are not entirely mistaken. However, slanted eyes are the international aesthetic, favored in the West. Wu Xiaofei glanced at Su He, took a deep breath, and resolutely stated, in other words, Western judges and moguls prefer Summer Nation models with slanted eyes. You may harbor dissent in your heart, but if you wish to thrive in the fashion industry, you must acknowledge this rule. Because in the realm of fashion, the West holds the reins. Otherwise, no matter how talented or gifted you are, you shall not find success in the fashion world. Wu Xiaofei's words were direct and pragmatic. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Even Lu Ruo felt a chill in the air. What Wu Xiaofei stated was indeed the truth. The current fashion industry is undeniably dictated by the West. All major fashion shows are orchestrated by Western entities. All prestigious fashion brands are Western. Not only do Westerners endorse Western brands, but even our own people do so. The simplest example, a pair of shoes branded domestically struggles to sell for $300, yet under the Nike label, it can command $3,000, with some even being sold for over $10,000. Even though many Western brands are merely produced in our nation, they are simply rebranded. It can be said that the current international fashion trends are entirely controlled by the West. What the West deems beautiful is considered beautiful, no matter how unappealing it may be. What the West defines as fashionable is indeed fashionable, even if it belittles our nation. This is the most alarming reality. Suemo shook his head and sighed. So, in order to curry favor with the West, you must transform Summer Nation models into those with slanted eyes? What does that signify? Is it merely an act of submission to the West? A prelude to your future endeavors in the Western fashion realm? Indeed, it is just that. Wu Xiaofei did not bother to disguise her intentions and openly laid her cards on the table, although it may not sound pleasant. I acknowledge that what you say is true. Slanted eyes are an affront to the Summer Nation. Does Wu Xiaofei truly not comprehend this? Does Suhi truly remain oblivious? Of course, they are aware. Yet the West revels in slanted eyes. Thus, for the sake of their futures, they choose to feign ignorance. They opt to kneel and appease the West. More importantly, individuals like Wu Xiaofei and Su He are not alone in this. They are part of a collective, a significant cohort. This group is fully aware that slanted eyes represent an insult from the West towards the Summer Nation, a form of racial discrimination. However, In their pursuit of pleasing the West, they choose to accept and embrace slanted eyes. They even go so far as to transform Summer Nation models into slanted eye representations without any demand from the West, all for the sake of pleasing the West and stepping onto the international stage. Simultaneously, this group refuses to acknowledge their own degradation. Interpreting slanted eyes as a mark of international aesthetics, fashion trends, sophisticated makeup, and an elevated visage sounds appealing and pleasant. It perfectly conceals all shortcomings. This is truly the saddest aspect. Xiaofei's observations resonate profoundly. Suhi nodded, committing Wu Xiaofei's name to memory. Indeed, she is a promising talent. Given Wu Xiaofei's display of loyalty today, she is certainly worthy of being nurtured under the auspices of the Imperial Headquarters. The Imperial Headquarters and Western Capital, as well as the judges, are particularly fond of individuals like Wu Xiaofei. Suhi shares this sentiment. Strictly speaking, they belong to the same ilk. For the sake of their futures, what do dignity and integrity matter? What significance does moral principle hold? No care. They would not hesitate to speak ill of Xia country for the sake of advancement. Suhi gently patted Su Mo on the shoulder, his expression laden with meaning. Young Su, today representatives from the Naughty headquarters are visiting. They will be pleased by the slanted eye makeup. If they are pleased, everything will proceed more smoothly, especially concerning your future development. Chapter 3. A comprehensive ban, rendering you unable to survive 3 parts persuasion, 3 parts temptation, and 4 parts threat. Yet, Su Mo remains impervious to such tactics, declaring with conviction, when one loses both dignity and spirit, what future can one discuss? What development? A person devoid of respect and integrity, no matter how resplendent their life may appear, is merely a living corpse. What do you intend to do? Suhi's expression turned icy, his anger flaring. This young man, Su Mo, is still naive. He lacks understanding of the situation and cannot grasp the nuances. He will never achieve greatness. Change the model immediately, or I shall withdraw from this international fashion show. Each word from Su Mo was resolute and unyielding. Su Mo, youthful impulsiveness, I can comprehend. But do not mislead yourself. Suhi admonished sharply. If we replace the model with someone possessing prominent features, the international media, the judges, and the senior executives of the Nighty Group will be displeased. They all revel in watching the host nation humiliate itself with such features. A change would lead to significant trouble. If the foreign superiors are displeased, I, as the Deputy General, could face dire consequences. This is unacceptable. Do not mislead myself? Su Mo chuckled, his voice firm. A gentleman knows what is appropriate and what is not. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I still value my face. I cannot engage in actions that invite ridicule. For this fashion show, I, along with my work, shall withdraw entirely. With a decisive wave of his hand, Su Mo turned to leave. Wait. A cool voice suddenly interjected as a foreigner approached. Mr. Smith, you have arrived. Suhi's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Quickly offering an explanation. Today was unexpected. I heard everything. My Mandarin is quite adequate. Mr. Smith waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Su Mo, pausing thoughtfully before speaking. Mr. Su, to be candid, I admire you greatly. Your work beautifully merges Eastern and Western cultures, possessing significant market potential in Xia country and globally. Your collaboration with the Nighty Group aligns with our mutual interests. Therefore, if you accept the model with prominent features, we can consider this matter resolved. I can act as though nothing has transpired. Moreover, I will take you back to the headquarters, investing wholeheartedly in your development. In less than 2 years, you will be transformed into a top-tier global designer. Mr. Su, you are an astute individual who understands how to make choices. Smith spoke with a confident smile, convinced that such an opportunity is one no Xia country designer could refuse. Much like certain Xia country students abroad, who, in pursuit of Western recognition, publicly denigrate their homeland, claiming its air is foul and polluted, while extolling the virtues of the empire's fragrant air, rife with the sin of freedom. Thus, Smith was certain that Su Mo would choose similarly. After all, the offer he presented was astonishingly lucrative, and Su Mo, still a student, lacked money, fame, and profit. There seemed to be no grounds for refusal. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Su Mo shook his head, and replied with a smile. Mr. Smith, the times have changed. The Qing dynasty has fallen. Not all individuals from the Xia nation possess the same despicable nature as Su He and Wu Xiaofei. Su He, Wu Xiaofei. Both of their faces flushed crimson, yet they found themselves unable to refute the assertion. What do you mean? Are you refusing? Smith appeared somewhat taken aback, his expression rife with disbelief. Indeed, the so-called opportunities and prospects you speak of repulse me. Su Mo shook his head. Today, not only do I withdraw from this fashion show, but I shall also terminate all future collaborations with the Naughty Group. Upon hearing this, Smith's countenance changed dramatically as he threatened. Mr. Su, you must consider the consequences of your refusal to cooperate. I have contemplated this thoroughly. Su Mo replied with a sardonic smile, resolutely asserting, I acknowledge that the current fashion industry is heavily dominated by the West. Your brand is indeed esteemed in the Xia nation and wields considerable influence. However, all of this is merely transient. You profit from the Xia people while simultaneously insulting and discriminating against us. Do you truly believe this situation will persist indefinitely? Do you think we, the Xia people, will continue to accept your disdain, accommodating your whims? Dream on. Remember this, Smith. It is not that retribution is absent. The time simply has not yet come. When that moment arrives, the Naughty Group will have cause to lament. Furthermore, the brands from the Xia nation will undoubtedly rise to prominence, shattering the Western monopoly and redefining international fashion. With that, Su Mo waved his sleeve and turned to leave, exuding a sense of liberation and determination. What of the Naughty Group headquarters? What of the esteemed international designers? Without dignity, they amount to nothing. Meanwhile, these foreign brands of the Naughty Group profit from the Xia people while simultaneously belittling us. Do they truly believe the Xia people are mere sycophants? That we would support them unconditionally, regardless of their actions? Ridiculous. These worthless foreign brands, every single one of them, will inevitably meet their demise. Damn it. Smith erupted in a tirade, his face swollen with rage, as he bellowed. How dare he? How can he? Not only does he refuse us, but he also dares to threaten us? Infuriating, utterly infuriating. We shall sue him. Sue him for breach of contract. Upon hearing this, Su He's expression shifted slightly, his lips twitching. Mr. Smith, we have not formally signed a contract with Su Mo, so there is no breach to speak of. No grounds for a lawsuit. Smith. However, if Su Mo's designs are showcased in today's international fashion show, that would constitute infringement, and he could indeed sue us. Su He interjected once more. Smith. Previously, there was a mutual intent to collaborate, a relationship of reciprocal benefit, which made everything manageable. But now that negotiations have collapsed, the situation is entirely different. Should we proceed with the showcase, it would be considered infringement. The issue lies in the fact that the Naughty Group's fashion show has already been publicized. It has been announced that Su Mo's new work will be featured, highlighted as the grand finale. What shall we do now? Damn it, useless fool. Smith, seething with rage, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Su He's face. Su He was utterly bewildered, having lost 2 teeth in the process. However, rather than expressing anger, he swallowed the blood in his mouth and, with great trepidation, said, Mr. Smith, this is entirely my fault. I have not performed well. Please forgive me. Humph. Smith scoffed disdainfully and commanded, utilize every means at our disposal to suppress Su Mo. Ensure Su Mo is silenced and hidden away. Anyone daring to oppose the Needy Group shall find Su Mo unable to navigate the fashion industry for the rest of his life. Yes, yes. Su He nodded fervently. Then, with a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes, he leaned closer to Smith and whispered, Mr. Smith, what do you think of this plan? Ha, splendid. Let us proceed with our intentions against Su Mo and do it with fervor. Chapter 4. Is Su Mo playing hardball? Slander and cyberbullying. Smith, in high spirits and unrestrained glee, mused to himself, Su Mo, oh Su Mo, you truly lack appreciation. What does a modicum of talent matter? There are countless gifted individuals in this world. So what if we mock the Chinese? Our Naughty Group has always operated this way, just like the Western giants. In our advertisements and promotional imagery for the 618 shopping festival, our models are always glamorous, with striking features. Even the models from the island nation are exquisite, embodying beauty and grace. Yet the models from Xia country often appear gaunt and with squinty eyes. We are accused of demeaning our own culture. So what? You still purchase our products and continue to send us money. Moreover, this market is the most lucrative globally. For years, our naughty group has persisted in this manner, and few dare to oppose us. Not even a single dissenting word has been uttered. Yet you, Sumo, who clearly navigates the fashion industry, dare to challenge the West? It is nothing short of a death wish. If we do not blacklist you, whom shall we blacklist? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ruo's face turned ashen, her emotions tumultuous. In stark contrast, Wu Xiaofei remained unfazed, ambition blazing within her. She stepped forward, extending her hand, and smiled. Hello, Mr. Smith, I am Wu Xiaofei, and I greatly admire the corporate culture of Naughty Group. She would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. While other students were engrossed in games and dramas, individuals like Wu Xiaofei had already begun mingling in social gatherings, seeking connections, and paving their way into prestigious firms, thus making their mark. You admire the corporate culture of Naughty Group, including the squinty eyes? Smith inquired, his smile laden with significance. The West relishes seeing the people of Xia country belittle themselves. Of course, my views differ from those of Sumo. I believe squinty eyes represent an international aesthetic, a fashion trend, a sophisticated makeup style. Wu Xiaofei articulated smoothly, weaving fabrications with remarkable finesse. Though her body remained upright, her spirit had entirely capitulated. Good, excellent, splendid, Smith exclaimed, his delight evident. Sue, arrange for her to join Naughty Group. Yes. He nodded eagerly, deeply impressed. This young woman surpassed his own capabilities from years past. She knows how to seize opportunities and ingratiate herself. She is destined for greatness. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I will design exceptional works that will not disappoint you. Wu Xiaofei responded, elated. Haha, splendid. Smith nodded, his mood noticeably improved. As she observed the cheerful exchange between Wu Xiaofei and Smith, Lu Ruo's countenance grew increasingly grim. With a final sigh, she turned to leave. After all, they were not of the same ilk. Friendship ended. Yet she felt compelled to warn Sumo. The Naughty Group might pose a threat to him. Sighing again, Lu Ruo prepared to hail a taxi back to campus, only to realize that the camera Wu Xiaofei had handed her was still recording. Earlier, when Wu Xiaofei had brought her to sneak a peek behind the scenes at the exhibition, she had been filming. Suddenly, Sui's sharp reprimand startled Wu Xiaofei. Wu Xiaofei directly thrust the camera into Lu Ruo's hands. Initially, Lu Ruo believed that this was merely an accidental act on Wu Xiaofei's part. But it soon became evident that it was a deliberate maneuver. Lu Ruo could only smile wryly, realizing today the true nature of her dear friend. Unbeknownst to anyone, the camera remained in recording mode, capturing the entire scene backstage. Lu Ruo shook her head, intending to delete the footage outright. However, as if recalling something significant, she decided to keep it after all. Meanwhile, the fashion show proceeded smoothly. The ever-charming squinting eyes continued to evoke no suspicion among the audience. Yet, the much-anticipated grand finale, a fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics, was conspicuously absent. This unexpected turn prompted a media journalist to inquire, Mr. Smith, where are the 3 new creations by the genius designer Sumo, which were supposed to showcase the blend of Eastern and Western cultures? Mr. Smith furrowed his brow and sighed. On behalf of our Naughty Group, we sincerely apologize for this situation, but it was beyond our control. Originally, it was indeed planned for Mr. Sumo's 3 new pieces to be the grand finale. However, just 5 minutes before the fashion show commenced, Mr. Su unilaterally rescinded our agreement and canceled his participation. Thus, we are powerless in this matter, and we kindly ask for your understanding. In a gesture of contrition, Mr. Smith bowed to the audience. Previously humble, the media now indulged in scathing criticisms. One could only describe Mr. Smith's evasiveness as a hallmark of Western hypocrisy. Are you implying that Sumo breached the contract and acted arrogantly? A journalist boldly questioned. Internally reveling in the situation, Mr. Smith maintained a facade of helplessness. In truth, our Naughty Group holds Mr. Sumo in high regard and intended to sign him for significant development, aspiring to cultivate him into a top-tier international designer. Yet, one can never truly understand a person's heart. Alas, he shook his head, his performance reaching its peak. It is a pity that those with great talent may not necessarily possess good character or professional ethics. Sigh. His lamentations subtly placed the blame on Su-mo instantly. The media was thrown into an uproar, astonished by the hidden intricacies of the situation. No one could have anticipated that an industry newcomer, still in school, would dare to act so brazenly, even snubbing a titan like the Naughty Group. It was indeed a reckless move. Before long, a flurry of news articles erupted. In the age of online media, updates came swiftly. Shock. Genius designer Su-mo acts arrogantly, snubbing the Naughty Group. Just 5 minutes before the international fashion show, Su-mo unilaterally breaches the contract. How inflated is his ego? Quite beyond redemption. Lacking professional ethics and a sense of contract spirit, the talented Su-mo may not go far. Acting arrogantly, maliciously breaching contracts, devoid of professional integrity. With the genius absent, Su-mo might face industry ostracism. In an instant, the nation was abuzz, and the world took notice. After all, such an international fashion show attracted numerous foreign media outlets. Soon, Su-mo's notoriety surged dramatically, though it was accompanied by a torrent of scorn. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly negative. My goodness, Su-mo has scarcely begun to achieve anything, and already he is exhibiting arrogance. It is truly bewildering. What has become of Su-mo? I once held him in high regard, even considering him an idol. Alas, the youth of today are so ambitious yet lack integrity. They struggle to make their mark. A collective boycott is imperative. Indeed, let us boycott Su-mo. Who is Su-mo? I had never heard of him before. But now I am aware, a pretentious and unscrupulous designer. Support the boycott. This situation has turned amusing. With industry ostracism and public repudiation, Su-mo, before even attaining true fame, has already begun to falter. In an instant, Su-mo transformed from a celebrated prodigy into a disgraced designer. From being admired by all to being shunned by the masses. Many netizens flocked to Su-mo's various accounts, leaving comments, sending messages, questioning him, and hurling insults. Chapter 5. A system emerges from online bullying in the taxi. Su-mo gazed at the incessantly vibrating notifications on his phone, seething with anger. He could hardly fathom that he would one day become a victim of online harassment. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Despite the fact that it was the Naughty Group, with their disdainful remarks towards his country, who had prompted him to terminate their collaboration. He was unjustly vilified as someone who acted with arrogance, lacking in contractual integrity and professional ethics, and thus subjected to a wave of online vitriol. Now, Su-mo's reputation lay in ruins, and he faced the threat of being blacklisted within the industry. His prospects were utterly obliterated, and even his future livelihood was in jeopardy. In this day and age, experiencing such online defamation and vilification was tantamount to social death. In an instant, Su-mo's expression turned frigid. And he thought furiously, to turn the tides at will. Smith, Naughty Group, your manipulations are truly remarkable. You have managed to invert right and wrong, casting me as the target of public scorn. This matter is far from over. However, regrettably, Su-mo found himself in a position of helplessness. He was merely a student, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of talent in fashion design. Yet, to stand against the Naughty Group, a colossal titan in the industry, a leader in fashion, and a dominant force among the Fortune 500, was a Herculean task, nearly insurmountable. He couldn't even clear his name. How infuriating. As Su-mo's expression hardened, consumed by rage, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your notoriety has reached 100 million. Activating the divine level sign-in system. By signing in at various locations, you may receive unexpected rewards. Su-mo was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. What was this? Had I inadvertently triggered a system as a result of being vilified online? A system meant for the chosen ones? Remarkable. In that case, I should extend my gratitude to the Naughty Group. Had it not been for their relentless smearing, I would never have attained such recognition. Nor would I have activated this system. A wry smile crossed Su-mo's lips, his gaze sharpening with determination. As for how to express my gratitude, the most fitting approach would be to tarnish the reputation of the Naughty Group, to devalue their brand, whether for personal vendetta or in response to their derogatory remarks. It was imperative to bring these contemptible foreign brands to their knees, to see them bankrupt while they profited from the people of Xia country, all the while insulting them, was a must. According to the system's prompt, the rewards from signing in were contingent upon the location. Thus, it stood to reason that, if I were to sign in at a securities firm, I might gain stock trading expertise. Perhaps I could become a stock market savant. If that were indeed the case, then the Naughty Group would be in grave trouble. With a knowing smile, Su Mo decisively declared, "Driver, change course. To Tiantai Securities." "Understood. Hold on tight." Before long, the taxi halted before the entrance of Tiantai Securities. Su Mo paid the fare and stepped out, only to be greeted by a system notification. "This location is available for sign-in. Would you like to proceed?" "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Successful sign-in at Tiantai Securities. You have obtained a divine-level stock trading experience card. With this card, you will be able to observe the trends of every stock for 1 hour. Please utilize it promptly, as it will expire in 90 minutes. Goodness! To see the rise and fall of stocks within an hour? Su Mo was astonished. This was even more formidable than the stock god. In stock trading, the most challenging aspect is predicting the fluctuations in market trends. Even the stock god would not dare claim to profit every time. However, with this experience card, Su Mo could achieve victory after victory. Though he had only an hour, it was sufficient to amass his first pot of gold. Once he accumulated that initial wealth, the demise of the Naughty Group would be imminent. A subtle smile graced Su Mo's lips as he entered Tiantai Securities. Meanwhile, Lu Ruo had also seen the information circulating online, and her face turned pale with anger. How infuriating! Su Mo was being vilified online, when he was truly a good person. Unable to contain her rage, Lu Ruo promptly logged into her account to post a rebuttal, confronting those who were disparaging Su Mo. Su Mo is not an unprincipled designer, nor is he pretentious. He terminated his collaboration with the Naughty Group due to their disrespect towards China. Yet, as soon as her post was published, a swarm of people descended upon her. Ha ha ha. Can you believe there are still people defending Su Mo? What a shattered worldview. And judging by the avatar, she's just another misguided fan of his. Everything makes sense now. Aside from her lacking intellect, everything else seems normal. Such a young age, wasting her parents' money, and yet she chooses to be a brainless fan. Her values are utterly distorted. To defend Su Mo, she even claims the Naughty Group disrespects China. Her intelligence is quite lacking. Oh, brainless fans, spare us your attempts to vindicate Su Mo. And hurry up and delete your post to apologize. The internet is not a lawless realm. Be cautious of legal action from the Naughty Group. In an instant, Lu Ruo was bombarded with insults. She was no match for those keyboard warriors and could only respond. What I said is the truth, and this post is genuine. I will not delete it. If you have the guts, sue me. This resulted in another wave of ridicule. Sighing, Lu Ruorio decided to leave the forum and send a WeChat message to Su Mo. Senior Su Mo, where are you now? I'm at Tiantai Securities, Su Mo replied. Wait for me a moment. I will be there shortly. You must wait for me. Lu Ruo quickly responded. All right. Su Mo put away his phone, his expression complex. Now, he had become the arrogant figure everyone reviled. Why was Lu Ruo seeking him? Surely she wouldn't bring a throng of reporters to confront him? That seemed unlikely, right? Su Mo shook his head and smiled wryly. As for the Naughty Group, let them revel in their arrogance for a while. Soon enough, they would have cause to lament. Shorting a colossal giant was no easy feat. It required not only formidable techniques, but also substantial dirt to bring the Naughty Group to its knees. More crucially, it necessitated a significant investment. Without ample funds, thinking of shorting the Naughty Group was a futile endeavor. After all, they were an international behemoth, a Fortune 500 company with a market value in the trillions. They certainly did not lack for money. Presently, Su Mo had a mere 50,000 yuan. This was from a previous clothing design competition where he had won a gold medal and received a total of 100,000 yuan. After spending 20,000 yuan on food and drinks with his dorm mates, he had invested the remaining 80,000 yuan in the stock market to generate profits. Not long after, he suffered a loss of 30,000. It is indeed a somber topic. Nowadays, with the advent of experience cards, amassing wealth is not an arduous task. Suemo sighed and turned to enter Tiantai Securities, intending to open an account. A young woman in black stockings, Lu Rue, glanced at Suemo for a fleeting moment. Pausing for 2 seconds and mused inwardly, he is quite handsome, but alas, merely a poor student. She maintained an indifferent demeanor and asked, "What business do you wish to conduct?" "To open an account." Suemo replied, "You can scan the QR code beside you to open an account. The self-service machine over there also works." Lu Rue shook her head, silently lamenting. "Just another unremarkable client. When will a significant investor arrive, allowing me to earn substantial commissions?" As a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, Lu Rue had anticipated a future filled with managing billions in capital from afar. To her surprise, she found herself relegated to the role of a lobby manager, responsible for client reception. Her income was merely a meager base salary, supplemented by elusive high commissions. Life seems unworthy. I already possess a regular account. What I seek is a margin trading account, Suemo asserted. A regular account is akin to a savings card, allowing transactions only when funds are available, permitting only long positions, and forbidding short sales. Conversely, a margin trading account resembles a credit card, enabling both long and short positions, along with the ability to leverage, thus allowing one to play with greater sums. For instance, using 500,000 to engage in a deal worth 5 million. Now, that is a sophisticated approach. Chapter 6, is earning 10 million so difficult? The requirements for margin trading accounts are quite stringent, necessitating a visit to the brokerage in person. A margin trading account? Could it be that this young man is affluent? Lu Rue's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm, her tone taking on a flirtatious lilt. "Handsome. Please provide your ID and bank card, and I will assist you with the application. Here you go." Suemo had come well prepared. "Please wait a moment." Lu Rue flashed a charming smile and proceeded with the necessary steps, only for her expression to turn grave, non-compliant. The entry threshold for a margin trading account is quite high. It requires investors to have an average daily securities asset of no less than 500,000 over the first 20 trading days. Your average assets are merely 50,000. Suemo, that's a tenfold difference. This is unattainable. Lu Rue rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling a wave of disappointment. She had thought she had finally encountered a significant client, only to find herself face-to-face with a novice. What a letdown. In the financial sector, the young women often deal with money daily and tend to measure everything in monetary terms, leading to a rather pragmatic mindset. Of course, there are many idealistic women in finance, but they are a rare breed. Must it be 20 days? Don't your brokerages have any shortcuts for special clients? Suemo couldn't help but inquire. He was eager to make money by shorting the 90 group and couldn't afford to wait 20 days. Theoretically, that is not feasible. But if you were a high-net-worth VIP, say, with a verification of 10 million, our brokerage could facilitate an expedited account opening. Lu Rue replied with a smile. Unfortunately, you do not qualify, young man. Sumo's expression darkened as he opened his stock trading app. Isn't it just 10 million? Is it really so difficult? Lu Rue looked perplexed. What do you mean? Are you suggesting you want to trade stocks now, transforming 50,000 into 10 million? What a joke. She couldn't help but laugh coldly, convinced that Suemo was out of his mind. Don't be impulsive. Investing 50,000 in stocks would likely lead to losses, with only a slim chance of profit. But turning it into 10 million is absolutely impossible. Lu Rue shook her head, utterly unconvinced. In my world, nothing is impossible. Suemo replied with a slight smile, opening the app to enter the Hong Kong stock market, ready to execute trades. The A shares operated on AT1 trading system, meaning purchases made today could only be sold the next day, with limits on price fluctuations. However, Suemo did not have the luxury of time. Conversely, both Hong Kong and American stocks function on AT0 trading system, allowing for same-day purchases and sales with the ability to go long or short, facilitating unlimited transactions without price limits. This system aligned perfectly with Sumo's expectations. Furthermore, having activated the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect account. He could trade Hong Kong stocks using renminbi, sparing him the hassle of currency conversion. Most importantly, the stock trends, viewed by others as mere speculation, were easily decipherable to him. With the Divine Stock Trading Experience card, Su Mo could predict price movements with remarkable accuracy within an hour. It was akin to taking an exam with the answers in hand. With this card set to expire in an hour and a half, Su Mo had no time to waste. He had to utilize it swiftly. He resolved to make the most of his extraordinary stock trading experience card. In an instant, Su Mo's fingers glided over each stock, and visions of their movements over the next hour danced in his mind. Stock 06524 was at a low point, poised for a rapid ascent. Within 2 minutes, it peaked with a remarkable 20 increase. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately invested all 50,000 yuan into stock. True to his prediction, 2 minutes later, it had indeed surged 20. And he sold it all. A net profit of 20 brought his total assets to 60,000 yuan. Stock 07138 was next, destined to reach its zenith in 3 minutes, boasting a 25 rise. Subsequently, Su Mo invested all 60,000 into stock 07138 and sold it again after 3 minutes, netting a staggering 25, totaling 75,000 yuan. Following this, he purchased stock 09241 with the 75,000 and sold it after 1 minute, reaping a third in profit, bringing his total assets to 100,000 yuan. Then he plunged all 100,000 into stock 01172. The trial card was only valid for an hour, and Su Mo strategically opted for stocks with rapid increases within mere minutes. These stocks either benefited from favorable policies and opportunities, soaring in value, or were manipulated by large institutions, artificially inflated to harvest profits. Yet, at this moment, they were all a boon for Su Mo. With time limited, Su Mo engaged in short-term trading, executing transactions every 2 to 3 minutes. Such a frenetic pace left Lu Rui feeling overwhelmed, shaking her head in disbelief. This trading frequency is utterly reckless. Is he trying to impress me with this charade? Yet, Su Mo remained unfazed, focused solely on his rapid operations, analyzing, deciding, buying, and selling with seamless precision. In just 10 minutes, his initial investment of 50,000 had escalated to 200,000. Observing this spectacle, the two nearby investors ceased their own trading, instead standing beside Su Mo, quietly watching and exclaiming in astonishment. Their faces bore expressions of sheer disbelief. Noticing this, Lu Rui couldn't help but shake her head, deriding, "How amusing. Is this the new trend of showing off to attract attention, complete with extras? What show?" A middle-aged man with a square face interjected, unable to contain himself. This young man operates so swiftly, consistently turning a profit. He buys low and sells high. Just after selling, the stock prices begin to decline. Truly remarkable. And so what? Lu Rui retorted dismissively. With only 50,000 as capital, even if he profits every time, it's hardly a few thousand yuan, is it? Only 50,000 capital? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, while another companion wore a similarly incredulous expression. What do you mean? He started with 50,000. Lu Rui replied nonchalantly. What is so extraordinary about that? But now, he has already earned over 200,000, nearing 300,000. The middle-aged man countered. What? Lu Rui was utterly flabbergasted, panic seizing her. Are you saying that in just over 10 minutes, he turned 50,000 into over 200,000? This must be a joke. To be precise, it's over 287,000. No, he made another transaction, and it has surpassed 310,000 now. The square-faced man chuckled. Lu Rui? No, this is impossible. It cannot be true. Lu Rui was utterly astonished, filled with disbelief. In just a few minutes, turning 50,000 into over 300,000. Could one possibly be a stock market deity? Come and witness it for yourself. Another transaction was executed, and the total soared to 360,000. Lu Rui. Another trade, now 400,000. Lu Rui. Yet another, 500,000. Lu Rui. 800,000. Lu Rui. 1 million. Lu Rui. At this point, an increasing crowd had gathered around. To be precise, The entire hall was encircled. They all came to witness this miracle. Lu Rui was utterly flabbergasted. Her entire demeanor altered. In a mere 20 minutes, turning 50,000 into 1 million. How? How is this even possible? Lu Rui, overwhelmed with shock, couldn't resist approaching. Indeed, in the lower right corner, the amount displayed was 1,052,873,00. No matter how one counted, it was over 1 million. In just 20 minutes, transforming 50,000 into over 1 million. Good heavens, a contemporary stock market deity. Lu Rui exclaimed, her alluring cherry lips forming an O shape. Having worked at Tiantai Securities, she had encountered numerous trading maestros. However, someone as formidable and incisive as Su Mo was truly a rarity. She had never witnessed such prowess, nor even dared to imagine it. Indeed, it was remarkable. Had she not seen it with her own eyes today, she would scarcely believe it. The man with the square jaw let out a sigh. Indeed, the stocks that we often see plummet in value transform into mere chives in his hands. He can cut them at will, with pinpoint accuracy. So why the hesitation? Let us swiftly follow his lead. Whatever he purchases, we shall buy. Alas, it is futile. His trades are executed with such speed. If we lag behind even a moment, we might find ourselves ensnared. Indeed, having the answers before us, yet failing to grasp them, is a true disheartening experience. What is visible yet unattainable is the most agonizing of all. Chapter 7. A Stroke of Genius. Instant fame utilizing a divine stock trading experience card. Su Mo effortlessly discerned the fluctuations in market trends without a moment's contemplation. His sole task was to filter out the stocks that surged dramatically within a short time frame, to invest in them, and subsequently liquidate his holdings just before they reached their zenith and began to decline. It was as simple as that. Yet, his assets swelled at an astonishing rate. Onlookers were left in a state of profound astonishment, their expressions a blend of admiration and disbelief. Lu Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly brought over a cup of coffee, beaming as she said, "Stock God, please soothe your throat. Scram. Don't hinder my pursuit of wealth." Su Mo retorted. Even with a stunning beauty standing before him, his focus remained unbroken. His singular aim was to amass riches. Very well, Lu Rui responded. Undeterred, her spirits lifted. Allow me to fetch you a chair for your trading. She effortlessly carried a single sofa and placed it behind Su Mo, gently assisting him to sit down. She then stood behind him and cheerfully offered. Standing for too long can lead to neck and shoulder fatigue. Let me give you a massage. Su Mo disregarded her, remaining completely absorbed in his trading. Observing this, Lu Rui sighed in relief and extended her delicate hands to tenderly massage his neck and shoulders. Ah, that feels nice, Su Mo remarked, crossing his legs as he continued his operations. The previously aloof Lu Rui now resembled a devoted attendant, her heart brimming with joy as she catered to him. Her technique and pressure remarkably adept. The crowd around them swelled, their astonishment palpable. An elderly gentleman exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, this young man has earned 1.5 million. Goodness, this young man has earned 3 million. Goodness, this young man has earned 4 million. Goodness, this young man has earned 5 million. Incredibly, within a mere 40 minutes. His capital had soared from 50,000 to 5 million. As Lu Rui continued her ministrations, she murmured, "This is truly astonishing. He is the contemporary stock god." Su Mo remained noncommittal, calmly inquiring, "How long until the Hong Kong stock market closes?" "Approximately 20 minutes, stock god," Lu Rui replied. "That will suffice." Su Mo nodded, continuing his short-term trading. As his assets multiplied, the speed at which he amassed wealth accelerated. 10 minutes later, the elderly gentleman cried out again, "Goodness, this young man has earned 10 million. The onlookers' expressions were a complex tapestry of shock and numbness. They were truly left in a state of stupor. 20 minutes later, Su Mo decided to go all in, liquidating all his holdings. His total assets were finalized at 20,332,458.00. The experience card had now expired. But 20 million was more than sufficient. Goodness, this young man earned over 20 million in just an hour. The elderly gentleman was so astounded he could scarcely contain himself, his excitement surpassing even that of his wedding day. The surrounding crowd stood frozen, unable to process the incredible transformation from 50,000 to 20,330,000 in merely 1 hour, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have dared to believe it. The Hong Kong stock market, notorious for its countless investors being fleeced, appears to be a mere vegetable garden in the hands of Su Mo. Indeed, he can harvest at will. Yet, what remains concealed is that Su Mo's advantage stems from an experience card that allows him to effortlessly discern market trends. Without that card, even a stock market oracle would be rendered ineffective, let alone the improbable feat of turning 50,000 into over 20 million in a single hour. Impossible. Non-existent. Click. The sound of a camera shutter shattered the surrounding silence. Su Mo turned to a young woman, his brow furrowing. Why are you taking my picture? Handsome. No, stock god. Please don't misunderstand. I simply wish to capture your likeness to frame it and hang it on my wall, to pray daily for your blessing and a stroke of good fortune in stocks. The woman's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Mo's expression darkened. I have heard of worshipping Confucius and the god of literature, but this is the first time I encounter someone who worships me. Such audacity is remarkable. It is only logical that the unparalleled stock god deserves to be immortalized and venerated. An eccentric old man also took out his phone and clicked. Su Mo. Meanwhile, a man with a square face directly extended his hand and proclaimed, to be candid, I am Zhou Huapeng, a major shareholder of Huapeng Fund. I earnestly invite you to join our fund. The compensation is negotiable, whether it be 7 figures or 8 figures. It is but a word from you. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue interjected, positioning herself protectively in front. Is Huapeng Fund attempting to poach from our Tiantai securities? How outrageous. Do you think I don't exist? With that, Lu Rue promptly called her boss. Boss, hurry here. A stock god has appeared. He turned 50,000 into over 20 million in just 1 hour. What? Over 20 million in an hour. On the other end, the president of Tiantai Securities, Zhong Tiantai, was utterly flabbergasted before angrily retorting. Lu Rue, what nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Are you trying to fool me? Boss, I swear, I'm not lying. That stock god is indeed extraordinary, right here in our exchange. He truly made 20 million. Lu Rue hurriedly clarified. Really? Zhong Tiantai believed her to a degree, a prodigy. You must keep him steady. Give him whatever he wants. I will come right away. Hurry. The shameless old man from Huapeng Fund has already offered an 8-figure salary. Lu Rue urged anxiously. Zhou Huapeng felt deeply offended. You are the shameless one. 8 figures? Tell that stock god we at Tiantai offer 9 figures. Zhong Tiantai declared grandly, as long as he joins Tiantai, we will provide him with a 9-figure annual salary. Ha! Zhong Tiantai, who do you think you're looking down upon? Our Huapeng Fund can also offer 9 figures. And that's after tax. Zhou Huapeng retorted, his temper flaring. Such a talent must not be overlooked. Oh, it's you, Zhou Huapeng, the shameless one. You offer 9 figures? We at Tiantai Securities will offer 10 figures. If you dare, keep it up. Zhong Tiantai laughed, unwilling to back down. What of 10 figures? We can also match that, and it will be 10 figures after tax. Zhou Huapeng stood his ground, refusing to yield. In an instant, the surrounding individuals were rendered speechless, each one beginning to count on their fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 10 billion. Goodness, a 10 billion annual salary. The excited gentleman exclaimed. Is this the treatment of the legendary stock market deity? It's simply astonishing. What is so astonishing? This person earns 20 million in just 1 hour. Is a billion a year too much? Indeed, such a stock market guru is like a nuclear bomb wherever he lands. An explosion follows. With a 10 billion contract signed, he could swiftly amass a fortune of hundreds of billions, even into the thousands. Precisely. This young man's prowess is at least on par with Soros. If you offer a 10 billion annual salary, can you not compare him to Soros? I can't help but think he might even surpass Soros, considering his youth. He probably hasn't even graduated from university yet, with a boundless future ahead. Upon hearing this, a noble woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she seized Su Mo's hand. Stock market deity, do you lack a girlfriend? My daughter is 170 centimeters tall, 96 centimeters bust, curvaceous, and graduated from a prestigious 985 university. She has always been the class belle and has never been in a relationship. Our family owns 3 properties in school districts, 2 villas, and several cars. What do you think? As she spoke, the lady scrutinized Su Mo with the gaze of a future mother-in-law, nodding in approval, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Su Mo responded, "For marriage, I require no bride price. But the dowry must be in 7 figures." The lady reiterated, her sincerity palpable. Su Mo. Chapter 8. For the sake of the idol. Justice against the best friend. Seeing Su Mo remain silent, the aunt was about to say more when another affluent lady interrupted, with just a 7-figure dowry. "You wish to marry the stock god? Are you daydreaming? Stock god, look at our daughter, flawless, with an 8-figure dowry. Still young, just graduated from high school this year. Once the time comes, we can tie the knot." As she spoke, the wealthy woman opened her social media to show Su Mo. Su Mo felt overwhelmed. Stock god. Our daughter is even more exceptional, only in the 2nd year of junior high. You can nurture her slowly. What about a nurturing relationship? Isn't that appealing? Su Mo was utterly speechless. These ants were terrifying. He could only respond, "Ahem, I am still a child, focused on my career, with no interest in other matters." Indeed, career comes first. Zhou Huaping beamed with delight, saying, "Stock god, come to Huaping Fund as the chief fund manager. I will entrust the entire Huaping to your management. Don't listen to him. Come to Tiantai Securities. Not only will you be the chief manager, but I'll arrange for you to meet any of the lovely ladies at Tiantai you fancy. If that doesn't work, I'll even arrange for the old director's daughter," Lu Rui boisterously proclaimed. Su Mo was at his wit's end. Was this person a fund manager or a matchmaker? His worldview was utterly shattered. Noticing Su Mo's gaze, Lu Rui's heart soared, mistakenly believing he was interested in her, and bashfully said, "If you are interested in me, then it's even less of a problem. I'm willing." With that, Lu Rui reached to take Su Mo's hand. Su Mo was utterly speechless, quickly stepping back and exclaiming, "What are you thinking?" Lu Rui felt deeply disheartened, sighing, "I thought, how could the stock god have such low taste to be interested in me? Alas, indeed, you young lady possess a modicum of self-awareness." Zhou Huaping teased. Lu Rui's face darkened instantly. "Stock god, come to Huaping Fund." Zhou Huaping urged again. "Any kind of treatment can be negotiated. Just join us, and you can set your terms." Su Mo was indeed a being of divine stock market prowess. Once he joined Huaping Fund, he would undoubtedly elevate it to new heights, perhaps even challenging Wall Street. How could they let this opportunity slip away? However, to their surprise, Su Mo waved his hand. "Sorry, I am not looking to join any brokerage or investment bank at the moment." Zhou Huaping felt a profound sense of disappointment and could say no more, merely presenting his business card with both hands. "Stock god, here is my card. 10-figure annual salary, perpetually valid." "All right, I will consider it," Su Mo replied nonchalantly. Accepting the card out of courtesy, Lu Rui, not to be outdone, chimed in, "Mr. Su, our chairman at Tiantai Securities, is arriving shortly. I will open a margin trading account for you right away." "Good." Su Mo nodded. Soon, the margin trading account was established, allowing Su Mo to engage in leverage trading in both the A-shares and Hong Kong market. Yet, the surrounding ants continued to gaze at him with intense interest, making Su Mo feel quite uncomfortable. "Senior Su Mo." A melodious voice rang out. It was Lu Rui's arrival. "You have arrived just in time. Let us return." Su Mo's eyes brightened. A savior had come. If they delayed any longer, he would surely be exhausted by the 2 formidable giants and several affluent ladies. Once again, he faced the pressures of being the chief fund manager, with a salary in the 7 figures, not to mention the dowry for his daughter, amounting to 8 figures, and the expectations from the nurturing phase since middle school. Who could possibly endure such burdens? It was sheer torment. "Oh, splendid. Let us hasten." Lu Ruo's expression shifted. She had initially thought that the people behind them were also harassing Su Mo online. She quickly grasped Su Mo's hand and dashed outside. At this moment, everyone behind them was thrown into disarray, all pursuing them in a frantic rush. As they ran, shouts echoed, "Su, my brother, please consider." I await your call. Handsome, my daughter is a beauty of unparalleled grace and gentle disposition. What do you think? Shall we exchange WeChat? My darling possesses an alluring figure and elegant demeanor, more suited for you. May I have your number? Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruo stood frozen, utterly perplexed. This was not the expected turn of events. Logically, given Su Mo's defamation by Nady Group and the online harassment, shouldn't there be a universal outcry against him? Why were people so eager to offer their daughters? And so forward. What did this mean? Su Mo felt a tremendous headache, hailing a taxi with urgency, escaping into the vehicle. Lu Ruo, increasingly bewildered, followed suit and boarded the taxi. Finally, Su Mo exhaled in relief, instructing, "Driver, please hurry to Binhai University." "Understood," the driver replied, swiftly pressing the accelerator. The taxi sped away, yet the crowd lingered behind, filled with melancholy and profound disappointment. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ruo gazed at Su Mo, utterly confused, and couldn't help but inquire, "Senior Su Mo, are you all right?" "I am well enough. But what did that gentleman behind mean when he said he awaited your call? He wishes for me to assist him with some menial tasks." "Oh, and those aunts introducing their daughters to you. They want me to help them with their family affairs." "Oh," Lu Ruo nodded, somewhat understanding yet still sensing something amiss, but she chose not to delve further. Instead, she offered comfort, "Senior Su Mo, this temporary darkness is merely the fleeting shadow before dawn. Everything shall pass. Keep your spirits up." "Darkness?" Su Mo paused, nodding in agreement. "Yes, darkness. I have been slandered, suppressed, and harassed by Nady Group. Indeed, it is darkness. But does Su Mo still care about such matters now? Soon, it will be Nady Group facing ruin. Thus, Su Mo smiled and said, "Thank you. I am fine." "That is reassuring." Lu Ruo sighed in relief, then clenched her fist, resolutely declaring, "Senior Su Mo, I have made up my mind. I shall help you turn the tide. For the sake of our idol. No, for justice. I must set aside my friendship for a greater cause." "Turn the tide?" Su Mo was puzzled. "Here." Without further explanation, Lu Ruo handed her camera to Su Mo. He received it, bewildered, and upon opening the video inside, he was instantly taken aback. It was footage from behind the scenes of the exhibition, where Nady Group had disparaged China, alongside the recording of Su Mo's refusal to cooperate. With this video, Su Mo not only has the means to exonerate himself, but could also potentially topple the Nady Group. It is as if he has been aided by a divine force. "Thank you, Ruo. You have been of immense assistance." Su Mo felt a surge of gratitude. It turns out that Lu Ruo sought him out to offer help. "It's nothing. It is simply what I ought to do. However, this means that Wu Xiaofei will face trouble," Lu Ruo replied, her eyes dimming with melancholy. She was a person of kindness and deep emotional ties. Even though Wu Xiaofei had shown ingratitude, Lu Ruo did not wish to act unjustly. After all, once the video is revealed, Su Mo will be vindicated. Yet, this former confidant of his, this sycophant of foreign trends, would be utterly finished. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Ruo's heart. Chapter 9. Short-selling Nike. Lu Ruo joins the cause for Su Mo? No, for justice. After careful consideration, Lu Ruo ultimately decided to hand over the video to assist Su Mo. She refrained from direct exposure, fearing that Nike's influence could suppress the matter. By entrusting it to Su Mo, she believed that with his intellect, he would ensure that Nike would pay a heavy price. "Ruo, do not blame yourself. It is merely that Wu Xiaofei has brought this upon herself," Su Mo reassured her. Lu Ruo nodded, feeling somewhat comforted. Observing her demeanor, Su Mo continued, "Moreover, if a sycophant like Wu Xiaofei were to succeed, it would be a tragic reflection of society. It might even encourage others to follow suit, sacrificing their dignity for personal gain. Conversely, Wu Xiaofei's downfall is the fate she rightly deserves. Thus, you have done a good deed and need not feel guilty. Is that not so?" "That does make some sense." Lu Ruo nodded, her spirits lifted. Su Mo was indeed correct. Just as wrongdoers deserve punishment, sycophants like Wu Xiaofei should not thrive. Otherwise, it would be a grave injustice. "What do you plan to do next? When will you expose it?" Lu Ruo inquired. "After all, your current situation seems dire, with everyone online criticizing you. No need to rush. Let us expose it tomorrow. Tonight. I plan to short sell Nike Group to profit from this. Suemo replied with a smile. Shorting tonight, exposing tomorrow, and then reaping the rewards. A seamless operation. Short selling Nike Group. Lu Ruo was taken aback, but then nodded. That makes sense. Once the incident involving the sycophant goes public, Nike Group's stock price will likely drop. If we time it right, it could yield some profit. What Lu Ruo did not realize was that Suemo was not merely looking to make a small profit, but rather a substantial one. After all, his capital was not 20,000, but 20 million. As for acquiring more funds, that seemed unrealistic. With the experience card gone, Suemo could not guarantee profits on every transaction. And regarding bringing in other tycoons to invest in Nike, it was not only a matter of trust, but also a potential leak of information, which could lead to trouble unless it was shared with the most trusted individuals. Thus, Suemo suggested, if you have spare funds, you could join me in short-selling Nike Group, and we could profit together. Lu Ruoro, having helped him, indeed deserved to share in the earnings. Sounds good, but I'm not very familiar with how the American stock market operates. How about I transfer the money to you? And you handle it? Lu Ruo smiled sweetly. If we incur losses, I'll take the hit. But if we profit, we'll split it 50-50. Suemo responded. You are far too kind and too trusting of others. He was at a loss for words. Lu Ruoruo was evidently the cherished only daughter, untouched by the harsh realities of life, innocent and benevolent. It's nothing serious, just a bit of pocket money. I trust you. Lu Ruo smiled gently as she requested Suemo's bank details for the transfer. Ding. A sum of 1 million has been credited to your bank account, ending in 5268. The balance stands at 21,332,586 yuan. Suemo. Lu Ruo. In that moment, the two exchanged a glance and fell silent. It turned out that 1 million was merely pocket money. What a wealthy lady. Suemo sighed, realizing why Wu Xiaofei wanted to be friends with Lu Ruoruo. With such a pure-hearted and kind-hearted affluent friend, Wu Xiaofei must have benefited significantly. A balance exceeding 20 million You are truly a financial tycoon. Lu Ruo was equally bewildered. She had thought that Suemo, tarnished by naughty slander and subjected to online harassment and censorship, was in a dire situation. She was even prepared to lend her own house for Suemo to temporarily reside in. Yet, the reality was that Suemo had over 20 million in her account. She had entirely overthought the situation. Ahem, well, it's merely good fortune. Nothing to boast about, Suemo chuckled. Ahem, I am also just fortunate to come from a supportive family, a moderately well-off household, Lu Ruoruo modestly replied. The two exchanged an awkward smile, and the atmosphere became quite harmonious. However, the driver at the front of the car was less composed, grumbling, damn. One has a pocket money of 1 million, and the other has over 20 million in their account. Truly, one must throw away the inferior goods. Comparisons among people lead to despair. I have never seen so much money in my life. After dropping you off, I'm quitting today. This is too disheartening. Suemo. Lu Ruorio. The two shared a knowing smile and fell into a silent understanding, fearful that the driver might be overwhelmed by the blow of wealth envy. With a sudden acceleration, they sped off, almost as if taking them both to meet their maker. They might as well inquire of the divine why, despite having the same head and two hands, fate could be so unjust. In this world, aside from your closest kin, few genuinely wish for your well-being, especially if it surpasses their own. Such is human nature. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Beihai University. The two disembarked and strolled toward the dormitory. However, Suemo soon realized that everything had changed. Previously, while walking through the campus, most boys would greet him with hello, Senior. Girls would blush, whispering amongst themselves while shyly handing him a bubble tea or a note before hastily retreating, their cheeks flushed. Yet this time, the gazes from the crowd were peculiar. There was confusion, annoyance, mockery, and even disdain. Indeed, this illustrated the fickleness of human sentiment. Suemo let out a bitter smile. On this day, he had come to grasp too many harsh realities. Of course, there remained a few devoted admirers, still supporting him and sweetly calling out hello, Senior. Such individuals might be likened to infatuated fans. Your popularity remains undiminished. Lu Ruo remarked wistfully. Even in such circumstances, there are still girls unwaveringly supporting you. Ahem, they are merely innocent young ladies. Suemo chuckled, then shifted the topic. Your popularity is not lacking either. Throughout the journey, there were quite a few boys gazing at you. Little did Suemo know that during military training, Lu Ruo had been crowned the beauty of her department, the college, and even the university. You only just realized? Lu Ruo thought to herself, casting a sidelong glance at Suemo. You are the male deity, and I am also a goddess, mind you. Continuing, Lu Ruo retorted, there are plenty of naive young girls without you. Suemo chuckled softly. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Humph. As if. Who? Who would be jealous of you? Lu Ruo's expression grew slightly flustered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. With a huff, she declared, I've arrived, goodbye. With that, she waved her hand and dashed away. Yet, her countenance bore an oddity, and her heartbeat felt somewhat irregular. This girl, indeed, possessed a certain charm. Suemo smiled wryly and returned to his dormitory. However, to his surprise, upon entering, the previously noisy room fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone lowered their heads, feigning busyness. Yet no one acknowledged Suemo in the slightest. This left him feeling despondent. The brothers he once shared a dorm with, who had sought his favor, now treated him with such indifference? Truth be told, Suemo felt a pang of sadness. He was indifferent to how other classmates regarded him, as they had little connection, devoid of sentiment. But to see his dormitory brothers, with whom he had shared 2 years, turn cold was truly disheartening. Sighing softly, he contemplated the situation. He had initially intended to lead his dorm mates into the stock market, hoping to help them earn some extra living expenses or even a dowry. But now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. The fickleness of human emotions was all too evident. Perhaps this was for the best. Let go and move on. In the future, when Suemo achieved success, he would not be at fault for not bringing them along. With a heavy heart, he decided the atmosphere in the dorm was too stifling and resolved to stay at a hotel for a couple of days. Gathering his belongings, he shouldered his bag and departed the dormitory. His roommates remained engrossed in their own affairs, heads still bowed. A faint smile of resignation graced Suemo's lips as he closed the door behind him, sealing away the bonds of the past. Chapter 10. The Devotee Encircled. The goddess comes to the rescue. As Suemo took just a few steps, a figure approached him, none other than Zhao Kai, his comrade from the lower bunk. Go. I've seen the news, but I refuse to believe it. I know you are not that kind of person. Zhao Kai inhaled deeply and continued. However, the current situation is not in your favor. Staying at school may lead to you being besieged by reporters. You should find a hotel to stay for a while. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask. I will always be here for you, brother. For anything inconvenient, just call me, and I will run errands for you. As he spoke, Zhao Kai handed Suemo 2 items. Suemo glanced down and felt a surge of gratitude. One was a bank card, the other a face mask. There are 20,000 yuan in the account. I've sent you the password via WeChat. Use it for now, and if it's not enough, I can help you with cash advances on my credit card. Zhao Kai urged, put on the mask when you go out. Don't let the reporters catch you. I see media approaching from the south gate. Suemo was deeply moved. He was fortunate to have such a good brother. No wonder Zhao Kai wants tea in the dormitory. He had gone to buy a mask for him. 20,000 yuan was a substantial amount for a university student. A sum accumulated over many years of savings and living expenses, especially for someone studying design, which was notoriously expensive. Thank you, brother. Suemo patted Zhao Kai's shoulder. His heart a mix of emotions. True friendship emerges in times of adversity. I acknowledge you as my brother. Look at you. If you don't acknowledge me, then we're not brothers? Haha. Zhao Kai laughed heartily. Let us go. Go. Don't let the reporters corner you. Take a detour to the west. All right. Suemo nodded. Today was not the best time for exposure. It was wiser to withdraw for now. In no time, Suemo turned and headed downstairs. The journey was smooth. The reporters had all taken the east staircase to Suemo's dormitory. As for why there was no elevator, most university dormitories nowadays lack elevators. It was only the graduate and international student dormitories that might have one. Thankfully, Zhao Kai had warned him. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the media. With a sigh of relief, Suemo felt even more grateful. However, he had not walked far when he was stunned. A crowd of reporters had gathered at the west gate as well. Damn it! Suemo cursed silently, donning his mask and attempting to slip past unnoticed. Yet, he was still recognized, with someone shouting, "That's Suemo, the one in the black mask." His expression shifted dramatically as he instantly recognized the figure responsible for the outcry. It was Han Qingzhao, the president of the Senior Student Council and a wealthy heir. Han Qingzhao had pursued the campus goddess, Song Xiaoxue, for nearly 4 years using every conceivable method, but to no avail. In contrast, Song Xiaoxue had openly expressed her affection for the junior, Suemo, several times. The outcome was predictable. Han Qingzhao harbored a deep resentment towards Suemo. It was a classic case of a beautiful disaster brought about by jealousy. Previously, Suemo had been the epitome of charm and talent, admired by many, and was highly regarded by both the university and the Nike Group, with a promising future ahead. Han Qingzhao, despite his family background, found himself overshadowed and outmatched by Suemo in every respect, leaving him with little recourse. However, now Suemo has fallen victim to online bullying, his former glory diminished, while Han Qingzhao revels in his misfortune, adding insult to injury. That's Suemo, the one wearing the black mask. I would recognize him even in ashes, ha ha ha. Han Qingzhao exclaimed in high spirits. Suemo, this time you are finished. Let us see how you can keep Song Xiao devoted to you now. In an instant, numerous reporters rushed forward, encircling Suemo. Damn it. Sumo's expression shifted drastically. Han Qingzhao, you're in for it. Your father is in big trouble. With that, Suemo decisively fled. In such a situation, being surrounded by reporters would be disastrous. Yet the reporters, like tenacious cockroaches, pursued relentlessly. Even the female reporters in high heels sprinting after him. Whether driven by professionalism or the allure of fame, that remains a philosophical quandary. Trouble was brewing. Sumo's face darkened as he noticed more reporters blocking his path ahead. What to do now? He felt utterly besieged, just as despair enveloped him. A burgundy Ferrari sped towards him and came to a halt beside him. Inside was a strikingly attractive woman, her large sunglasses failing to conceal her exquisite features. It was her. Sumo's expression turned complex. This woman was none other than Song Xiao, the goddess whom Han Qingzhao had pursued for nearly 4 years without success. Suemo was taken aback. It was ironic that his adversary was being aided by Han Qingzhao's infatuation. What are you waiting for? Get in, Song Xiao urged, her beauty captivating. In any art academy, she would be considered among the finest. Otherwise, a wealthy second generation like Han Qingzhao, the student council president, would not have pursued her for 4 long years. Thank you. Suemo nodded and entered the car. Song Xiao leaned over to fasten his seatbelt, advising, hold on tight. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Ferrari roared away, leaving the reporters in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, the reporters felt a wave of disappointment. Han Qingzhao, however, was livid, his face turning an ashen hue. Damn it, who is that? Who took Suemo away? He fumed. It seems to be senior sister Song Xiao, someone beside him remarked. Han Qingzhao was struck as if by lightning. Song Xiao, how could this be possible? In that moment, he was engulfed by existential doubt, his face resembling that of a bruised liver. His goddess had rescued his rival. What a cruel joke. No. It can't be. You must be mistaken. Han Qingzhao shook his head, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. No mistake, it was indeed senior sister Song Xiao. Han Qingzhao cried out in frustration. Why? Why? Song Xiao, why are you doing this to me? His anguished howl echoed through the air, his body trembling with rage. It felt like a knife piercing his heart, more agonizing than death itself. At that moment, someone spoke up. Given the current situation, Suemo cannot return to school. Where will senior sister Song Xiao take him? Could it be that senior Song Xiaoxue is taking Suemo to a hotel? After all, they have nowhere else to go. One person could not help but exclaim, startled by the thought. Han Qingzhao's expression instantly darkened, resembling that of a bereaved individual, utterly dismal. It is also possible they might head directly to Song Xiao's home, where it is undoubtedly safer and more convenient. Goodness, that rascal Suemo is truly fortunate. After all, he is with the goddess-level beauty, Song Xiao. Listening to these remarks, Han Qingzhao's fury ignited, his tightly clenched fists causing his nails to dig painfully into his flesh. Silence. Everyone, just be quiet. Han Qingzhao appeared nearly deranged, trembling with rage as a chilling sensation enveloped his heart. He murmured to himself, "So, I have unwittingly created an opportunity for Su Mo and Song Xiao? Have I inadvertently pushed the goddess's beloved Su Mo into her embrace? This maneuver is beyond even the most devoted admirer." In that moment, Han Qingzhao felt as though he might vomit blood. Chapter 11. Regret Beyond Measure. The infatuated one goes mad. How infuriating. How cursed. Han Qingzhao's face twisted in rage as he howled to the heavens. Driven by his affection for Song Xiao, he had brought reporters to corner Su Mo, intending to orchestrate a tragedy for him. Yet, to his dismay, Song Xiao arrived in her car and whisked Su Mo away. They even went to a hotel together, and to Song Xiao's fragrant boudoir no less. Thus, not only did Su Mo escape misfortune, but he was also blessed with a fortune that Han Qingzhao could never attain, a chance to share moments with the goddess he longed for. Who could possibly endure such a turn of events? In an instant, Han Qingzhao's mental state shattered. Regret gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. He wished fervently to slap himself across the face. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have involved himself in this affair. Alas, the one thing that cannot be purchased in this world is a remedy for regret. To make matters worse, the reporters had witnessed the scene and sensed the underlying drama. Flocking towards him, with cameras and microphones trained on Han Qingzhao, they bombarded him with questions. "Excuse me, could you explain the relationship between that beautiful girl and Su Mo? Is she his girlfriend? Is she a wealthy heiress driving a supercar on campus? What is your relationship with that girl and Su Mo?" Han Qingzhao found himself utterly bewildered by the barrage of inquiries. In a fit of rage, he struggled to clarify, "That girl is not Su Mo's girlfriend. They have no relationship whatsoever. She is the object of my affections." "Oh, so she is your beloved, yet she favors Su Mo. Does that make you the third party? Or merely a sycophant?" A female reporter interjected, relishing the chaos. These reporters thrived on sensitive questions, aiming to provoke their subjects into disarray, leading to sensational revelations and remarkable interview moments. Indeed, the already fragile Han Qingzhao erupted in fury, bellowing, "I shall reiterate, she has no connection to Su Mo. She is not his partner. I am neither a third party nor a sycophant." "Oh, so you mean that the goddess loves Su Mo while you are enamored with her, yet remain unrequited? How pitiful." The female reporter pressed on, further inciting Han Qingzhao. "You are the pitiful one." At this point, Han Qingzhao was utterly incensed. At the tender age of 21, he was already impulsive and reckless, having been pampered as a wealthy heir. His temper flared, and with the added pressure stemming from Song Xiao and Su Mo's affair, he could hardly withstand such provocation. In a fit of rage, he seized the reporter's microphone and swung it forcefully at her head, shouting, "Get out! All of you leave! You are the sycophant, and your entire family are sycophants. I will end you, you wretched sycophant. How dare you strike someone?" The female reporter cried out, clutching her head and collapsing to the ground in tears. Seeing the reporter harmed, a nearby cameraman rushed forward to intervene. "What? Do you wish to bully the weak with your numbers?" Han Qingzhao's fury intensified as he snatched the camera and hurled it at the cameraman. "You scoundrel! Do not act recklessly. That camera was imported and cost over 300,000. The cameraman lamented, dodging while voicing his deep concerns. "Bah, just 300,000? My family has no shortage of money. You unscrupulous media, I can afford to compensate for that." Han Qingzhao was utterly unperturbed, swinging the camera with fervor. He unleashed a torrent of pent-up fury upon the media. At this moment, the surrounding journalists were incensed. How outrageous! Is being a wealthy second-generation heir so impressive? Does wealth grant one the right to assault reporters and smash equipment? They were merely conducting a normal interview, and yet he resorted to violence. Where is the law? Witnessing the collective outrage of the media, who were preparing to retaliate, Han Qingzhao's anger intensified, prompting him to take the initiative. "The law? I am the law. Today, I shall obliterate you unscrupulous media." With that, Han Qingzhao hurled his camera at the journalists, shouting, "You are the sycophants. Your entire family consists of sycophants. You are the mistresses. Your whole family is filled with mistresses. Today, I will annihilate you unscrupulous media." In an instant, chaos erupted. Han Qingzhao, wielding the $30,000 camera, sent a swarm of reporters scurrying. Onlookers were left in disbelief. Meanwhile, other media that arrived on the scene found humor in the unfolding drama. Although Su Mo could not intervene, this spectacle was undeniably entertaining. Even those being pursued embraced their journalistic instincts, dodging while risking their safety to capture photos and videos. This was prime material. Once edited and uploaded, it would surely make headlines. A feast awaited them that evening, and hefty bonuses were on the horizon. Even a few days in the hospital would be worth it. Ultimately, Han Qingzhao's solitary strength proved limited, and he was swiftly subdued by the media. Soon after, school security and police arrived. This incident was no ordinary affair. It was exceptionally grave. With so many journalists assaulted, suppressing the story would be a challenge. It was only upon seeing the police that Han Qingzhao regained his senses and realized the gravity of his situation. Unfortunately, it seemed too late. He could only shout at the foolish lackeys beside him, "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and inform my father to bail me out." "Humph. You've injured so many reporters. Even your grandfather cannot save you now. Take him away." A stern officer scoffed, unable to tolerate the lawlessness of these wealthy heirs. Thus, Han Qingzhao was handcuffed and taken away. The teachers at the school wished to intercede on his behalf, but with so many media eyes watching, who would dare? Unfortunately, Su Mo did not witness this scene. Meanwhile, a Ferrari sped away, swiftly distancing itself from the school. However, throughout the ride, Su Mo and her companion remained silent. The atmosphere oddly tense. Unexpectedly, "Your driving skills are quite impressive." Finally, Su Mo turned to Song Xiao and broke the silence. Song Xiao visibly relaxed, responding with a hint of pride, "Humph. There are many things my sister excels at. It is you who fail to appreciate and cherish them." Su Mo. Regarding Song Xiao, Su Mo feels a certain reluctance. This senior possesses an angelic visage, yet her figure is akin to that of a devil, undoubtedly making her the belle of the campus. Even after several years, only Lu Ruo can rival her beauty. Her personality is quite commendable, albeit excessively exuberant, which leaves Su Mo somewhat overwhelmed. Since their first encounter, Song Xiao has harbored intentions. After maintaining a reserved demeanor for less than a week, she commenced a fervent pursuit. When Su Mo attends class, she audits the lectures. When Su Mo plays basketball, she brings refreshments. When Su Mo participates in competitions, she cheers enthusiastically. When Su Mo is preoccupied with exams, she patiently waits outside. Even during mealtimes at the cafeteria, she manages to coincidentally cross paths with him time and again. This relentless attention has left Su Mo in a state of vexation, feeling completely ensnared. Typically, he would shy away from such an overtly clingy and proactive senior, keeping his distance. Yet, unexpectedly, when trouble arose, it was Song Xiao who came to his rescue. This left Su Mo at a loss for words, feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 12. Returning home with the school bell. "How about it? I have helped you so much, and you don't even thank me," Song Xiao said with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Mo. "How can you still say that? If it weren't for you, would that fool Han Qingzhao have managed to trap me?" Su Mo retorted with irritation. "You are undoubtedly a femme fatale. I suspect that all the boys who dislike me do so because of you." "Ha ha." Song Xiao laughed, her beauty causing her to shake with mirth. "You do have a point, but one must bear the burdens that come with wearing a crown. As Song Xiao's man, you will inevitably face envy and jealousy. Get used to it." "Pa, who is your man?" Su Mo replied with a look of disdain. "Young man, I advise you to reconsider your aspirations." Though Song Xiao was stunning, Su Mo found her clinginess unbearable. No matter how beautiful someone is, most cannot tolerate such attachment, especially after the novelty wears off. "Humph. It's only a matter of time." Song Xiao cast a glance at Su Mo, her pride evident. "You think you can escape from my grasp? What a joke." Su Mo sighed, feeling overwhelmed. "I have it tough." He then realized a significant issue. "Where are you taking me? What do you think?" Song Xiao replied with a playful and sultry smile. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression changed dramatically. He quickly interjected, "Ahem, thank you for your kindness, senior, but there's no need for that. Just drop me off by the roadside. I can find a hotel on my own." "A hotel?" Song Xiao said with a flirtatious laugh, her voice dripping with allure. Naughty little brother, in broad daylight. You want to take your senior to a hotel? You're quite the rascal. Suemo was rendered speechless. Senior Song Xiao, you have such an angelic countenance. Yet you speak such scandalous words. If it were any other boy, they would have crumbled under the pressure by now. However, Sumo's expression darkened as he quickly asserted, I'll go to the hotel by myself. You return to school. That won't do. I refuse, Song Xiao declared, locking the car window with determination. It was reminiscent of a rogue forcing a young girl, albeit the roles were now reversed. Suemo sighed, realizing he had boarded a pirate ship. Is this what I've gotten myself into? Indeed, naughty little brother. Why not just give in to me? Song Xiao laughed as the car sped along. Suemo thought to himself, truly, one must protect oneself out there, especially if one is handsome. Naughty little brother, you are currently under online harassment, and your situation is precarious. I cannot trust you to go to a hotel alone, so let us head back to my home. It's safe there. Song Xiao stated earnestly, though her true thoughts remained a mystery. Her increasingly peculiar expression, with a slight upward curve of her lips, hinted at ulterior motives. This made Suemo feel on edge, prompting him to declare solemnly, Senior, as the school belle and a goddess, you must maintain your dignity. How can you so casually bring a male back home? This is absolutely unacceptable. Please stop the car and let me out. Dignity? What dignity? Your sister is already graduated and still pursuing you. What does dignity matter? Song Xiao replied, clearly displeased. Suemo. It is often said that the distance between a girl pursuing a boy is but a thin veil. Yet here I am, Song Xiao, the university belle, who has never even been in a relationship. After finally encountering a younger brother whom I admire, I have exhausted every conceivable method to win his affection, stopping just short of resorting to underhanded tactics. I am truly at my wit's end, really, sob. I long to weep. As Song Xiao spoke, her sense of grievance deepened, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing her plight, Suemo sighed and said, all right, stop crying. I will accompany you home. Are you feeling sorry for me? Song Xiao's spirits lifted, her eyes glistening with tears yet adorned with a smile. Suemo shook his head. I am merely concerned that you might drive recklessly and inadvertently take me to meet the divine. Song Xiao's expression darkened instantly. This insufferable younger brother. Humph. Fear not, for I am an experienced driver. She patted her chest defiantly. It was evident that her driving speed was indeed impressive, Suemo remarked with subtle implication. Song Xiao, instead of taking offense, nodded in agreement, her smile knowing. You truly understand me. Suemo, I fear this time I may lose my virtue. He sighed, filled with trepidation. This captivating senior seemed to have utterly abandoned her modesty and let herself go. What are you pondering? Song Xiao inquired, noticing Suemo's silence. It is said that those nearing graduation often indulge in reckless behavior, seizing the opportunity to partake in actions they would normally shy away from, all under the pretense of leaving no regrets. Surely you do not harbor such thoughts towards me. As Suemo spoke, his concern only intensified, his demeanor growing increasingly distressed. Uft, you vile younger brother, how base. Song Xiao dismissed him with disdain. Suemo's expression darkened, her mood shifted too rapidly, catching him unawares. Just moments ago, she was the seasoned driver, and now she had transformed into a saintly figure? We aren't quite at that stage yet. A fruit that is forced does not ripen. One day you shall willingly bow before the allure of your senior's charm, insufferable younger brother. Song Xiao relished in Suemo's discomfort. Perhaps in the next life. Humph. Suemo scoffed, turning his head away. Soon, the Ferrari arrived at Longhu Tianyi, an upscale residential complex. The Tian series from Longhu, much like the Emerald series from Vank and the Mansion series from Jinmao, represents the pinnacle of luxury living. In terms of amenities, positioning, and quality, it surpasses other developments significantly. The pricing also exceeds that of other series by a margin of 1 or 2,000. In a coastal city, the average price hovers around 20,000, with the city center reaching approximately 30,000, while this Longhu Tianyi demands nearly 40,000. Furthermore, the units begin at a spacious 150 square meters, with a starting price of 6 million. Such a sum would suffice for properties on the outskirts of both the capital and the metropolis. Having parked in the underground garage, Song Xiao dashed over, grasping Suemo's hand. Suemo's expression darkened. He had no choice but to emphasize, ahem, senior, decorum, decorum. No, I fear you might flee. So I shall not let go, Song Xiao declared earnestly, gripping Su Mo's hand tightly. Even as Su Mo struggled, it was futile. She held on with unwavering determination. Reluctantly, he succumbed to her antics. As they traversed the garage and entered the sunken courtyard, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The community not only boasts a swimming pool but also features a clubhouse, a cinema, and a bar, and, most impressively, a golf course. Moreover, these amenities are exclusively reserved for the residents, not open to the public. Even the elevators are designed for one household per lift, providing direct access to their homes. Such exceptional services in high-end luxury residences are indeed remarkable. Su Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yes, once I short-sell Nike Group and make a fortune, I will acquire 2 units, one for my parents and one for myself. A few minutes later, Song Xiao pulled Su Mo into the room, her heart brimming with joy. So, what do you think, dear brother? Isn't my taste quite exquisite? Su Mo surveyed the surroundings, which spanned at least 200 square meters, and remarked, elegant, subtly luxurious, and quite satisfactory. However, the abundance of pink and purple is rather overwhelming. It clearly resembles a girl's boudoir. That's a fair point, Song Xiao nodded. Had I known you were coming, I would have chosen fewer pinks and purples. It matters not, as I shall be leaving tomorrow. Su Mo replied. Tonight, the U.S. stock market opens. I will short Nike Group. Tomorrow, I will tarnish their reputation and reap the rewards in the evening. Perfect. Chapter 13. Aiming for redemption, leaving tomorrow? That simply won't do. Song Xiao protested. You, my dear brother, are currently mired in scandal and besieged by media scrutiny. You cannot venture outside. Therefore, you shall stay at my residence, and I shall prepare meals for you. You can cook, and it will be edible? Su Mo scrutinized Song Xiao with skepticism. A wealthy heiress, accustomed to luxury sports cars and opulent mansions, had likely never set foot in a kitchen. Cooking? Perhaps eating was more within her realm of expertise. Humph, who do you look down upon? My cooking is quite delightful. As she spoke, Song Xiao urged Su Mo to take a seat, poured him a glass of water, and turned to the kitchen. Can she truly cook? Su Mo pondered, entering the kitchen. Perhaps I should assist you. No need, no need. A gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. You may remain idle. Song Xiao retorted as she tied on a Hello Kitty apron. Washing, chopping, and cooking. She executed each task with remarkable efficiency and agility, even showcasing a deft flipping of the spatula. To an unknowing observer, one might mistake her for a professional chef. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the irresistible aroma of freshly prepared dishes, leaving Su Mo in awe. The mere scent indicated not just palatability but a level of professionalism. Before long, she had completed 4 dishes and a soup. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, steamed basa fish, stir-fried 3 delicacies, and seaweed soup. Each dish, though homely, was a feast for the senses. I had no idea your culinary skills were this exceptional, Su Mo exclaimed, his perceptions entirely overturned. It appeared that a wealthy heiress could indeed be remarkably talented, and a spirited driver could also embody domestic grace. Humph, my skills are far superior. You simply fail to appreciate them, Song Xiao declared proudly, placing a piece of rib into Su Mo's bowl. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Su Mo chuckled, picking up his chopsticks. Then seize this opportunity and cherish it for the rest of your life. Song Xiao lamented wistfully. Alas, I lack such fortune. Su Mo replied. Nonsense. You do. No, I do not. I have no need for it. You. Song Xiao pouted in irritation, but her expression brightened suddenly. Let us drink tonight. A toast of 3 cups. With that, she rose to fetch the wine. Red or white? We have Lafite and Matai at home. Which do you prefer, dear brother? Beer, Su Mo declared. Song Xiao's face darkened. Though we have beer, it lacks sophistication. How about Matai instead? She furrowed her brow slightly. Are you aware that the koji for Matai is all made by foot treading? Su Mo chuckled. Really? Song Xiao fell silent, taken aback. Of course. Each year, Matai employs numerous skilled workers to foot tread the koji. It's quite their hallmark, Su Mo elucidated. Pardon my ignorance. Let us opt for red wine, Song Xiao said, slightly bewildered. High-end red wine is often made from foot-trodden grapes as well, Suemo added. As early as the 17th century, estates would hire inexperienced maidens to tread the grapes for wine production. In this day and age, where can one find so many virgins? Not attending school? Thus, the traditional method of treading grapes has been replaced by uncles and aunts, stomping on the fruit. Song Xiao fell into silence, closing the wine cabinet door. Then shook his head and brought out a case of beer, Tsingtao beer, a symbol of good fortune. Considered a premium product among beers, each bottle is crafted from aluminum. Far from the low-cost convenience of cans, the small bottles, holding over 300 milliliters, cost several tens of yuan each. While it cannot compare to Maotai, it stands as a high-end choice within the realm of beers. The two raised their glasses and enjoyed their meal with great delight. Suemo, what are your plans for the future? How about I support you instead? Ha ha ha, Song Xiao suggested, seeming a bit tipsy, a rosy hue appearing on her pure cheeks. You wish. Suemo rolled his eyes, continuing to savor the dishes. I must admit, Song Xiao's culinary skills are truly impressive. Yet, now that you are facing online defamation, it certainly presents a challenge. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Song Xiao offered, her concern evident. Thank you, but it's nothing. Tomorrow I'll be able to turn the tables, Suemo replied confidently. What do you mean? Song Xiao inquired, somewhat taken aback. Of course, the wheel of fate turns well. Naughty will face a tragedy. After dinner, I plan to short-sell Naughty Group. I'll make a fortune. Short-sell Naughty Group? Song Xiao fell silent, her mind racing. Naughty Group claims you are being difficult. But I don't believe it. You wouldn't act that way. So, your cessation of cooperation with Naughty Group implies they have erred, and you possess evidence to turn the situation around? Smart. Suemo was taken aback. Your intellect is quite impressive, continually surprising me. Indeed, I have many strengths. But you fail to appreciate them. Song Xiao replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Enough, as if I said nothing. Suemo remarked, somewhat exasperated. Then shifted the conversation. If you trust me, I'll take you along in short-selling tonight. It's a way to repay your kindness from today. Otherwise, I'll be in dire straits with those reporters. Haha, of course I trust you. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer you the funds. I happen to have some pocket money, and am uncertain how to invest it. After Suemo provided the card number, the transfer was swiftly completed, another million. Suemo smirked. In this day and age, a small wealthy girl's pocket money starts at $1 million? Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination. Yet now, everything has changed. $1 million once represented a significant sum to Suemo, but now it felt rather trivial. Your expression suggests you are not surprised, Song Xiao remarked, puzzled. Shouldn't an ordinary university student be quite excited upon seeing $1 million? Why is Suemo so composed? Well, someone just transferred me $1 million today, so. Suemo trailed off, seemingly revealing too much. Talking about another girl in front of one was perhaps indicative of wanting to know why the flower was so red. As expected, Song Xiao seized the opportunity. Who is this someone? Which girl? Suemo replied, the one who returned with you today? The freshman, right? What was her name? Lu Ruoro? Song Xiao continued. Suemo was taken aback. What? You know about this? Of course I do. However, you have a discerning eye. Lu Ruo is indeed beautiful. Once I graduate, she will undoubtedly become the next campus belle. Song Xiao replied. She would still be, even if I don't graduate, Suemo teased. How infuriating. Suemo. In what way am I inferior to her? Song Xiao asked, slightly miffed, as she glanced at her own reflection, feeling confident in her own beauty. Ahem. You are wonderful in every aspect, Suemo replied with a smile. Now that's more like it. Song Zhao's expression brightened a bit, but what is your relationship with her? It couldn't be. What are you thinking? We merely crossed paths at the International Exhibition Center. There's nothing between us, no story, no romance, Suemo clarified. Oh, that's a relief, Song Xiao sighed deeply, her expression finally relaxing. Chapter 14. A bold move to short the Naughty Group. Observing the scene, Suemo shook his head, pondering whether this girl was truly intent on entangling herself with him. It was quite perplexing. Although Song Xiao was indeed commendable, save for her clinginess, Suemo was still young and had no desire for an early marriage. After dinner, the American stock market opened. Suemo reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, perusing various data. Song Xiao approached with a bowl of fruit, feeding him piece by piece. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. However, soon enough, Song Xiao began to extend her reach, occasionally caressing Su Mo's leg and tracing his abdominal muscles, causing him to shiver involuntarily, prompting him to shift to the other side of the sofa. Yet, Song Xiao was undeterred. She gradually inched closer, eventually resting her head on Su Mo's lap. At a loss for words, Su Mo patted her shoulder and said, "Senior, have some decorum. Have some decorum." "I'm asleep," Song Xiao replied, directly closing her eyes. Su Mo was at his wit's end. "If you don't get up soon, I will," he threatened. "Then go ahead and get up." With that, Song Xiao wrapped her arms around Su Mo's waist, continuing to rest her head on his lap. Su Mo stared in disbelief. "Are you like a sticky plaster? Testing my patience?" "Humph. Now you see. I've already told you that you cannot escape my grasp," Song Xiao exclaimed, her tone brimming with triumph. Sighing, Su Mo felt utterly helpless. He couldn't just push Song Xiao away forcefully. That would be quite inappropriate. At this juncture, Su Mo comprehended the adage that when it comes to a woman pursuing a man, a mere thin veil separates them. If a girl possesses enough boldness and persistence, she often gets what she desires. However, if the roles were reversed, and a boy rested his head on the goddess's lap or embraced her waist, not only would she likely push him away, but she might even slap him and scold him for being a rogue. In his predicament, Su Mo resigned himself to allowing Song Xiao to rest on his lap, for pushing her away was not a viable option. Yet, Song Xiao took advantage of the situation, not only resting her head, but also being rather audacious in her actions. It was utterly excessive. In desperation, Su Mo seized a pillow and pressed it down upon Song Xiao, effectively sealing her movements. "Woo-woo, Su Mo, you're suffocating me," Song Xiao protested, struggling. "Huh. This is what you get for your inappropriate advances," Su Mo laughed heartily. "Little brother, I was wrong. I won't misbehave again," Song Xiao pleaded for mercy. "Now that's more like it," Su Mo said, removing the pillow and returning to his market analysis. Subsequently, he accessed a substantial offshore leverage trading platform, Futon Network. When it comes to leverage trading, the safest and most legitimate option is margin trading. However, margin trading offers a low leverage of merely 1. In contrast, many private platforms can offer leverage ranging from 1 to 9 times. Naturally, discerning the real from the false is essential. Futon Network stands as a professional leverage trading platform, backed by robust foreign capital with considerable scale and a high credit index. Thus, Su Mo decided to invest all of his 22.35 million funds into shorting the Naughty Group. Moreover, a leverage of 9 times was applied. In other words, it equates to an investment of 223.5 million. Shorting Nike Incorporated. In such a scenario, should Nike's stock price decline by 10, Summer stands to gain a net profit of 22.35 million. Conversely, if Nike's stock price rises by 10, Summer would instantaneously lose the entire 22.35 million. If additional margin is not provided, the platform would forcibly liquidate the position, resulting in a total loss. The sum of 22.35 million would be irretrievably lost. This exemplifies the allure, or rather the peril, of leverage. Earnings can multiply tenfold, yet losses can also be magnified tenfold. The thrill is the essence of the game. Fortunately, the fluctuations in Nike's stock price were minimal. After observing for an hour, Summer noted a mere 1 increase. Initially, Summer's investment faced a loss of 223,500, but due to the 9-fold leverage, the loss escalated to 235 million. Regardless, Summer remained unfazed. In the stock market, fluctuations are the norm. As long as the price doesn't surge by 10, obliterating his investment, it was of little concern. However, for a giant like Nike, a 5 increase is already a miracle, let alone 10, which is utterly implausible. Subsequently, Summer turned off his phone, preparing for rest. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that senior sister Song Xiao had fallen asleep on his lap. The position was somewhat sensitive, easily leading to inappropriate thoughts. Summer was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a scenario. He could only gently pat Song Xiao, attempting to rouse her. However, she was in such deep slumber that she remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, Summer lifted her by the waist and carried her towards the bedroom. After placing her on the bed and covering her with a light summer quilt, he turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. Just as he stepped away, Song Xiao opened her eyes and smiled sweetly. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Humph. Summer, you have passed the test. Little did he know, during the day, Song Xiao had been quite proactive, which was, in fact, a test of Summer. Even her bold words and actions were merely a form of probing. If Summer had taken her seriously and acted upon it, the police might very well have been involved. It can be said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Especially for worldly young women, they are not as straightforward as they seem. In response, Summer paid her no mind and retired to the adjacent guest room for the night, locking the door behind him. Wary of being disturbed by Song Xiao in the middle of the night, hearing the sound of the lock, Song Xiao felt a surge of indignation. You're protecting yourself from me as if I were a wolf. Summer, you have gone too far. In that moment, her expression was complex, feeling deeply disheartened. She was still testing Summer, but rather than harboring any feelings for her, he was guarding himself against her as one would against a predator. This left Song Xiao feeling utterly defeated. Did she truly lack charm in his eyes? Was there nothing about her that piqued his interest? Ah, Summer, how I wish to bite you to pieces. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more her frustration kept her from sleeping. That night, Summer enjoyed a deep slumber, while Song Xiao tossed and turned, unable to find rest, her anger only intensifying. Thus, the following morning, after finishing his morning routine, Summer emerged just as Song Xiao exited the bathroom, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Ha ha ha, how did you end up with panda eyes? Suemo chuckled. You rascal, how can you say that? It's all because of you. Song Xiao retorted, fuming. Because of me? Suemo replied innocently, utterly bewildered. Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Song Xiao huffed, storming into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Suemo women. What a puzzle. Suemo shook his head, completely at a loss as to why Song Xiao was upset. He then turned towards the sofa, opened his phone, and checked the market trends. Throughout the night, the market value of Naughty Group had risen nearly 1, incurring a loss of 2 million. However, it was of little consequence, hardly worth mentioning. Yet today, the good days for Naughty Group were drawing to a close. Chapter 15. The designer under cyberbullying and the overrated stock guru for breakfast, Song Xiao prepared noodles. To Sumo's astonishment, the dish was adorned with shrimp, mushrooms, dried seafood, and even sea cucumbers. What was more outrageous was that it tasted exquisite. These noodles are simply a panacea, Suemo exclaimed, half-jokingly concerned that he might overindulge and end up with a nosebleed. I merely wished to bolster your strength. After all, I wouldn't want you to feel weak. Song Xiao replied with a radiant smile, her words laced with playful sarcasm. Sumo's face darkened instantly. Last night, locking the door was undoubtedly the right decision. Song Xiao furrowed her brows, a tinge of melancholy creeping in as she began to doubt herself. Could it be that he harbors no feelings for me at all? Is my allure as the esteemed campus beauty of Bin University so negligible in his eyes? In her frustration, she snapped her chopsticks with a crisp crack, startling Suemo. He sighed with relief that he had restrained himself the previous night. Otherwise, the broken pieces might not have been mere chopsticks. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she can be. After breakfast, Song Xiao tossed the dishes into the dishwasher. A model capable of handling 13 place settings or more could even accommodate pots. However, those with fewer settings, even an 8-setting model, might struggle with a frying pan. What are our next steps? She inquired. Suemo retrieved a memory card. Everything is on here. Uploading to the computer? There's one in the study. Song Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, more so than Suemo himself. You can finally clear your name. No one will be able to slander you for being difficult anymore. Exactly. Suemo nodded, then shifted the conversation. However, we cannot upload it at your home. We must go to an internet CAF. Are you worried that they might trace your IP address back here and use it against you? Song Xiao, ever perceptive, quickly grasped Sumo's concerns. In this digital age, true privacy is a myth. Every word and action is meticulously recorded in the realm of big data. Indeed, after all, we are dealing with the Naughty Group, a titan among the Fortune 500. It's prudent to exercise caution, Suemo affirmed. Wise words, as expected from the man I admire. You were truly discerning. Song Xiao beamed, her beauty radiant. Sumo's expression darkened again. This girl is something else. The pair donned sunglasses and masks as they set out, opting for a taxi instead of driving. After all, Song Zhao's sports car would be too conspicuous for such undertakings. The lower the profile, the better. While Sumo himself was indifferent to the attention, he preferred not to involve Song Xiao in any potential fallout, despite his reluctance to bring her along. Song Xiao was insistent, leaving him with no choice. On their way, the taxi's radio blared the morning news, featuring an alarming headline about Sumo. 20-year-old genius designer Sumo faces backlash for alleged arrogance and breach of contract, resulting in a total industry blacklist, jeopardizing his promising future. Talent without professional ethics and contractual integrity leads to inevitable downfall. Sumo. Song Xiao. Even the taxi driver sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. At just 20, Sumo had immense potential, yet he managed to sabotage himself. It is now settled. He has become a designer with a tarnished reputation, hasn't he? Truly, sigh. Sumo. Song Xiao. The two exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness. Subsequently, another news segment aired. Yesterday, at Binhai City Tiantai Securities, a mysterious stock deity emerged. Within just 1 hour, he utilized 50,000 in capital to dominate the Hong Kong stock market, reaping over 20 million in profits, earning over 20 million in just an hour. Incredible. This individual is extraordinarily formidable. The driver, visibly excited, increased the speed of the vehicle. Sumo. If I may venture a guess, this person is undoubtedly him. This stock deity's astounding performance has instantly shocked the entire brokerage community, drawing the attention of senior executives from Huaping Fund and Tiantai Securities, who offered astronomical salaries in 11 digits. Goodness, 11 digits. That translates to hundreds of millions. Unbelievable, an annual salary in the realm of billions. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a sum. The driver grew increasingly agitated, lamenting with fervor. To everyone's astonishment, the stock deity resolutely rejected the offers from the two magnates. How could he refuse a billion-dollar annual salary? Insanity. The driver's blood pressure soared. Sumo. Moreover, several wealthy women aspired to introduce their goddess-like daughters to the stock deity, promising multiple luxurious residences, villas, and an 8-digit dowry. These affluent ladies are certainly not foolish. Encountering such a stock deity, it is worth their investment. The driver nodded in agreement, somewhat envious. Yet, the stock deity similarly declined, stating he is still just a child. Alas, this will surely sadden the wealthy women, the driver remarked wistfully. Most importantly, according to our reporter's interview, this stock deity is approximately 20 years old and quite possibly still a university student. Incredible! A stock deity who earned over 20 million in an hour is merely 20 years old? Unbelievable. Compared to him, those top-ranking fund managers seem to have aged significantly, especially the one who previously persuaded me to heavily invest in liquor and pharmaceuticals and is now stuck with his investments. The driver grew increasingly restless, sighing continuously. Sumo. Song Xiao. One can only say that this driver is quite straightforward, expressing whatever comes to mind. Sigh. The stock deity is 20 years old, and the talented designer Sumo is also 20. Both are the same age, yet unfortunately, Sumo is so conceited, flaunting his status, breaching contracts, and ruining his prospects. In contrast, this stock deity remains humble and composed, unperturbed by an annual salary in the billions. Sigh. How can the disparities between individuals be so vast? The driver sighed deeply, filled with reflections. Sumo. It is only fitting that Sumo faces industry ostracism and sees his future obliterated. Likewise, it is only right that the enigmatic stock deity earns 20 million in just 1 hour. The gifts that fate bestows upon individuals have already, in the grand scheme of things, indicated their worth. The driver mused, as if he could see through it all. This left Sumo with a complex expression, uncertain whether to feel anger or to curse his fate. After all, whether it is the conceited, contract-breaking genius designer Sumo or the unassuming, wealth-averse stock market deity, they are but reflections of one another. They are both himself. However, Song Xiao was unaware of these circumstances and was immediately filled with indignation. Her delicate fists clenched in fury. She could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Suemo. In her eyes, Suemo was the epitome of excellence, utterly incapable of acting pretentiously. Consequently, as Song Xiao lifted her head, poised to voice her thoughts, she was gently restrained by Suemo. With a subtle shake of his head, he reassured her, saying, "It's all right, remain calm." Song Xiao bit her lip, struggling to contain her emotions. Suemo, feeling helpless, tenderly stroked her hair and whispered, "It doesn't matter, it's not worth it. It's truly not worth getting upset over a mere driver." After all, this was merely a reflection of a larger issue. Countless individuals online were simultaneously extolling the virtues of this enigmatic stock guru while disparaging the designer Suemo. Both were prodigies in their 20s, making comparisons almost inevitable. Yet, what no one realized was that these two were, in fact, one and the same. Acting is both an idol and a cautionary tale, such a bittersweet experience, one that most people could scarcely comprehend. Chapter 16. Exposing Everything. The departure of the naughty group when they finally realized that the enigmatic stock guru they had extolled and the morally bankrupt designer, Suemo, were indeed the same person. Their expressions must have been nothing short of spectacular. Suemo was curious to see how the public would react at that moment. Would they continue to belittle him? Or would they lavish him with praise? Regardless, it was a resounding slap in the face, and therein lay the intrigue. Soon, a taxi arrived at a bustling commercial street. The two disembarked and entered an internet CAF. Suemo booted up a computer while Song Xiao sat beside her, keeping her company. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those around them, eliciting a mix of envy and admiration from the boys and feelings of inadequacy from the girls. After all, Song Xiao was the epitome of beauty, a campus goddess, while Suemo was equally striking, a campus heartthrob. In an era reminiscent of the four heavenly kings, they would have been prime targets for talent scouts destined for instant fame. In that bygone time, natural beauty was a rarity, unlike the present, where the wonders of modern aesthetics and semi-permanent enhancements have given rise to countless internet celebrities. Yet, Suemo paid no heed to these distractions. He simply logged in and uploaded a video across major platforms, titling it, "Is Suemo acting pretentiously by terminating cooperation with the naughty group? Is there a lack of contractual integrity? Or is the naughty group disparaging China while profiting from Chinese consumers?" Afterward, Suemo and Song Xiao gracefully exited the CAF, leaving behind a storm of controversy online. Upon encountering the post, many clicked to investigate. Initially, disbelief reigned. Most assumed that Suemo was merely acting high and mighty, with no chance of redemption. However, upon viewing the accompanying video, featuring dialogues from naughty group executives Smith, Su-hee, and others, the truth unfolded, igniting a wave of indignation. This time, the ire was not directed at Suemo but rather at the naughty group. Particularly, Smith's arrogant remarks incited public outrage and regret. The collective fury aimed at naughty group morphed into a profound sense of remorse for Suemo. The naughty group's actions were utterly reprehensible. They had insulted China, leading to Suemo's decision to cease collaboration, yet they had the audacity to accuse him of arrogance and unprofessionalism. The hypocrisy was staggering. "Down with the despicable naughty group," cried the masses. While they profit off the Chinese people, they insult them with their contemptible remarks and tarnish Suemo's reputation. This is intolerable. We must resist. Indeed, we shall not grant them the courtesy. Foreign trash has grown too arrogant. It is time for the Chinese people to rise. Yes, let us unite in protest, share widely, and wholeheartedly oppose the naughty group. Naughty group, depart from our land. Let us bring about their downfall. Not only the naughty group but also those sycophants who pander to foreign trends must also be cast out. Indeed, Su-hee, the vice president of the naughty group's Binhai branch, and Wu Xiaofei, a freshman in the fashion design department at Binhai University, are both sycophants, part of the submissive class. As Chinese citizens, Wu Xiaofei and Su-hee dare to claim that their condescending views represent international fashion and aesthetics. It is truly ironic. They are a disgrace to the people of Xia, especially regarding Wu Xiaofei, who excessively flatters the naughty group and Smith, even expressing agreement with the derogatory slant-eyed notion, is truly reprehensible. Suhi and Wu Xiaofei are the ones who should face online backlash. The formidable Su Mo has bravely retaliated, risking potential censorship, and has ceased all collaboration with the 90 Group, an act of noble integrity. They do not deserve to be subjected to online harassment. Indeed, we have all erred. We owe Su Mo a heartfelt apology. Su Mo's magnanimity is commendable, yet I foolishly believed he was being pretentious and joined in the online condemnation. My sincerest apologies. Su Mo, I was mistaken. In solidarity with Su Mo, I kneel before you. From now on, Su Mo shall be my unwavering belief. Any slander against him shall result in my own diminishment. The individual above is truly formidable. Su Mo, your loyalty is recognized. Let us boycott the 90 Group. Refrain from purchasing garments from the 90 Group. 90 Group, depart from our realm. Wu Xiaofei and Suhi, leave our land. Share widely. Let the truth be known and restore Su Mo's honor, offering him our apologies. Boycott the 90 Group. Wu Xiaofei and Suhi, be gone. In response, numerous netizens spontaneously began to share posts and videos to promote this cause across platforms such as Douyin, Tushio, Weibo, and public accounts. A nationwide sharing frenzy ensued. Within the span of an hour, the online uproar was palpable. Many Douyin streamers rapidly recorded videos to elucidate the circumstances, vindicating Su Mo while denouncing the 90 Group and urging a boycott. Under such circumstances, the videos surged in popularity across the internet. Related topics climbed the trending charts on Douyin, Tushio, Weibo, and Tieba, dominating the spotlight. On Douyin's trending list, 4 positions were directly attributed to this issue. Trending topic 5, shocking. Genius designer Su Mo ceases collaboration with 90 Group due to their slant-eyed insult to China. Trending topic 7, 90 Group, leave our land. Boycott the 90 Group. Trending topic 8, we all owe Su Mo an apology. Trending topic 9, Suhi, Wu Xiaofei, leave our land with your foreign masters. Similar patterns emerged on other platforms, with the top 10 trending topics reflecting nearly half of the related events. The content was largely uniform. 90 Group's slant-eyed insult to China. Boycott the 90 Group, an apology ode to Su Mo, and Wu Xiaofei, Suhi, be gone. The message was exceedingly clear. The netizens of our realm exhibited remarkable unity. After all, no one wishes to endure continual humiliation while supporting their products. Would that not be self-degrading? Following its emergence on the trending list, this incident spread even more rapidly, garnering heightened attention and outrage from the online community, further escalating its prominence. Soon, it climbed from the 5th, 7th, 8th, and 9th spots to the 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th, continuously rising. At this point, the 90 Group was left dumbfounded. Suhi was bewildered. Wu Xiaofei was utterly panicked. One can only imagine the ordeal Su Mo experienced yesterday will be mirrored in their own lives. What to do? What to do? Dear sisters, what should I do? Wu Xiaofei wore a mournful expression, her eyes devoid of life, seeking help from her surrounding roommates. Yet, the others merely scoffed and paid her no heed. This sycophant of foreign culture, this wretched creature, deserved such a fate. The media, once again, stormed into Beihai University. But this time, their target was none other than Wu Xiaofei. Interestingly, from the moment the reporters burst in to the instant Wu Xiaofei found herself cornered in her dormitory. Not a single security guard, dormitory supervisor, or student intervened. In fact, some even pointed the reporters in the right direction, revealing Wu Xiaofei's dormitory number. It could only be said that the disdain for sycophants of foreign culture was universally palpable. As she faced the glaring cameras and sharp inquiries, Wu Xiaofei found no escape and could only cover herself with a blanket. Yet, in this sweltering heat, the discomfort of hiding beneath it was all too evident. Why do you treat me this way? I am but a child, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face, feeling both innocent and wronged beneath the blanket. Chapter 17, The Tragedy of the Western Obsessed Just a Child? The dormitory matron shook her head, utterly speechless. A child indeed, but not one with such cunning. Nor would a true child exhibit such sycophancy towards the West. Wu Xiaofei, you have not only brought shame upon your parents, but also upon the entire Beihai University and, indeed, the people of Xia country. I once believed you to be well-behaved and considerate, caring for you in every possible way. How could I have been so blind to your true nature? And son, Even you say this about me. Wu Xiaofei's composure shattered. She was the quintessential social climber, adept at maintaining relationships with teachers, student council leaders, and even the dormitory staff, all in hopes of securing favors during critical moments. Yet now, the warmth had dissipated. If I were to speak of you, I would feel compelled to chastise you on behalf of your parents. You, a Western sycophant, a disgrace. Aunt Sun exclaimed in exasperation. You, all of you. Wu Xiaofei trembled with rage, her voice a mournful wail. Do you intend to drive me to my demise? I am still but a child. Drive you to your demise? A journalist shook his head. Frankly speaking, a Western sycophant like you would find any misfortune a welcome relief. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, each chuckle laced with malice. You, despicable beings. If you push me further, I will jump from this building to prove my point. When I am gone, you will bear the responsibility. You are all blood-stained executioners. Wu Xiaofei's voice rose in a fierce threat. In the midst of such a predicament, surrounded by reporters at her dormitory, what choice did she have? Only by frightening them away could she hope to escape. Yet, the reporters remained unfazed, some sneering, jumped. Ah, Wu Xiaofei. A person so willing to forsake dignity for fame and fortune would never dare to take such a final step. Indeed, she lacks the spirit to do so. If she were to leap, I would hold her in higher regard. The crowd of journalists shook their heads in derision, unimpressed by Wu Xiaofei's empty threats. Having witnessed the harsh realities of society, they could not be intimidated by her mere words. Wu Xiaofei seethed with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless. It was better to endure than to perish. What chance did someone like her have to genuinely end her life? Even if she faced public backlash, even if her shame was laid bare for all to see, she could not bring herself to die. Ultimately, Wu Xiaofei resorted to calling the police, claiming that reporters were harassing her and invading her privacy. It was only after the authorities arrived that the ordeal reached a temporary halt, forcing the journalists to depart. After all, this was a school, and such disturbances could not continue indefinitely without disrupting other students. Nonetheless, the damage was done, and the material was ample. Soon, headlines began to emerge. 18-year-old university student Wu Xiaofei, in the prime of her youth, willingly becomes a Western sycophant, an embodiment of distorted humanity or moral decay. Individuals like Wu Xiaofei reflect parental failure and signify the tragic plight of our era. Confronted by the media, Wu Xiaofei curled up in her blanket, trembling like a dog. Wu Xiaofei threatened the media with the prospect of suicide, yet displayed not an ounce of courage. It is no surprise she is regarded as a sycophant, a mere puppet of Western ideals. In a fleeting moment, the name Wu Xiaofei became notorious across Xia country. Everyone became aware of her name and her penchant for Western admiration. Furthermore, her infamous declaration to the naughty group, Mr. Smith, I hold a differing perspective from Su Mo. I do not perceive slanted eyes as an affront to China. Rather, I consider it a form of international aesthetic, a mark of refined beauty. This ignited a wave of scorn, derision, and condemnation from the masses. Witnessing the fallout, Wu Xiaofei was engulfed in panic. The days that followed were undoubtedly bleak for her. The vast expanse of Binhai University offered no sanctuary for her. It can only be described as a desolate and sorrowful existence. Though cruel, who can be blamed? One can only say, knows when no die. I am finished. With a heavy sigh, Wu Xiaofei found herself in utter despair, too frightened to step outside. In the midst of this turmoil, she received a call from her parents, her eyes brimming with hope. At this juncture, only her blood relatives could continue to love, support, and protect her. After all, blood is thicker than water. Hence, without hesitation, Wu Xiaofei answered the call, exclaiming with fervor, Dad, Mom, I want to come home. They are bullying me, insulting me. I miss you both. I want to return. However, to her dismay, the voice on the other end erupted in anger. Return home? What home? Because of you, our windows have been shattered. If you come back, our house will be demolished. Wu Xiaofei retorted. Because of you. I am now too afraid to leave the house. Even the vegetable sellers refuse to serve us. Wu Xiaofei continued. Because of you, your father cannot hold his head high at work. Today, his superiors summoned him and dismissed him. Wu Xiaofei lamented. I am unemployed. Your father has been fired. We are doomed. Are you satisfied now? Her mother, filled with rage, exclaimed, People have children in hopes of being cared for in their old age. We had you only to be driven to our graves, to be infuriated and destroyed. Mom. Wu Xiaofei could not suppress her urge to respond, yet found herself at a loss for words. Stop. Oh, my dear aunt, please do not speak so recklessly. Her mother interjected hastily. From this day forward, I no longer recognize you as my daughter, nor do you recognize me as your mother. You. Take care of yourself. Mom. But before Wu Xiaofei could utter another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. And upon attempting to call back, she found herself unable to connect. This continued several times. She had been blocked, with no other recourse. Wu Xiaofei reluctantly dialed her father's number, only to discover the same fate. She had been blocked. Woe is me, even my parents have disowned me. Wu Xiaofei crouched on the ground, utterly despondent. Yet, it did not end there. Her friends and acquaintances also took to social media to denounce her, severing ties. Is it because I admire the West that you all abandon me? Wu Xiaofei pondered in confusion. Is it truly wrong to admire the West? The West is undeniably developed. And the naughty group epitomizes fashion. I am not mistaken. Humph. You bunch of insignificant individuals, it matters not if you do not acknowledge me. I am indifferent. Did I ever bestow upon you my grace? Regardless, I still have my wealthy boyfriend, who treats me with utmost care, granting me everything I desire. One affluent heir is worth far more than all of you combined, including your cold-hearted parents. With these thoughts, Wu Xiaofei promptly dialed the number of her wealthy boyfriend, only to discover that she too had been blocked. How could this be possible? Even you? No, it cannot be. It absolutely cannot. Wu Xiaofei was engulfed in despair, hastily shaking her head, then opened WeChat to send a message. Darling, do you no longer want me either? Subsequently, she deleted it and rephrased. Darling, I miss you. Shall we meet at the hotel? To her dismay, the message failed to send. He had refused to accept her communication. She too had been blocked. Wu Xiaofei. Chapter 18. The Tragedy of Wu Xiaofei. The Tremor of the Naughty Group by Fei, You Scoundrel. Wu Xiaofei's composure shattered, her body trembling with rage. She could scarcely fathom that her parents had abandoned her, and even her affluent boyfriend, by Fei, had severed ties and blocked her. In a fit of indignation, Wu Xiaofei opened Bai Fei's Moments, only to find that she could still view his posts. Her expression darkened further. There was Bai Fei's latest post, consisting of a mere sentence, reflecting on the past. What a dog-ass life it has been. Vomit. JPG scoundrel. What does this mean? Wu Xiaofei's fury reached its zenith. When we were intimate, you called me a fairy. Now that I am in distress, you label me a dog? Is this the behavior of a human being? The comments from their mutual friends below were equally amusing. Ha ha ha, by Ge, what a painful revelation. Not just any dog, but a foreign dog. By Ge, how do you feel now? Thrilling or surprising? Bai Fei replied, thrilling my foot. Though I am reckless, I have never fawned over the West. Look at this. Because of that dog of a woman, my entire reputation is tarnished. Having been involved with such a wretch is a stain upon my life. A great humiliation. Ha ha ha, feeling for you for 3 seconds, Bai Ge. Don't worry. My brothers will never publicly ridicule you for your relationship with that foreign mutt. Indeed, we might only discuss it behind your back. Ha ha. Bai Fei, you are despicable. We are done. Witnessing this scene, Wu Xiaofei felt a chill seep into her soul, her mind blank. So, my association with you has become an indelible blemish upon your life? An insult you wish to avoid discussing? Bai Fei, how ruthless you are. You wretched being. I loathe you. Sobs Wu Xiaofei crouched on the ground, utterly despondent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before long, a document from Binhai University was issued. In light of the serious moral issues and worldview discrepancies exhibited by student Wu Xiaofei, which have caused significant negative repercussions for Binhai University, it has been carefully considered that Wu Xiaofei is unfit to continue her studies at this institution, and thus, expulsion is warranted. At the same time, we extend our highest praise and recognition to student Su Mo for protesting against Naughty Group's disparagement of China and for ceasing all collaborations. Therefore, we commend Su Mo as Binhai University's Outstanding Student of the Year. We urge Binhai students to emulate Su Mo, establishing commendable life perspectives, values, and worldviews. To this, Su Mo remained indifferent, deeming it mere empty accolades. But Wu Xiaofei was left aghast, as if struck by lightning. Ah, I have been expelled. My parents have disowned me. My boyfriend has abandoned me. Even the school has expelled me. Where can I possibly go? Despair. Utter despair. At this juncture, Wu Xiaofei lamented her choices, regretting them deeply. The price she paid was exorbitant. Yet, regret is not a commodity one can purchase in this world. Had she not been so enamored with foreign ideals, seeking to please Smith and the Western elite at the expense of her own dignity, would she have found herself in such dire straits? Alas, some individuals never acknowledge their faults. Suemo, Lu Ruorio, it is all your fault. It is all you're doing. In an instant, Wu Xiaofei grasped the sequence of events, her anger igniting fiercely. She comprehended that the video circulating online was indeed captured by a camera, one which she herself had inadvertently recorded, forgetting to exit before handing it over to Lu Ruo. This was the very footage that had been exposed today. Suemo, Lu Ruorio, how dare you reveal this? You are utterly despicable. At this juncture, Wu Xiaofei still failed to reflect on her own shortcomings. Instead, harboring a profound resentment towards Su Emo and Lu Ruorio, she believed that her current misfortune was solely their fault, rather than acknowledging her own self-destructive behavior. Suemo, Lu Ruorio, I, Wu Xiaofei, shall remember this debt. You have ruined my future, leaving me to face scorn from all. One day, I shall ensure you regret your actions. Hatred burned within her like potent liquor, intensifying with each passing moment. Yet, in this vast city, Lu Ruo had lost her place of refuge. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. There was still a devoted admirer. Wu Xiaofei's eyes brightened at the thought. A persistent admirer from military training. One whom she had never regarded seriously, occasionally using as an ATM. Humph. Now that I have no sanctuary, I shall take advantage of you. With this in mind, Lu Ruo dialed the admirer's number, convinced that a mere hint of sweetness would compel him to sacrifice everything for her. Meanwhile, outside the Naughty Group's branch in Beihai City, a throng of media representatives besieged the entrance, clamoring for the executives to emerge, demanding to see Smith and Suhee. Witnessing this scene, Smith and Suhee within the company were thrown into a state of panic. Damn it! How could this happen? Smith exclaimed, furious. What were you thinking? Allowing them to record everything and leak it? He berated Suhee. Do you realize the severity of this situation? I can't even step outside now. Damn. It's all my fault. Entirely my fault. Suhee's face turned pale as he hurriedly responded, Mr. Smith, please calm down. The most pressing matter now is crisis management. If we fail to address this, the consequences will be dire. We may not only lose our positions, but the entire Naughty Group's stock price could plummet. Upon hearing this, Smith's expression darkened as he regained his composure. Publicly traded companies dread nothing more than a plunge in stock prices, especially for a colossal entity like Naughty Group, valued in the trillions. Even a minor fluctuation could result in tens of billions lost. A 5-point drop could equate to 500 billion. These figures are not mere abstractions. They represent real money. Should Naughty Group suffer hundreds of billions in losses due to his mismanagement, the repercussions would be unbearable. Thus, Smith nodded, saying crisis management is essential. What do you propose we do? I suggest we issue a statement, sincerely apologizing and accepting all criticism. Only through humble acknowledgement of our mistakes can we win back the trust of the consumers in Xia country and navigate through this crisis. After all, we still need to rely on the consumers in Xia country for our revenue. No, we cannot apologize, nor can we admit fault. However, Smith outright denied. Our Naughty Group is an international brand, a leader in the industry, a fashion icon. How can we easily bow our heads? Especially to the people of Xia. If we did so, would we not become the laughingstock of our international peers? Suhee furrowed his brow. At this point, that insufferable Smith was still posturing like a foreign brand. It was utterly self-destructive. No apology. We will issue a public statement instead. He declared, we shall assert that the slanted eyes are merely a facet of international fashion, devoid of any intent to offend China, and that any interpretation beyond this is excessive. Smith resolutely stated, then we will invest heavily to hire online influencers to manipulate public opinion and whitewash our image across major platforms in Xia. We shall proclaim that the slanted eyes represent merely a cultural difference between the East and West. and that this entire incident is merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by Su Mo. Yes, Su Mo is seeking fame through this controversy. Chapter 19. The Power of Capital. The blame for the incident was solely placed on Summer, dismissively attributed to his excessive self-promotion. Meanwhile, the Naughty Group was not guilty of any offense against Chinese culture. It was merely a matter of cultural differences. Su He's eyes sparkled with realization. Sensing that this public relations approach was far more advantageous, understood, I will make immediate arrangements. There were certain matters that could be sidestepped without acknowledgement. Akin to performing Tai Chi, creating a muddled perception. As time passed, the impact would diminish, and the Naughty Group would continue to reign as the premier brand in Xia country, remaining a titan of fashion. The consumers of Xia country would persist in their insatiable purchasing, continuously supporting what remained the world's foremost consumer market. However, once an acknowledgement was made, it would become an irrevocable truth, leading to significant repercussions. Altering that narrative in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Su, should you manage this successfully, I shall escort you back to headquarters. Fail, and I shall ensure you experience the confines of prison. Smith regarded Su He with a smile, albeit one that carried an icy undertone. Over the years, I am well aware of the profits you have accrued under the headquarters radar. Su He felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he quickly bowed, assuring, Mr. Smith, rest assured, I will complete the task with excellence. Very well, Smith replied, patting Su He on the shoulder, his expression laden with meaning. As a senior executive dispatched from headquarters, Smith was exceptionally astute, particularly adept at navigating dealings with high-ranking officials from Xia country, skillfully employing both favor and intimidation. Before long, the Naughty Group released a statement. We express our profound regret and vehement condemnation regarding the false information circulating online. As an international giant and the favorite brand of consumers in Xia country, we at Naughty Group have committed no acts of disrespect towards Chinese culture. Nor would we ever engage in such behavior. The so-called offense regarding slanted eyes is merely a manifestation of cultural differences between East and West and should not be overly interpreted. Furthermore, this entire incident is a mere publicity stunt orchestrated by designer Summer, purely aimed at self-aggrandizement. In light of this, Naughty Group strongly condemns such actions and reserves the right to pursue legal accountability. Upon the release of this statement, the internet erupted in reaction. While ordinary netizens remained skeptical, a legion of influencers and paid commentators, having received compensation from the Naughty Group, sprang into action to steer public opinion and tarnish Summer's reputation. I always maintained that a global giant like Naughty Group could not possibly be foolish enough to offend Chinese culture. That would be tantamount to self-destruction. Indeed, in the West, slanted eyes merely represent a style of makeup, devoid of any disrespect. The differences between Eastern and Western cultures should promote understanding rather than blanket condemnation. Ultimately, this is all a ploy by Summer for self-promotion. Truly, in this era, individuals will resort to any means for fame. Such behavior by Summer raises the question, does it not trivialize the patriotism and sentiments of the nation? Genuine patriotism deserves our support, but Summer's actions, using patriotism as a vehicle for self-promotion, seem rather ignoble. This contemptible Summer, an unscrupulous designer, should be boycotted for his unscrupulous pursuit of fame. Indeed, it is not the Naughty Group that should face boycotts, but rather Summer himself. In a fleeting moment, the tide of online discourse shifted. The voices of ordinary netizens were limited, as each individual had their own affairs and lives to attend to. Even when indulging in gossip, most prefer to remain silent, refraining from expressing any opinions. However, these professional trolls and self-proclaimed influencers are entirely different. They're engaged in this line of work for a living. They thrive on this very pursuit. As long as the payment is assured, they swiftly transform into keyboard warriors. Being online for 24 hours a day, a single individual can effortlessly manage multiple accounts. In this era, only the most fervent fans of top celebrities can truly contend with these keyboard warriors. One relies on expertise, while the other depends on fervent belief. Thus, under the guidance of numerous trolls and self-styled influencers, public opinion has been completely swayed. Many unsuspecting individuals have been convinced and have begun to voice their opinions. So that's it. It's merely a cultural difference, which is unavoidable. Indeed, as long as it's not a deliberate insult to China, it can be understood. In the end, was it all just a ploy by Suemo? This individual, Suemo, is indeed quite the talent. Alas, at my age, I find myself being used as a pawn by Suemo. This young person lacks integrity. Previously, when the incident of Nike's disparagement of China emerged, I wrongfully accused Suemo, thinking he was a genius akin to that stock market prodigy. However, it has become evident that the stock market genius is a true talent, while Suemo is merely a master of publicity. Of course, some individuals remain rational and continue to support Suemo. I do not care. I have sworn to support Suemo, otherwise I would lose 5 centimeters in height. Are squinty eyes merely a cultural difference? Is there truly no insult to China? Perhaps not. Regrettably, such individuals are but a minority. Conversely, the majority have been misled by Nike's army of trolls and have placed their faith in the corporation's public relations efforts. Not only do they cease to condemn Nike, but they also begin to turn against Suemo. They believe that Suemo is desperate for fame, using this incident to promote himself under the guise of patriotism. Such behavior is detestable. Furthermore, with Nike's trolls mobilized, there is a surge of voices online denouncing Suemo. Suemo lacks talent. He only knows how to create hype. Suemo is unethical, exploiting patriotism for self-promotion. Boycott Suemo, he should get lost. Witnessing this scene, Suemo's expression darkens. Ultimately, he has underestimated the power of giants and the might of capital. He thought that undeniable evidence would bring the giant down, only to be surprised when they not only retaliated but also managed to tarnish his reputation in return. Truly incisive. Suemo, do not worry, regardless of the circumstances. I will always stand by your side. Behind him, the campus beauty, senior sister Song Xiao, gently reassured him. Thank you. I am fine, Suemo replied, though his smile bore a hint of bitterness. No, you are not fine. Do not bottle it up. You can treat me as a sounding board. Feel free to vent. As Song Xiao stepped closer, she embraced Suemo from behind. Suemo shuddered, momentarily taken aback, utterly speechless. Senior sister, you are unbelievable. In such a situation, shouldn't you be concerned about your 1 million investment potentially going down the drain? How can you seize this opportunity to take advantage? Hee, $1 million or so. I do not mind. Even if I lose it all, it is of no consequence. I can always have you compensate me. With that, Song Xiao pressed her entire being against Suemo. A fragrant breeze swept through, stirring Suemo's heart with a hint of distraction. He abruptly shook his head. Breaking free from such thoughts. Just $1 million? And you expect me to sell myself? What nonsense. Then offer me 10 million. Song Xiao insisted. I will ask my father right away. Suemo, feeling helpless, waved his hand and stepped outside once more. Where are you going, you pesky little brother? Song Xiao hurriedly followed. To the internet CAF. 10 minutes later, Suemo arrived at the cyber CAF, preparing for a counterattack. Since the naughty group could cleanse its reputation, Suemo certainly had his own cards to play. If they seek a hammer, then I shall strike with unyielding force. Just as he powered on the computer, a system notification echoed in his mind. The Starry Sky Internet CAF is available for check-in. Would you like to proceed? Check-in. Suemo decisively responded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Starry Sky Internet CAF and acquired divine hacking skills. From this moment forth, you shall become a deity of hacking, penetrating networks both internal and external, reaching every corner of corporate conglomerates. Chapter 20. A Wave of Devastation, Naughty's Downfall, the Supreme Hacker. Suemo's spirits soared as his previous frustrations dissipated. In this era, the might of capital is truly formidable, rendering even the most talented individuals nearly powerless against its overwhelming force. Yet, there are always exceptions, such as the Supreme Hacker. Possessing extraordinary hacking skills that traverse both the internal and external networks, such entities can often outmaneuver even the most powerful capitalists. With a smirk, Suemo thought to himself, Naughty Group, this time, survival will be a formidable challenge for you. He promptly powered on his device and continued to unveil the truth. Before long, another wave of footage was released, featuring Smith, the CEO of Naughty Group. Suemo, you truly lack appreciation. What does a modicum of talent matter? There are countless gifted individuals in this world. And so what if we hold disdain for China? Naughty Group has always operated this way. And so have the prominent Western brands. If we are indeed insulting China, what difference does it make? You citizens of Xia still indulge in consumerism, still support us daily. You continue to overlook domestic brands priced in the tens or hundreds, opting instead to spend 300 to 500 or even 1,000 on our naughty apparel and footwear. Some even inflate the prices of our shoes to tens of thousands. Huh? Do you think shoes are antiques or matai? The more they are speculated upon, the more desirable they become. Indeed, Mr. Smith, Sumo is unappreciative. Sui added with a chuckle. The video abruptly ended. Yet that brief segment was sufficient to incite a tremendous uproar. The entire internet erupted with indignation, and all citizens of Xia were enraged. Even the hired commentators attempting to whitewash the situation found their efforts futile. Countless netizens rose to voice their outrage. Those despicable hired commentators, those so-called influencers. Can you still claim that the disdain is merely a cultural difference? Even your Western masters have openly admitted that such expressions are offensive to China. It is not merely an insult. It is an unabashed affront that continues unabated. They even mock us for not supporting domestic goods, insinuating that we would rather pay extra for these brands that insult our nation. Are they not slyly deriding our worth? From this point on, if I purchase foreign rubbish, I would be a fool. Domestic products are more affordable and devoid of such insults. Why wouldn't I choose them? Even those engaged in sneaker speculation felt offended. Inflating the price of naughty shoes to tens of thousands, only to find it deemed foolish behavior by the brand itself? My mind is unraveling. Sneaker speculation, whether supported or opposed, might seem like a belief system to some. But for those who speculated on naughty shoes, they lament now. Forget tens of thousands. Soon even 1,000 will be unattainable. Aha. To those profiting from this, have mercy. My heart is bleeding. The prices of naughty shoes in my possession have plummeted. Even a drastic discount fails to attract buyers. 100,000 lost. What a devastating blow. Woe is me. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands that sneaker speculation is merely a game of passing the parcel. Those who exited early might have made a profit, but most who entered the fray now find themselves with unsold stock. In this day and age, the speculation on sneakers and real estate parallels that of Bitcoin. Those who engage in such practices often meet their demise. The astute have profited and exited, leaving behind the goods and vanishing like phantoms, while only the foolish persist. Charging headlong into the fray is mere pawns. If you do not face tragedy, who will? Indeed, those who speculate on property at least retain a home, while sneaker traders, having purchased shoes originally priced at 1,500, find themselves paying 30,000, hoping to sell at 40,000. Such recklessness borders on self-destruction. Where are the countless Navi investors waiting to take the bait? Humanity is inherently flawed. Many believe themselves to be deities destined for immense profit, when in reality, they are merely victims of the market. They end up stripped bare of all possessions. The discourse has strayed. Let us return to scrutinizing the Nike Corporation. Yes, let Nike take its leave. Their executives openly acknowledge their derogatory remarks towards our nation, while simultaneously belittling the consumers supporting them. It is utterly despicable. Let us resist Nike and pledge never to purchase any of their products again. A collective resistance, resolute and unwavering. This time, all citizens unite against them, raising our voices in solidarity. There is no choice. Smith has become insufferably arrogant. Not only has he admitted to his offensive remarks, but he has also insulted the very consumers who stand by them. It is akin to a devoted fan being treated as a mere commodity by their idol. How can one endure such betrayal? Thus, we shall fervently resist. Now, Nike finds itself in a quandary, and Smith is utterly befuddled. At this juncture, any attempt at redemption appears futile. After all, these are his own words, captured in both image and sound, and undeniable truth. Even the hired voices of Nike seem at a loss. With the patron revealing their disdain, how can they possibly recover? Panic ensues within Nike's ranks. What now? Smith, overwhelmed, paces nervously. Damn you, Summer. How dare you release such a recording? Mr. Smith, whether Summer faces dire consequences remains uncertain, but your fate is sealed. Suhi, with a faint smile, bears a complex expression. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Smith, enraged, believed he had misheard. He raised his hand, ready to strike Suhi, but Suhi swiftly grasped Smith's wrist, sneering, "At this stage, you still wish to strike me? Fool." With that, Suhi delivered a resounding slap across Smith's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth, an echo of Smith's earlier aggression toward him. For a moment, Smith was rendered speechless, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn. Suhi, you dared to strike me? Surely, this must be a jest?" A subordinate who previously resembled a mere lapdog now had the audacity to confront his master? Insanity. At this moment, Smith remained utterly baffled, lost in disbelief. "To strike you? That is precisely what I intend to do." Suhi scoffed, delivering another kick that sent Smith crashing to the ground. With a fierce tone, he exclaimed, "Do you still believe you hold a position of power within the headquarters? Do you think I will continue to bow and scrape before you?" Smith, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the situation. "What does this mean?" he stammered. "Fool. At this juncture, the naughty group cannot absolve itself of blame. In order to appease the market in Xia country, the naughty group will have to apologize and offer a scapegoat to quell the fury of the consumers there." Suhi stated, "Are you suggesting that, to win back the favor of the consumers in Xia country, the naughty group will cast me aside and place all the blame upon my shoulders?" Smith was left speechless, his face suffused with panic. Chapter 21. Smith becomes the scapegoat. Naughty's redemption? Or else, would the entire naughty group perish alongside you? Suhi chuckled. "Thus, your demise is imminent. I need not be beholden to your whims." Infuriated, Smith exclaimed, "How could this be? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." He shook his head in disbelief. However, it was not long before the naughty group released a statement. Regarding the incident involving the slant-eyed remarks, the naughty group sincerely apologizes. Nevertheless, these actions were not sanctioned by the headquarters, but were the result of Smith's reckless behavior. It is Smith's personal racial discrimination and derogatory tendencies that led to the slant-eyed incident. In light of this, the naughty group expresses profound regret and vehement condemnation. At the same time, all of Smith's positions have been revoked, and an internal investigation will be conducted. We assure strict measures will be taken to provide the consumers of Xia country with a satisfactory resolution. The naughty group appreciates the support and affection from Xia country's consumers. Upon reading this statement, Smith was left dumbfounded. He had indeed become the scapegoat, dismissed and subjected to an internal investigation. The outcome was predictable. Not only was his future obliterated, but he could also face imprisonment. In this era, very few who thrive possess clean hands. Should a thorough investigation ensue, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. This statement came even quicker than I anticipated. Suhi remarked with malicious delight. "You fool, Su. Don't revel in your triumph. I may be finished, but you are doomed as well." Smith seethed with rage, realizing that even those who once fawned over him were now poised to trample him. It was utterly ironic. Whether I live or die is of little consequence, but your fate is sealed. Ha ha ha, imbecile. With that, Suhi struck Smith across the face once more. "You scoundrel." The two engaged in a tumultuous brawl, a true spectacle of mutual aggression. Yet, it was evident that the frail Smith was no match for Suhi, who swiftly subdued him. At that moment, any pretense of international privilege or gentlemanly treatment was cast aside. A subordinate from the next room, disturbed by the commotion, observed Suhi gaining the upper hand and silently retreated, closing the door behind him. Smith, this foreigner, had long been accustomed to wielding power in Xia country, and the locals had grown weary of his arrogance. Previously, bound by familial obligations and reliant on the naughty group's wages, they had been helpless. But now, circumstances had shifted. Online, the naughty group's statement indeed made an impact. They shifted all blame onto Smith, declaring him solely responsible for the debacle, while the naughty group portrayed itself as innocent as a pristine lotus, a textbook example of a redemption strategy. They nearly implied that it was merely the work of temporary staff. Subsequently, a swarm of online commentators began to promote this narrative vigorously, proclaiming, "I told you so." As an international giant, the naughty group could not possibly be so foolish as to insult China. It was Smith who acted alone. Alas, the naughty group has been terribly betrayed by Smith. What enmity or grievance could exist between Smith and Xia country? Such reckless madness nearly led to the downfall of the naughty group. It is utterly reprehensible. Nonetheless, the emergence of a senior figure like Smith, while the naughty group remains blameless, reveals a failure in oversight. It is suggested that the naughty group embark on a grand promotion in the Summer Nation, demonstrating genuine remorse to the consumers there. Indeed, the arguments presented above hold considerable merit, and it is hoped that the naughty headquarters will deliberate with utmost seriousness. As a citizen of the Summer Nation, I am willing to forgive the naughty group, provided they initiate a substantial promotion. After all, this time, the naughty group merely erred in their choice of personnel and can also be viewed as a victim. Countless online agents have begun various forms of whitewashing, and the quality of this endeavor is commendable, with analyses delivered with precision. It must be said, the strategy has proven remarkably successful. Many consumers in the Summer Nation have been swayed and have come to believe the naughty group's fabrications, attributing all blame to Smith and disassociating it from the naughty group. They also feel that if the naughty group compensates through a grand promotion, forgiveness remains possible. Observing this spectacle, Chairman Willis of the naughty group wore a satisfied smile and turned to a gentleman from the Summer Nation, Mr. Chien. You truly are a master of public relations. Your crisis management plan is nothing short of flawless. The online sentiment has shifted. They no longer condemn our naughty group, but instead berate Smith, that fool. Ha. Indeed, Chairman. Next, we simply need to heed the call of the online agents, or rather, respond to the consumers of the Summer Nation with a grand promotion offering 50% off. This not only allows us to navigate this crisis adeptly, regaining the support of Summer Nation consumers, but also presents a lucrative opportunity, replied Qian Juanhao. Splendid. Mr. Qian, your strategic acumen is truly remarkable. Orchestrating from within while achieving success from afar, Willis praised. Before shifting the conversation, however, wouldn't a 50% discount be excessive? What about our profits? Fear not, Chairman. The so-called 50% discount will not be based on the regular price, but rather on the marked price. We can certainly raise the prices first and then offer the discount. In essence, it will amount to approximately 80 to 90% of the regular price, akin to our usual promotions, still yielding substantial profits. Qian Juanhao explained. Is that truly feasible? Willis questioned, somewhat incredulous. Isn't this akin to fooling the public? Of course. In the Summer Nation, all brands and e-commerce platforms engage in such practices, whether during 618 or Double 11. They all raise prices before applying discounts. I see. Very well. We shall proceed as Mr. Qian suggests. Willis declared, his spirits lifted. Indeed, the most insightful regarding the Summer Nation are its own people. Not only within the naughty group, but even within the Empire's official circles and military, there are numerous elite talents from the Summer Nation. Their role is to assist the Empire in analyzing and countering the Summer Nation. Soon, the naughty group issued a statement. The incident involving Smith's disrespect towards the Summer Nation has caused significant harm to both the consumers and the naughty group. Nonetheless, the naughty group acknowledges its own failure in personnel selection and hereby extends a sincere apology to the consumers of the Summer Nation. Furthermore, we will initiate a 7-day exclusive promotion for the Summer Nation market, with all products at 50% off. We express our gratitude for the support of Summer Nation users. Upon the release of this news, the internet erupted in fervor. Many users in Summer Country have lost their composure, with some even expressing a willingness to forgive and hold on to their currency for future purchases. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the previous incident of disrespect towards China, where online protests erupted while people scrambled to buy offline. Unfortunately, there will always be those who seek to take advantage of small gains. Observing this scene, Sumo's expression turned ashen, filled with both anger and disappointment. He was enraged by the dubious actions of the naughty group and disheartened by the lack of resolve among many compatriots, whose convictions seemed insufficiently steadfast. Their thoughts lacked the necessary wisdom, easily swayed by trivial profits. How could this be acceptable? Consequently, Sumo resolutely issued another post. Is the disrespect shown by the naughty group merely the responsibility of one individual? What a joke. He then presented evidence, advertisements, promotional images, and official online stores of the Nike Group from around the globe featured models with striking features and captivating beauty. Even models from the island nation possessed high beauty standards and alluring eyes. Yet, every model from summer country appeared gaunt and narrow-eyed, standing alongside models from other nations. They resembled clowns. What else could this be but an affront to China? Chapter 22. Escalation of events, hammering Nike moreover. It is not merely the promotional images in the summer country as shopping malls that feature squinty eyes. The same imagery appears in promotional materials across other nations as well. This is not a coincidence confined to a single region, but rather a pervasive global phenomenon. It can be asserted that wherever summer country models are involved, they are invariably depicted with squinty eyes. This is a quintessential act of humiliation towards China. As a result, there was an uproar nationwide. Consumers in the summer country have come to a realization, ignited with indignation, and they began to question the Nike Group. If only the summer country mall displayed squinty eyes. One might attribute it to Smith's actions. However, when summer country models on overseas websites are portrayed in the same manner, how can the Nike Group evade responsibility? Is it truly the case that Smith possesses such power as to dictate the global operations of the Nike Group? If that is the case, the Nike Group might as well rebrand itself as the Smith Group. Do some individuals still fail to understand? The disdain towards China is not the doing of Smith alone. It is the stance of the entire Nike Group. These abhorrent foreign brands are simultaneously profiting from our wallets while insulting us. When trouble arises, they merely shift the blame onto Smith. Indeed, for those who remain unconvinced or continue to defend the Nike Group, a glance at foreign websites will reveal that in any shopping mall worldwide, wherever summer country models are present, they are depicted with squinty eyes. There is no need to look abroad. Just observe the images in Nike's flagship store, which still feature squinty eyes. If they were genuinely remorseful, they would have changed the images long ago. How could they remain displayed until now? Furthermore, that so-called grand promotion is nothing but a deception. They first inflate the prices and then offer a 50% discount, resulting in a final price that is merely 80 to 90% of the original, less significant than the discounts offered during the 618 shopping festival. There is a complete lack of sincerity. The Nike Group truly knows how to play the game, using a 50% discount as an apology while still aiming to profit from us, raising prices only to lower them again. Such an insincere apology is an affront to the intelligence of consumers in the summer country. We must boycott the Nike Group. Foreign trash must be expelled. They clearly insult us, yet falsely accuse Sumo of sensationalism. Sumo is merely revealing the truth. Indeed, had it not been for Sumo, we would still be enduring humiliation while financially supporting the Nike Group, treating them as a prestigious brand. I am grateful to Sumo for unveiling the ugliness and repugnance of the Nike Group. Henceforth, I shall support Sumo in domestic products. I hope that Sumo, the esteemed figure, will develop his own brand, and I will support him wholeheartedly. Yes, let us name it Mo Shang. Establish the Mo Shang Group and vanquish the foreign trash that is Nike. I will undoubtedly support this endeavor alongside my entire family, supporting with the whole family one. Sumo possesses talent, taste, integrity, and resolve. Such a remarkable individual deserves our support, not the disgraceful Nike. Are we to support those who insult our nation? The Nike Group must be expelled. Let us support Sumo in creating his own brand. Nike, begone. We stand with Mo Shang. Observing this wave of public sentiment, Sumo chuckled softly. Mo Shang. Well then, the enthusiastic consumers have even devised a brand name. Sumo was somewhat taken aback. However, it is indeed worth considering. Currently, the Summer Nation stands as the world's largest consumer market and the foremost apparel production hub. However, it lacks indigenous major brands, being dominated instead by foreign labels such as Nike. This situation is untenable. It is imperative to establish our own brands, to expand and strengthen them. In the future, let foreigners eagerly pay a premium for our products. We must venture beyond our borders, generating revenue from international markets, which is the true essence of power. Yet, the Nike Group finds itself in utter disarray, having just rehabilitated its image, only to be tarnished once more. The severity and precision of this new controversy are astonishing. Damn it, That cursed Sumo is unearthing our past misdeeds. This is infuriating. Chairman Willis erupted in anger, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Chairman, please calm down. The priority now is to immediately remove the offensive promotional images from the Summer Nation website." Moneyju and how quickly interjected. "Otherwise, our attempts to rehabilitate our image will be futile. Then hurry up and delete them," Willis urged, glancing at a senior white executive. "I apologize, Chairman. But our promotional images and videos feature models of various ethnicities from many countries. The Summer Nation models all have slanted eyes. We cannot simply remove them without reshooting," lamented the white subordinate, "and reshooting will require considerable time." "Damn it. What are we to do?" Willis was at a loss. The Nike Group has historically disrespected China, always choosing models with yellowish skin and slanted eyes for any promotional material involving the Summer Nation, often selecting the most unattractive ones to accentuate the beauty of models from Europe, America, and Japan, while simultaneously insulting the Summer Nation populace. Thus, the models featured in the promotional video were indeed quite hideous. There seemed to be no alternative but to resort to partial edits, such as pixelating the slanted eyes. "All right, get on it immediately," Willis commanded furiously. Soon, the technical department completed the modifications. Consequently, Summer Nation netizens were astonished to discover that the promotional video on the Nike Group's official website had changed. It still featured the same Summer Nation model, but her eyes had been pixelated, obscuring the slanted appearance. It felt akin to the proverbial "there's no silver here." This only intensified the anger of Summer Nation consumers. This is utterly perfunctory. It resembles the legendary notion that we, as consumers, treat Nike as a premium brand, while they regard us as mere fools. Thus, protests escalated vigorously. Even numerous official media outlets weighed in. Some international brands, while profiting from the Summer Nation populace, continue to insult us, which is a suicidal behavior. Consumers from the Summer Nation must stand firm and not remain passive. Below, countless consumers commented, "Indeed, foreign brands are merely domestic contractors. Aside from their exorbitant prices and disrespect towards China, they possess little merit. Previously, wearing Nike was a symbol of status. Now, it is a mark of shame. It is time to rise, to boycott Nike products, reject their clothing, and divest from their stocks. Let Nike exit the Summer Nation. Let them face bankruptcy." This sparked a tremendous uproar. At this juncture, Nike had truly overstepped its bounds. After all, the company already had a history of offenses. Incidents of disrespect towards China were not isolated. Open your browser and casually search for Nadi's insults towards China, and you will find an abundance of news articles. Previously, the Nadi Group, relying on its status as a giant, remained unrepentant and continued to make reckless decisions, yet it still managed to evade consequences. However, this time it encountered Sumo, leading to Nadi's downfall. Witnessing this situation, the Nadi Group was thrown into a state of panic. It was the end. Even state-run media and Shagua had spoken out, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Chairman Willis turned pale, utterly terrified. Chapter 23, The God of Hackers. Infinite Matryoshka. Chairman Willis wore an exceptionally grim expression. No matter how formidable our Nadi Group may be, we cannot challenge the official stance of the Xia Kingdom. With a mere utterance from them, we could face total annihilation. Should we be banned? How shall we continue to earn the trust and patronage of the Xia people? A heavy silence enveloped the room. The faces of all senior executives drained of color. After a prolonged pause, one executive finally spoke. The Xia Kingdom represents the largest market for Nadi Group. Should we lose this market, it would be akin to crippling our very foundation. Indeed, we must devise a response. Such a loss is insufferable. Others chimed in, their sentiments aligned. It may have been tolerable to insult China on other occasions, but now is not the time to court disaster. The state media has issued a warning. Should we persist in our provocations, we shall suffer a catastrophic blow. As the senior executives voiced their concerns in unison, Willis scanned the room and nodded. Very well. Immediately remove all promotional videos featuring slanted eyes and replace them with images of our apparel. We shall film new promotional content. Understood. His subordinates replied, taking decisive action, albeit feeling that the moment for such measures had long passed. What choice did they have? Both the chairman and the president were gripped by fear. What more could they do? The Xia kingdom had yet to take serious action, while the naughty group continued to leap about provocatively, flirting with disaster. But the moment the Xia kingdom acted decisively, the naughty group was struck with trepidation, swiftly opting for submission, a quintessential display of Western thinking. In the starry sky internet CAF, Suemo reserved a private room, quietly observing the shifts in online public opinion. Beside him, Song Xiao rested her delicate chin on her hand, gazing intently at Suemo, and remarked softly, "There's something incredibly alluring about a boy who is earnest in his pursuits. It makes me want to." Suemo, however, remained undistracted, fully engrossed in analyzing the naughty group's response. To be ignored was a blow to Song Xiao's pride. She licked her alluring lips and leaned in closer, attempting to steal a kiss from Suemo's profile. Yet just as she was about to succeed, Suemo raised a hand, blocking her lips, and calmly stated, "Civility, harmony, restraint." Song Xiao's face darkened. "You insufferable Suemo. Am I not the belle of Bin University? Is this how you treat me?" She was utterly exasperated. As a goddess, countless boys had sought to win her favor. Yet here was Suemo, who, despite her bold advances, thwarted her efforts, lecturing her on civility and restraint. Was this truly how one ought to behave? Belle of Bin University? Who decreed that? Suemo replied nonchalantly. Since the commencement of military training, every Bin University student has acknowledged it. Song Xiao retorted with pride, asserting that this was no mere boast, but a widely accepted truth. Nonsense, I refuse to accept that. Suemo shook his head. You, wretched creature. Song Xiao seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could bite him. Yet Suemo remained focused on the screen, ignoring her completely. This left Song Xiao feeling as though she had struck a pillow, her frustration having nowhere to go. Ah? The naughty group is taking action. Sumo's eyes lit up as he observed the screen. Have they finally come to their senses? Are they genuinely afraid? They intend to remove all videos featuring slanted eyes? Unfortunately, it was too late. Deleting a video is not as simple as one might wish. Suemo smiled faintly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she employed her extraordinary hacking skills to infiltrate the global website of the Nide Group. She promptly reinstated the recently deleted video and promotional images, locking them securely in place. The Nide Group had insulted China. Merely deleting the video would not suffice. This was irrefutable evidence against them. At Nide headquarters, the chairman received the news. All the videos and images have been removed, an excited subordinate reported. Excellent. The tech team will enjoy a bonus tonight. Willis beamed with satisfaction. However, Qian Juanhao furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is outrageous. You claim they've been deleted, but they clearly haven't. Are you attempting to make a fool of the chairman?" Willis's expression darkened. "Chairman, look. All the videos and promotional images are still up. Not a single one has been deleted." Qian Juanhao projected his phone onto the large screen for all to see. "Unbelievable." Willis fumed. "What is going on in the tech department? Do you wish to jeopardize your careers?" The head of the tech department, Caristo, appeared bewildered, even questioning his own capabilities. "This cannot be. We deleted everything. How could it still be there?" Willis remained silent, his frustration palpable. Qian Juanhao added, "This is your last chance. Delete them immediately, or I will ensure you are dismissed." Willis's voice turned icy, his anger evident. "All right, I will delete them right now." Caristo responded decisively, taking his laptop and beginning the process. However, as he continued, his anxiety grew, and his face paled. Soon, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "What is happening? Is your technical skill insufficient?" Willis's anger escalated. Caristo, his expression grave, sighed, "Indeed, Chairman, my skills are lacking." Willis and Qian Juanhao exchanged glances, bewildered. "It's not merely my incompetence. The majority of us lack the necessary skills. Our server has been compromised by a master hacker who has locked all the promotional videos and images, layering encryption that we cannot breach." Caristo lamented. "The opponent's skill level is far beyond ours. I truly cannot manage it. Could it be that a hacker from Xia country, or even a red hacker, has intervened because of our insult to China?" Willis speculated, realizing the situation had escalated into a significant dilemma. "It is possible, given the level of skill required." It must be a top-tier hacker or a national cyber warfare unit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to crack. Callisto responded despondently. What do we do now? Willis was at a loss. What a predicament this is. The only option is to invest exorbitant sums to hire a premier security team or to enlist the talents of elite hackers. There is no room for alternatives. Very well. At any cost, let us proceed at once. Willis exclaimed, acutely aware that if the situation were to be suppressed by the Summer Nation, all would be lost. With funds secured, the international security behemoth SF swiftly entered the fray, confidently assuring that they would resolve the issue. Subsequently, the SF team took control of the Naughty Group's servers and commenced their decryption efforts. Layer by layer, they dismantled the defenses with remarkable efficiency. One must commend the professionalism and prowess of the SF team. Within half an hour, they penetrated 2 layers of encryption. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered that beneath those 2 layers lay another 2. After another 30 minutes, they successfully breached 4 layers of encryption, only to find 4 more layers beneath. An hour into the operation, they managed to break through 8 layers of encryption, only to uncover yet another 8 layers below. This cycle continued endlessly, leaving the SF security giants in utter despair. It was akin to an infinite nesting doll. Chapter 24. The Catastrophic Decline of Naughty's Market Value. 150 billion lost. Naughty Group was left utterly astonished, while the elite members of the SF team were in a state of despair. It was akin to a lottery. After scratching off 2 characters, one was greeted with the word thank you. That would have been bearable, but it was a complete dead end. The real issue arose when, after scratching off 2 characters, the word congratulations appeared, and upon scratching again, it was still congratulations, and again, congratulations. This continued ad infinitum, leading to an endless string of congratulations. Yet, no winning information ever surfaced. Who could endure such a torment? Tears flowed freely. The more pressing concern was that no one could ascertain just how many layers of encryption lay beneath. There was also no indication of when, if ever, all of it could be deciphered. For the SF team, it seemed like a quest to be realized only in their lifetimes. 3 hours later, one elite member of SF sighed, "It's over. Our entire team has burnt the midnight oil, breaking through 36 layers of encryption, only to reveal another 36 layers below. I can confidently predict that once we breach those, we will encounter yet another 72 layers beneath." Another nodded in agreement. "It's insurmountably difficult. It's a case of infinite nesting. Is this even humanly possible? I fear that my generation will never crack it. It seems we must rely on my son's generation." "No, even your son's generation would be in vain. We might need to wait for our grandchildren's generation. Perhaps even our great-grandchildren. Indeed, great-grandson. When you finally succeed in cracking this, do not forget to burn paper offerings to inform your ancestors, so I may finally rest in peace." After 2 more hours of toil, the SF team gazed at the newly revealed 144 layers of encryption, all of them left speechless. As if that weren't enough, a dialog box appeared. "Useless. It took you over 6 hours to crack 144 layers of encryption. Pathetic. With such skills, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes." This time, the team was struck hard, nearly spitting blood, and they could only surrender completely. They reported directly to headquarters. "This encryption is utterly insane, an infinite nesting of layers. My grandchildren's great-grandchildren might not even manage to crack it. If you insist on having me continue, I shall perish in defiance." In light of this, the SF security giant had no choice but to return the deposit and abandon the endeavor. Thus, the decryption efforts came to a complete halt. All members involved in the decryption collectively took leave to recover from the ordeal. It was simply too devastating, too challenging. Witnessing this scene, Suemo couldn't help but smile. "Is this all it takes for you to give up? Pathetic." As for the number of layers of encryption remaining, Suemo remained unaware. Regardless, as long as the method remained elusive, the cycle would perpetuate itself, resembling an intricate labyrinth, seemingly without end. The prowess of a divine hacker was indeed formidable, a complete dimensional assault. Now, Naughty Group was engulfed in despair. All of their videos and images had been encrypted, and there was no way to delete them. They remained suspended in the digital ether, a veritable self-destruction. Meanwhile, public opinion online surged with fervor. Naughty Group continues to display those videos, effectively substantiating the truth behind their disgraceful actions. The Naughty Group continues to offend China. Unrepentant and obstinate, refusing to amend even the most offensive promotional videos. It is truly self-destructive. The contemptible Naughty should withdraw from the Summer Nation. Observing this situation, Willis and others were utterly aggrieved, exclaiming, "It is not that we refuse to delete the offensive video. We are locked out and unable to remove it." Yet the public remains oblivious to this plight, vocally condemning and protesting. Numerous media outlets have expressed vehement denunciations, perpetually protesting against the Naughty Group. Related trending topics have surged rapidly: the Naughty Group's incessant offenses against China, their unrepentant nature, apologizing while simultaneously displaying the offensive promotional video. The Naughty Group exhibits no sincerity whatsoever. Their continued disregard for China's sentiments renders them unworthy of sympathy from consumers in the Summer Nation. United, we must resist Naughty and impose a boycott. News reports have erupted, causing a significant uproar. Even official media have once again called out the Naughty Group by name. Now, the faces of Naughty's executives turned as pale as parchment, filled with trepidation. They understand that the Naughty Group has truly crossed a line, drawing nearer to a potential ban. Their frustrations reached a boiling point. It is not that they do not wish to delete the content, but they are ensnared by a wretched hacker, unable to act. In desperation, the Naughty Group has invested heavily in seeking out expert hackers. Yet, despite hiring several skilled individuals, they remain at an impasse. Even the most renowned hackers from the dark web find themselves powerless against the encryption devised by Sumo. Not only could they not break the code, but these experts were also left infuriated. After all, the encryption set by Sumo was not only relentless, but also taunted them with pop-up messages. Useless. You broke 5 layers in an hour, and there are more to come. Your speed is simply pathetic. After 2 hours, they had managed to breach 64 layers. Garbage. Your existence is a waste of air. Remarkably, after 3 hours, they reached 128 layers. No worries, there are still 256 layers below. Keep going. It won't kill you. I am not your father. Faced with these pop-ups, even the most composed of hackers were driven to the brink of rage. As elite hackers, they possess a fair share of pride, and such insults are intolerable. They resolved to continue hacking, vowing to see it through to the bitter end. However, the outcome was only more tragic. After breaching 128 layers, 256 layers awaited them. Beyond that, 512, 1024, 2048. The layers continued to multiply, an unending barrage of encryption. In the end, utterly exhausted, they furiously smashed their keyboards, cursing as they logged off. By nightfall, no progress had been made in the hacking efforts. Meanwhile, the Naughty Group's offensive promotional videos and images remained prominently displayed on their official website. This incited the fury of consumers in the Summer Nation, igniting condemnation and protests from various sectors. It also drew the attention of Wall Street and significant capital scrutiny. As the largest consumer market globally, any brand at odds with the Summer Nation faces dire consequences. Consequently, as the stock market opened that evening, the Naughty Group's stock price began to plummet. The incident involving the squint-eyed insult to China has emerged, yet there remains an obstinate refusal to repent. It is evident to all that the Nike Group will find it increasingly difficult to operate within the Summer Nation without access to this market. The company's revenue and profits are poised to suffer significant declines, potentially relegating it to the status of a second-tier brand. In this tumultuous scenario, not only are individual investors fervently divesting their shares in the Nike Group, but even the Wall Street Capital Consortium is engaging in a massive sell-off. It is widely understood that those who sell early can secure their investments and mitigate losses. Even if they incur some losses, they can minimize the damage. However, those who delay their sell-off may find themselves in dire straits, unable to sell their shares, which could become worthless in their possession. Consequently, the stock price of the Nike Group has experienced a catastrophic collapse. Within merely 5 minutes of the market opening, it plummeted by 5. This was merely the beginning. After 10 minutes, it had fallen by 7, and in 20 minutes, it had plummeted by 15, resulting in a staggering evaporation of market value amounting to $150 billion. Chapter 25, The school bell, please maintain your dignity in Song Zhao's boudoir. Witnessing the scene before her, Song Zhao is utterly elated. Oh, Sumo. The stock price of Naughty Group has truly plummeted, down by 15. With our investment of 1 million, how much have we earned? 150,000. Incredible. I'll share half with you, leaving me with 75,000. Sumo, you are simply marvelous. Song Zhao's excitement was palpable. She could hardly contain her joy and felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Sumo and shower him with kisses. I feel insulted, Sumo retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean? A mere 150,000 after all this effort? Who do you think I am? Isn't that what I said? Song Zhao replied, somewhat bewildered. Did I miscalculate? Fool. Of course you're mistaken. Your 1 million didn't yield 150,000, but rather 5 million. Sumo explained. Exasperated. What? Song Zhao gasped in shock. 1 million yielding 5 million. Is that even possible? Why wouldn't it be? Sumo chuckled with a knowing smile. Do not forget, I employed a tenfold leverage to short Naughty Group. Thus, your 1 million has indeed garnered not 150,000, but 5 million. Wow. Tenfold leverage. 5 million. Darling, you are amazing. Song Zhao beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She swiftly embraced Sumo from behind, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Sumo, taken aback, felt a mix of confusion and discomfort, sensing that Song Zhao had overstepped. Ahem, Song Zhao, please maintain your decorum. Democracy, harmony, prosperity, and restraint, Sumo said earnestly. Oh, I was merely too excited, Song Zhao replied, realizing Sumo's displeasure and toning down her exuberance. She then playfully stuck out her tongue at him, making a silly face. You. Sumo shook his head, feeling utterly bemused by the audacity of this school bell. Now that the market value of Naughty Group has decreased by 15, resulting in an evaporated 150 billion, should we close our positions? If it rebounds, our profits will diminish. Song Zhao expressed her concerns. Quite commendable. You're not greedy and know when to take profit, Sumo remarked, appreciating her prudence. Most would have been tempted to wait for a further decline, hoping for a 20 drop to earn 2 million or even a 30 drop for 3 million. Yet, Song Zhao displayed remarkable wisdom in knowing when to withdraw. Indeed, my family is in business. I understand the importance of risk management. Song Zhao pouted, unable to resist adding. Sumo, you don't think I'm just a scatterbrain, do you? I'm quite astute. It's you who fails to appreciate my intelligence. Enough. Stop right there. You shine brightly when given a bit of encouragement, Sumo said, resigned. Hee, Song Zhao giggled, her heart whispering. Only you can evoke such a response from me. With anyone else, even the wealthy second-generation heirs who fawn over me, I would remain indifferent. I can't quite discern whether they are unworthy or if I am. A soft sigh escaped, reflecting Song Zhao's helplessness. As the belle of Bin University, she felt as though she were becoming nothing more than Sumo's devoted admirer. Life was truly challenging. Song Zhao was on the verge of tears, finally grasping the bittersweet plight of those affluent second-generation admirers. Meanwhile, Sumo remained unfazed, intently observing the stock prices on the screen, stating, "This is likely not the lowest point. We can afford to wait a little longer." Is that so? Song Zhao questioned, her belief wavering. Indeed, just watch, dear girl. Learn a bit more, and I assure you, you'll be able to trade stocks and earn your own pocket money. Sumo encouraged. Oh, Song Zhao nodded, her heart blooming with delight. Was he not showing concern for her? 10 minutes later, the stock price of Naughty Group dipped further, reaching 17. Let us wait a bit more, Sumo remarked, calculating the market trends in his mind. Even if Naughty Group mobilized funds to stabilize the market and recover the stock price, it wouldn't happen swiftly. After all, to recover from such a drastic fall, an astronomical sum was required, at least in the hundreds of billions. Another 30 minutes passed, and the stock price fell to 20. That is sufficient. We can't wait any longer, and a 200 return on investment is quite satisfactory, Sumo declared, decisively seizing the opportunity to purchase stocks at this low price and closing the positions. In merely 2 minutes, the transaction was complete, and the funds in Sumo's account soared. This tenfold short sale concluded perfectly. Having closed the positions, he had profited. With an initial investment of 1 million, he had gained 2 million. Wow, in my lifetime, I've spent so much money but never earned this much, Song Xiao exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced with joy. The wealthy only spend lavishly on their goddesses, throwing millions around. In contrast, the true affluent not only earn millions alongside their goddesses, but also elevate their status. Which tier do goddesses perceive as superior? Which brings a greater sense of accomplishment and involvement? Undoubtedly, it is the latter. For this reason, while the wealthy may shower their goddess with riches, they can only hope for her physical affection. However, the true affluent, by earning millions with their goddess, not only gain her body, but also her heart. Of course, such operations can lead to significant side effects. For instance, it may cause the goddess to become utterly infatuated, clinging to you. One may find it impossible to shake her off, even to the point of wanting to bear your children. Currently, Song Xiao looked at Su Emma with stars in her eyes. Now it seemed, her gaze sparkled like a radiant galaxy. Su Emma, you are incredible. You're so intelligent. Our future children will undoubtedly be brilliant stock market prodigies, Song Xiao said with a beaming smile, radiating happiness. However, Su Mo's expression darkened. What are you thinking? Song Xiao, there's no saving you. Su Mo shook his head, resigned. I haven't even agreed to be with you. Yet you're already planning for our children. Have you even thought of names? If it's a girl, she'll be named Su Xiao, and if it's a boy, Su Song. Song Xiao eagerly nodded. Of course, if you dislike those names, I'm open to alternatives. You have the final say. Su Mo. Sigh. Su Mo let out a sigh, hesitating momentarily before finally speaking. Song Xiao, I truly do not wish to hurt you, but it is essential for me to convey this. Being friends is quite wonderful, and there is no need to overthink matters. I am only 20 years old and am not prepared for a lifelong commitment. Therefore, Song Xiao gazed intently at Su Mo, her anxious hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Thus, I am a man unattainable for you. Do not indulge in the fantasy of a toad aspiring to feast upon a swan, as Song Xiao is on the brink of graduation. Su Mo spoke with utmost frankness to avoid encumbering her. However, unexpectedly, Song Xiao remained silent for 10 seconds, her eyes fixed on Su Mo. Then, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile and, with utmost seriousness, exclaimed, Ribbit. Su Mo, Chapter 26, Short-Selling Nike, a windfall in an instant. Su Mo's expression became exceedingly complex. How could he not recognize that Song Xiao was a wonderful girl? Yet, at the tender age of 20, Su Mo felt that his vibrant life had barely begun. He was reluctant to plunge directly into the grave of matrimony and the relentless cycle of marriage and childbirth. As for Song Xiao, she was on the cusp of graduation, and the prospect of work loomed ever closer. Thus, Su Mo, still uncertain, did not wish to hinder her aspirations. However, Song Xiao harbored deep affections for Su Mo, willing to be the toad savoring the flesh of a swan. It was worth noting that in the eyes of other young men, Song Xiao was indeed a swan, albeit one that remained unattainable. The more he contemplated this, the heavier Su Mo's burden became. During their student years, romance could flourish without regard for the future. However, post-graduation, to engage in a relationship devoid of responsibility was nothing short of reckless. Song Xiao, Su Mo's countenance was fraught with complexity, teetering on the brink of speech. No more of this, Song Xiao interjected, raising her hand to halt his words, and then playfully croaked, Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit you. Su Mo shook his head, at a loss for words. All right, Su De Shun, I shall not concede, she declared with a huff, grasping Su Mo's hand. An investment of 1 million has yielded a profit of 2 million. Su De Shun, let us split it, 1 million each. Huh, let us go. Su De Shun, choose freely. Tonight, I shall treat you, Song Xiao said with grand generosity. Never mind that. You rescued me from the reporters yesterday, so I insist on treating you, replied Su Mo. Very well, you must have invested some capital and made a bid as well. So allow me this indulgence. Song Xiao responded. Indeed, I did earn a little. Su Mo nodded in agreement. Well, a little bit more than 4 million, to be precise. Yesterday, utilizing the extraordinary stock trading experience card, Su Mo had discerned the fluctuations in stock prices transforming an initial capital of 50,000 into 20,033,000. Adding to that, the contributions of Lu Ruo and Song Xiao, alongside Zhao Kai from downstairs, amounted to a grand total of 22,350,000, with tenfold leverage. He short-sold Nike Group. In light of the recent disparaging incident involving Nike, their stock plummeted by 20%, which should have netted Su Mo a profit of 4,470,000. With the leverage applied, that soared to 44,700,000. After subtracting his initial investment of 22,350,000, Su Mo's total assets now stood at 67,050,000. It was exhilarating. Moreover, yesterday's gains were a product of the system's experience card, a stroke of luck that was unlikely to be replicated without it. However, today a short sale was a testament to genuine skill. Given the right opportunities, Su Mo could potentially replicate this success multiple times in the future. Now, let us divide the spoils, Su Mo exclaimed, promptly transferring 3 million to Song Xiao. 1 million principal, 2 million profit. There's no need for such an amount. We agreed. I invest 1 million, you lead me to wealth. Losses are mine, profits are shared 50-50. Now, having netted 2 million, that amounts to 1 million for each of us, Song Xiao remarked, promptly transferring 100,000 back to Su Mo. All right, Su Mo acquiesced. Although he was indifferent to such a sum, he genuinely appreciated Song Xiao's non-materialistic attitude. In this era, many young women seek partners primarily for financial support, even viewing them as ATMs. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as unmaterialistic as Song Xiao. Were it someone else, not to mention 100,000, even 10,000 might lead to a severed relationship. Human nature is often fragile under scrutiny. Subsequently, Su Mo transferred 300,000 to Lu Ruo, yielding a profit of 200,000 from an initial investment of 100,000. Soon, Lu Ruo also returned 100,000, accompanied by a message. My first investment has succeeded. I am so happy. Thank you, senior. Sending love. Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle at this. They often say that unmaterialistic women are exceedingly scarce. How fortunate he was to encounter two in such a short span. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. As for Zhao Kai, Su Mo sent him a sum of 100,000, instructing him to use it for now. Zhao Kai had supported and assisted him during his most challenging times, a gesture Su Mo would not forget. This 100,000 was merely a token of investment returns. When Su Mo established his company, he would certainly employ Zhao Kai. Of course, matters concerning equity could be overlooked. Brothers could work together but should not become partners. Otherwise, they risk losing not just their business, but also their brotherhood. Nonetheless, Su Mo could guarantee Zhao Kai a chance to thrive and dominate. At this point, Su Mo's account still boasted a staggering 62,950,000. Truly a millionaire. Thank you, Naughty Group. Su Mo expressed with a smile as he descended the stairs with Song Xiao. What would you like to eat? A 5-star hotel or a top-notch private chef? It's on me, Su Mo offered cheerfully. A bit of money and you're getting carried away, Song Xiao feigned disdain. Su Mo merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. His wealth was not just a trifling amount. After all, over 60 million is considered a fortune for someone of 20 years. Even Principal Wang, at that age, had not possessed such wealth. He had felt impoverished, working part-time while studying abroad. His first love had even abandoned him for being poor. Subsequently, Principal Wang came to terms with reality, seeking not permanence, but constant renewal. As the saying goes, flowing girlfriends, but steadfast internet celebrity face. More importantly, if anyone were to discover that Su Mo's over 60 million was earned in merely 2 days, it would surely leave them astounded. I know a fantastic eatery, extremely authentic. Song Xiao smiled brightly, turning around and taking Su Mo to the seaside. You really are not picky at all. Su Mo observed the lively surroundings with mild surprise. Such places exude a vibrant atmosphere, making them perfect for student gatherings. University students often find themselves financially constrained, and seafood can be rather costly. Thus, a down-to-earth eatery is far more suitable. It is rather unexpected that someone as affluent as Song Xiao, who casually spends 1 million on pocket money, would frequent such an establishment. In truth, the seafood here is genuinely authentic. Song Xiao remarked. However, the place I usually visit seems to be closed. Let us head next door. All right. The two entered the bustling eatery. Suemo picked up the menu and tossed it to Song Xiao, saying, "You order." "I'll play with my phone for a bit." Song Xiao replied. "Fine, you truly enjoy being the hands-off manager." She sighed but accepted the menu, beginning to place her order. Meanwhile, Suemo opened his phone to check the market value of the Naughty Group. The stock price had risen from the previous 80 yuan per share to 82 yuan per share, showing a slight recovery. However, compared to the 100 yuan per share before he shorted the stock, it still plummeted by 18. "It seems my timing was impeccable," Suemo chuckled, thinking that had he delayed just a moment longer, he might have lost out on 6 or 7 million. The stock market is indeed capricious, but this time, the Naughty Group has delivered a second pot of gold to Suemo. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Naughty Group was one of despair. Damn it. The stock price has plummeted by 20. Despite our substantial investments, we have only managed to regain a fraction. It still dropped by 18, evaporating a staggering 180 billion. Curse it. Willis seethed, his face turning pale with rage. This is not mere numbers. It is real, tangible wealth. What's worse, the video featuring the offensive remarks cannot be removed, and the incident of disrespect towards China cannot be overlooked. As long as this scandal lingers, the stock price of Naughty will remain suppressed, continually dragged down, and will never recover. Chapter 27. The tragic fate of the sycophant, criminal detention for a publicly listed company. Nothing is more lamentable than a plummeting stock price. Especially when reputation is tarnished and the brand falters, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the stock price to recover. What should be done? What indeed? Willis, the chairman of Naughty Group, found himself in a state of utter despair, plagued by regret. Due to arrogance and an affront to Chinese dignity, Naughty Group's market value had evaporated by nearly 200 billion. After decades of toil, achieving a $1 trillion valuation, it had lost 1/5 of its worth in less than 2 days, all because of a derogatory remark and a confrontation with Suemo chairman. There are no other options left. We are trapped in a vicious cycle. Unless we find a top-tier hacker to decrypt and eliminate the disparaging video, we are at an impasse. Qian Juanhao exclaimed. Then why are we still hesitating? Find someone immediately. Willis barked. If this continues, the stock price will fall further. Unfortunately, we've been unable to locate anyone. However, one elite hacker mentioned that the opponent is exceedingly formidable, likely unparalleled globally. Therefore, we must seek a hacker from the dark web. Qian Juanhao lamented. A hacker from the dark web. Willis's eyes lit up. Those individuals are indeed lawless but possess terrifying prowess. We must act swiftly. In no time, Naughty Group posted a bounty in the dark web, seeking a top-tier hacker to decrypt the hacker's encryption, reward of $2 million. Yet, to their dismay, minutes passed with no responses. What the hell is going on? Willis exclaimed, losing his composure. Are the dark web hackers the aloof? Chairman, the hackers in the dark web can navigate even the imperial official websites with ease. $200,000 is indeed insufficient, Qian Juanhao remarked awkwardly, cursing silently. You expect to entice the dark web's elite hackers with a mere $2 million? Are you out of your mind? Raise the offer to $5 million. Willis fumed. $5 million, equivalent to 5 million Chinese yuan. Although substantial, it pales in comparison to the billions lost due to the stock price collapse. This time, interest was piqued. A hacker known as Mudfish soon approached. I am Mudfish, and I accept the task. Excellent. Please act swiftly. It is imperative. Willis urged. Stop with the pleasantries. Transfer the full amount. Mudfish insisted. What? You demand payment before completing the job? Willis was taken aback. Surely, even the most naive landlord's son wouldn't dare such a thing. After all, that was a staggering sum of 5 million yuan. Do you not understand the rules? I, Mudfish, am a significant figure in the hacking community. Would I deceive you for such a trivial amount? Mudfish replied, feeling insulted. Willis hesitated. Fortunately, Qian Juanhao interjected. I've checked, and Mudfish is ranked 5th among dark web hackers, with unfathomable skills. 10 years ago, he treated the CIA's servers like his backyard, coming and going as he pleased. Damn, he is that formidable? Willis was taken aback and promptly executed a transfer through an offshore company, expressing his immense gratitude to the deity of loaches. Humph. Were it not for the intense scrutiny from the CIA of late, would I even consider your meager sum? Bah. Indeed, indeed. May the esteemed one overlook the transgressions of a mere mortal, Willis quickly flattered. Now that is more like it. The deity of loaches replied indifferently before commencing his actions. He directly took control of the naughty group's server and began to decrypt the layers of encryption left by Suemo within a seaside private room of a bustling eatery. Suemo and his companion chose a spot with a panoramic view of the ocean. This, and this. After inquiring about Suemo's dietary restrictions, Song Shao adeptly began placing orders. Very well, very well. The crew-cut young man beside them nodded vigorously, a smile plastered on his face. While internally he mused, I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, 2 students no less. Today marks the beginning of a fruitful venture. Meanwhile, Suemo was engrossed in his phone, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Oh, an expert has emerged. Within merely 5 minutes, they have breached 128 layers of encryption. Suemo was taken aback. Previously, others had taken 2 to 3 hours to accomplish such a feat, but this individual had done so in a mere 5 minutes. Truly impressive. It seemed a genuine master was at work, one of the world's elite, no less. However, an ally of my adversary is still an adversary. With a smile, Suemo ready to deliver a surprise to his unseen rival. His fingers danced across the screen, coding an elaborate surprise designed to elicit tears from the hacker. Continuing to scroll through his phone, he stumbled upon a local news headline. Shocking. Han Shizhao, president of the Binhai University Student Union, publicly seized a journalist's camera and assaulted numerous media reporters, resulting in several injuries. He is now in police custody. Suemo clicked to read more, his expression turning animated. It was none other than the foolish Han Xingzhao, the very individual who had orchestrated a media blockade against him that day. Song Zhao's devoted admirer. However, what Suemo could not fathom was how Han Xingzhao could be so foolish as to publicly assault the media, striking multiple reporters in front of a throng of journalists. Such an act was tantamount to self-sabotage. Even if your father is Han Gang, it cannot be suppressed. In this age of rampant media, once exposed, no one can contain it. At that moment, Song Shao appeared somewhat displeased, dining with a campus beauty, yet he remained preoccupied with his phone, neglecting her. No, he was not even glancing her way. Is this how one should behave? Puffing up her cheeks, she said with discontent, Stinky brother, what are you looking at? Looking at dogs, Suemo replied nonchalantly. What dogs? Alaskan? Husky? Golden Retriever? Song Shao inquired. Licking dogs. Song Zhao's expression darkened. Suemo continued. Your licking dog. Song Shao's expression became animated. Huh, what is going on? Confused, she promptly seated herself beside Suemo, bewildered. Is this Han Xingzhao? Did he really assault the media? It seems so, Suemo nodded. Han Xingzhao seized a camera worth 300,000, injuring a group of reporters. And now he has been arrested? He is going to jail? Haha. As he watched the news, Song Shao broke into a mischievous grin, his laughter almost exuberant. Ah, he's gone in, and you're so delighted? Suemo inquired, somewhat taken aback. Of course, that scoundrel constantly harassed me, feigning deep affection. It was utterly revolting. Now, he has finally met his downfall, and I can enjoy some peace. Ha ha ha, Song Shao exclaimed, brimming with excitement, even humming a tune. Today is a splendid day. All that I desire shall come to fruition. Tomorrow shall also be a fine day, for time is a treasure not to be squandered. Cough. You seem awfully pleased. Aren't you worried that Han Xingzhao might find out and be infuriated to the point of spitting blood? Suemo jested. Let him be furious. I hope it drives him mad, so he can no longer pester me. Song Shao replied. Suemo observed. Indeed, the misguided affection of a sycophant is merely seen as greasy and repulsive in the eyes of the goddess. Even in his downfall, she would not extend sympathy. Rather, she would feel a sense of relief, affirming that today is indeed a fine day. For the goddess, the genuine affection of a favored suitor is what constitutes true devotion. The sycophant's infatuation is not devotion, it is mere grease. It is harassment. We seek to avoid it at all costs. With a serious demeanor, Song Xiao continued. But his expression shifted to one of concern as he scrutinized Su Mo. Esteemed male deity, tell me, does my affection for you appear greasy and harassing in your eyes as well? Chapter 28. Sea Cucumber Soup, 200% the unreciprocated affection of Han Zhao. The lovesick admirer left Song Xiao feeling rather nauseated and vexed. Meanwhile, her admiration for Su Mo had transformed her into a devoted follower. One couldn't help but wonder if Su Mo felt similarly burdened by her affections. With a frown adorning her delicate brows, Song Xiao clutched Su Mo's arm, her anxiety threatening to bring tears to her eyes. Dear brother, you wouldn't find me bothersome, would you? Please, tell me. Su Mo chuckled softly, yet internally. He was taken aback. To think that Song Xiao, the campus belle, had sunk into self-doubt for his sake seemed unfathomable. After all, countless admirers at Bin University were captivated by her charm, and her allure turned heads on the streets. How could she go so lowly for him? Surely, that couldn't be the case. After all, he wasn't the type to be overwhelming. Actually, as long as you maintain some reserve, you won't come across as overbearing or bothersome, Su Mo reassured her. With a sigh of relief, Song Zhao's expression brightened considerably, her lips curling into a sweet smile. I knew my dear brother wouldn't be so cruel. Now, will you please let go of my arm? Reserve. Oh, hee. Song Xiao chuckled shyly, slowly releasing her hold on him. Soon, dishes began to arrive at their table, an array of authentic seafood complemented by fresh vegetables and fruit to cleanse the palate. One couldn't help but admire Song Zhao's thoughtfulness. The selections were impeccable and the flavors delightful, prompting both to indulge heartily. Song Xiao settled right next to Su Mo, and to everyone's surprise, the usually delicate campus beauty effortlessly cracked open a hairy crab, leaving Su Mo momentarily stunned. Indeed, one should not underestimate the capabilities of a girl. Afterward, Song Xiao dipped a piece in sauce and offered it to Su Mo. Here, this part is the most succulent. Thank you, Su Mo replied, reaching for it. But to his surprise, Song Xiao declined, stating, My dear idol, don't get your hands dirty. Just open your mouth. I shall feed you. In that moment, Su Mo's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Wasn't this the behavior of a devoted admirer catering to their goddess? How had Song Xiao, this very goddess, turned the tables? It was evident that comparisons could evoke strong feelings. If Han Zhao were to witness this scene, he might very well be driven to fury. Yet, Su Mo felt undeserving of such attention from Song Xiao. Resolutely, he began, Song Xiao. Before he could finish, she interrupted, Don't call me that. It sounds so formal. Just call me Xiao Xiao. Xiao. Su Mo found the name somewhat awkward. Stop chatting and eat. She interjected, cutting off his words yet again. With a swift motion, she cracked open another lobster and offered it to him. Su Mo could only watch in silence, his emotions swirling within him, unable to restrain himself from saying, Xiao, please don't do this. I can manage on my own. What's wrong? Are you annoyed with me? Song Xiao teased playfully. No, being served by you makes me feel like a giant infant. It is rather awkward, Su Mo lamented, expressing his discomfort. It truly is awkward. Song Xiao giggled uncontrollably, peeling another shrimp to feed Su Mo, proclaiming, I take delight in serving you. Still awkward, Su Mo replied helplessly. At this moment, the young man serving dishes nearby could no longer bear to watch, consumed by envy and resentment. In his heart, he muttered, Damn, such a stunning goddess serving you this way. How many would envy you for this? And you still find it awkward? If a goddess were to serve me like this, I would willingly trade 5 years of my life. Alas, there are no ifs. Comparing people can be disheartening. With no alternative, the young man set down the dishes and departed, grumbling to himself. Having been subjected to such a display of affection, he felt utterly defeated. Consequently, the next server was replaced by a female attendant, while the young man never returned, having suffered too much. All right, enough of feeding me. You should eat too, Su Mo said as he peeled a shrimp and placed it into Song Zhao's mouth. Hee, this is my first feeding from my idol, though the gesture is somewhat clumsy. It's incredibly sweet. Song Xiao swooned. Su Mo, the female attendant. When the next dishes arrived, they were served by a middle-aged man. The female server could no longer endure the scene. It's not even the Qixi festival yet, and they are already indulging in such displays of affection. Is this behavior even acceptable? The meal was an extraordinary experience, and by the time they finished, it was already past 1 in the morning. The establishment was deserted, as Suemo had only come to the food stall after short-selling the naughty group. Upon exiting, it was already well past 11 o'clock at night. "Boss, it's time to settle the bill," Suemo called out. "Coming soon." A burly man resembling a butcher entered, casting a brief glance at Suemo and Song Xiao before stating, "The total is 987 yuan. Let us round it up to 10,000 yuan." Suemo. Song Xiao. "It's my first time seeing a bill that magically increases." Suemo thought to himself, feeling the urge to curse. What a swindler! Moreover, judging by his accent, the man did not seem to be from Binhai City. "What is the specialty of this establishment? WeChat or I'll pay?" the man asked coldly. "Forget it. It's just a matter of a few dozen yuan." Suemo thought, too lazy to argue, and was about to swipe his card. However, Song Xiao intervened, blocking Suemo and asserting, "Boss, this bill doesn't seem right." "What's wrong?" the man retorted. "You ordered the dishes, and they are clearly priced. It's 10,000 yuan, not a penny less." "Nonsense," Song Xiao protested. "I am well aware of what I ordered. Adding it all up, at most it comes to 1,000 yuan. Where does this 987 come from? Is this a black shop?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned cold, and he replied with a commanding presence, "Little girl, you may eat indiscriminately, but do not speak recklessly. The prices are clear, and it is indeed 10,000 yuan. Impossible." Song Xiao exclaimed as she picked up the menu and began calculating. "The total for the dishes is 787, plus a 200 yuan sea cucumber soup, amounts to 987 yuan. Where does the 987 come from?" The young girl, possessing a sharp mind, nonetheless miscalculated the figures. "My sea cucumber soup is crafted from the finest imported sea cucumber, worth 200 yuan per mouthful. For this entire pot, I shall charge you 9,000 yuan, which is hardly a loss on your part." The burly man chuckled, albeit with a lewd grin, as if he were certain of his victory over the two individuals. Chapter 29, The Professional Black Market. Have they got me? Sea cucumber soup. 200 per sip. 9,000 for a pot. Damn it. Suemo and Song Xiao exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their exclamations of disbelief. Previously, in a certain city, prawns were 38 each. Today, in Binhai City, they encountered sea cucumber soup priced at 200 a sip. In an instant, both Suemo and Song Xiao were rendered speechless. Yet, they understood they had stumbled upon a black market establishment, one that evaded taxes and thrived on deceit. "Is this soup brewed from the sea cucumber king? 200 per sip?" Suemo, positioning Song Xiao protectively behind him, inquired sternly. "Why not claim it's concocted from the primordial essence, priced at 20,000 a sip?" That is a clever rationale. I shall use that next time." The burly man's eyes gleamed with approval. Suemo's expression darkened. This fellow was utterly outrageous. In pursuit of profit, he would resort to any means necessary. The previous incident with the 38 prawns was still vivid in their minds. Fines amounting to 90,000, a shutdown for rectification, and closure for good. Could it be that this stall owner dared to repeat such folly? Did he wish to incur hefty penalties and shut down his business? No, it could not be that simple. This proprietor could not be so foolish. If he dared to act thus, he must have some hidden strategy. Contemplating this, Suemo's countenance shifted, a plan forming in his mind. "Boss, judging by your accent, you are not a local, are you?" Although this Xian Cheng stall was located in Binhai City, the owner's dialect was not that of a Binhai native, much like the previous prawns establishment. Where the owner was not from Qicheng, what was the implication? Opening a black market in another city, laundering money while simultaneously tarnishing the reputation of other locales? Just as nationals from one country might commit wrongdoings abroad, claiming to be from another. Why should it matter whether I am a local? The owner, growing impatient, urged. "Hurry and swipe your card. If you do not pay today, you too shall not leave." Upon hearing this, Song Xiao's fury erupted. "Black market. This is extortion. I shall report this immediately." "Report it?" Go ahead, try. The owner retorted dismissively. Just wait. You're finished. Enraged, Song Xiao retrieved her phone, ready to call for help. Only to be taken aback. You've blocked the mobile signal. Su Mo also pulled out his phone, his expression darkening further. Not only was there no 5G signal, but even 2G was absent. All signals had been jammed. No wonder this proprietor acted so brazenly, with the signal blocked. They could not report anything. Huh. I dare to operate a black market. I am naturally unafraid of your complaints, the owner boasted, patting his ample belly with pride. I'll make this clear. If you do not pay this 10,000, you will not be leaving. As you can see, the signal here is poor. And the surveillance is faulty. Should anything happen, he trailed off ominously. As his words lingered in the air, 5 more burly men entered. Among them was the male server who had been serving dishes, grinning at Su Mo and Song Xiao. Now, instead of scattering dog food, are we mistreating the dogs? Damn. If it weren't for the boss's orders to refrain from violence, I would have dealt with you already. Su Mo. Song Xiao. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Block the signals. Restrict personal freedom. This is clearly a blatant ploy to extort Su Mo and Song Xiao. Once the payment is made and they exit the establishment, reporting to the police would be futile. Firstly, the price is explicitly stated. Secondly, the surveillance equipment is malfunctioning, leaving insufficient evidence. Even if payment receipts are displayed, they would still be meaningless. They could easily forge a menu or claim that you damaged an expensive item, thus demanding 9,000 yuan, and then deny any agreement. What follows would be endless wrangling, as they are completely unafraid. It can be said that this Xin Qing diner, in its audacity to act so unscrupulously, has devised numerous countermeasures. Handsome, what should we do? Song Xiao expressed her fears. Those men were burly, adorned with tattoos. One of them, resembling a butcher, wielded a knife, stained with blood, whether from fish or pork. It was undeniably terrifying. How could a young girl like Song Xiao not be afraid? It's all right, at worst. We'll suffer a financial loss and settle the score later. Su Mo whispered, filled with indignation. In such a predicament, ensuring their safety by paying and leaving, then addressing the matter afterwards seemed the wisest course of action. Otherwise, should a confrontation arise, Su Mo would face 6 adversaries while also needing to protect Song Xiao, leaving no chance of victory. If Song Xiao were to be harmed, it would spell significant trouble. Song Xiao nodded in agreement, impressed. No wonder I have my eye on you. You are quite level-headed. Unlike other reckless youths who, despite knowing they cannot win, still charge forward for the sake of pride. Observing the unfolding situation, the owner's smile widened as he declared, 20,000 yuan, not a penny less. Song Xiao. Su Mo. Wasn't it 10,000? How did it double to 20,000? Song Xiao exclaimed in outrage. This is blatant price gouging. Had you been more agreeable earlier, it would indeed have been 10,000. However, now that all 5 of them have come out, shouldn't there be an appearance fee? 2,000 each, added to the previous 10,000, totals 20,000. Fair and square. The owner grinned, while the others beamed with delight. With this single transaction, the owner would pocket 10,000, and the 5 men, each 2,000. Later, they could treat themselves to a princess at the KTV. Wouldn't that be delightful? Scoundrels! How can you do this? Song Xiao's face turned pale with anger. These people were utterly excessive. What can you do about it? You still have to obediently pay. The owner laughed shamelessly. Of course, don't even think about recording or filming. It's pointless. Not only is there a signal jammer here, but also a recording blocker. Su Mo. Song Xiao. Unbelievable. In this day and age, are black shops so professional? You are too much. Song Xiao exclaimed indignantly. Hearing this, the owner remained unfazed, instead calmly stating, today, it would be best if you paid without fuss. Otherwise, we will give you a beating, and you will still have to pay. It must be stated clearly that the brothers are rather rough around the edges, lacking restraint. Should any injuries occur leading to hospitalization, we will not be liable, as these mishaps are solely of your own making. Song Xiao was rendered speechless with indignation. Su Mo's countenance darkened further, filled with wrath towards these despicable beings. After today, they would languish in confinement, experiencing a fate worse than death. Time is of the essence. Let us expedite the payment. The boss's expression turned icy. If they remain unyielding, Shagua, show them what true colors look like. Very well. The server who had previously delivered the dishes approached with a smile, his hands cracking ominously. Sumo's expression was frigid as he shielded Song Xiao behind him, preparing to sacrifice wealth to avert disaster and settle accounts later, when he suddenly heard the system notification. Check-in available here. Would you like to proceed? Sumo was momentarily taken aback, but resolutely responded. Check-in. Successful check-in at Xinqing Diner. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate martial arts technique. Chapter 30. Black Shop? Extortion? All knocked out in an instant, a myriad of combat techniques flooded Sumo's mind. Traditional martial arts, such as Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Dim Mak, blended with modern fighting styles like Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Karate, transforming Sumo from an unarmed university student into a master of martial arts in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Shagua approached with an unfriendly expression. Kid, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, he exclaimed, swinging a fist aimed at Sumo's left cheek. Sumo, quickly dodge, Song Xiao urged with deep concern. However, Sumo merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. He raised his leg and executed a swift kick. Astonishingly fast, striking before the punch even reached him. Before Xiao Wu's fist could make contact, he was sent flying, crashing into a table behind him and landing heavily on the floor, producing a dull thud. For a moment, Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Even the shop owner and the others were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. It was clear that Xiao Wu had swung to attack Sumo, yet Sumo stood unharmed while Xiao Wu lay incapacitated. What on earth was going on? Cough. Uffed. The searing pain coursing through his body jolted Xiao Wu back to reality, and he felt an unbearable agony in his abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Sumo now filled with terror. He attempted to speak, but the pain rendered him speechless, leaving him with a sense of internal turmoil. You dare harm my brother? You're dead. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu spitting blood, the owner, Gu Xinqing, was instantly enraged. This kid is a fighter. Brothers. Let us take him down together. Right, let us avenge Lao Wu. With that, the other four men charged towards Sumo. Be careful. Song Zhao's face paled. But she felt utterly helpless. In such a predicament, she could do nothing but protect herself from the chaos. Stay back, Sumo instructed, gently pushing Song Xiao aside. He then lifted a nearby table and hurled it towards the four advancing brutes with great force. Though the four were rough and accustomed to street brawls, they had never encountered such a display. As the table hurtled towards them, their expressions changed dramatically. The last two, Lao Si and Lao Lu, cowardly chose to retreat. However, Lao Er and Lao San, unable to escape, raised their hands to shield their heads, bracing for impact. Bang! The table crashed down on Lao Er and Lao San, inflicting considerable pain, yet they managed to withstand it. But at that moment, Sumo leapt into the air. Seize the opportunity, he thought, delivering another explosive kick that struck the table with tremendous force. Bang! The sound echoed as the table, along with Lao Er and Lao San, was sent flying, ultimately landing on the ground, bloodied and battered, a pitiful sight. They struggled to rise, unable to do so. In a single encounter, two of the four men lay defeated. Damn it! Cursed! In a fit of rage, Lao Si and Lao Lu charged once more, yet they were unprepared for Sumo's swiftness. With a swift motion, he executed a whip kick that sent Lao Si flying. He then closed the distance to Lao Lu, unleashing a rapid flurry of punches. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes were delivered, causing Lao Lu to stagger backward, emitting cries of agony that sent shivers down Gu Xinqing's spine. By the time Sumo ceased his assault, Lao Lu could endure no more and collapsed in a heap. This was the essence of traditional martial arts, Wing Chun. In mere moments, all four assailants lay on the ground, some groaning in pain, others knocked out cold. What was intended to be a 4-on-1 confrontation had astonishingly turned into a one-man spectacle of dominance. Witnessing the scene, Song Xiao was left in a state of shock. Unable to fathom Sumo's strength, the tension in her heart dissipated entirely, and her gaze towards Sumo was filled with admiration, accompanied by a silly grin. Hee hee, truly. The boy I have my eyes on is remarkably powerful. The boss was utterly dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Suemo wore a faint smile as he approached steadily. Why you? Don't come any closer, the boss stammered, his face ashen with fear and regret. What kind of person had he provoked today? A world champion in free fighting? Or a master of martial arts? Regardless of his identity, even a couple of punches could easily send him to the ground. Brother, no, master, let us not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly, Gu Xinqing urged, his complexion pale. Today was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Suemo chuckled derisively. With the setup, calling in 5 thugs, you dare tell me it's a misunderstanding? Ahem. Well, master, I called them here. To offer you money. Yes, money. Gu Xinqing quickly replied. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Gu Xinqing realized that unless he offered a substantial sum, he might find himself in dire straits. He promptly produced a card, grimacing in pain as he said, Master, this card contains 50,000 yuan, consider it an apology. And I only ask that you show mercy and spare me. 50,000 yuan to brush me off? Suemo replied with a bemused smile. Who do you take me for? Beside him, Song could not help but smile sweetly. Suemo casually made millions in stock trading. Such a meager sum would hardly attract his interest. Then, how about 100,000? Gu Xinqing bit his lip, producing another card of 50,000 yuan. He always carried these cards, devoid of passwords, to avert calamity in critical situations, like when encountering a water meter inspector, he could conveniently offer a card to facilitate matters. Those who operated shady businesses often preyed on the weak and were most compliant. Otherwise, they would have long been shut down. Haha, let me tell you. Even 1 million would not impress me, Suemo said, smiling faintly as he drew closer. You operate a black market, extort me, and even attempt to assault me. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall not bear the surname Su. You, don't come any closer. Yu Xinqing was thoroughly paralyzed with fear, hastily threatening, if you come any nearer, I will call the police. Call the police? Suemo laughed. Have you forgotten? There is no signal in this establishment. How will you call for help? Yu Xinqing. The recordings and videos are of no use. The shop's audio shield has been activated. The surveillance cameras are also malfunctioning. Suemo chuckled once more. Yu Xinqing. Therefore, whatever I choose to do with you today poses no issues at all. After all, your preparations are exceedingly thorough, truly impeccable. Suemo remarked with a smile. Gu Xinqing's face turned ashen. In that moment, despair enveloped Gu Xinqing to the utmost degree, and he was overwhelmed with regret. Had it not been for his intention to operate an illicit establishment and extort Suemo and his companion, would he have resorted to jamming the signals, disabling the recordings, and shutting down the cameras? How had it come to this? Completely at Sumo's mercy, he found himself utterly vulnerable to Sumo's whims. Master, I have erred gravely. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. With that, Gu Xinqing, a robust man, knelt down. Just allow me to go free, and I shall comply with any request you may have. Chapter 31. The Retreat. Do you deserve it? Observing Gu Xinqing, who was kneeling and pleading for mercy, Suemo offered a faint smile. Is there truly nothing you wouldn't do? Indeed, as long as the master spares me, I am willing to do anything, Gu Xinqing exclaimed, his face lighting up with hope. As long as he could avoid punishment, everything else was negotiable. Very well, then. Solve the last 2 difficult problems from last year's college entrance examination mathematics paper for me. If you succeed, I shall grant you mercy, Suemo replied calmly. Gu Xinqing's expression instantly darkened. The college entrance examination paper, particularly the last 2 challenging questions, even though he had never taken the exam. He was well aware of their daunting difficulty, designed for the brightest students of the 985 and 211 universities. Cough. Master, are you not making things exceedingly difficult for me? I am but a rough man. How could I possibly manage that? Gu Xinqing lamented helplessly. You yourself stated that you would do anything. Suemo chuckled. Gu Xinqing. Since I cannot fulfill this, do not blame me for being ruthless. The opportunity was presented to you. It is your own failure to cherish it. Upon finishing his words, Sumo's demeanor turned icy. A surge of impending danger enveloped Gu Xinqing, altering his complexion dramatically. Master, please, before he could complete his plea. Suemo delivered a swift kick, propelling the kneeling Gu Xinqing across the ground. He then collapsed, knocking out his front teeth. Racked with pain, his corpulent body heaved, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Suemo had no intention of letting him off that easily. After running his illicit enterprise for so long, with such expertise, heaven only knows how many people he had deceived, charging 10,000 for seafood worth less than 1,000. Perhaps 10,000 was a trifling amount to Suemo, inconsequential in his eyes. However, for an average individual, that represented 2 months' worth of salary. Many toil for 6 months, barely managing to cover their daily expenses, and still may not save up 10,000. Thus, Suemo approached, causing Gu Xinqing to tremble in fear. Master, I was wrong. You may dictate my fate. I shall comply with whatever you decide. This time, Gu Xinqing was utterly terrified. This attitude was more appropriate. As Suemo spoke, he placed a foot upon Gu Xinqing's head, coldly declaring, "Do not accuse me of being merciless. Immediately contact the authorities. Confess and disclose all the wrongdoings and victims of your actions over the years. As for your assets, you shall face the penalties and compensate the victims accordingly. As for your house, sell it and donate the proceeds to a hope school." This. Gu Xinqing hesitated, visibly reluctant. Master, you are asking for my life. Of course, after committing so many heinous acts, if I do not demand your life, who shall I demand? Suemo replied with a chilling smile, applying more pressure to Gu Xinqing's face, distorting it in agony as he continued to wail in pain. Suemo, however, paid him no heed, imparting in a detached tone, "I am merely instructing you on what to do, not negotiating with you. Do you understand?" With that, he pressed down once more. "Ah!" Gu Xinqing cried out in anguish. The pain was unbearable, his face feeling as though it were being crushed. "I understand. I understand. Master, spare my life. I will confess everything immediately. I shall compensate the assets, accept the penalties, and leave one house for my wife and children. Everything else will be sold and donated to a hope school. Will you still retain one for yourself?" Suemo spoke coldly, exerting force once more. "Ah!" Gu Xiancheng cried out in agony, helplessly pleading, "Master, I have a house left behind. It must provide a safety net for my wife and child." "A safety net?" Suemo scoffed. "Did you ever consider leaving a safety net for the victims when you trapped them?" Gu Xiancheng fell silent. "With a scoundrel like you as a father, your son deserves to suffer. Your wife deserves to remarry," Suemo declared coldly. He harbored no mercy for a man like Gu Xiancheng. Furthermore, Suemo adhered to the teachings of his ancestors. Simply put, in a family, the character of the parents inevitably influences the children. Suemo did not believe that a black market owner like Gu Xiancheng could raise an exemplary son. On the contrary, his son was likely to become a cowardly scoundrel, unscrupulous in his dealings. Such a scoundrel deserves a fine house. Ridiculous. Yes, yes, I will sell everything. I will donate it all, Gu Xiancheng hastily replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Moreover, your son may not even be your biological child. Why overthink it? Suemo chuckled. Gu Xiancheng turned pale. Indeed, his son increasingly resembles him less. As for his wife, she had been forced into marriage after being sullied by him, rejected by her original boyfriend. Could it be that, in revenge, she had rekindled a relationship with that pretty boy? Had she even gifted him a piece of land? Perhaps even bore him a son to raise, ensuring the inheritance of Gu Xiancheng's estate? By heavens, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. In that moment, Gu Xiancheng was utterly unsettled. Love is a light that blinds one with green envy. I shall give you one night. By tomorrow morning, I expect results in the news, Suemo stated, finally releasing his grip. Yes, rest assured, I will go confess to the police right away, Gu Xiancheng hurriedly affirmed, dismissing his wild thoughts. Do not attempt any tricks. If I return tomorrow and find matters unresolved, our conversation will no longer be so amicable. With that, Suemo waved his hand and turned to depart. Behind him, Song Shao hastily followed. Only Gu Xiancheng and his companions remained, collapsed on the ground, lamenting their fate. Brother, what shall we do? The lightly injured fourth brother climbed to his feet, unable to restrain himself. Must we truly confess? If we confess, it will be the end. We cannot escape years in prison. Third brother chimed in. Indeed, brother, you couldn't even secure a house for sister-in-law. That master is young, yet merciless. Second brother added, unable to contain his thoughts. They were all ruffians with compatible temperaments forming a brotherhood. However, as circumstances changed and their operations became increasingly difficult, they transitioned to running a large eatery, exploiting the funds of unsuspecting customers. They specifically targeted outsiders and university students, employing signal jammers and audio blockers to ensure that customers had no evidence against them, coupled with intimidation and coercion. Most were left with no choice but to part with their money to avoid disaster. Over the years, Gu Xiancheng and his associates had amassed considerable wealth, purchasing several properties. But who would have thought they would encounter Suemo? Alas, Gu Xinqing sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Surrender, go to prison. Donate all my possessions. It's truly a difficult choice. Yet that person is formidable indeed. If he returns tomorrow, what shall we do? Will we simply endure another beating? What if it results in our demise? The crowd fell silent. It is better to live, even in hardship, than to face a dire end. They were genuinely fearful of Suemo brother. That individual is ruthless and speaks little. We cannot provoke him, but can we not evade him? Shagua, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Are you suggesting we flee? Gu Xinqing's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. This idea was splendid. Indeed. Let us escape under the cover of night, without even visiting the hospital. Gather the cards, property deeds, and valuables, and depart immediately. Shagua continued. We can flee from the eastern coastal region to the far northwest, or even abroad. At that point, no matter how powerful that person may be, he will be unable to reach us. Chapter 32. Run, run. No escape. What a splendid idea. Let us flee tonight. Indeed, let us depart at once. If we cannot confront it, we shall certainly evade it. The six brothers of Gu Xinqing nodded in unison, expressing their agreement, supporting each other. They rose despite the excruciating pain, decisively gathering their belongings for an immediate escape. Meanwhile, after exiting the dark establishment, Suemo and Song Xiao made their way towards the parking lot. Along the journey, Song Xiao gazed intently at Suemo, her rosy cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness. The constant scrutiny made Suemo somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to exclaim, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Hee." "Because you are so handsome," Song Xiao replied with a charming smile, drawing closer to Suemo. "I never expected that my idol would not only possess striking looks, but also immense talent and strength. Wow, a single punch to subdue a ruffian, simply breathtaking. Truly." At that moment, I thought, if I, Song Xiao, were to miss out on such a man, my life would be utterly pointless. Humph. As she spoke, Song Xiao subtly took Suemo's hand and placed it against her chest. Suemo was utterly speechless. "Your life is your own concern. Let go of my hand. Have some decorum." Decorum? Oh. A hint of disappointment crossed Song Xiao's face as she reluctantly released Suemo's hand, realizing her intentions had been uncovered. "You only know how to take advantage of the situation." Suemo lamented silently. "What kind of school beauty is this? She is nothing but a flirt. At best, she is merely slightly attractive. Hee, what can I say? It's inevitable. The moment one lays eyes on you, they cannot help but feel drawn closer." Song Xiao replied, her expression innocent. "Isn't it true that goddesses are supposed to be reserved, pure, gradually warming up?" Suemo could not help but argue. Even if they are fond, they would keep it to themselves, remaining composed, and certainly not so forward. Ridiculous. Song Xiao shook her head. Goddesses are human too. They have their desires and emotions. The aloof demeanor you see is not mere reserve, but rather a lack of interest or disinterest in the other party. As for being slow to warm up, that is simply a tactic employed when the goddess does not dislike the individual but finds them somewhat appealing or useful, leading to a slow burn approach to cultivate them as a backup, an ATM. Is that so? Suemo was taken aback. Song Xiao nodded and continued. It's pitiful for those infatuated souls, being used as an ATM, yet blissfully unaware of their grim prospects. Yet, once a goddess encounters someone who truly captivates her heart, you cannot imagine how proactive she can be, even more so than those infatuated souls, just like me at this point. Song Xiao fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. I see now, Su Mo acknowledged, enlightened. So, a lack of initiative and enthusiasm simply indicates disinterest. A slow approach is merely a way to keep someone in reserve. When encountering true affection, a goddess can indeed be quite assertive, even willing to play the role of an infatuated admirer. Ah, my idol. How can a typical boy understand these dynamics of romantic interactions? You, a high-caliber idol, ought to be aware of such matters. Song Xiao expressed her bewilderment. Alas, there is nothing to be done. For nearly 20 years, I have been pursued by goddesses. How would I know such things? Su Mo sighed. Song Xiao's expression darkened instantly. This is utterly absurd. However, she was well aware that Su Mo's words were indeed true. As the campus heartthrob of Bin University and a genius designer, Su Mo possessed both talent and beauty, making him an epitome of a high-quality man. He was perpetually pursued by admirers, with even her, the campus belle, being just one among many. Other university beauties ventured across institutions in pursuit of him. If word got out that Su Mo was also a stock trading prodigy, casually raking in millions, it would not be surprising if numerous CEOs from Fortune 500 companies desired to marry their daughters to him. No, I must keep this under wraps. I cannot let others find out and attract more rivals. With this thought, Song Xiao wore a triumphant smile. What are you grinning about? Su Mo inquired. Surveying Su Mo, Song Xiao brazenly remarked, I was contemplating whether to intoxicate you or to drug you. Su Mo's expression darkened as he glanced at the moon. I think the moonlight is lovely tonight. We should head back to the dormitory. But, dear God, the dormitory is closed. Song Xiao retorted with glee. Then you should return home. I will head to a hotel. Su Mo declared, genuinely concerned that Song Xiao might attempt to slip him a drug. On a night like this, would you leave such a beautiful girl alone on the streets? What if she encounters trouble? Song Xiao feigned a pitiful look. Su Mo sighed in resignation. I fear you. Let us go, but no funny business. I promise. I assure you there will be no mischief tonight. Song Xiao replied earnestly. Though internally she mused. Well, she only guaranteed tonight, not necessarily tomorrow or the days after. Su Mo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. The two retrieved a vehicle and headed straight to Song Xiao's luxurious residence. Meanwhile, in a concealed room scattered with energy drinks and coffee, a man sat before a computer, his fingers dancing frantically across the keyboard. Lines of code flashed rapidly on the screen. This was the notorious hacker known as Mudfish, ranked 5th in the dark web, a figure who once treated the CIA like his personal playground. Yet, this time, Mudfish was somewhat agitated, facing a formidable challenge. Fuck, how can there still be more? This is already 136 layers of encryption. How can there be an additional 272 layers beneath? He was exasperated. What kind of architecture is this? It's an infinite nesting doll. This is exhausting. Having accepted a commission from the Naughty Group, Mudfish had been laboring tirelessly through the night. Unfortunately, the more he attempted to crack the encryption, the more layers appeared, driving him to madness. For a mere 500, he was on the brink of insanity. Perhaps it was time to abandon this task. It's too difficult. No, if I give up, the money is trivial, but my reputation is paramount. If word spreads that Mudfish, cannot even crack a single encryption, how shall I survive in the future? Indeed, if I persist, I will surely break through. With this self-motivation, Mudfish opened another can of coffee and downed it in one gulp, continuing his relentless endeavor to crack the code, fully committed to the task. By the time dawn broke, Mudfish had still not succeeded. Staring at the newly emerged 544 layers of encryption, he felt utterly defeated within the luxurious residence. Su Mo had also risen. Song Xiao prepared an extravagant breakfast, a feast fit for a deity. As she awaited Su Mo's praise with gentle anticipation, she was taken aback when he remarked, You haven't laced it with anything, have you? In an instant, her expression darkened, and she felt utterly disarmed by his words. After the meal, Su Mo perused the news on his phone. So Gu Xinqing and his cohorts have chosen not to surrender? He mused. Well, if that is their decision, they are merely courting disaster. The distinction between surrendering and being apprehended is indeed monumental. At that moment, Wang Yi produced his phone and swiftly executed a series of commands, successfully pinpointing Gu Xinqing and his associates' locations. Ah, heading westward, are we? Off to seek enlightenment? Su Mo chuckled softly to himself before sending a message to Gu Xinqing. In just one night, you've made your way to Beihai Province, Fengshan City, Linlu County, along the National Highway. Quite impressive speed. Upon reading this message, Gu Xinqing, who had been slumped in the passenger seat, shot upright, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm as an icy dread coursed through him. Chapter 33 Brother, what ancestral spirit have we provoked? Brother, what's wrong? Seeing this, the second brother, who was driving, could not help but voice his concern, his face filled with worry. Gu Xinqing did not respond. Instead, he inquired, What? Where is this place? I recall the sign we just passed. It seemed to indicate Foshan City, perhaps Lucian County, the second brother replied. The third brother at the back hastily opened his phone. Let me check the map. Indeed, we are on the National Highway in Lucian County, Fengshan City, Beihai Province, traveling east to west. What? Yu Xinqing was utterly alarmed, his heart racing with trepidation. How could he know? What does this mean? The third brother and the others were bewildered. Just a moment ago, the individual who had sent me a message stated that we were fleeing at a leisurely pace and had already reached Beihai Province, Fengshan City, Lucian County's National Highway. Gu Xinqing exclaimed, passing his phone around for everyone to see. What? How could this be? How could he know? In an instant, everyone was in a state of panic. They exchanged glances, each wearing a perplexed expression. Could it be that there is a traitor among us who revealed our escape route to him? The sixth brother interjected, full of apprehension. That ruthless individual is remarkably sharp. If he catches us fleeing, it would truly be a fate worse than death. The concern, however, was that even if they were half beaten to death, they could not report to the police. They dared not call the authorities. They were already operating an illicit establishment. Once the police were involved, they might preserve their lives. But decades in prison would be unavoidable. If the amount was particularly large or the nature too heinous, they might even face lethal consequences. That shouldn't be the case. Gu Xinqing shook his head. The bond among us brothers is unbreakable. There will be no traitors. Moreover, we rotate driving and take random routes, with no fixed path. Then how does he know our location? The fourth brother pondered. There exists a certain type of individual who can remotely locate our phones through the internet. As long as we are online, they can detect our whereabouts one by one. Gu Xinqing's face darkened as he spoke. Such tactics belong to law enforcement. Could he be with the police? The fifth brother asked. That should not be the case. His name is Su Mo, a prodigious designer from Xia country. Recently, he has been at odds with the Nighty group, the third brother remarked pensively. How do you know this? Are you a traitor? The sixth brother was startled. The third brother's face darkened instantly as he slapped the sixth brother. Fool. I just saw it in the news. It's trending. You all are so uneducated. It's truly alarming. The fifth brother. The others. Indeed, this fellow is actually the designer Su Mo, and merely 20 years old. The sixth brother also opened his phone, viewing the news with an increasingly peculiar expression. Wait. Didn't the elder brother say he was a champion of free fighting or a master of martial arts? How did he become a genius designer? Who knows? Gu Xinqing sighed, unable to suppress a curse. It's quite possible he is also a hacking genius capable of locking onto us remotely. Could that be true? Everyone was left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. In a hushed tone, Lao Sen began. Su Mo, a 20-year-old student at Beihai University, a prodigious designer, a champion in free fighting, a master of traditional martial arts, a top-tier hacker. Brother, what ancestor have we provoked? It's overwhelming. We stand no chance. We can't even flee. We are doomed. In that moment, the brothers were utterly despondent, their spirits shattered. Facing such a formidable opponent seemed akin to throwing an egg against a rock, a certain path to destruction from every conceivable angle. You ask me, and I ask whom? Yu Xinqing lamented, exhaling deeply. With so many eateries, why did he have to choose ours? We can only blame our misfortune. Alas, what now? He is incredibly powerful. Not only with his fists, but potentially as a hacker, capable of pinpointing our location with ease. Should we surrender? Lao Lu appeared somewhat frightened, and the others were also swayed by the notion. They all feared being found by Su Mo, lest they receive another beating, which would be catastrophic. No, once we surrender, we'll be imprisoned indefinitely. All the money we've earned would have to be forfeited. It would be better to die, Gu Xinqing declared. Indeed, the elder brother has a point. Every man must eventually meet his end, whether early or late. But unless absolutely necessary, we must never capitulate. Lao Er, who had remained silent for a long time, asserted with righteous fervor. Very well, let us fight to the bitter end. Gu Xinqing nodded resolutely, declaring, everyone, turn off your phones immediately and dispose of your SIM cards. Then, let us replace them with anonymous backup cards. Remote tracking relies on the phone number. I refuse to believe that if we change our cards, he can still locate us. Yes, that is the plan. The group's spirits lifted as they promptly powered down their devices, discarded their cards, and swapped them out. Those running the shady establishment possessed several fake IDs. They had numerous phone numbers, particularly unregistered ones. This way, they would be untraceable. Have we all made the switch? Yu Xinqing inquired. Rest assured, boss, we're all set. Good. Lao Er, turn your phone back on for navigation. Everyone else, keep your phones off. Gu Xinqing reiterated, aiming to mitigate risks. Understood. The group responded. Then we shall exit the highway at the next junction, alter our route, and take a detour. I refuse to believe Su Mo can track us down. Gu Xinqing grinned smugly, embodying a blend of carelessness and meticulousness. Those engaged in underhanded dealings would have long met their unfortunate fate without some skill. Our elder brother is truly wise. Even with Su Mo's prowess, he won't be able to find us now. Indeed, with the elder brother leading, we have nothing to fear. They spoke of the numerous shady eateries, many of which had closed, yet they had endured, albeit, it was inconsequential. They had money in their bags. Once we reach the Northwest, we can open another establishment. Are we selling seafood in the Northwest? That seems rather challenging. Fool. We want to sell seafood. We can sell sliced cake instead. Yes, after all, our elder brother is so clever. Following him guarantees success. Haha. The wisest decision of my life, Gu Xiaolu, was to leave our settlement with the elder brother, now possessing nearly 10 million in assets and several romantic partners. If I were to remain in the village, I might not even be able to marry a wife. Indeed, the bride price in our village has reached 200,000, while in Binhai City it is only 100,000. Our elder brother is truly wise. Following him has allowed us to prosper in the vast Northwest. We indulge in lavish meals, enjoy exquisite drinks, reside in villas, drive luxury cars, and share our lives with beautiful women. I have heard that the beauties of the Northwest possess exotic charm, with graceful figures and the ability to dance. Enough talk, second brother, step on it. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ha! The crowd was brimming with exhilaration, completely shedding their previous sense of crisis. They lauded Gu Xinqing while envisioning a bright future in the Northwest. This made Gu Xinqing feel somewhat elated. With over 70 million remaining in his account, he could easily start anew in the Northwest. However, just as the excitement reached its peak, the second brother's phone vibrated once more, revealing a text message. You worthless fools. Can you truly escape? Did you think that by leaving the highway and taking National Route 712, you could evade us? Fools. Chapter 34. The fear governed by the god of hackers. Upon reading the message, an oppressive silence enveloped everyone. The atmosphere had become so stifling that it felt as though a suffocating scent permeated the air. Is this the 712 National Highway? Gu Xinqing murmured. Indeed, brother. It is the 712 National Highway. Damn it, we have been locked onto by Su Mo again. Gu Xinqing exclaimed, a mixture of anger and shock evident upon his face. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What shall we do? The others, too, were flustered, having changed their phone numbers only to find themselves still under surveillance. What can we do? Even with new numbers, we are still being tracked. I suspect our vehicle has been identified. Gu Xinqing surmised. Are you implying that Su Mo is indeed a master hacker, capable of infiltrating the traffic system? Therefore, he knows where our vehicle goes? The third member gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious, Su Mo, You young men have no sense of honor. It must be so. Gu Xinqing nodded. On the highways and national roads, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, making it quite easy for a hacker to locate us. Then what should we do? The second member suggested, you should turn off your phone and change your number. As for you, the third, use a new untraceable number. Simultaneously, we must head to a car dealership, dispose of this vehicle, and acquire a new one, Gu Xinqing commanded. Understood. Soon, Gu Xinqing and his companions arrived at a second-hand car dealership. The sales associate's eyes lit up upon seeing the 7-seat Mercedes GLS they had arrived in. A vehicle of considerable worth, priced at $2 million. He hurriedly approached them, smiling. Hello? Are you here to buy or sell a car? We wish to exchange vehicles. Gu Xinqing responded. Exchange vehicles? What do you mean? Oh, you want to sell first and buy later. The associate said cheerfully. That works perfectly. We can profit from both transactions. However, Gu Xinqing shook his head. No, I mean to give you this Mercedes, and in return, I require another vehicle, one that is roadworthy and capable of off-roading. I am in urgent need. Understood, understood. The associate's face brightened. How about this Land Rover? It also accommodates 7 passengers and is in impeccable condition, almost brand new. It will handle off-road conditions effortlessly. What is the condition of the vehicle? It is in excellent condition. The original owner was a woman who only drove it for 20,000 kilometers before deciding it was too difficult to handle and sold it to us. Very well. I will take this one. Gu Xinqing nodded decisively, waving his hand. Brothers, load our belongings into the Land Rover. The others quickly complied. Sir, please follow me to complete the handover procedures, including the transfer of ownership and license plates, the associate stated. However, Gu Xinqing waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. We are in a hurry. You may keep the Mercedes, and we shall take the Land Rover. You will not incur a loss. As for the transfer paperwork, we will address it later. The associate was taken aback. Is this even permissible? Sir, it seems a bit irregular. Fool. If there is profit to be made, it is permissible. We are leaving. With that, Gu Xinqing tossed the car keys to the associate and drove away in the Land Rover, leaving the associate standing bewildered in the wind. Scratching his head in confusion, did I profit, or did I incur a loss? $1 million second-hand Land Rover exchanged for a $2 million Mercedes GLS. Surely, I must have made a gain? I hope my boss does not reprimand me. Subsequently, Gu Xinqing and his companions chose a different route, continuing their journey westward. This time we've even changed the vehicle. The license plates are untraceable. No matter how skilled Sumo is, he won't be able to find us, Gu Xinqing chuckled. Indeed, once we reach the vast northwest, we shall start anew and revel in our freedom, the group exclaimed with excitement as they pressed on. In Song Shaohua's mansion, Sumo gazed at his phone, which displayed the movement trajectories of the group. He shook his head and remarked, I merely allowed you to run. Yet, you cannot escape. Do you truly believe my tracking is confined to just the phone number? In this day and age, a phone number can indeed be traced. License plates can be tracked as well. High-end vehicles can be directly located. Furthermore, a single phone number not only reveals location, but can also facilitate the remote installation of a Trojan. Even if you change your phone number, I can continue to pursue you. In the eyes of the hacking deity, there are few secrets. Before long, the third member of the group received another text message, running low on fuel, heading to the S57 gas station. Instantly, he slammed the brakes, halting on the service road, trembling at the sight of the gas station ahead. Brother, it really is the S57 gas station. We have not escaped Sumo's grasp, he exclaimed in horror. Gu Xinqing roared, nearly on the verge of collapse. Damn it, damn it. How could this happen? Everyone was bewildered. Changing the phone card was futile. Switching vehicles was equally pointless. What were they to do? Sumo seemed like a relentless demon, persistently trailing them, showing no mercy. The second member was on the verge of despair, and the others felt utterly hopeless. The vehicle was just changed. It was impossible for him to track them. This meant a tracking Trojan must have been installed remotely on their phones. The third member struggled to maintain his composure and could not contain himself. Is this Trojan really that powerful? The fifth member queried, bewildered. Of course, recent news highlights Trojans monitoring high-ranking officials across multiple nations, It's nearly impossible to defend against. The third member shook his head. You lot are truly ignorant. It's quite alarming. The group responded in unison. That makes sense. Everyone, turn off your phones. Purchase new navigation devices, and then proceed. Gu Xinqing commanded angrily. After some commotion, they resumed their journey. However, it wasn't long before Gu Xinqing's powered-off phone unexpectedly turned on, revealing a text message. Even after changing your phone, you ought to support domestic brands instead of heading to the Apple Store. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Suemo, you young people lack honor. Gu Xinqing completely broke down. Turning off the phone, changing devices, and switching cars were all in vain. Is this truly the work of a human? Moreover, everyone was acutely aware that Suemo was akin to a god, observing their flight and toying with them, enjoying the game thoroughly. In an instant, the morale of the group plummeted. Discard all phones. Fourth, just drive westward. If you get lost, ask for directions, and go wherever you end up. Gu Xinqing decisively declared. I refuse to believe that Suemo is truly omnipotent. All right. Reluctantly, the group cast away all their phones and continued their journey. Yet unexpectedly, half an hour later, the Land Rover's onboard phone rang. Luxury vehicles are equipped with onboard telephones, allowing communication with headquarters for navigation, emergency assistance, and repairs. Even in the absence of a mobile phone, Gu Xinqing took a deep breath and pressed the answer button, hearing Su Mo's voice. So, where to next? Gu Xinqing replied. Darn it, it's you again. In that moment, despair enveloped him completely. He promptly ended the call and declared, abandon the car. Let's take the bus. Indeed, after several transfers, he was determined to believe that Suemo would not be able to trace them. The group decisively left the car and switched from bus to subway, changing multiple times. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief. Now he surely can't find us, right? Haha. Suemo is nothing to worry about. Gu Xinqing felt elated and full of vigor, but the third companion beside him appeared pale and could not help but exclaim, Brother, look at that billboard. What about the billboard? Gu Xinqing inquired, turning towards the sound, only to be struck with shock. Before them, the billboard prominently displayed the words, Is the subway more comfortable? Or the bus? Chapter 35. Suemo, how many identities do you truly conceal? Ah, Gu Xinqing was utterly shattered. The others were equally dumbfounded. They had changed their phones, abandoned their car, and resorted to public transport, yet none of it eluded Su Mo's surveillance. How could they possibly escape? In that moment, everyone trembled in fear, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread instigated by the hacker deity. Brother, what shall we do? The third brother was in a panic, overwhelmed with anxiety. We cannot rely on vehicles any longer. We must walk towards the outskirts. Gu Xinqing decisively declared, I refuse to believe that even in the mountains, he can track us down. Haha, that makes sense. The third brother's eyes brightened. Regardless of the mode of transport they chose, every route was monitored, and Suemo could pinpoint their location through his hacking prowess. This felt reminiscent of the Skynet project. In today's society, is there truly any location devoid of surveillance? It is well known that even many rural roads are equipped with cameras. Towns are even more heavily monitored. The only viable option was to trek into the mountains, traversing rugged terrain. Although it was a dismal prospect, at least they could evade Sumo's watchful eye. Subsequently, the group gathered provisions of water and food and set forth towards the mountains. After half a day of arduous travel, Gu Xinqing and his companions finally reached the depths of the forest. Exhausted, let us rest here. In this desolate place, no matter how formidable Suemo may be, he cannot possibly locate us. Gu Xinqing exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, there is no electricity, no water, no surveillance, no outsiders, not even a network. Suemo could never find us here. We can simply relax. Brother, do you think we have now become bandits in the mountains? Haha, it does bear a resemblance. When one has no safe haven, one turns to the mountains. Ancient wisdom does not lie. Gu Xinqing nodded. However, this is only temporary. We shall lay low for a while. After some time, we will seek an opportunity to venture into the northwest. No matter how skilled Suemo is, he cannot track us down, nor can he monitor us incessantly. Haha. The group erupted into hearty laughter, their spirits lifted. Yet, Just as they reveled in their triumph, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from above. Is that so? The group stood in stunned silence, glancing upward as if struck by lightning. There, hovering above them, was a drone, with Sumo's voice emanating from it. Becoming bandits? Do you truly see yourselves as heroes of Liangshan? You lot. Do you even deserve such a title? Gu Xinqing. The others. In an instant, their morale shattered. They had discarded their phones, forsaken their vehicle, evaded surveillance, and traversed the mountains. Yet Sumo had still managed to find them. Is this the work of a mere mortal? Master, I was mistaken. I shall turn myself in. Gu Xinqing fell to his knees, despair etched across his face. The others followed suit, surrendering to hopelessness. If even the depths of the mountains could not shield them from Sumo, what else could they possibly do? Truly, they were at a loss. Master, we were wrong. We will turn ourselves in at once. It is too difficult. The group lamented, their voices filled with heartfelt resignation. Sumo chuckled softly and replied, no need. The police are already on their way. Gu Xinqing. The crowd, being apprehended and voluntarily surrendering are entirely distinct concepts. Surrendering allows for leniency, but evasion followed by capture entails severe consequences. Regrettably, Gu Xinqing and his companions naively opted against surrendering, choosing instead to flee. Yet, when faced with the hacker god, could they truly escape? Impossible. Even if they sought refuge in the deepest wilderness, Sumo would locate them using satellites and drones. The current technological capabilities are indeed formidable. However, sometimes the cost is prohibitive, rendering extensive deployment impractical. Yet, the absence of widespread application does not imply an inability to execute. Satellite tracking, drone searches, what significance does hiding in the mountains hold? None whatsoever. No, it cannot be this way. You must grant us the opportunity to surrender. Gu Xinqing despaired, realizing that surrendering could lead to a lighter sentence, perhaps a decade in prison, with the potential for release. However, being captured could result in decades of imprisonment, effectively a life sentence. The opportunity was already afforded to you, yet you squandered it, playing hide and seek with me. Sumo remarked, his tone laden with meaning. Whom can we blame? Gu Xinqing found himself speechless, utterly defeated, having lost so comprehensively. He believed they had concealed themselves well, as if navigating through the night. Yet, in Sumo's eyes, it was akin to running naked under a spotlight. In the gaze of the hacker god, there existed no secrets. Before he could finish speaking, a group of officers rushed in, cutting off Gu Xinqing's escape. Thus, the notorious black market boss Gu Xinqing, along with his 7 sworn brothers, was apprehended. Meanwhile, the drone operated by Sumo departed the scene. With the matter resolved, he discreetly withdrew, concealing his accomplishments and name. He returned the drone to the rental company, which he had procured through a certain program nearby. In this day and age, as long as the payment is settled, all is negotiable. Soon, the news broke, thanks to detailed tips from a concerned citizen. Police in Dongling City apprehended a group of black market operators in the deep mountains. This gang, reportedly consisting of XX individuals, has long been involved in illicit activities in Baymax City. According to lawyer Zhao, the amount involved in their crimes exceeds 100 million, and their actions are exceedingly grave. Gang leader Gu, due to extortion and violent altercations, may face over 30 years of imprisonment. Other accomplices could receive sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years. We extend our gratitude to the concerned citizen for providing accurate information. Upon reading this news, Song Xiao, who was dining, set down her chopsticks and gazed at Sumo with a radiant smile. That citizen is impressive. They managed to track down individuals who fled from Baymax City to the mountains of Dongling City. Truly remarkable. I find myself increasingly perplexed. Cough, cough. This extraordinary citizen is indeed remarkable, orchestrating events from afar and achieving victory from a distance. A true talent. Sumo proclaimed, maintaining a serious demeanor, his heart untroubled. Song Xiao could no longer contain herself. All right, citizen, refrain from inflating your own reputation. Indeed, give you a ray of sunshine, and you will shine brilliantly. Cough, cough. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle softly. How did you know that a certain citizen is me? Have I been exposed so swiftly? This cannot be. Humph, do you think I am unaware? On the night of our incident, those individuals fled under the cover of darkness. They were scared off by you, after all. And today, you keep glancing at your phone and sending voice messages. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Song Xiao was utterly speechless. Sumo's expression darkened. Yet, one cannot tell that a certain individual is a master hacker. Song Xiao's eyes lit up, gazing at Sumo with even more fervor. Unable to restrain herself, she licked her alluring lips, filled with longing, and murmured, "A 20-year-old genius designer. The campus heartthrob who captivates countless senior and junior students. A stock god who casually nets millions. A master of free combat capable of taking on 10 opponents. A hacker deity who can locate anyone even in the depths of the mountains. Sumo, oh Sumo, just how many tricks do you possess? And how many identities do you conceal?" Sumo replied, "Have I revealed too much? Alas, I wish to keep a low profile, but my strength simply does not permit it." Chapter 36. The Loach, ranked 5th on the hacker list. Seeing Sumo in silence, Song Xiao decisively stood up, grasped Sumo's collar, and transformed into a commanding figure. With a languid tone, she said, "Dear brother, confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severity. Speak. How many identities do you conceal from your sister? What capabilities do you possess that I am unaware of?" Sumo's expression darkened. This school beauty is truly immersed in her role. "Humph. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. Confess honestly," Song Xiao declared, exuding an air of authority. Her penetrating gaze seemed to see right through Sumo. "Song Xiao, you know too much." Sumo disregarded her words, raised his hand, and playfully slapped Song Xiao's rear. "Ah!" Song Xiao screamed. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Shocked and angry, she felt a twinge of excitement. She never anticipated that Sumo would be so audacious as to touch her in such a manner. "Sumo, you rogue. Humph, I shall ignore you." With a flushed face, Song Xiao dashed into her bedroom, locking the door behind her. Left alone, Sumo stood in place, glancing at his mischievous hand, muttering, "Wasn't it you who wanted to roleplay? I recall in the comics from X country, it's always portrayed this way." Sigh. Women are truly peculiar. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and continued to eat. Song Xiao's culinary skills were remarkable. Such delicacies should not go to waste. Inside the bedroom, Song Xiao lay on her bed, completely enveloped in the comforter, her long legs swaying gracefully. "Ah, he actually touched me there. How could he do that? Could it be that he finally harbors feelings for me? Is that why he extended that wicked hand to make such a frivolous gesture? Why am I not angry? In fact, I feel a bit thrilled. Am I a masochist?" In an instant, her face beneath the covers flushed a deep shade of red, her heart racing. Then, uncertainty crept in. "I called him a rogue. He wouldn't he be angry? Would he? Surely not. I regret it. I shouldn't he have insulted him or run away. Perhaps there could have been a continuation of our story. But it was my first time being touched. How embarrassing. I wonder what my male god is doing. Should I go take a look? I can't just leave my dear brother alone in the living room. But wouldn't he that make me seem less composed?" Song Xiao's expression was a whirlwind of emotions, caught in a conflict of thoughts. After a quarter of an hour, she could no longer resist the urge to leave her bed and see what Sumo was up to. Silently, she tiptoed to the door, slowly opening a crack to peer outside. To her surprise, the living room was empty. Could he have gone to the bedroom? Song Xiao pondered, opening the door. She cautiously approached Sumo's room, taking a deep breath before knocking softly. "Dear brother, I apologize for calling you a rogue earlier. Please forgive your sister. I have never experienced such a situation before. Dear brother, what are you doing? Are you still angry?" Regardless of what Song Xiao expressed, there was no response from within. "You stubborn little brother, if you don't speak, I shall enter." With no other choice, Song Xiao pushed open the door, only to discover it was unlocked and the room was empty. A note lay on the table. "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior Song Xiao. The journey in the martial world is long, and we may not meet again." He has left? He has truly departed. Song Xiao stood there, stunned, her heart sinking further into fury. You flirt and then vanish. Sumo, is this how one behaves? The only answer was the vast emptiness of the flat. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Naughty, Willis anxiously inquired, It has been 24 hours. How is the progress on the Mudfish Master's decryption? Has it not been cracked yet? Almost there. I have decrypted 957 layers of encryption. Just a few more layers to go. Mudfish replied, his spirits buoyed. For a mere $5 million. He had toiled for a day and night. One could say this endeavor was quite costly. Were it not for the sake of upholding the honor and prestige of being fifth on the hacker leaderboard, Mudfish would have given up long ago. At last, fortune favored the diligent. Just as Mudfish's eyes became bloodshot and his hair nearly fell out, victory was finally within reach. The 958th layer of encryption was successfully cracked. The 959th layer followed suit, and soon after, the 960th layer was also breached. It was accomplished. The decryption was thoroughly completed. However, joy quickly turned to confusion as Mudfish's computer screen suddenly went dark. What was happening? Mudfish felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Could it be that I have been hacked? A top-tier hacker in the top 5, reduced to being hacked? What nonsense is this? Just as Mudfish stood in bewilderment, the computer screen flickered back to life, displaying a dialog box. Congratulations, Mudfish. After 24 hours of effort, you have finally decrypted the 960 layers of encryption. A reward is hereby granted. A reward? What reward? The corners of Mudfish's mouth twitched, his complexion paling, and his heart raced with anxiety. That ominous feeling intensified. Then, the dialog box transformed once more. What is the reward? The reward is the exposure of Mudfish's current location. Bastard. Mudfish was thrown into a complete panic, his rage igniting as he hurried to shut down the power. It was now clear that he had not cracked Sumo's encryption. Rather, Sumo had outsmarted him. And now, his location was to be revealed. This was precisely the grand surprise Sumo had prepared for Mudfish. This revelation terrified Mudfish to his core. As a hacker, the greatest fear is exposure. There was no way around it. Those in this line of work had often made enemies and committed numerous illegal acts. Take Mudfish, for instance. A decade ago, he treated the CIA servers as his personal playground, entering and exiting freely, perusing sensitive information. He had trampled the CIA's authority into the ground, evading capture with remarkable agility. This incited a deep-seated hatred in the CIA, who wished nothing more than to eliminate him. However, Mudfish had evaded them. A top hacker with exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Even the CIA had been rendered powerless. For over a decade, they had yet to locate Mudfish. But now, the coordinates of the Mudfish have been exposed, and the consequences are all too predictable. It is as if his very life hangs in the balance. Curse be this fate. Who orchestrated this encryption? This is not merely an attempt to obliterate the naughty group. It is a direct assault on my existence. The Mudfish is utterly panicked. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. He hurriedly shuts down the power, his entire being fraught with anxiety. Has the location been disseminated? In that moment, he cannot even bring himself to ascertain. This is untenable. His adversary is far too formidable, not only leading him in circles but also reverse engineering his coordinates and exposing him. This is a grave predicament. It feels like impending doom. He must flee without delay. Chapter 37. A tremor in the hacking community. A major reshuffle once captured by the CIA, the consequences would be dire, perhaps even worse than death. The hacker, nicknamed Mud Loach, was utterly panicked, gripped by fear. He was well aware of the CIA's methods. Falling into their hands meant a fate so torturous that ending his life would be a mercy. With this thought, Mud Loach decisively grabbed the escape bag he had prepared nearby and rushed down the stairs. He quickly started the off-road vehicle at the entrance, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. CIA headquarters. Chief, that damned Mudloach has finally been located. Mudloach? Which Mudloach? The CIA director, Morian, furrowed his brow. The hacker who treated our agency as his personal playground a decade ago. It's him. Damn. Where is he? I want him dead. Morian exclaimed, filled with fervor, rising to his feet. As the most formidable department of the empire, the CIA was renowned for its power and invincibility. They had never suffered such an affront, being treated as a mere plaything by Mud Loach, who had toyed with them as he pleased. How could this be tolerated? Chief, he is hiding in a small town in Bia. An underling reported. Huh. A clever choice of location. It's hard to find him in such a war-torn area. Morian nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. However, this time, he had been outmaneuvered. A mysterious hacker had exposed Mud Loach's whereabouts. Haha, I will arrange for our CIA elite in Bia to capture him immediately. The subordinate laughed, eager for retribution. A mysterious hacker, you say? No need for that. It would be too slow. By the time our team arrives, he will have already fled. Morian shook his head, his demeanor turning grave. Launch a missile and obliterate the location where Mud Loach is hiding. But there may be civilians in the vicinity. Wouldn't we be harming the innocent? The subordinate stammered in shock. And what of it? Better to mistakenly kill than to let him escape. Launch immediately. If there are casualties, we will blame it on terrorists and express our deep regrets and strong condemnation. Morian replied with a cold, sinister smile. Understood. The subordinate nodded, no longer daring to voice any objections. This was the CIA's ethos. Better to err on the side of aggression than to allow an enemy to live. Thus, as Mud Loach's vehicle had just departed the small town, a precision-guided missile soared through the air, decimating nearly half of the town where Mud Loach had sought refuge. The terrifying shockwave nearly overturned his vehicle. Damn it, they've gone mad. Mud Loach could hardly contain his expletives, his frustration reaching a boiling point. If he had not fled quickly, he would have been dead by now. More importantly, what was the meaning of all this? He had only intended to decrypt the server for the Naughty Group to earn $5 million to support his living expenses. Yet, not only had he failed the decryption, but he had also been locked onto by that hacking deity, who had directly revealed his location. Less than 2 minutes later, a missile obliterated the very place where he had been hiding. With his eyes closed, Mud Loach instinctively knew it was the CIA that had fired the missile. Damn it. Damn the CIA. Was it necessary to greet me with missiles just because I occasionally wandered around your servers? Curse you, naughty, for such a life-threatening task. You offer a mere $5 million? This is utterly outrageous. Mudfish grumbled angrily, continuing to flee in a frantic escape. Meanwhile, the naughty team reached out to Mudfish once more. Mr. Mudfish, has the encryption been breached? Yet, we still cannot delete the video of the squinty-eyed man. Willis and the others were in a state of panic. If that video remained, stock prices might plummet when the American market opened. Of course, even if deleted, there was no guarantee they would rebound. However, it was certainly preferable to continue on this path of destruction. Break your sister, Mudfish shouted in fury. What the hell did the Naughty Group provoke? Willis was equally bewildered. What do you mean? Just because I accepted your task. I nearly got blown up by a missile. Damn it. This isn't over. Mudfish seethed with rage. If it weren't for the Naughty Group's cursed mission, he would have been safe in that small town and be a country, avoiding this life-or-death escape. Is there some misunderstanding, Mudfish? Willis and the others were dumbfounded. How did we, the Naughty Group, get entangled with missiles? What a joke. After all, we sell clothing, not arms. Stop the nonsense. I will remember this debt. Unless I perish, I will not let this go with your Naughty Group, Mudfish declared, abruptly hanging up and tossing his phone into the sea. The chairman of the Naughty Group, Willis, and the other executives were left in utter confusion. How had they become bitter enemies with Mudfish? They were completely at a loss. At the CIA headquarters, it seemed Mudfish had escaped. An agent lamented, "We detonated for nothing. Damn it, that slippery Mudfish is fast." Morian's face turned pale with rage. Then he commanded, "Immediately mobilize the Imperial Cyber Army, coordinate with satellites, and find Mudfish. Search the entire Bia country until he is located. Deploy drones to trace his escape route. We must uncover him, even if we have to dig 3 feet underground." Thus, Mudfish's once low-key and comfortable life transformed into one fraught with peril. All of this arose from his assistance to the Naughty Group in breaking the encryption of Sumo. An enemy's aid is indeed an enemy. There is no way to absolve this. At the Naughty Group headquarters, what missiles? I think Mudfish is utterly useless. He couldn't break the encryption and doesn't want to return our $5 million, so he's deliberately saying this. Trash, damn it. And ranked 5th among hackers. Willis shook his head, seething with anger. Chairman, but Mudfish is ranked 5th among hackers. If he could not break it, we must seek the top 3. Jean Huan couldn't help but interject. In that case, the price would. After all, they are the world's most formidable hackers. $10 million. Is that enough? Willis boldly declared, as long as we can unravel the encryption employed by the mysterious hacker, money is no object. It seemed feasible. So I will reach out and give it a try. Jean Hao nodded in agreement and subsequently delved back into the dark web to post a bounty, a staggering $10 million to recruit the top 3 hackers in the world to decode a particular encryption. This announcement instantly stirred up a tempest in the dark web. Many were exhilarated. First, the prospect of cracking an encryption for $10 million, equivalent to 65 million yuan, was undeniably astronomical, a bounty of unprecedented magnitude. Second, the demand for the absolute top 3 hackers globally implied that none of the others could accomplish this task, not even the 4th or 5th ranked hackers. If that were not the case, why seek out only the top 3? Who, then, was the genius behind this encryption? It was evident that even the 4th and 5th ranked hackers in the dark web could not decipher it. This suggested that the architect of this encryption was indeed a true god among hackers. Could it be that the rankings in the dark web hacker community were about to undergo a significant upheaval? In an instant, the entire dark web erupted in excitement, and the hacker community was in a complete frenzy. Chapter 38. The God of Hackers, a billion-dollar gamble. The mysterious hacker emerges, a figure of unparalleled prowess. The mysterious hacker god has made his appearance, potentially earning the title of the indisputable deity of hackers. However, this realm remains utterly foreign to the average person, who is blissfully unaware of the seismic shifts occurring within the dark underworld. Even the various factions lurking within this clandestine sphere are observing with bated breath, including the CIA, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones Society, and organizations akin to the Taishan Society in Xia country. In this day and age, the significance of hackers cannot be overstated, and the hacker god holds immeasurable importance. Some even proclaim that whoever possesses the hacker god shall command the world. Su Mo, too, has taken note of this unfolding event. Offering a wry smile, the mudfish is in dire straits, still pursued relentlessly by the CIA, teetering on the brink of death. I am curious, who would dare to accept Nadi's commission to continue unraveling the encryption of my server? Within a lavish mansion, the third-ranked hacker, known as Black Hole, has seen this post and swiftly released a statement. I shall take on this commission. I am eager to discover what encryption necessitates the involvement of the top 3 hackers. Black Hole's declaration instantly stirred the dark world into a frenzy. Ha. The great Black Hole has stepped in. This encryption is as good as broken. Indeed. For Black Hole is the third-ranked hacker. Any encryption he cannot breach is likely the handiwork of the first or second-ranked hackers. Stop your baseless claims. I have not implemented any encryption, came the retort from the first-ranked hacker, Wu Jian, and the second-ranked, Uxis, was similarly drawn into the fray. Such audacity. A single statement has summoned 2 deities. My apologies, esteemed hackers. Consider it a mere jest. I spoke in error. Please do not cast your gaze upon me. Rest assured, individuals of your insignificance are hardly worthy of our attention, they replied dismissively. Phew, that is a relief. Will the 2 gods partake in the endeavor to crack the encryption of Nadi Group's server? Uxis replied, no need. Black Hole is more than capable. Meanwhile, Wu Jian maintained an aloof demeanor, too indifferent even to respond. Yet, internally, he harbored a sense of surprise. They had indeed heard of the mudfish's plight, having not only failed to breach that enigmatic hacker's encryption but also being reverse-tracked and exposed, leaving him in a wretched state. Currently, he is being relentlessly pursued by the CIA and drones. This is precisely why this situation has garnered the attention of several individuals. Given that Uxis has expressed such confidence, it seems there is little doubt that Black Hole will unravel the encryption with ease. Come. Let us place our bets on how long it will take Black Hole to breach the mysterious hacker's encryption. Wager. I wager 24 hours. I wager 12 hours. You underestimate Black Hole. He is the 3rd on the hacker list. I wager 6 hours. I wager 3 hours. I wager 1 hour. Observing this scene from a CAF, Su Mo shook his head in amusement. Black Hole, the 3rd on the hacker leaderboard? What of it? When faced with the hacker god, tragedy is inevitable. Yet, this wager is indeed intriguing. The current wagering surrounding the event of breaching a black hole has become exceedingly clear, with the Freemasons providing assurance that no complications will arise. A minimum stake of 10,000 is required, with distinctly tiered odds. A successful breach within 1 hour offers odds of 120, within 1 to 3 hours. The odds are 110. For 3 to 5 hours, the odds stand at 1. 5. From 5 to 12 hours, the odds are 1. 3. From 12 to 18 hours, the odds are 1. 2. From 18 to 24 hours, the odds are 1. 1. 5. From 24 to 30 hours, the odds return to 1. 2. From 30 to 48 hours, the odds remain at 1. 2. And for failure to breach within 48 hours, the odds are 120. These odds significantly reflect the probability of success as well as the betting behavior of the public. For instance, the majority of bets are placed on the time frames of 12 to 18 hours and 18 to 24 hours, which correspond to the lowest odds. Conversely, the 1-hour success and 48-hour failure scenarios attract the least wagers and boast the highest odds. There are scarcely any substantial bets. Only a handful of individual bettors stake tens of thousands. Amused, Suemo chuckled silently to himself and decisively produced 60 million. Wagering it all on the failure to breach the black hole within 48 hours. At the odds of 120, that would yield a staggering 1.2 billion. As for the concern of whether the opposing party would renege on the agreement, Suemo harbored no apprehensions. Firstly, in the underworld, reputation reigns supreme, far more reliable than transactions in the mundane world. In other words, if one's reputation falters in the shadows, survival becomes impossible, and no one will engage in any dealings with you. Secondly, the house is the Freemasons. Originating on June 24, 1717, the Freemasons are a coalition of capitalists, manipulated by Western political and business magnates and financial consortiums from behind the scenes. It can be said that the Freemasons form a globally recognized capital alliance, boasting credibility that surpasses that of many nations. Thirdly, the wager is placed by Suemo, the god of hackers. In fact, Suemo even hopes the Freemasons might abscond with his funds. After all, should that occur, Suemo would possess just cause to target the Freemasons' wealth. At that juncture, it would not merely be a matter of 1.2 billion. Upon placing the bet, a tempest of astonishment ensued. The entire underworld erupted in chaos. My goodness, which titan is this? A staggering 60 million wagered on the failure to breach within 48 hours. Insanity. Indeed, it is madness. The black hole is ranked third among hacker deities. How could it possibly take 2 days to decrypt a cipher? 60 million would surely go to waste. Alas, such a fortune squandered. It is likely that the lure of 20-fold odds was too enticing. Yet this scenario is evidently implausible. Indeed, the probability of success within 1 hour is greater than that of failure within 48 hours. The house has clearly engineered this wager as a means of harvesting the unwitting. Yet, surprisingly, someone has boldly stepped up, placing a substantial wager of 60 million. Congratulations to the Freemasons, who stand to profit handsomely from this 60 million. Observing these remarks, Suemo shook his head dismissively and remarked, "Fool, there are always those who believe they possess control over everything, yet in truth, they are utterly ignorant." Meanwhile, Black Hole commenced an accelerated decryption process. His prowess was indeed far superior to that of the Mudfish. He forged ahead unimpeded. On that day, the Mudfish required merely 5 minutes to breach 128 layers of encryption, whereas Black Hole accomplished the same feat in a mere 2 minutes. It could be said that his skills were even more incisive. However, in the end, the outcome was equally dismal. Chapter 39, The Hacker's Gamble. Who will prevail? Alas, is there truly anyone who believes I cannot crack this encryption within 48 hours? Such ignorance. With a disdainful sip of water, Black Hole resolutely continued his decryption efforts. However, as he delved deeper, the calm demeanor that once graced his face began to fade, replaced by a growing shadow of concern. The furrowed brow soon became evident, followed by restless scratching of his ears, and eventually, after 8 hours, he was on the brink of despair. I have already unraveled over 10,000 layers of encryption. How can there still be more? What is this madness? What kind of encryption is this? An infinite nesting doll. The more I break, the more layers emerge. This is unbearable. Much like the previous slippery eel, Black Hole now wore a grim expression, visibly suffering. After 10 hours, he began to crumble, contemplating surrender. Yet, with so many spectators watching and betting on the outcome, he found himself unable to abandon the task. The embarrassment would be immense, and the Freemasons would not spare him either. Though he was a top-tier hacker renowned worldwide, he wished to avoid antagonizing the Freemasons unless absolutely necessary, for their power was truly formidable. Like the slippery eel who dared to toy with the CIA but refrained from challenging the Freemasons, he understood the stakes. Outmaneuvering the CIA might allow him to seek refuge in another country, but crossing the Freemasons would lead to dire consequences. In desperation, Black Hole continued to toil relentlessly, determined to crack the code. Meanwhile, those watching the wager experienced a mix of elation and despair. Over 10 hours had elapsed, yet no breakthrough had been achieved. Those who had bet on a 1-hour, 3-hour, or 5-hour decryption found themselves utterly defeated, without exception. The most anxious were those who had wagered on a decryption time of 5 to 12 hours. Many individuals and consortiums had placed their bets within this time frame. Soon, 12 hours passed, and the attempt failed. This group, too, faced ruin, their investments lost. As 15 hours ticked by, then 18, the failure persisted. The once eager bettors now resembled wilted plants, utterly despondent. At this juncture, over half had lost their bets. When 24 hours had elapsed without success, a staggering 80% of participants found themselves in financial ruin. The two most popular betting windows were the 12 to 18 hours and the 18 to 24 hours for decryption. With 24 hours gone, a total of 80% were left empty-handed. The underground world erupted once more. Curse it, Black Hole is failing. 24 hours without a successful decryption. What a waste. Have they lost their minds, daring to criticize a hacking genius? Do they not fear retribution? Retribution? Because of his incompetence, I have lost my wager and gone bankrupt. Why should I fear him? Sigh. In solidarity with the losers, I too wish to curse Black Hole. Worthless Black Hole, the so-called third in the dark world. Unable to crack even a single encryption, truly pathetic. Currently, the majority of individuals are left with nothing, while those at the gambling tables are likely reveling in joy. However, this may not necessarily be the case. It all hinges on the forthcoming developments. Should they fail to decrypt within 30 hours, the situation would indeed become intriguing. One cannot help but wonder if the so-called Black Hole is truly incapable of cracking the code in a full 48 hours. If that is the case, then the individual who wagered 60 million would surely strike it rich. With odds at 1 to 20, a stake of 60 million could yield a staggering one. 2 billion. Astonishing indeed. That fortunate individual might inadvertently find themselves with a fortune of 12 billion from a mere 60 million wager. Surely, this cannot be true. The Black Hole cannot be incompetent enough to remain unable to break a cipher after 48 hours. Observing this scene, Su-mo chuckled silently. Everything was as anticipated. He was merely waiting to collect his earnings the following day. He then rose and walked into the bathroom for a relaxing hot bath, preparing for a restful night's sleep. After leaving Song Zhao's residence, Su-mo chose not to return to his dormitory. During the time, he faced public vilification. Out of his 5 roommates, only Zhao Kai continued to regard him as a brother. Zhao Kai provided him with money, offered him a mask, and advised him to steer clear of the reporters. The other 4, however, who had once shared jovial moments over drinks, treated him as a stranger when trouble struck. What was the point of returning to such a dormitory? Apart from Zhao Kai, Su-mo recognized none of his other roommates. Su-mo was a man of principle. He repaid kindness and sought retribution for grievances. Whether it was the naughty group or Han Chengzhao, who had conspired with the media to besiege him, or Song Xiao's sycophant, all would face consequences. However, Han Chengzhao, in his folly, had foolishly confronted a throng of reporters and landed himself in jail. Currently, he remained incarcerated, leaving Su-mo with no opportunity to settle the score. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He would keep a record and deal with Han Chengzhao upon his release from prison. Given the circumstances, returning to the dormitory was unnecessary. Su-mo opted for a 5-star hotel, securing a presidential suite. The cost was a staggering 50,000 per night, yet the experience was undeniably delightful. Such expenditure had previously been beyond Su-mo's imagination. but now it was of little concern. Having short-sold the naughty group and earned over 40 million, his total assets exceeded 60 million. He was now prepared to gamble 60 million in the underworld while still retaining over 400,000 for personal expenses. Moreover, he was on the verge of receiving 1.2 billion. Thus, to Suemo, the sum of 50,000 bore little comparison to $5 in the eyes of an ordinary person. One would hardly hesitate over a mere $5, would they? Certainly not. A different mindset leads to an entirely distinct perspective on expenditure. While Suemo enjoyed a peaceful slumber, the black hole continued its relentless struggle, laboring tirelessly without respite. Yet, the speed of decryption was steadily declining, lagging even behind the nimbleness of an eel. It could be said that although the black hole possessed formidable capabilities, its endurance was lacking. Particularly after its morale faltered, its strength diminished significantly. At this moment, the black hole seemed utterly defeated, reminiscent of a certain nation's elite, who boldly declared their intention to vanquish the Xia Nation team and seize the gold medal, only to be swiftly routed with a score of 4 o'clock. After an arduous 30 hours, the black hole managed to decrypt merely 959 layers of encryption. At that moment, the black hole radiated joy, took a sip of water, and issued a declaration. This encryption is rather trivial. It merely possesses numerous layers, consuming time. In just 1 minute, the final layer will be swiftly resolved. Everyone, await my triumph. Instantly, the dark realm erupted in excitement, with many individuals elated. Those who had wagered on a successful decryption within 30 to 48 hours were particularly jubilant, for the 1-2 odds promised to double their investment. The thrill was exhilarating. In stark contrast, those who had bet on a resolution within 24 to 30 hours were collectively cursing, denouncing the lineage of the black hole in their frustration. Within mere minutes, they faced total loss, while the next group saw their fortunes multiply. Such a turn of events was utterly infuriating. 1 minute later, the 960 layers were successfully decrypted. The black hole, elated, decisively announced, "The encryption has been successfully breached. It's a piece of cake." However, immediately following this announcement, the black hole found itself in a state of shock as the screen before it abruptly plunged into darkness. It was as if engulfed by a black hole, an abyss of profound darkness. This sudden turn of events caused the black hole's expression to shift dramatically, and an intense sense of foreboding washed over it. Chapter 40, a sensation, an astonishing profit of 1.2 billion. What on earth is happening? The black hole was dumbfounded. Could it be that I have failed to crack the code and have been hacked instead? At that moment, the screen flickered back to life, revealing a dialog box. Correct answer, fool. What? Have I truly been hacked? The black hole's expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide in disbelief. He is the black hole, a top-tier hacker, ranked 3rd in the dark world. Even if the likes of Wujian and OKs attempted to breach his defenses, they would struggle to succeed. How could he possibly be hacked so easily? It is inconceivable. No, absolutely impossible. With the multitude of protective programs he had crafted himself, 5-in-1. Comprehensive safeguards, how could he have been breached without realizing it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The black hole shook his head, overwhelmed with disbelief. This was simply unfathomable. Suddenly, the dialog box changed again. Fool, in this world, nothing is impossible. When you perceive yourself as an unfathomable abyss, you might simply be a shallow puddle instead. Pathetically shallow. The black hole felt a surge of indignation. He felt deeply insulted. No, it cannot be, he exclaimed in fury, decisively striking the keyboard in an attempt to regain control. Yet, he discovered, to his dismay, that the keyboard had become unresponsive, utterly ineffective. Useless. Your protective system has numerous flaws. The black hole. Congratulations, black hole. Time taken, 30 hours, 25 minutes, 42 seconds to crack 960 layers of encryption. Now entering reward mode. Reward? What reward? Could there be a powerful organization behind this encryption, filtering elite hacker prodigies for their own gain? The black hole's mind raced with possibilities, yet, regrettably, he was overthinking the situation. What is the reward? The dialog box transformed once more. The reward is exposing the location of the black hole. Once again, it was the surprise package set up by Suemo. Thus, The surprises for both the black hole and the mudfish were identical. What? Expose my location? You wretched scoundrel. No. The black hole's complexion paled. Once exposed, he would become the second mudfish. He would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by his sworn enemy, intent on annihilation. Wait, this is wrong. The mudfish had been hiding so well. Why would he suddenly be pursued and bombed by the CIA? Because his hiding coordinates were exposed. Then, why had the mudfish, who had remained under the radar for so many years, suddenly had his location revealed? Could it also be a reward for cracking this encryption? Just like now. In an instant, the black hole connected the dots, his face turning ashen, a chill running down his spine. Damn it. In a panic, the black hole hastily reached to cut the power. Alas, it was too late. His coordinates had already been disseminated. Damn it. The black hole was in a state of utter panic, hastily gathering his belongings and preparing to flee. He had scarcely departed when an RPG rocket hurtled towards him, collapsing the very building he had occupied. Subsequently, fearing that the black hole might have survived, several more rockets were unleashed in a barrage. Unlike the eel, the black hole was rather clever. Rather than provoking the Imperial CIA, it chose to collaborate, accepting their funds to assist in eliminating several insurgent leaders. Consequently, it garnered the ire of the militants, who sought to assassinate him relentlessly. Thus, the black hole took a bold turn, abandoning the Empire and venturing into the territory of the insurgents, playing a dangerous game of hide-and-seek. This audacious maneuver led everyone to believe that the black hole was concealed within the Empire, under the protection of the CIA. In reality, he had infiltrated the very stronghold of the insurgents. This subterfuge rendered the black hole extraordinarily secure. However, now that he had been exposed, he faced an unending pursuit. Whether he could escape alive was uncertain, especially on their turf. Cursed be the god of hackers. Cursed be the naughty group for their treachery. As long as I survive, I shall not forget this betrayal. The black hole muttered angrily, opting for a hasty retreat. At this moment, ranked third among hackers, the black hole regarded Sumo as the god of hackers. After all, only a true hacker deity could have silently infiltrated and revealed his location. In the shadowy underworld, the atmosphere was starkly different. Was the encryption breached? No, it appears not. Indeed, the naughty group asserted that there had been no breach, akin to the eel, suggesting a failure to penetrate the defenses. Damn it. If there was no breach, then what of the black hole's grand claims? Was it all for naught? Did the great black hole truly fail? I refuse to believe it. Prove it to us. Great black hole, please, clarify the circumstances. Faced with the crowd's urgent inquiries, the fleeing black hole could only remain silent. After a lengthy pause, the hacker ranked first, the interloper, spoke. No need to press further, barring unforeseen circumstances. The black hole has indeed failed in his endeavor, and his fate is now tragic. Confusion spread among the crowd. Why? They questioned. Because just 4 minutes ago, the black hole's coordinates were suddenly exposed. 2 minutes prior, those coordinates were struck by a rocket attack. A heavy silence fell. The fifth-ranked hacker, the eel, had failed in his attempt, exposed and bombarded by the CIA. The third-ranked black hole had also failed, revealed and attacked by the insurgents. What did this imply? Was this encryption cursed? Whoever attempted to breach it faced exposure and annihilation? In an instant, all fell silent, particularly the top-ranked interloper and the second-ranked Oaks, both feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was the black hole who took the risk, not them. Otherwise, they too would be facing calamity. There was no denying it. The encryption software was indeed toxic, highly dangerous. Soon, 48 hours had elapsed. The outcome was unmistakable. The black hole's attempt had failed, and his fate remained unknown. The Freemasons announced the verdict. In this wager, the black hole had succumbed to failure. Congratulations to all those who wagered on the failure of the 48-hour breakthrough. In an instant, the underworld is once again abuzz. Alas, the anticipated breakthrough did not materialize within the 48 hours. Even the black hole has succumbed to failure. That extraordinary individual who gambled $60 million on the black hole's failure has reaped a staggering profit of $1.2 billion. A yield of 20 times the initial investment is truly astonishing. Indeed, it is a sight to behold, swifter than mere theft. Yet, the identity of this remarkable figure remains a mystery. The reputation of the Freemasons is evidently commendable. Within an hour after the conclusion of the betting, the $1.2 billion in assets was fully transferred. However, it merely found its way into an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. Subsequently, after several transactions, Suemo managed to transfer the funds under his own name. This method ensures security and peace of mind, preventing any trace back to him. Thus, Sumo's assets have surged to an impressive $1.2 billion. Chapter 41. Chairman Nadi, facing dismissal with an astonishing revenue of $1.2 billion logged. Suemo maintained a semblance of composure, yet the underworld was rife with tumult. The focal point of discussion had transcended the mere figures of income, elevating to the stature of the hacker god. The third-ranked entity, known as the Black Hole, found itself unable to penetrate the formidable encryption, a feat utterly astonishing. There was a grave suspicion that the mastermind behind this encryption was the true virtuoso, surpassing the Black Hole and perhaps even eclipsing the top-ranked Wujian and second-ranked Uxis in prowess. Let us be confident, casting aside the notion of possibility. I believe that the enigmatic hacker is indeed the true deity of hacking. Indeed, I shall refer to this individual as the hacker god, a hacker surpassing even the formidable Wujian. Wujian, in the face of the hacker god, how do you perceive this? Will you attempt to decrypt it, thereby demonstrating your own might? And you, Uxis? Might you not give it a try as well? Should you successfully unravel the hacker goddess encryption, you would prove yourselves as the genuine hacker gods. However, if you fail or choose not to engage, you must concede the top ranks and bow to the superiority of another. In a fervent burst, various factions began to voice their provocations, eager to incite Wujian and Uxis to showcase their skills against the mysterious hacker, to ascertain who truly deserved the title of hacker god. Yet, to the disappointment of many, neither Wujian nor Uxis offered any response. They even chose to retreat into silence, not making a single appearance, despite their prior activity. They had just relayed the dismal fate of the Black Hole. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Nadi was in a state of frantic urgency. Damn it, if even the Black Hole cannot breach this encryption, the mysterious hacker's skill is astonishingly ruthless. Chairman Willis seethed with anger. If this continues, our revenue in Xia country will plummet, potentially leading to our utter downfall. Without the Xia market, our total revenue will diminish by 30. Our stock price hangs by a thread. Who knows if it will once again evaporate by the hundreds of billions. Due to the Mimi Yin incident that insulted China and the vehement protests from Xia country, Nadi Group's market value had already plummeted from $1 trillion to $800 billion. Should this decline persist, he would have nowhere to lament, as it would spell complete ruin. Yet, in the midst of calamity, misfortunes seldom come alone. Qian Juanhao approached, his expression a stormy shade of pale. Chairman, we have a grave situation. What is it? Willis's countenance shifted, sensing the gravity of the matter. Qian Juanhao refrained from a direct reply, merely signaling with his eyes. Understanding the unspoken message, Willis gestured for others to depart. Everyone else, please leave us. Understood. The remaining executives exited, leaving only Qian Juanhao and Willis in the conference room. What is the matter that warrants such seriousness? Is it possible that the Xia officials have decided to ban Nadi Group? Willis's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Such a scenario would spell dire trouble. Not exactly, but it remains quite bleak. Chairman, you may be facing dismissal. Qian Juanhao could no longer contain himself. I am to be dismissed. Willis was taken aback, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Is it the board? Qian Juanhao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are deliberating on this very matter. Even though Willis serves as the chairman, the Nadi Group does not solely revolve around his authority. It is the board of directors that holds the ultimate power. In a bid to preserve the company's market value and safeguard their own shares, the board may very well cast him aside. Much like they did with that fool Smith, allowing Willis to take the blame and be ousted. By orchestrating the removal of Willis as chairman, they aim to quell the fury of consumers in Xia country, ensuring that they continue to purchase Nadi's products. These scoundrels, who burn bridges after crossing them. I should have seen this coming. Willis's face turned a shade of iron, his body trembling with rage, yet I cannot sit idly by. I must retaliate immediately. A spark ignited in Willis's eyes as he decisively stated, Qian, contact the legendary hackers Wu Jian and Oshi, offering them $10 million. No, $15 million. Request their assistance in decrypting the encryption. Very well. But what if they are also unable to crack it? Qian Juanhao expressed his concerns. That will not happen. They are the most formidable hackers in the world, Willis replied, shaking his head, and then sighed, if they truly cannot decrypt it. We will have no choice but to incur significant losses and completely replace all the servers. Understood. I will go at once, Qian Juanhao said, turning to depart. Meanwhile, Willis set about contacting the board, persuading the major shareholders to continue supporting him and to staunchly back him. Soon, Qian Juanhao reached out to Oshi. Oshi, you are the pinnacle of global hacking expertise. Our Nady group is facing a dilemma. We require your assistance to decrypt something, with a reward of $15 million. Upon receiving this message, Oshi's mouth twitched, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. While $15 million is no trifling amount, it pales in comparison to the value of life. It is worth noting that due to the act of deciphering that encryption, the fifth-ranked hacker, Mudfish, is being hunted down and bombed by the CIA. The third-ranked hacker, Black Hole, is under siege from armed militants. Who can say how long they will survive? How could Oshi dare to wade into such murky waters? How could he possibly take action? All for a mere $15 million and a fleeting sense of glory? Absurd. Thus, Oshi outright declined Qian Juanhao's request. Even you are afraid of that mysterious hacker god? Pathetic. Qian Juanhao retorted in anger. Subsequently seeking out the top-ranked hacker in the shadowy underworld, Wu Jian. Humph. Oshi is timid and dares not decrypt, but Wu Jian is the foremost hacker in the world. Fear has no place in his lexicon. Consequently, Qian Juanhao resolutely contacted Wu Jian. However, to his dismay, he waited a full half-hour without any response. In desperation, Qian Juanhao sent another message to Wu Jian, inquiring about the situation. But to his astonishment, before the message could even be sent, Wu Jian had directly blocked him. No wonder there was no reply after half an hour. Being blocked, what response could he expect? Curse be this. Damn it. Wu Jian, you are nothing but a waste. Qian Juanhao seethed with fury, yet felt powerless, and could only return to Willis to report the situation. What? Neither Wu Jian nor Oshi dares to act? They even blocked you? Willis, his anger flaring, his beard askew, found himself in a state of helplessness and finally uttered, Very well, I understand. I shall issue another bounty in the shadowy realm, offering $20 million for the decryption. Should no one respond yet again, we shall have no choice but to replace all the servers. Replacing servers incurs minimal expense, but the data, that is troublesome and time-consuming. Alas, there is no other option. Thus, Qian Juanhao once more proclaimed the bounty, escalating the reward from an initial $5 million to a staggering $20 million. Regrettably, even the likes of Black Hole and Mudfish had faltered, and neither Wu Jian nor Uxis dared to attempt the decryption. Who then would be bold enough to undertake this daunting task? Within the hotel, Su Mo perused his phone and caught sight of this news. A faint smile gracing his lips. $20 million, 130 million renminbi, and yet no one dares to seize the opportunity. How cowardly. Perhaps I should take it upon myself? After all, Su Mo was acutely aware that should the encryption remain unbroken, the Nady Group would simply replace their servers, thus resolving the encryption issue. Earning 130 million would prove far more tangible. However, it seemed somewhat unethical to charge you 130 million now for the very decryption I initially provided. Su Mo murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 42. Is this the work of a human? Su Mo initially encrypted the servers of the Nady Group, rendering them incapable of deleting the incriminating video, resulting in catastrophic losses for the company, with a market value evaporating by 200 billion. Now, Su Mo demanded a fee of 130 million to lift the encryption on the Nady Group. It was akin to having inflicted a mortal wound, and then charging 130 million for the retrieval of the body. Is this the conduct of a human being? However, in the face of the Nady Group's disdain for China, it seemed inconsequential. Su Mo nodded, affirming his course of action. If Willis and the others were to uncover the truth, it would undoubtedly infuriate them to the point of despair. Thus, Su Mo decisively created an ID and contacted the Nady Group. I accept your bounty task. I will decrypt the encryption. Really? Qian Juanhao's face lit up with joy, while Willis beside him also appeared somewhat exhilarated. Of course, once the payment is made, everything can be negotiated. Su Mo replied. This prompted both men to hesitate, whispering to one another, "Is this reliable? After all, the encryption that even the black hole could not crack, can this so-called God truly dismantle it?" Willis could not help but voice his concerns, apprehensive of being deceived, especially given the sum of $20 million at stake. "I don't know." Qian Juanhao shook his head. "What is his background? What is his ranking among the hackers in the dark world?" "I don't know." "It seems he has made the list." Qian Juanhao shook his head once more. "Then what do you know?" Willis was somewhat irate. "Chairman, all I know is that we can only treat a dead horse as a living one at this point." Qian Juanhao lamented. "I think we should offer a portion as a deposit. If the other party successfully decrypts it, we will then pay the remaining balance." Willis pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, let us proceed with that." Consequently, after considerable deliberation, Qian Juanhao cautiously stated, "Esteemed God, it is not that we lack faith in you. Rather, we have been severely deceived by the eel and the black hole. Therefore, we hope for your understanding. We would like to pay a deposit of $5 million. Once the decryption is complete, we will provide an additional payment of $15 million. What do you think?" Suemo nodded. "That is acceptable. Thank you for your understanding. Please provide us with an account, and we will transfer the funds immediately." Qian Juanhao and Willis beamed with joy as the other party had consented. Shortly thereafter, Suemo provided an account, which was still an offshore company's overseas account. 3 minutes later, Qian Juanhao announced, "The transfer has been made. Please check." Suemo nodded in response. "Good. The decryption is complete. Now, the remaining payment." Qian Juanhao. Willis. In that fleeting moment, both men were left dumbfounded. Was it truly that instantaneous? Was it a jest? After all, this was the renowned hacker, Black Hole, ranked third in the dark world, who had labored for 48 hours without success in breaking this encryption. Yet, even the top-ranked hackers, Wudran and Oaks, had dared not attempt the decryption. But in that very moment, when Willis instructed someone to try deleting the incriminating video, they discovered it could indeed be removed. The encryption had genuinely been dismantled. Instantly, everyone erupted with excitement, filled with disbelief. "God, truly, you are a deity." Willis was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Quick, let's settle the final payment." However, Qian Juanhao hesitated and remarked, "Chairman, since the encryption has been cracked, we could negotiate a lower price. Are you suggesting a discount?" Willis's eyes lit up. Such tactics were indeed commonplace, from second-hand transactions to corporate dealings. Once one party achieved its interests, it would often renegotiate the terms. It was worth a try. Willis nodded, acknowledging that saving a sum was advantageous. Thus, Qian Juanhao responded, "God, thank you for successfully cracking the malicious encryption on our server. However, regarding the final payment, could we possibly discuss a discount? 15 million seems excessive. Would 5 million suffice?" Are you questioning our integrity?" Suemo was taken aback. This foreigner was quite cunning, rivaling some second-hand buyers. Once they obtained the goods, they would concoct various excuses to withhold payment, demanding price reductions. Suemo shook his head decisively and replied, "You need not pay a single cent." "Really?" Qian Juanhao's face lit up with joy, and Willis was equally thrilled. They had just saved $15 million, which felt utterly delightful. However, their elation was short-lived as an employee exclaimed, "Chairman, you are celebrating too soon. Our server has been encrypted again. The recently deleted videos have been restored." Willis. Qian Juanhao. The two exchanged incredulous glances, as if contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "Damn, how foolish." Willis lamented, "I should have anticipated this. As a top-tier hacker, if he could crack the encryption, he could just as easily re-encrypt it." "Truly." Sigh. Qian Juanhao. "It's all your fault, you short-sighted fool. Now the encryption has returned." Willis chastised Qian Juanhao vehemently. "Chairman, I was wrong, but what should we do now?" Qian Juanhao asked helplessly. "What else can we do? Apologize immediately, pay the man, and ask him to crack it again." Willis fumed, finding the situation utterly exasperating. Qian Juanhao nodded vigorously, "Understood. I'll do it right away." Before long, Qian Juanhao transferred the final payment of $15 million to Suemo and sent a message. "God, I acknowledge my mistake. It was my fault. Please forgive my oversight." The final payment of 15 million has been transferred. Kindly check. Suemo replied curtly, all right. At this point, Qian Juanhao was taken aback. The payment had been made. Yet the encryption remained. He could only say, God, the $20 million reward has been received. Now, regarding our encryption, the encryption was already cracked for you. The transaction is complete, Suemo stated calmly. But it has been re-encrypted. Could you please assist us in cracking it once more? Qian Juanhao felt a sense of foreboding. Certainly. However, that will require another $20 million. Suemo responded matter-of-factly. Qian Juanhao and Willis were utterly astonished, confronted once more with the demand of $20 million. In a moment of exasperation, Qian Juanhao lamented, Divine One, did we not already provide you with $20 million? We have also already breached the previous encryption. Suemo remained composed, unfazed by the turmoil. How infuriating. Willis seethed, finally grasping Suemo's implication. To decrypt it once more would indeed require another $20 million. For a single encryption, they were being extorted a staggering $40 million, equivalent to 270 million yuan. This was utterly outrageous. Yet, the circumstances left them no choice. Reluctantly, Willis proceeded to transfer the $20 million. Chapter 43, The Desolate Nadi and the Crowded Hoshing. This time, the transfer from the Nadi group was unequivocal, devoid of any ambiguity or hidden costs. Otherwise, it would have likely cost them several tens of millions of dollars more. Suemo, honoring his promise, once again cracked the encryption with ease, earning a staggering $40 million, amounting to 270 million. It was truly exhilarating. However, on the Nadi group's side, the frustration was palpable, leading to an enraged Willis venting his fury on the traitor Qian Juanhao. In this era, there are indeed many individuals from Xia country who toil for foreign giants, yet few emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, many still willingly adopt the role of sycophants to Western ideals. As time progresses, such individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Over the past few decades, Xia country has experienced rapid development, accompanied by a burgeoning national confidence. Those born in the 50s, 60s, and 70s grew up during a time when Xia country lagged behind, naturally admiring the prowess of Europe and America, venerating foreign products, and idolizing imported brands. Consequently, these generations include a considerable number of sycophants, public intellectuals, and pro-Japanese elements. The 80s and 90s generations, during their educational years, were often exposed to various tales of foreign admiration concocted by their predecessors. For instance, the myth that the drainage systems of Qiqing are so impeccable that they remain unflooded even in the heaviest rains, all thanks to the efforts of the Siderians. A tale that is utterly non-replicable. In reality, only a minuscule fraction of Qiqing's drainage was constructed by Siderians. When a torrential downpour struck Sider, their own city's drainage system failed spectacularly, resulting in utter chaos. Thus, the myth surrounding the Sider drainage was thoroughly shattered, leaving the public intellectuals with cheeks stinging from the slap of reality. Moreover, the pro-Japanese elements often extol the virtues of Neonjin, praising their high standards, meticulousness, and noble character, as well as their pristine environment and potable water. Yet, during the Neon Olympics, a series of blunders and embarrassments shocked the world, bearing no relation whatsoever to the lofty standards professed by the pro-Japanese advocates. Furthermore, the water quality in Dongjingwan was so poor that triathletes suffered from poisoning and vomiting, rendering the competition unfeasible. Where was the cleanliness? Fit for drinking? It was nearly as contaminated as the Ganges in India. Suemo mused that perhaps these pro-Japanese advocates had consumed too much of Neon's toilet water, leading to their fervent allegiance. In contrast, the 80s and 90s generations emerged as the most confident cohort. They coincided with Xia country's rapid ascent, surpassing Europe and America, naturally fostering a sense of self-assurance. As for the post-2000 and post-2010 generations, they represent a burgeoning sense of superiority. These two generations have never experienced the days of Xia country's backwardness from their earliest memories. Xia country has been a formidable power. For instance, post-2000 youths traveling to European and American cities do not find them glamorous, but rather perceive them as significantly lagging behind. They believe that even the second and third-tier cities of Xia country surpass them. Similarly, Suemo, born in the post-2000 era, does not regard foreign brands as prestigious. He even struggles to comprehend why Naughty, which clearly disrespects China, is still treated as an international powerhouse. Shouldn't it be deemed worthless? Many of Naughty's shoes and clothing are also manufactured domestically, often of inferior quality compared to domestic products. Why can Nike sell products for $500 to $5,000, while domestic brands only fetch $100 to $400? Are we to flatter them? Must we spend several times more to purchase a brand that belittles us? Is this not irrational? It is only those riddled with insecurity who incessantly perceive foreign brands as superior. Yet, Sumo aspires to overthrow Nike. Even though Nike has generously bestowed over $40 million and now an additional $2 billion upon him, it does not deter Sumo's ambition to topple the giant. However, Nike, as a colossal entity, is deeply entrenched and recognized as a premier brand globally. Even if the market in Xia country cools, other markets remain exceptionally robust. Thus, obliterating the Nike group is no simple feat, unless a completely novel model is created. To supplant the Nike group, one must establish an entirely new brand and approach. Just as in the realm of fuel vehicles, domestic cars struggle to surpass BBA. Yet, in the electric vehicle sector, a fresh landscape allows for easy domination over BBA. The crux lies in the innovative model. Accomplishing this is no trivial task. In the apparel industry, a groundbreaking model is essential. Sumo pondered intensely, his mind aching. Yet he could not conceive a revolutionary concept in fashion. In desperation, he ventured into a mall seeking inspiration. Coincidentally, he arrived at a Nike store. Unlike the bustling crowds of yesteryears, today's Nike outlet was eerily quiet. The number of customers barely surpassed that of the sales staff. In stark contrast, the adjacent Hoshing Erg store was teeming with patrons, overwhelmingly crowded. Many shoppers clutched cups from Mishiwei City. Sumo felt a sense of gratification. This is the essence of a nation. In 2018, an Alibaba programmer was rejected for wearing Tebu during a blind date, plunging domestic brands into an abyss from which they could not recover. It was then that the image of domestic brands plummeted, making it arduous to align with their Western counterparts. But now, they have finally risen. This is how the youth should embody their values and perspectives. Sumo smiled softly as he approached, observing a young man in his 20s trying on clothes. I really like this garment, but the XL is a tad small. And the XXL is a bit large. Is there nothing in between? I'm sorry, beyond XL, the only option is XXL, the sales associate replied helplessly. Alas, it seems I can only resort to custom tailoring for a fitting outfit, the young man lamented. I sincerely apologize for not being able to find you a satisfactory garment. The sales associate expressed regretfully. It's all right, just wrap it up. I'll take it, the young man responded. Oh, but isn't it ill-fitting? The Hongqing sales associate exclaimed in surprise. The fit issue is not your concern. It's my own irregularity. The young man chuckled. The sales associate burst into laughter and promptly said, Handsome, don't be impulsive, practice rational consumption and try on other clothes. No need. Just wrap both the XL and XXL for me. I'll wear the XL before meals and the XXL after. No problem. Very well then. The sales associate replied, resigned, and proceeded to package the items. Observing this scene, Sumo couldn't help but smile, then fell into deep contemplation. Clothing sizes are limited in number. Often, individuals measuring 170 centimeters, 173 centimeters, or even 175 centimeters were the same size. Yet, in reality, the height and weight of these individuals can vary significantly. It is merely due to the lack of options that one must settle for a size that is approximately fitting. In truth, it seldom fits perfectly. This is still manageable in physical stores, where one can try on garments. However, online shopping relies solely on chance, necessitating returns and exchanges. To genuinely acquire a perfectly fitted outfit, one would need bespoke tailoring. This is precisely why many celebrities and affluent individuals have their garments designed by professionals who come directly to take measurements. Unfortunately, the cost of bespoke tailoring is prohibitively high for the average person, with 1 billion people in Xia country. The notion of having designers visit for fittings is utterly impractical. Consequently, the masses are left to purchase from a limited array of standard sizes, even if they are not entirely suitable and must make do with what they have. However, Envision if an app for bespoke tailoring could emerge. One that accurately scans the entire body and measures all necessary data without the need for a designer's visit. This could revolutionize the way individuals obtain their most fitting garments. Chapter 44. Personalized customization for all, overthrowing naughty thus. Personalized customization is no longer the exclusive privilege of the affluent and celebrities. It has transformed into a benefit for the masses. It can be universally promoted, ushering in a new era of widespread personalized customization. However, such an application, seemingly simple, is, in fact, quite challenging to develop. It involves precise measurements, contouring, as well as AI big data analysis and integration. To the untrained eye, it appears effortless. Yet as the hacker deity Sumo understands, the complexities involved are profound. Otherwise, there would not have been such an app until now. Even with Sumo's expertise, it would take several months to create it. Just as Sumo was feeling disheartened, the system notification chimed. Check-in available here. Would you like to proceed? Check-in. Sumo decisively responded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the complete system for personalized customization, including AI measurement, AI clothing customization, and more. What a timely boon. Sumo's spirits soared. This delightful surprise arrived just when needed. Furthermore, Sumo grasped the system's rules. It seemed not to be a random reward. Instead, it appeared that rewards were provided only when Sumo conceived of the idea. This made things intriguing. With this personalized customization system, Sumo saved several months of development time and additional months of calibration. He now possessed the means to surpass the naughty group. Indeed, it was personalized customization. No matter how impressive the naughty group may be, they rely on standard sizes and cannot offer a tailored fit for each individual. In contrast, with a global population of 7 billion, each person varies in height and build, yet only a handful of sizes exist. Sumo's Motion group can achieve true personalized customization, providing a unique size for every individual. If the prices are comparable, how would consumers choose? Would they opt for ill-fitting standard sizes over perfectly tailored personalized options? Certainly not. People are not foolish. In a moment of elation, Sumo returned to the hotel with determination. He opened his laptop and began coding the AI personalized customization software awarded by the system, importing it onto his phone for testing. The process was straightforward. First, he launched the app, registered, logged in, and granted camera permissions. Then he positioned his phone on the table or had someone hold it. The user would spin around in front of the camera, allowing the personalized customization app to scan all their data accurately, much like a measuring tool within a smartphone. This AI software measured not just point-to-point distances in 2 dimensions, but rather the entire human body in 3 dimensions. Consequently, Sumo turned around and swiftly. The software intelligently generated a 3D model of his physique, perfectly mirroring his proportions. All of Sumo's data was captured with precision: height 183 centimeters, weight 135 pounds. And even his measurements were flawlessly accurate. It could be said that every detail was exact, matching the precision of a designer's in-person measurement. As the interface of the app transformed, a prompt appeared. Human body data scan completed, model construction completed, data analysis completed, perfect size generated, awaiting garment selection, try-on effect pending generation. Witnessing this spectacle, Sumo was utterly astonished. This software was extraordinarily powerful. With just a simple rotation and a scan, it could flawlessly construct a model and generate an impeccable size. Furthermore, one could access the marketplace to select clothing styles and types, enabling online try-ons. The marketplace offered a plethora of common styles and types. Thus, Sumo casually selected an appealing suit, and the interface changed once more. Garment selection completed, try-on effect generated, awaiting fine-tuning. In an instant, the effect of Sumo trying on the outfit was displayed. Every detail, from the waist to the legs and the hem, was perfected to an exquisite degree. Additionally, adjustments could be made according to personal preferences. Sumo's eyes sparkled. This feature catered to the diverse needs of individuals. For instance, some preferred longer skirts while others favored shorter ones. Some liked loose-fitting garments while others preferred a snug fit. There was no standard. It was entirely based on personal taste. On the bespoke customization software, one could easily make adjustments with just a few taps. Subsequently, Sumo clicked Save, and the interface transformed again. Adjustments completed, order submitted, factory system processing order, factory production, factory shipment, logistics status, buyer receipt, buyer review, buyer sharing. Of course, Sumo currently did not have a factory or any connections. However, the entire process was so seamless that it posed no issues. This software provided comprehensive service, powerful to an astonishing degree. Yet, Sumo was not satisfied and resolutely pursued further development, incorporating new features, such as a clothing marketplace. It housed numerous common clothing styles and types. However, this was evidently insufficient, as fashion trends evolved rapidly. Styles that were in vogue this year would be outdated the next. Thus, Sumo developed a feature for third-party designers to upload their creations. All designers could register under their real names on the bespoke customization app to become contracted designers. They could then upload their designs and set licensing fees. Once consumers found something they liked, they could try it on online, make fine adjustments for utmost satisfaction, place an order, and have the factory produce and ship the item. Upon completion of the transaction, the designer would earn their licensing fee, while Sumo would profit from the remaining margin. The more units sold, the more designers would earn. Naturally, as the platform provider, Sumo would earn even more. For instance, if a garment sold for $300 in bespoke customization, with material costs of $30, shipping and other expenses at $20, and a licensing fee of $50, the designer would earn $50 for each sale. If that garment sold 10,000 units, that amounted to $500,000 in licensing fees. Many designers would undoubtedly be thrilled. Meanwhile, as the platform provider, Sumo would earn $200 for each item sold. Selling 10,000 items would yield $2 million. In this era, the most lucrative ventures consistently belong to the platforms. Moreover, the emergence of such avant-garde platforms for bespoke customization is truly remarkable. In this manner, Mo Shang and the designers forge a powerful alliance, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome that offers tailored clothing to consumers worldwide. Overcoming Nike appears to be a task of little complexity. Let them squint in disdain towards our nation. Nike Group, your downfall is imminent. Sumo chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on the table as he began to strategize his forthcoming plans. Sumo originally possessed $204 billion. The Nike Group has further endowed him with $270 million. Now, the total amounts to $474 billion. The capital is ample. The next steps involve recruiting talent, establishing a company, and acquiring factories, expanding and strengthening the enterprise, ultimately surpassing Nike. Chapter 45. An invitation from a beauty. Discrepancies in the script. Once the Mo Shang Group flourishes, specializing in AI customization, each individual shall possess a unique code. Overcoming competitors like Nadi is merely a matter of course. However, the tasks of registering a company and recruiting personnel are excessively cumbersome. Sumo finds no desire to undertake these responsibilities personally. Instead, it would be prudent to enlist a capable and reliable professional manager to handle all affairs. Sumo's role would merely entail overseeing the overarching development direction and making pivotal decisions. All other trivialities could be entrusted to the professional manager. After all, specialists are best suited for specialized tasks. Naturally, as a master hacker, Sumo would vigilantly ensure that he is not taken advantage of by the professional manager. Thus, Sumo opened his computer once more and composed a recruitment advertisement as our new company embarks on its journey. We earnestly seek a professional manager to join us in this grand endeavor. Requirements include strong capabilities, a sense of responsibility, proficiency in business, extensive experience, knowledge of e-commerce operations, and familiarity with the clothing industry processes. Age, 25 to 40. Too young lacks experience, too old may hold outdated views, unable to keep pace with the times. Gender, any. Compensation, a base salary of $50,000 per month, plus commissions. In a burgeoning second-tier city like Binhai, where the average salary hovers around $6,000 to $7,000, a starting salary of $50,000 is already considered substantial. With commissions included, annual earnings could reach $1 million. Even in first-tier cities within large enterprises, This is deemed a lucrative salary. Once the post was published, it immediately stirred considerable excitement. Nevertheless, many professional managers deemed it unreliable. After all, Suemo was establishing a new company, relatively unknown. Could he truly offer a base salary of 50,000? Yet, many were unable to resist the allure and began submitting their resumes. Within merely 2 hours, Suemo was inundated with applications. A round of filtering ensued, discarding those with subpar resumes outright. For those with acceptable credentials, Suemo employed his hacking expertise to investigate their backgrounds, scrutinizing the authenticity of their resumes, their abilities, character, values, and even the circumstances of their family members. For instance, if a candidate's father were a drunken gambler, no matter how exceptional the candidate appeared, they would be dismissed. Should the father encounter legal troubles, the individual might resort to embezzling funds or divulging critical commercial secrets. Regrettably, the role of a professional manager is exceedingly crucial, compelling Suemo to exercise stringent scrutiny. Ultimately, after thorough vetting, a multitude of resumes were received, yet only a scant few were deemed suitable. Suemo found himself overwhelmed, harboring grave doubts that many applicants were merely enticed by the prospect of the 50,000 salary, without the requisite competence. Could it be that my recruitment approach is flawed? Suemo furrowed his brow, feeling uncertain in his inaugural entrepreneurial endeavor. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Lou Ruoruo calling. Suemo pressed the answer button, and Lou Ruoruo's voice resonated. "Senior, what are you busy with? I haven't seen you at school these past few days." "Ha. I've been staying at a hotel, preparing to start my business," Suemo replied with a smile, though inwardly he questioned whether this girl had been keeping tabs on him. "Oh, that explains your absence," Lou Ruoruo replied with a charming smile. "Are you planning to establish your own clothing brand, senior?" "Indeed, I am in search of a reliable professional manager. Yet I lack the necessary channels." Having posted online, Suemo sighed in resignation upon encountering a plethora of unsuitable candidates for his job applications. "Haha," Lou Ruoruo chuckled. "Senior, finding a managerial professional is not like filling other positions. It requires a reliable approach. For instance, consider local headhunting firms or recommendations from industry insiders. Such avenues are trustworthy and provide a solid background check." "Ah, I see," Suemo remarked, realizing her wisdom. "You certainly know quite a bit." "Not really," Lou Ruoruo replied modestly. "I studied business management, so I have some knowledge, but the specifics are something you must pursue yourself." "Thank you, Ruoruo. I'll treat you to a meal someday," Suemo offered. "It should be me treating you, since you helped me earn so much." Lou Ruoruo laughed, recalling how she had entrusted Suemo with 1,000,000 yuan in shorting Nike Group, which yielded a profit of 2 million, split evenly between them. "How about today, senior? Are you free this evening?" Lou Ruoruo inquired again. "If tonight doesn't work, tomorrow or the day after is fine. I'm available anytime. Tomorrow or the day after." "But you don't have class, right?" "Skipping class isn't the behavior of a good student," Suemo replied earnestly. "It's fine. My grades are good. So skipping class is no issue," Lou Ruoruo retorted, a hint of pride in her voice. "Besides, haven't you been skipping classes too? Now you're lecturing me." Coughing awkwardly, Suemo smiled sheepishly, for indeed, he had not attended school in quite some time. Even when he did, professors would often send him away, some outright stating, "Your level is so high. What is the point of attending classes? You're just causing a ruckus." As a prominent figure, Suemo's presence in class would attract many senior and junior students, creating chaos that left numerous professors exasperated. Some instructors even worried that his presence would undermine their teaching, leading to embarrassing moments. Thus, Suemo's absence was welcomed, and naturally, his grades were outstanding. "Let us settle on tomorrow noon, then. I need to contact the headhunting firm tonight," Suemo decided. "All right, senior. Which hotel will you be at?" "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow noon," Lou Ruoruo exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. "Pick me up?" Suemo was taken aback. Had the script flipped? Wasn't it customary for boys to drive long distances to fetch girls? Why was it that in his case, the girl was making all the efforts to come and collect him? And with Song Xiao, it was also her taking the initiative. Could it be that his handsome appearance was the cause? Suemo mused, shaking his head before responding. "There's no need for that. I can make my own way. It's no trouble at all," Senior, I look forward to seeing you. Lu Ruruo replied with enthusiasm, resembling a girl in the first throes of love. Very well then. Suemo nodded. You can accompany me this afternoon to look at a couple of things. Such as? Cars and houses. Suemo stated. Even the finest five-star hotel could not serve as a permanent residence. It was time to invest in a villa and a luxury vehicle. Absolutely, Lu Ruoro declared, her heart brimming with excitement. After concluding the call, Lu Ruo was brimming with excitement as she hummed a tune while opening her wardrobe, contemplating what to wear the following day. Observing this scene, her roommate, Zhang Yue, curled her lips in amusement and remarked, "Pray tell, Miss Lu, what has transpired to elate you so? Your smile rivals that of the most exquisite blossoms." Not at all. Yue, please refrain from making such wild assertions. Lu Ruo's complexion flushed slightly as she hurriedly refuted the claim. I am not making unfounded claims. Remember the throngs of senior students who queued up to present you with love letters, flowers, and gifts? You dismissed their offerings and paid them no heed. Yet now, you are blushing like a ripe peach. Zhang Yue teased with a beaming smile, "Pray tell, which gallant suitor possesses such charm to move your heart so profoundly?" Absolutely not. There is nothing of the sort. Lu Ruo vehemently denied it, her face growing even warmer. I dare say it must be Senior Suemo. After all, someone did witness you by his side during the recent online turmoil he faced. You two are inseparable. Another roommate jested. Chapter 46, My Friend. This is not how to flirt what? Senior Suemo. He is the campus heartthrob that even the school beauty, Song Shao, cannot pursue. Lu Finfin, who had been silent, suddenly changed her expression and exclaimed, Rua Rua, have you truly won over Senior Suemo? It's over. It's over. Many girls will be sleepless tonight. Ah, Senior Suemo. My heart is shattered. My blood pool is empty. Lu Rua Rua, from now on, there will be no place for you in the 520 dormitory. Several roommates lamented. Seeing this, Lu Rua Rua felt overwhelmed and quickly interjected, No, you mustn't say such things. I have nothing going on with Senior Suemo. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly awkward, and she inwardly pondered. Is getting closer to Senior Suemo really this contentious? Could I even be driven out of the dormitory? How terrifying. Meanwhile, Suemo directly employed his hacking skills to search for the top 3 headhunting firms in Binhai City. He contacted each one, paid a fee, and entrusted them with finding suitable professional managers for him. These headhunting companies specialize in talent acquisition. You specify the type of talent you need, set the conditions, pay the deposit, and they will take care of everything for you. They can even leverage relationships to poach top talents from competitors without issue. Given the generous compensation offered by Sumo, all 3 headhunting firms worked diligently and contacted numerous outstanding professional managers that very afternoon. At Blue Sky Headhunting Company, Lu Weiqi dialed an international phone number. Mr. Chui, you mentioned previously that you were considering returning to the country. There is a new company here in Binhai City that is in need of a professional manager. Would you be interested in coming to take a look? A new company? One that is just starting out? It likely won't amount to anything. Chui Yinghao frowned slightly, expressing his disdain. Don't waste my time with such trash enterprises. Mr. Chui, although this company is just beginning, it possesses substantial strength. Even though it is located in a second-tier city, they are offering a staggering base salary of 50,000 plus commissions. A conservative estimate places the annual salary at $1 million. Lu Weiqi asserted. What? $1 million annual salary in a second-tier city? Chui Yinghao's eyes brightened, becoming quite intrigued, yet he still questioned, is it reliable? Based on the information we have, that company is absolutely trustworthy. Lu Weiqi replied with a smile. Of course, it is reliable, backed by Suemo, the most renowned genius designer in Shagua. How could it not be? Upon hearing this, Chui Yinghao's spirits lifted, and he promptly changed his tune. Actually, I have a great fondness for Binhai City. I traveled there during my university days, and it was a delightful memory. Haha. Splendid. Our Blue Sky Headhunting Company will facilitate your introduction. When would be a convenient time for you to return, as such an opportunity and position are quite competitive? Rest assured, I will board a flight back immediately. I can arrive in Binhai City by tomorrow morning and am available for an interview at any time. Chui Yinghao hastily replied. Excellent. I will contact them promptly to arrange the interview. Thank you, Manager Lu. When I return to the country, dinner is on me. Cui Yinghao said with a beaming smile, his attitude having undergone a complete transformation. After a brief tidying up, he resolutely made his way to the airport. Returning to his homeland. Throughout the entire process, Cui Yinghao was brimming with confidence. Haha. I hold a bachelor's degree from a prestigious university and a master's from an Ivy League institution, not to mention my previous executive role at the Nike Group. My academic credentials, experience, and capabilities are impeccable. This position with an annual salary of $1 million is tailor-made for me. It is undoubtedly mine. The following day at noon. Around 11 o'clock, Lu Ruo arrived in a supercar, halting in front of the Marriott Hotel where Su Mo was staying. She then sent Su Mo a text message, patiently awaiting his descent. Meanwhile, the bystanders were far from composed, particularly the men, who eagerly engaged in discussions. A Pagani Huayra, worth $40 million. Truly stunning, simply magnificent. The car was indeed breathtaking, but their perceptions were rather superficial. That girl is even more beautiful. Indeed, she eclipses even the stars. And she can't be more than 18 or 19. Alas, possessing such unparalleled beauty at such a young age, coupled with immense wealth. Whoever marries such a goddess will never have to struggle again. They could dream and awaken with a smile. Haha, I'm getting restless just thinking about it. I want to approach her. Then why not go for it? Ahem, I'm just speaking whimsically. With my circumstances, I wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes. Ha ha ha, what a clear-headed perspective. The crowd shook their heads, each harboring a multitude of thoughts, yet none dared to engage her. A few well-off young men passed by, eager to take a chance, but they too hesitated. The vehicle alone was worth $40 million. The pressure was immense. The affluent are not foolish. They prioritize compatibility and social standing and mutual strength. Consequently, those who aspire to ascend the social ladder through marriage often face catastrophic failures. Lu Ruorio, however, paid no mind to this. Instead, she donned sunglasses, concealing half of her enchanting visage. She further slipped on headphones, immersing herself in music as she patiently awaited Su Mo. At that moment, the freshly returned Cui Yinghao also arrived at the Marriott Hotel, preparing to check in, and chanced upon this scene. Just a glance at Lu Ruorio left him spellbound. This girl is breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the stars. She could debut on the spot. Moreover, her elegance is unparalleled. Driving a $40 million Pagani, she must be the daughter of a wealthy family. The combination of her stunning beauty and affluent background was a serendipitous encounter for him. Could it be that Cui Yinghao's fortunes were shifting, not only to secure $1 million job, but also to meet an SSS-level goddess? Indeed. Such an extraordinary goddess deserves nothing less than someone of my caliber, an exceptional overseas returnee, a business elite, a successful individual. With this thought in mind, Cui Yinghao adjusted his collar and approached with confident strides. To highlight his remarkable nature, he boldly uttered in English, "Excuse me, have we met somewhere?" Yet, Lu Ruorio paid him no heed. This left Cui Yinghao feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to repeat, "I don't know why, but I feel as though I have known you for an eternity." Yet, regrettably, Lu Ruorio continued to ignore him. This ignited a simmering frustration within Cui Yinghao. Yet he dared not express it. After all, Lu Ruo was exceedingly beautiful, and the vehicle was magnificent. He was far too enamored to risk any outburst. Observing this scene, the onlookers erupted in laughter. This fool is pretending to be a big shot, flaunting his English, while the beautiful lady completely disregards him. It's absolutely hilarious. Indeed, despite his well-groomed appearance, speaking a foreign tongue in Xia country was bound to lead to humiliation. Hearing this, Cui Yinghao's expression darkened, and he was about to retort when a figure approached, none other than Su Mo. Buddy, that is not how you flirt. Watch and learn from me. Chapter 47. The doubts of a Western dog with a directness that was both bold and surprising. Su Mo rapped on the car window. Lu Ruo lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she hastily removed her headphones. With a charming smile, Su Mo spoke. "Beautiful lady, do you have some time? Shall we find a place to enjoy a drink?" Lu Ruo cast a glance at the nearby Cui Yinghao, seemingly piecing together the situation. She then flashed a sweet smile at Su Mo, declaring, "Sure, handsome. Hop in." With a playful wave towards Cui Yinghao, who was left bewildered. Suemo promptly took his place in the passenger seat. Lu Ruoruo leaned over, tenderly fastening the seatbelt for him. Witnessing this scene, Chwang Hao felt his composure shatter. Grappling with existential doubts. Is this truly the goddess I admired, leaving with someone else so readily? He interjected, "Excuse me, beautiful. I was here first. Shouldn't you be with me? Sorry, but I have no interest in middle-aged men. I prefer this young gentleman," Lu Ruoro exclaimed as she took Sumo's hand, catching him off guard. Middle-aged man. Chwang Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. Am I really that old? I'm only 32. Have I aged so prematurely? In that moment, his confidence wavered, and he found himself questioning his life choices. Yet, upon glancing at Suemo, he begrudgingly acknowledged, "Damn it, this pretty boy is too handsome. In terms of looks and charm, I hold no advantage." Thus, he resolved to rely on his wealth as a means to counterbalance the disparity. Surely, he can't be more attractive, more charming, and wealthier than I am. That's preposterous. Consequently, Chwang Hao remarked, "Beautiful lady, you are still young and inexperienced in the world. Don't be deceived by some good-looking young man. In truth, for men, looks are inconsequential. Age is irrelevant. Knowledge and wealth are what truly matter." However, he added with a hint of disdain, "But if someone is too unattractive, that may pose a significant problem." Lu Ruo regarded Chwang Inghao with utmost seriousness. It was as if she were on the verge of stating, "Apologies, but you are simply too unattractive." Chwang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Beside them, Suemo chuckled silently. Fully aware that Lu Ruoro was being intentionally provocative, Chwang Hao's face turned a deep shade of purple, leaving him to defend himself. Beauty is subjective. Different people possess different standards of aesthetic appeal. One should not impose their views upon others. Yet, wealth and status are eternal. Encountering a benefactor can yield lifelong benefits. However, some youthful individuals, clad in Hongxing can't even afford Nike. What value do they actually bring? Can they promise you a future? Or provide you with any support? At his words, Suemo remained silent, but the onlookers grew indignant. What's wrong with Hongxing? Nowadays, those with taste wear Hongxing. Another chimed in. Indeed. Only fools wear Nike. We all wear Hongxing. As they spoke, several individuals proudly lifted their feet to display their top-tier Hongxing shoes. In an instant, Chwang Hao was left speechless, completely baffled. What is happening? How has Hongxing become so popular in the country? The streets and alleys are filled with Hongxing. Some individuals shook their heads and derisively remarked to Chwang Hao, "You, who wear Nike, dare to look down on those clad in Hongxing? Are you out of your mind? Indeed, a traitor. Scum. Trash." Chwang Hao's face turned a deep shade of anger. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How did this come to pass? He couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, the 200 or 300 yuan Hongxing is deemed more prestigious than the 800 or 900 yuan Nike. Am I unworthy of existence because I wear Nike? Has Nike fallen to the lowest tier of brand discrimination? Indeed, ever since Nike insulted China, it appears that not even dogs wear the Nike brand anymore." An elder shook his head. Chwang Hao responded, "Hongxing is truly admirable, a conscientious enterprise, a beacon of domestic products." Another voice chimed in. Chwang Hao shook his head vehemently, countering, "No, this self-deception is incorrect. Nike is a renowned international brand, while Hongxing is merely a domestic brand. How can a domestic brand be compared to an international giant? What of domestic brands? What of international brands?" Suemo interjected, shaking his head. "A domestic brand that is responsible and accountable deserves public support. Conversely, international brands that profit from our citizens while insulting us are even more despicable and rightly deserve to be boycotted." However, as Chwang Hao attempted to speak, Suemo interrupted. "But what? Is continual disrespect towards China now considered prestigious?" Chwang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Suemo shook his head, visibly exasperated. "You, perhaps, have inhaled too much foreign air and have knelt for so long that you can no longer stand upright. If that is the case, perhaps you should remain abroad. Changing your nationality would indeed lighten the burden on our country." Chwang Hao's face darkened. "Why would changing my nationality equate to a reduction of burden? You fool. By changing your nationality, our country would be rid of a piece of trash. Wouldn't that lighten the load?" Suemo replied with a smile. Haha, well said. Those who fawn over foreign things. How dare you look down on domestic products? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter and scorn. You. Cui Yinghao trembled with anger, fist clenched, contemplating a confrontation with Suemo. Yet, considering Sumo's stature, he refrained, realizing he would likely not be a match. It would be a futile endeavor. You are ignorant, self-deceiving, unreasonable. Frustrated, Cui Yinghao cursed under his breath and turned to leave. Observing this scene, Suemo shook his head. Some individuals, upon going abroad, forget their roots. And yet they claim others are unreasonable. How amusing. You scoundrel, vile. Should I discover your identity, just wait. This matter is far from over. Cui Yinghao's face was a mask of fury, teeth clenched, as he uttered a threat, seemingly fearful that Suemo might pursue him. He turned on his heel and departed. As he walked away, he suppressed his anger, reassuring himself, I shall not be angry. To be angry is to punish oneself for the mistakes of others. Indeed, I must not anger. As an elite returning from abroad, how could I possibly lower myself to engage with such ordinary individuals? It is simply not worth my time. Indeed, it is not worth it. As for that goddess, the mere thought of Lu Ruoruo stirs a pang of discomfort within Cui Yinghao, who grits his teeth. What is lost is lost. My career is paramount. Once I secure a job with a six-figure salary, what goddess would be beyond my reach? What a joke. And that insufferable young man. I shall ensure he pays a steep price. With this resolve, Cui Yinghao gradually calms himself. Stepping aside to dial Lu Weiqi's number, Director Lu, I have arrived in Binhai City and am seeking accommodation. Could you kindly reach out to the esteemed elder for me? Ideally, I would prefer an interview this afternoon. There is no alternative. Such a remarkable opportunity with a six-figure salary in a second-tier city. Cui Yinghao is genuinely anxious about someone else seizing this chance before him. If that were to happen, where would he find solace? Chapter 48. Interviewing a professional manager very well. I shall reach out to that individual. Await my news. Lu Weiqi remarked with a faint smile, inwardly mocking the impatience of Cui Yinghao. Thank you, Director Lu. I will treat you to a meal later and bring you a small token of appreciation. Cui Yinghao replied, his face beaming with delight. As long as he secured a position with a salary of 1 million, any small gesture would be worthwhile. Ah, Mr. Cui. You are too kind, Lu Weiqi responded, a smile gracing his lips, recognizing the man's knack for flattery. Not at all. I must express my gratitude for your support. Director Lu. Cui Yinghao laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall contact that individual immediately and arrange the interview at the earliest opportunity. Excellent. Thank you so much. Cui Yinghao's spirits soared, and the clouds of uncertainty dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence. This million-dollar salary job shall be mine. Meanwhile, on the other side. Let us be off, beautiful, Suemo said with a grin. At your command, handsome. Lu Ruoruo pressed the accelerator, and the Pagani Huayra surged forward, leaving a crowd of onlookers in stunned silence. Did they just depart? Had he truly succeeded in charming the goddess of his dreams? Oh, had I known it would be so simple, I would have attempted to strike up a conversation as well. What a regret. A chorus of lamentations filled the air as many expressed their discontent. Please, do you possess any sense? Had you approached her, you would likely have met the same fate as that foolish mutt. Ah, perhaps I would fare worse than that mutt. At least it had a decent appearance. Whereas you, well, you are far from appealing. In the vehicle, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Senior Suemo. I must clarify that my earlier actions were purely for the sake of the narrative. I did not intend to hold your hand. Truly, it was not my intention to. Lu Ruo stammered, her cheeks flushed, only making matters more convoluted. Ahem, I understand, Suemo nodded, relieved. Compared to the forwardness of Song Shao, Lu Ruo maintained a certain decorum that put him at ease. Alas, a young man must also safeguard himself in the world, particularly one as handsome as he. Otherwise, should he fall prey to intoxication, the law would offer no protection. Well, that is reassuring. Lu Ruorio's spirits lifted as she mused. Had I known you would not be upset, I should have simply wrapped my arms around your neck. After all, it was for the sake of the narrative. A universal excuse. What? What did you just say? Sumo's expression shifted slightly. Ahem, I did not say anything. Lu Ruoro quickly corrected herself. I could have sworn I heard someone mention wrapping their arms around my neck, Suemo teased. That was not me. It was merely the wind speaking. Lu Ruoro's demeanor turned increasingly awkward, her rosy cheeks betraying her innocence, as she struggled to maintain her composure. Very well, Suemo shook his head, realizing that he would need to keep an eye on Lu Ruoro. The trials of being excessively handsome, a burden few can comprehend. At that moment, the phone rang. Suemo pressed the answer button, and the voice of Lu Weiqi from Blue Sky Headhunting Company resonated. Mr. Su, I have found an exceptionally suitable professional manager. A graduate from a prestigious 985 university, with a master's degree from an Ivy League institution, and prior experience as an executive at Nide Group, both seasoned and capable. Absolutely meeting your requirements. I flew back from abroad overnight for the interview. Having served as an executive at Nike? Suemo furrowed his brow. This is quite dubious. Ahem. Mr. Su, rest assured, he left Nike last year and is certainly not a corporate spy sent by them. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. His acquaintance with Nike should indeed be beneficial to you, Mr. Su. Well, all right. Suemo nodded. Shall we schedule a time for the interview? This afternoon would be fine. He is available at any moment. Lu Weiqi hurriedly replied. This afternoon. That works. 3 o'clock at the Marriott International. Suemo said, to expedite the establishment of Mo Shang and to outmaneuver Nike. The role of a professional manager is indeed quite urgent. Understood, Mr. Su. After finishing the call, Lu Ruoro could not help but speak up. Senior. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. I am not in a rush. After all, for a man, career takes precedence. No worries, there's no hurry. The interview is at 3, which won't interfere with our meal. Suemo replied. That's good. Subsequently, Lu Ruoro drove Suemo directly to a 5-star restaurant. Senior Suemo, I am unaware of your culinary preferences. This restaurant serves both Western and Chinese cuisine quite well. Feel free to choose. I am fine with anything. As agreed, this meal is on me. Lu Ruoro said with a smile, handing the menu to Suemo. The nearby waitstaff were momentarily taken aback. Having witnessed numerous male-female pairs dining, it was predominantly the women placing the orders while the men settled the bill. This, however, was the first instance of a goddess proactively treating the gentleman and allowing him to order. Could it be that good looks confer such advantages? Yet, the girl herself was exceptionally beautiful. Could it truly be so? In that moment, the waitstaff's eyes darted about, reflecting their complex emotions. Suemo chuckled and pushed the menu back. It matters not. Order whatever you fancy. It's different this time. Last time, when we traded stocks, you helped me earn 2 million. I hardly had the chance to thank you. Lu Ruoro thought to herself. Well, this time it's my treat. Senior Suemo would surely feel compelled to reciprocate. Then I shall return the favor, and then Suemo Senior will return the favor again. This back and forth would surely create more opportunities for us to meet. How perfect. Thus, Lu Ruoro, beaming with joy, pushed the menu back to Suemo. With a helpless smile, Suemo inquired about her dietary restrictions, ordered several signature dishes, 2 light and refreshing options, a fruit platter, and desserts favored by girls. The two engaged in lively conversation, laughing and enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, the waitstaff appeared increasingly bewildered. Earning 2 million from a single stock trade? What sort of deity is this? Are the post-2000s this remarkable? Is it truly millions, not Zimbabwean currency? Yet, considering the supercar's worth tens of millions, $1 million does seem like pocket change. Oh dear, this is disheartening. Consequently, the ponytailed waitress wore a bitter expression, occasionally donning a professional fake smile. During the meal, the two shared laughter and savored their food with great delight. After the meal, Suemo approached the cashier only to be informed that the bill had already been settled. It turned out that Lu Ruoro had discreetly paid under the pretense of visiting the restroom. Ruoro, you are still so considerate. Suemo chuckled softly in disbelief. It's nothing. Senior, it's the least I could do, Lu Ruoro replied with a charming smile, unlike certain other girls who would seize every opportunity for a free meal. For instance, some in the matchmaking circuit would go on dates from Monday to Sunday, switching partners daily, feasting for an entire week without spending a dime. Over the years, they managed to dine out for free at every restaurant in the city, all under the guise of matchmaking. All right, I'll take care of it next time, Suemo declared. Sounds good. I won't take it next time. Luruoro exclaimed joyfully, realizing that this way they could enjoy dates and explore new places together. As time passed, Luruoro escorted Suemo back to the Marriott International. At 3 in the afternoon, Suemo had an interview for a managerial position. Chapter 49, Reluctance, Despair, and Regret. Senior, you go ahead with your tasks. I shall await you next door. Once you finish, I will accompany you to shop, Luruoro said with a smile. Today's outing was not merely about dining. It appeared that Suemo also intended to purchase something. Let's go together and assess the qualifications of this overseas returnee in the interview, Suemo suggested. Very well, I shall act as your secretary, Luruoro playfully responded, giving a slight bow. Boss, please. You. Suemo chuckled, instantly embracing the role, patting Luruoro on the shoulder. Work diligently, and I shall reward you with grand prospects next month. Wahaha. Luruoro burst into laughter. In contemporary workplaces, superiors delight in promising their subordinates grand futures, engaging in various forms of workplace manipulation. Regrettably, while the 80s generation may have succumbed to such tactics, the 90s and especially the 00s are entirely unyielding. The 80s endured the manipulation, bearing it silently out of necessity, with responsibilities weighing heavily upon them, reluctant to resign even for a year. However, the 00s, when faced with manipulation, would swiftly retaliate. What of their superiors? If you dare manipulate me, I shall be your superior. They would boldly resign, refusing to be swayed by such tactics. This has left the 60s and 70s generation of bosses utterly perplexed, bewildered by the dramatic shift in workplace dynamics. They lament the decline of the younger generation, even dubbing the 00s as a lost generation. Is it truly so? Is it not your bureaucratic demeanor from the 60s and 70s, with its empty promises and workplace manipulation, that has become obsolete? Outdated practices must be discarded. After all, the future belongs to the younger generation. The interview was set to take place at a CAF within the Marriott Hotel. Cui Yinghao changed into 2 different suits, scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, and meticulously groomed his hair before nodding to himself. A job with an annual salary of $1 million. I shall have it. Today, I must ensure Mr. Su is thoroughly impressed. Subsequently, Cui Yinghao arrived half an hour early, anxious not to keep Mr. Su waiting. Alas, he was unaware of Mr. Su's background, as the headhunters had kept everything strictly confidential. Cui Yinghao sighed and patiently waited. Time passed, and instead of Mr. Su, he encountered a man and a woman from the morning. What the hell? Why are they here? As he spotted Suemo approaching, Cui Yinghao's expression darkened, fists clenched tightly. It's this damn fool who has embarrassed me and stolen the goddess I had my eyes on. Indeed, that perfect goddess remained by Sumo's side. Seeing Luruoro next to Suemo ignited Cui Yinghao's anger even further, and he muttered, if I weren't in a hurry for the interview, I would make you pay today. With that thought, Cui Yinghao snorted coldly and ignored them. Yet, he soon realized that Suemo and his companion were headed directly towards him. What does this mean? Cui Yinghao seethed. I'm in a rush for the interview. I want to stoop to your level, yet you two persist? Truly infuriating. However, what incensed Cui Yinghao further was that Suemo and his companion were indeed advancing towards him. Glancing at the seating arrangement, which was confirmed to be reserved by the headhunting agency, Sumo's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could it be mere coincidence? Beside him, the astute Luruo also sensed the predicament and cast a sidelong glance at Suemo, a faint smile lingering on her lips. What an unfortunate coincidence. You are going too far. At that moment, Cui Yinghao could no longer contain himself. He rose decisively and threatened Suemo. I don't care who you are, but do not disturb me today. I have pressing matters to attend to. If you hinder my important affairs, you shall regret it. Regret it? Suemo chuckled softly, bemused by the threat directed at him. How amusing. With a smile, he took a seat directly across from Cui Yinghao. You, despicable. Cui Yinghao's fury escalated, believing Suemo was deliberately provoking him. Kid, I'll say it once more, leave immediately. A significant figure will be arriving shortly, and you have no place here. Oh, a significant figure? What sort of person are we speaking of? Suemo inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. pondering if this so-called important individual was, in fact, himself. A person whom you will always look up to, someone I regard with utmost respect. Cui Yinghao retorted angrily, "Hurry up and leave. Don't delay my important business." "Utmost respect? I see no trace of respect from you." Su Mo shook his head, his expression turning icy. "Rascal, I was referring to that Mr. Su with utmost reverence. Who do you think you are to demand my respect?" Cui Yinghao sneered. "To put it bluntly, a person of your ordinary stature is not worth my attention. Dealing with you would be a matter of mere moments." "Is that so? Such bravado?" Su Mo replied, disappointment evident in his voice. "With your disposition. You aspire to be a professional manager? The Blue Sky headhunting company must be unreliable." What? What do you mean?" Cui Yinghao was thoroughly flustered, an ominous premonition washing over him. You, who are you? How do you know about my interview?" "Forgive my impertinence. My surname is Su." Su Mo replied with a faint smile. Slap. Cui Yinghao's complexion changed drastically, his legs buckling beneath him as he sank onto the sofa. He hastily regained his composure, panic-stricken. "Mr. Su, you are that Mr. Su? How is this possible?" In an instant, Cui Yinghao was utterly dumbfounded, realization dawning upon him that the insolent young man he had berated was indeed the illustrious Mr. Su he sought to venerate. What is happening?" Cui Yinghao stammered. "You are Cui Yinghao, correct?" Su Mo shook his head, utterly disheartened. "A graduate from a prestigious university, a master's from an Ivy League. And this is the result? Mr. Su, it's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." At this moment, Cui Yinghao was unequivocally certain. The youth clad in Hongxing attire was the very magnate who offered $1 million annual salary. Mr. Su. Cui Yinghao's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily extended his hand. "I apologize, Mr. Su. It's all a misunderstanding. It was entirely my fault. I truly did not know it was you that I had been so audacious towards. I am sincerely sorry." Observing Cui Yinghao, drenched in sweat and trembling, Su Mo simply shook his head and said, "Forget it. You may leave." Cui Yinghao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his heart filled with resentment. Could it be that this interview had ended in failure? Was his salary of 1 million simply slipping away? He could not accept it. Taking a deep breath, Cui Yinghao implored, "Mr. Su, I take full responsibility. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. My abilities are unquestionable, and my experience is ample. I am fully capable of fulfilling this position. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity, and I shall repay you 100-fold." With a sincere bow, he expressed his earnestness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers grew restless, their minds swirling with questions. Who is this young man, that he can render the suited gentleman so humble? A glamorous socialite, Lin Kiki, was particularly intrigued, her eyes lighting up as she observed Su Mo. In her thoughts, she mused, the suited man must possess significant stature. His attire alone must be worth at least several 100,000. If this handsome man can elicit such deference from him, his background must be quite extraordinary. Fortune awaits, she thought, grinning at the prospect of encountering a top-tier wealthy individual. With a seductive lick of her lips, her gaze on Su Mo became fervent and eager. Lin Kiki, the type to frequent coffee shops with a book in hand, sipping her drink while appearing to indulge in literature, maintained an image of elegance and intellect. In truth, her purpose was to attract high-quality, affluent individuals. She considered herself far superior to the nightclub girls or internet celebrities. As Cui Yinghao bowed, Su Mo shook his head, declaring, "No need. You are not suitable." "Why?" Cui Yinghao questioned, bewildered. "Is it merely because I offended you?" "Not at all," Su Mo replied, shaking his head gently, elucidating. "Perhaps your skills are adequate, and your credentials commendable, but your character falls short. Remember, in any endeavor, one must first be a person of integrity. Otherwise, no matter how capable you are, you will not progress far. Take heed of your conduct." With that, Su Mo stood, turning to leave, while Lu Ruoruo promptly followed suit. Lin Kiki too rose, discreetly trailing behind. Cui Yinghao remained frozen in place, feeling as though he had been struck down, engulfed in a mix of disbelief and despair. Was the $1 million job truly lost just like that? Chapter 50. The Socialite. Is this what humans do? At this moment, Cui Yinghao's composure had shattered, and he murmured to himself, he is indeed Mr. Su. How ironic that I once thought him to be young and destitute. It appears the fool was I all along. Chui Yinghao engaged in self-deprecation, his heart burdened with profound regret. A lucrative job with an annual salary of $1 million and a promising future had been squandered due to his arrogance. There is a tendency among those who have traveled abroad to feel a sense of superiority, leading to arrogance upon their return. The outcomes are often tragic and laughable. The world has changed. The Qing dynasty has fallen. Today, Xia country outshines many developed nations in strength and prosperity. To cling to the past, to live as one did 30 years ago, is to become a figure of ridicule, much like Chui Yinghao. One must prioritize integrity. Without character, one cannot go far. In this moment of reflection, Chui Yinghao pondered deeply, particularly resonating with Su Mo's words, leading him to contemplate, have I truly knelt for so long that I can no longer stand tall? Perhaps it is time for me to purchase a pair of Hongxing Erk shoes. With that thought, Chui Yinghao rose, descended the stairs, and walked towards a distant Hongxing Erk store. Although he had missed out on $1 million job, he had reclaimed the self-respect he had lost for years. That, in itself, was a silver lining. Meanwhile, Su Mo and Lu Ruoruo reached the ground floor. Lu Ruoruo, with a smile, inquired, Senior, what shall we look at next? Properties. Su Mo replied with a grin. While a 5-star hotel is undeniably comfortable, it lacks the warmth of home. It is time to acquire a luxurious residence of his own. I am honored to accompany you in this house-hunting endeavor. What kind of property are you considering? A flat or a villa? Lu Ruo's heart danced with joy as she mused. Could it be that this young man inviting her to view properties holds a special sentiment? After all, most individuals who go house hunting together are couples contemplating marriage. Su Mo, lost in thought, remarked, at this stage, large flats are more fashionable than villas. Given the same area, a flat offers a more spacious single-level experience, while villas require navigating stairs between floors. Yet, the privacy and rarity of a standalone villa are incomparable to that of a flat. In the future, Su Mo would be signing off on many groundbreaking innovations, and privacy would be paramount. Ideally, he envisioned acquiring a spacious standalone villa in a secluded area, one with a garden. This way, even if he were to engage in extraordinary projects at home or construct a clandestine underground base, no one would be the wiser. Lu Ruoruo nodded in agreement, indeed. Especially now that the government is striving to enhance land usage, regulations on standalone villas have become stricter, rendering them increasingly scarce and valuable. Consequently, many developers are compelled to construct row houses and sell them as if they were standalone villas. It seems that policies from above pave the way for strategies below. Su Mo chuckled. Let us go explore. It would be best if the environment is elegant. Absolutely. I know a wonderful place. Senior, please wait here while I fetch the car. Lu Ruoruo exclaimed, dashing off to the adjacent parking lot. Observing this scene, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl, once familiar, exudes vibrant energy. At that moment, Lin Kiki, who had been watching for quite some time, suddenly brightened her eyes. Finally, an opportunity has presented itself. She had followed Su Mo and the others downstairs long ago, but with Lu Ruo nearby, Lin Kiki had not found the chance until now. With Lu Ruo gone, she certainly would not let this slip by. However, such an opportunity is rare. She must strategize and plan everything meticulously. Lin Kiki, ever the schemer, never engages in battles without certainty. I shall casually stroll past Su Mo, appearing to merely pass by. Yet, as I approach him, I will feign weakness in my legs and dramatically fall towards him. In such a scenario, as long as I gauge the distance and timing correctly, Su Mo will undoubtedly catch me, preventing me from truly falling. At that moment, I shall seize the chance to collapse into his embrace, feigning panic and holding on to him. Consequently, we would be intimately entwined, and with my sister's stunning beauty, I refuse to believe Su Mo could remain unaffected. Following this, I will cling to him, pretending to have sprained my ankle, rendering me unable to walk. Then, with a pitiful demeanor, I will implore Su Mo to escort me back to the hotel. Under these circumstances, he would certainly not refuse. Moreover, the hotel room is already booked via my phone. I merely need to collect the key card from the front desk. Most importantly, with my sprained ankle, I would require him to carry me back in a princess-like manner. Along the way, I will employ some subtle tactics, maintaining an innocent yet alluring demeanor, intentionally brushing against inappropriate areas to provoke Suemo. I refuse to believe that Suemo could remain unaffected like a chaste gentleman when faced with such a lure. Upon arriving at the hotel, once Suemo lays me on the bed, I will naturally wrap my arms around his neck, and everything will unfold seamlessly. Hee. Once the deed is done, no matter how astute Suemo is, he shall become my loyal follower. However, after everything, I shall feign tears and act innocent. I must make him understand that I am not a frivolous person. It is merely because he is handsome, fitting my ideal type. Additionally, since Suemo has assisted me, I could not bear to reject him, which led to our tangled circumstances. And what does a young man like Suemo know of a seasoned woman like me? He would only hold me, comforting me, while expressing remorse and pledging to take responsibility. In my moment of emotional vulnerability, I will embrace him and declare my instant infatuation. As feelings deepen, another round of intimacy will ensue, further strengthening our bond. Thus, I shall gracefully become the woman of a wealthy man. With a few more tactics, I will conceive Suemo's child. This will serve as leverage for future marriage into a prestigious family. This plan is nothing short of flawless. Lin Kiki displayed a smug smile. For ordinary people, she would merely keep them as backups, not allowing even a touch. But for a wealthy man like Suemo, she yearned to consummate their relationship and secure him. Having devised her plan, Lin Kiki licked her crimson lips, removed her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite features. She then gracefully approached Suemo, adhering to her strategy. As she approached, Lin Kiki's legs gave way, causing her to topple towards Suemo with a piercing scream of awe. Such performance was nothing short of masterful. She eagerly awaited Suemo's intervention to catch her, allowing her to gracefully collapse into his embrace. However, to her dismay, Suemo, upon witnessing her plight, not only refrained from catching her, but actually took a step back, evading her completely. Consequently, Lin Kiki lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, her face meeting the earth first. This feigned fall had turned into a genuine tumble, a sight almost too tragic to behold. In an instant, Lin Kiki was left bewildered, her composure shattered. How could you not reach out to assist a falling beauty? Even if you chose not to help, was it necessary to retreat? Is this the behavior of a decent person? In that moment, Lin Kiki was utterly flabbergasted, questioning the very essence of her existence. Chapter 51. Check-in. 500 million intelligent mansion. How infuriating. I have fallen so miserably. Just after showcasing my face in that Korean country. Please don't let me end up disfigured. Lin Kiki, filled with a mixture of anger and despair, could only muster the courage to continue performing. She immediately extended her hand, seeking assistance from Suemo. Handsome, I've twisted my ankle. Could you please help me up? Absolutely not. Suemo replied decisively, stepping back. In this day and age, are you no longer selling tea but rather engaging in deception? Lin Kiki's face turned a deep shade of fury, internally fuming. You're the one selling tea. Your whole family is in the tea business. I, relying on my abilities, am fishing for a wealthy partner. How could I stoop so low? However, she maintained a pitiful demeanor, cooing, handsome, you jest. I'm not in the tea business. I merely twisted my ankle and it hurts terribly. Could you assist me in getting up and escorting me back to my hotel? Dear sir? Her words carried a hint of seduction. After all, the mere mention of returning to the hotel was undeniably sensitive. Suemo silently scoffed, realizing she was just another woman attempting to ensnare him. As a martial arts master, he could effortlessly distinguish between genuine and feigned falls. Thus, when Lin Kiki pretended to stumble, he not only refrained from aiding her but instead took a step back, causing her act to morph into an actual fall. With a smirk, Suemo remarked, "Oh, you've twisted your ankle? Not a worry. I shall call for an ambulance." While Lin Kiki trembled with rage. Was he truly a steadfast man or merely pretending? She was aware that many men, appearing stoic, were merely adept at feigning ignorance to subtle hints about purchases. A direct refusal could easily harm feelings, so they opted to act oblivious, relishing the experience. Could it be that Suemo was also a master at this? Lin Kiki, uncertain, could only say, "No need, dear sir. Just help me up and take me back to the hotel. It's not a big deal." Absolutely not. Health comes first. We cannot underestimate this. Not only have I called for an ambulance, but I've also contacted the police. Would you like me to summon the fire brigade as well? To extinguish any flames? Suemo teased. Why, you despicable? Lin Kiki realized then that Suemo was indeed pretending to be oblivious, toying with her. Infuriated, she managed to rise, dusted herself off, and stormed away with a dark expression, her anger reaching a boiling point. Just then, Suemo suddenly called out, "Wait, what is it?" Lin Kiki turned back, her heart fluttering. Could it be that Suemo had reconsidered and wished to escort her back to the hotel? Indeed, my charm remains potent. My several 100,000 yuan visage has not been in vain, crafted to meet the standards of 4,000 years. However, to her dismay, Suemo merely smiled faintly and said, "Ahem, your left cheek seems to be misshapen. It likely requires a return for repairs." "Why, you despicable?" "Ah." Lin Kiki, utterly enraged, covered her face and fled. Remaining any longer would surely lead to her demise at the hands of Suemo's teasing. Alas. "Sister, slow down. What if you fall again and injure your right cheek? That would be a double tragedy. You infuriate me," Lin Kiki exclaimed as she ran forward, turning back to glare at Suemo. "You despicable person, you bang." Before she could finish her sentence, a shriek escaped her lips as she collided directly with a street lamp while distractedly speaking. In excruciating pain, she found her right cheek distorted from the impact. The semi-permanent enhancements had proven to be of poor quality. Now, her right cheek was askew as well. Both sides would need to be sent back for extensive repairs. Suemo chuckled, somewhat relishing her misfortune. Lin Kiki's face turned a shade of deep anger. How infuriating. Ah. She stomped her foot in frustration, hurriedly covering her face, and left while grumbling, her heart heavy with disappointment. Not only had she failed to ensnare a wealthy benefactor, but she had also ruined her appearance. Both sides would require a substantial sum for repairs, and without at least 500,000, it wouldn't be sufficient. A truly dismal situation. To make matters worse, when she had still possessed her beauty, Lin Kiki had managed to charm some admirers into funding her cosmetic procedures. Now, with her face damaged, it was likely that even her admirers would flee, leaving her to ponder where to acquire the necessary funds. Meanwhile, Suemo observed the scene with a sense of delight. "Look at you, trying to play me with your tricks, thinking I am easily swayed. Not a chance." Soon, Lu Ruo arrived in her car and parked beside them. Suemo got in. "Senior, what happened? Why do you look so pleased?" Lu Ruo asked, intrigued, as if she had missed an exciting spectacle. "Oh, just a green tea type trying to deceive me ended up ruining her face and will need extensive repairs," Suemo replied nonchalantly. Lu Ruo, "Well, I suppose this world is full of wonders." With a charming smile, Lu Ruo remarked, "Your life seems so vibrant and colorful, even more thrilling than a joke." Suemo's expression darkened instantly. "That doesn't sound like a compliment." He replied earnestly, "Roro, you've changed." "Changed? How so?" Lu Ruo asked curiously. "You've become a dog." Lu Ruo. Subsequently, Lu Ruo drove Suemo directly to the seaside. However, they did not head to the eastern part of the coastal city, but rather to the northeast corner. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a villa estate nestled against the mountains, with an elegant environment and pleasant climate. Upon opening the window, they could see the distant sea, where the water and sky merged seamlessly. Furthermore, being 3 kilometers from the shore allowed for the perfect enjoyment of the ocean view without excessive humidity. It was truly the ideal seaside villa. Had it been right on the beach, such a property would be uninhabitable due to the dampness. Suemo surveyed the surroundings, nodding appreciatively. "Roro, your taste is exceptional. This is quite impressive. Of course, let us head to the sales office and see if there are any available properties." Lu Ruoro replied. "As for the price, it varies with the size. Typically, a couple of tens of millions will suffice. Binhai City is merely a strong second-tier city, not comparable to the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. The prices of villas are not exorbitant. They are quite reasonable." Suemo nodded and proceeded towards the sales office, when suddenly a system notification chimed. "You may check in here. Would you like to proceed?" "What is this?" "Whatever is lacking seems to appear." "System, impressive indeed." Sumo's spirits soared as he decisively responded. "Check in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Binhai No. 1 Villa and obtained the Binhai No. 1 Building King, along with a villa estate. The total area is 5,000 square meters, comprising an indoor area of 2,000 square meters and an outdoor area of 3,000 square meters, complete with a full suite of B-grade black technology smart home features. The villa's original price is $200 million, with decoration and smart home technology amounting to $300 million, totaling $500 million. Sumo. It truly seems that whatever one desires, it manifests. This system is remarkable. Chapter 52. An incredible experience once again. We find ourselves in a magnificent standalone villa spanning an impressive 5,000 square feet, accompanied by a sprawling estate. It boasts cutting-edge smart home technology, albeit of a B-grade variety. Just as Su Mo pondered the implications of this, Lu Ruo emerged from the sales office, shaking her head. "Senior, I'm sorry. I just inquired. And everything has been sold out. There are no houses left. Even that $200 million crown jewel has been sold." Lu Ruorio appeared somewhat despondent. Such a splendid villa, complete with a garden. What a pity. Su Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he have forgotten? He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. I just remembered that I seem to own a villa here, which has been beautifully decorated, but I've never actually stayed in it." Lu Ruo was taken aback. What does that even mean? You forgot about a villa worth tens of millions? For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Come, let us go take a look. Su Mo smiled and walked toward the villa, with Lu Ruoruo following closely behind. "Hello, sir. May I ask if you are the owner or looking for a friend?" The security guard inquired politely. In such an exclusive, gated community, the property management and security were exceptionally vigilant. Given that Su Mo looked unfamiliar, the guard was merely fulfilling his duty. "I am the owner," Su Mo replied nonchalantly. The guard was somewhat surprised. Villas in this area started at a minimum of $20 million, making it one of the most upscale properties in Beihai City. How could someone so young be the owner? Nevertheless, he retrieved his tablet and asked, "May I ask which villa number you own?" "Number 1. Su Mo's villa was indeed the illustrious number 1 villa. "What? Number 1? That's the crown jewel worth over $200 million. The guard was taken aback and hurriedly checked the records, then said, "You are Mr. Su?" "Indeed." "Very well, Mr. Su. Please follow me, and I shall escort you there." "All right," Su Mo nodded. The guard was certainly competent, fulfilling his duty while also ensuring the true owner was verified, preventing any unscrupulous individuals from infiltrating under false pretenses. Such villas incurred annual management fees of several tens of thousands. Thus, the service was naturally meticulous and attentive. Before long, they arrived at the number 1 villa. As Su Mo approached, the door opened automatically, accompanied by an AI prompt. "Welcome home, master." Witnessing this, Lu Ruo was utterly astonished. The door recognizes people. It opens by itself. How intelligent. The security guard was equally bewildered and muttered with a hint of envy. Truly deserving of the title of a wealthy elite in the number 1 estate. "Please, sir, make yourself at home." "Thank you," Su Mo nodded. And he and Lu Ruoruo stepped into the villa. As they entered, the door closed automatically and the curtains opened themselves. This door is incredible. It can recognize people and opens and closes on its own. Lu Ruoruo exclaimed with excitement. "Senior, where did you buy this door?" "I want to get one for myself." Coughing awkwardly, Su Mo replied with a smile, "This door. I might say it's something I tinkered with myself. It's not available for sale yet." "I see." Lu Ruoruo felt a tinge of disappointment, but then her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior, the current security doors are utterly unappealing and cumbersome, predominantly in that ghastly pig's blood hue. They are simply tragic. You could establish a company dedicated to producing intelligent doors. I assure you, they would sell like hotcakes." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. It did seem feasible. However, as a designer, was it reasonable for him to venture into the realm of selling security doors? Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. After all, hadn't Xiaomi, once solely a smartphone manufacturer, transformed into a comprehensive retail entity? Yet, if Su Mo were to embark on this journey, it would not be limited to mere doors. He envisioned a complete suite of smart home solutions. If he were to do it, he would do it on a grand scale. Of course, The prerequisite was to first expand the Demo Shang group and outshine Nike. The rest could be addressed gradually. At that moment, the voice of the AI chimed in once more. Welcome home, master. Welcome, beautiful guest. I am your AI butler, Xiaoxi. Wow, Xiaoxi, you're so clever. Lu Ruruo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. You are also very beautiful and a perfect match for my master. Xiaoxi replied. Suemo was left speechless. Lu Ruorio, taken aback, exclaimed. Both were rendered silent by the revelation that this AI butler could even assist in flirtation. Surely, that was beyond its programming. At that juncture, Xiaoxi continued, Master, Miss, the curtains have been drawn, the fresh air system is activated, and the indoor constant temperature and humidity system is operational. Currently, the indoor PM2.5 level is at 1, carbon dioxide concentration at 400. With a temperature of 23 degrees Celsius and humidity at 40. The air quality is excellent, and the climate is pleasant. How incredibly intelligent. Lu Ruo was no longer composed. With a mere presence, the environment was adjusted to optimal temperature and humidity without the need to open windows or turn on the air conditioning. It was purely intelligent regulation, maintaining a perfect living atmosphere. It was simply astounding. Senior, just how advanced is your home? In that instant, Lu Ruo's expression grew complex. The worldly young lady, accustomed to luxury, felt like a rustic bumpkin in Su Mo's residence. Compared to the intelligent home in Su Mo's villa, her own abode's smart system seemed utterly primitive, a comparison that was hardly fair. Su Mo was equally surprised. He had no idea just how sophisticated this villa truly was or the extent of its astonishing technological innovations. He could only say that the system was remarkable. Technology indeed enhances the beauty of life. Come, Ruorio, have a seat, Suemo jested. All right. The two settled onto the sofa, and Xiaoxi spoke again. Master, Miss, would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, cola, orange juice, milk tea, beer, red wine, yellow wine. We can provide it all. Lu Ruo could not help but interject, looking somewhat taken aback. Suemo was also left astonished, worried that Xiaoxi might have overpromised and subsequently fail, which would be quite embarrassing. Of course, it's a piece of cake, Xiaoxi assured. Then I'll have a cup of grass jelly milk tea, and if that's unavailable, any milk tea will do. What about you, senior? I'll go for a cup of tiguanyin, Suemo replied, eager to test just how intelligent Xiaoxi truly was. Understood. Xiaoxi responded promptly. Before long, 2 cups emerged from the tea table, filled to the brim with beverages, 1 cup of grass jelly milk tea and 1 cup of tiguanyin. Lu Ruo raised her cup of burnt grass milk tea, took a sip, savored the flavor, and nodded. Indeed, this is the taste. It is remarkably authentic, quite impressive. Suemo tasted the tiguanyin and also nodded. Not bad at all. The flavor of the tiguanyin is very true. Truly remarkable. Lu Ruo gazed intently at the tea table, her eyes darting about. I am quite curious. How does he achieve this? So intelligent, so professional, utterly astonishing. Hiki, the tea table conceals a beverage machine within, capable of producing a variety of drinks, Suemo remarked with a smile. Matter is conserved. It cannot be created from nothing. This is the only explanation. Indeed, master. Young lady, this tea table integrates cutting-edge technology, providing an array of beverages, teas, wines, milk teas, and more. It also intelligently monitors expiration dates, reminding the owner to replace items in a timely manner. Chapter 53, The Sofa's Sin. Moreover, the intelligent tea machine is exceptionally professional, capable of producing a wide array of beverage flavors. It can replicate any milk tea available in the market. The owner merely needs to follow the prompts from the machine to replenish the ingredients promptly, ensuring that the tea machine operates with a level of expertise surpassing that of any milk tea shop. Wow, how impressive! Exclaimed Lu Ruo, her excitement causing her to dance with delight. This means that the ingredients I prepare are more environmentally friendly and trustworthy. I can enjoy various flavors of milk tea and beverages at home. How delightful! Milk tea, regardless of whether it costs 10 or 50 yuan per cup, is not complex. The most crucial factor lies in the quality of the ingredients. When one prepares their own ingredients, it undoubtedly offers greater assurance of safety and reliability. It is akin to cooking meals at home, where one might use high-quality peanut oil priced at 15 yuan per jean. While takeout establishments may resort to using blended oils for 4 yuan per jean, or in the worst cases, unsavory oils for merely 1 yuan per jean, the notion of a takeout restaurant utilizing premium peanut oil is simply implausible. They would be unable to sustain such a loss. Furthermore, some takeout places forego cooking altogether, opting instead for cheap pre-packaged meals that are merely heated in a microwave before serving. Likewise, the realm of milk tea follows a similar pattern. When preparing it oneself, one naturally seeks the finest ingredients, yet the situation in milk tea shops may be quite the opposite, as cost-cutting measures often dictate the use of cheaper materials. The issue of food safety is also a significant concern. Even renowned milk tea brands frequently encounter problems during random inspections. However, with the advent of the intelligent tea machine, the safety of milk tea can be assured right from the source of the ingredients. Lu Ruoruo gazed at the tea table, her eyes wide with amazement. "Senior, you created this, didn't you? It's not available for purchase in stores." "Ahem, you could say that," Su Mo replied nonchalantly. "Well, I'll take it apart later to study it for large-scale promotion." "This is truly the essence of smart living," Lu Ruoruo exclaimed. "Senior, I want to take it home. I want to drink milk tea. I'll buy it," she added with a hint of eagerness. Suemo chuckled. "Just wait. I'll get you one in the future. At present, there was only this one machine, and until the counterfeit models were decoded, he couldn't possibly give it to Lu Ruoruo." "Hey, you're the best, Senior." Lu Ruoruo beamed, excitement radiating from her as she settled beside Suemo. She harbored no reservations towards him and felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. In truth, a girl's physical cues are often the most telling indicators of her feelings. Those who do not mind physical contact typically harbor interest, while those who maintain a necessary distance during private moments generally lack attraction. "Isn't drinking too much milk tea going to make you gain weight?" Suemo jested. "Not at all. I work out every day, yoga and dance, alternating between them. I have no excess fat. Feel free to check." Lu Ruoruo exclaimed, only to immediately regret her words as her face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I misspoke." Suemo chuckled, feeling slightly awkward. This girl, who usually appeared aloof, revealed a charmingly silly side once she became familiar. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned peculiar. "Master, miss, would you like to watch television?" Fortunately, Xiaoji spoke up, perfectly alleviating the awkwardness. Suemo was unsure whether Xiaoji's intervention was accidental or intentional, so he simply replied, "Sure." However, Suemo was a bit perplexed. Where was the television? Since he entered the living room, he hadn't seen a television. Lu Ruoruo wore a similar expression of confusion. Just as they both stood bewildered, the entire wall opposite them illuminated. "My goodness, this is actually a television. I thought it was merely a wall." Lu Ruoruo exclaimed in surprise. "Senior, transforming an entire wall into a screen is truly impressive." "Ha, remain calm," Su Imo said with composure, though internally he was exclaiming in astonishment. "An entire wall, a screen. Wait, could it be that the other walls are screens as well? This system is astonishing." The television was now on. Whatever they wished to watch, they could simply tell Xiaoji. "Let us play any movie," Suemo suggested. "Understood." Now playing the acclaimed domestic animated film, White Snake 2, The Tribulation of the Green Snake. Soon, the film commenced. The surrounding speakers delivered a stunning Dolby sound effect, surpassing even that of a professional cinema. The visuals before them rendered Suemo and Lu Ruoruo utterly captivated. This was a 3D version that could be viewed without glasses. Naked eye 3D. Lu Ruoruo gasped, somewhat dazed. "Senior, your wall? No. Your gigantic television is naked eye 3D. Since entering the house, the overwhelming surprises had left Lu Ruoruo somewhat numb. "Oh my, this naked eye 3D giant screen, typically found only in commercial centers of large cities, has been installed right in your home. How extravagantly inhumane." Lu Ruoruo was filled with amazement. Stay composed, Suemo chuckled, his anticipation growing for what other surprises this luxurious residence might conceal. It was simply unfathomable. Subsequently, the two enjoyed their beverages while savoring the naked eye 3D film with great enthusiasm. It was an extraordinary comfort. Suddenly, the sofa behind them began to move. rhythmically massaging their backs. MMM. So comfortable. Lu Ruo exclaimed in delight. Senior, even your sofa has a massage function, and it's different from other massage sofas. Other massage sofas are rigid, applying the same standard regardless of a person's height or weight, resulting in ineffective massages that miss the acupoints entirely. Your sofa seems to possess intelligence, intelligently adjusting the optimal massage positions and strength according to the user's unique physique, accurately targeting each acupoint. It's truly miraculous. The capabilities of AI are destined to enhance our lives. Suemo nodded, affirming that it must be similar to the AI customized software, capable of intelligent sensing and recognition. At that moment, Shaoji spoke again. Miss, if you place your hands on the armrest, it can massage your arms. All right. Lu Ruoruo placed her hands on the armrest. And indeed, the acupoints in her arms were massaged, providing an unparalleled comfort. Thus, Lu Ruo once again picked up her milk tea, simultaneously indulging in a massage, watching a naked-eye 3D film, and savoring her beverage. It was truly a harmonious moment of delight. However, unexpectedly, the massage proved to be exceedingly effective, particularly when a certain acupoint was pressed, causing Lu Ruo's hand to tremble, resulting in milk tea spilling all over her. Her skirt became thoroughly soaked, revealing the magnificent contours beneath, exposing Lu Ruo's previously concealed alluring figure in all its glory. Lu Ruo, Suemo. The two exchanged a bewildered glance, both momentarily stunned. What further astonished Suemo was that, despite Lu Ruo's seemingly slender appearance, she possessed such ample curves. A conservative estimate would place her at a C cup, or even a D, which was simply outrageous. Senior, what are you looking at? Lu Ruo noticed Sumo's gaze and hurriedly shielded herself, unable to suppress a playful retort. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing significantly. Yet, she was not genuinely angry. Chapter 54, A Wonderful Surprise Alas. Discovered. Cough cough, no? Suemo cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and hastily reached for a tissue beside him. Just as he was about to assist Lu Ruo, he hesitated. The location of the spilled milk tea was rather sensitive, making it inappropriate for him to intervene directly. Thus, he suggested, Ruoruo, you might want to clean it yourself. All right, thank you. Lu Ruoruo accepted the tissue. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. It was rather awkward to wipe herself in front of Suemo coughing lightly. Suemo continued, Ruoruo, your skirt is wet. Wiping it won't help, and there are no girls' clothes at home. How about you go upstairs for a shower while I fetch you a new outfit? Sorry for the trouble, senior. Lu Ruo nodded, her expression becoming a bit more at ease. There was no other choice. Not a bother at all. I must take responsibility for the sofa's misdeed. Suemo jested. Hee, thank you, senior. The key is in the car. Perfect, I'll take a look upstairs. Lu Ruo smiled brightly and stood up. Take your time, Suemo replied. Afterward, he left the house and headed to a nearby mall. Meanwhile, Lu Ruo rode the elevator to the second floor, marveling at her surroundings in awe. Sumo's villa was the crown jewel of the entire estate. Typically, anything over 230 square meters is considered a large flat, with 400 square meters deemed luxurious. A 700 square meter flat is recognized as one of the world's elite, exceedingly rare. Yet, each floor of Sumo's villa boasted 700 square meters. With 3 floors in total, it equated to 3 of the world's finest flats. Moreover, there was a sunken courtyard, a temperature-controlled swimming pool, and an expansive basement, all of which were complimentary amenities, not even counted in the 2,000 square meters of living space. Even the 10-car garage was an added bonus. Additionally, there was a 3,000 square meter garden complete with pavilions, an open-air pool, and flower beds. It was more than sufficient to cater to every need. This house is truly opulent, larger than my own. Lu Ruo surveyed her surroundings, her expression a mix of emotions. I thought I was a little wealthy, but it turns out Senior Suemo is the real tycoon. I once believed he was bullied online, homeless, and even considered lending him my house. Little did I know he had a villa and merely stayed in a hotel by forgetfulness. And he even glanced at me just now. As she spoke, Lu Ruoruo lowered her gaze, noticing her own alluring features. In her youth, she had felt self-conscious about her development. Yet, she later realized that this was a coveted asset for many, regardless of gender. It seemed everyone had an affinity for a well-defined silhouette. Moreover, he had looked at her, and she felt no anger. Instead, there was a hint of delight, a secret joy that he did not regard her as a mere sister. With this thought, Lu Ruo's cheeks reddened even more, and she quickly shook her head, admonishing herself. No more thoughts like that. You must remain composed. Yes, composed. After a round of self-affirmation, Lu Ruo made her way to the second floor. There, she found the grand living room, a sprawling 100 square meters, surrounded by numerous bedrooms. Lu Ruo found a guest room adjacent to the master bedroom and stepped inside. Though it was a guest room, its expanse was impressive, measuring a generous 50 square meters, surpassing even the grandeur of a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Within the guest room, there was a spacious bed, a living area, and even a private bathroom, lavatory, walk-in closet, and vanity. It could easily be regarded as a one-bedroom apartment. Particularly striking was the expansive balcony, framed by 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, a sight to behold. Is this the hallmark of opulent living? Lu Ruoruo clenched her fist. Keep it up, Ruoruo. With determination, you too can purchase a place like this. Unlike Wu Xiaofei, who was materially driven, Lu Ruoruo was inherently affluent, preferring to earn her wealth through her own efforts. Subsequently, Lu Ruoruo entered the bathroom, and a voice resonated from Xiaoji. Miss, I have prepared warm water for you. Please enjoy. Thank you. Xiaoji, Lu Ruo replied, already numb with astonishment. However, as she gazed at the window across from her, she hesitated. Xiaoji, where are the curtains? The breathtaking coastal scenery lay just beyond, a feast for the eyes. Yet, bathing without drawn curtains was out of the question. Miss, the villa's glass is one way. You can see outside, but those outside cannot see in. Therefore, curtains are unnecessary. I see, Lu Ruoruo nodded, relieved. Slowly, she shed her damp long dress, tossing it into the adjacent washing machine, and stepped into the bathtub. She luxuriated in the warm water, savoring the ocean view outside. The surrounding jets of water caressed her skin, inducing a profound sense of relaxation. No, this was not mere splashing. It was a rhythmic, pulsing massage. A spa treatment right in her bathtub? Lu Ruo's eyes sparkled with delight. Who would have anticipated such advanced technology in a simple tub? Before long, the lights dimmed, soothing music filled the air, and a gentle aroma wafted in. The ambience was so enchanting that Lu Ruoruo couldn't help but close her eyes, relishing this moment of tranquility. It felt as though the entire world had quieted, allowing her to unwind completely. Coupled with the delightful spa pulsations, within just 5 minutes, Lu Ruoruo succumbed to slumber in the tub. It was simply too comfortable to resist. Meanwhile, Su Emo drove to a nearby shopping mall. Although the Binhai No. 1 villa area was serenely nestled by the mountains and water, it was conveniently located within 3 kilometers of a commercial complex, hospital, and schools, catering to all leisure and lifestyle needs. It offered the perfect blend of tranquility at home and vibrancy just outside. Unlike other villas situated in desolate suburbs where one had to venture into the city for even the simplest purchases, 5 minutes later, Su Emo arrived at Yida Plaza. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Chanel flagship store. However, he soon found himself at a loss. He had no idea what size to buy. And what if it didn't fit? To complicate matters, he couldn't simply ask Lu Ruo directly. It would be inappropriate to inquire, Ruo, what are your measurements? Such a question would imply ulterior motives. Even if Su Emo harbored no such intentions, how could Lu Ruoruo possibly interpret it? Noticing Su Emo's dilemma, a sales associate approached with a smile, perceptively offering, handsome, are you looking to buy clothing for your girlfriend? A female friend, Su Emo remarked. What do you think of this style? It's a new arrival, fashionable and elegant. Su Emo nodded in agreement. It's quite nice. But I'm uncertain about the size. That's easily resolved. Just describe your friend's height and weight, and we can determine the appropriate size, the sales assistant suggested. Well, approximately 172 centimeters tall and weighing less than 100 pounds, Su Emo assessed, drawing upon her designer experience. Wow, your girlfriend. No, your friend has an incredible figure, akin to that of a supermodel. Tall and slender, A size M should suffice. As she spoke, she handed Sumo an M-size garment. Sumo inspected it, then shook her head. The M size fits well in some areas, but others seem a tad small. Although she is slender, she is rather well endowed. Do you understand what I mean? Absolutely. The sales assistant nodded eagerly, smiling. With such a fantastic figure, you are indeed fortunate. Sumo responded with an ambiguous expression. Chapter 55. No responsibility on your part. What a stroke of fortune for me. The sales assistant is truly charming, albeit a bit mischievous, mused Sumo internally. The size L fits perfectly. The sales assistant presented another option to Sumo, who nodded in approval, saying, very well, and please wrap up these two styles as well. Certainly, handsome. You have quite the discerning eye. Your girlfriend, no, your female friend, is fortunate. The sales assistant remarked with a teasing smile. Sumo chose to ignore the comment and added, additionally, I would like a complete set of what goes underneath. Regrettably, the milk tea had spilled recklessly, cascading from his neck downwards. Consequently, both the outer dress and the inner garments were dampened. Not a problem. Both styles are brand new. The sales assistant exclaimed with delight, as this would significantly boost her commission. She quickly retrieved two L-sized undergarments. Sumo scrutinized them, his brow furrowing slightly. It seems the L size is rather snug. How about one in L and another in XL? Of course, handsome. You are so considerate. Now, let us have a larger size. Sumo gestured awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying it is for a man to be purchasing such items in a women's lingerie section. If not for my rugged good looks, I might be mistaken for a pervert. This is quite the ordeal. Understood. A larger size. The sales assistant chuckled, unable to suppress a sigh. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, so innocent and carefree. Unlike us, burdened by the mundane realities of life. After completing his purchase, Sumo promptly paid and made his exit. It was already embarrassing enough for a man to linger in a women's clothing store. But buying lingerie and bras was a whole new level of awkwardness, far more embarrassing than a man purchasing feminine hygiene products at a supermarket. If a familiar face were to catch sight of him, it would surely spell social doom. Soon, Sumo returned to the villa, laden with bags. Upon entering, he received a notification from Xiaoji, Master. The bathroom sensor indicates that Miss Lu has been soaking in the bathtub for an extended period and seems to have dozed off. Please awaken her immediately to prevent any potential mishaps. Sumo was taken aback. He was well aware that prolonged soaking could lead to oxygen deprivation and blood flow issues, potentially resulting in cardiovascular complications. Should there be a lack of oxygen to the brain, it could be life-threatening. Thus, while a bath is indeed delightful, succumbing to slumber in such a state could lead to dire consequences. Such news was not uncommon. I'm on my way. Sumo hastily set down his belongings and rushed upstairs. Ruo, he called out while knocking on the door. Yet, Lu Ruo was in such a deep slumber that she remained unresponsive. Faced with an urgent situation, Sumo wasted no time and opened the bathroom door, only to be rendered speechless. At that moment, Lu Ruo was asleep in the bathtub, utterly unadorned. The sights before him left Sumo momentarily frozen. This is truly perilous. With no other choice, Sumo took a deep breath, gently lifted Lu Ruo, dried her off, and carried her to the bed, placing the newly purchased clothing beside her. After confirming that she was merely asleep and in no immediate danger, Sumo finally descended the stairs. What a convoluted day it has been. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruo awakened in a daze, her mind clouded with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As she gazed at the ceiling above and surveyed her surroundings, the memories flooded back. I was taking a bath, and the soothing caress of the water in the tub had lulled me to sleep. Wait, how did I end up in bed? Could it be that Senior Sumo carried me here? But the dilemma was, I was undressed while bathing. Does that mean he saw me in my entirety? And why am I dry? Did he perhaps? Ah, how utterly mortifying. The realization struck her, leaving her flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly undone. Goodness. I have always been the well-behaved girl, untouched by romance. Yet I have been exposed. Oh dear, I could perish from shame. Yet, what could she do? She had succumbed to slumber. Sigh. Thankfully it was Senior Sumo. Had it been anyone else, I could not have borne it. Lu Ruo sighed, rising from her bed, wrapped snugly in a blanket. Noticing the clothes Su Mo had purchased for her, her eyes fell upon a note. Ruo, you fell asleep in the bathroom, and I couldn't wake you. Concerned for your safety, I carried you to bed. Not knowing your exact size, I bought several outfits for you to try. After reading the note, Lu Ruo sat on the bed, swinging her long legs with a gentle smile. Senior Mo is indeed quite considerate. Subsequently, as she opened the clothes, her expression transformed into one of surprise. Not only were there dresses, but also undergarments, and even bras of varying sizes. This made her cheeks flush crimson, her entire face buried in the blanket as she muttered to herself. How embarrassing. Yet, Senior Mo is so gentle and attentive. If I could become his woman in the future, how blissful that would be. Oh, the shame of it all. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruo had changed into her clothes. Indeed, the small size was too snug. She required the larger size. Senior Mo truly understands me. Wait, that statement feels slightly off. Lu Ruo shook her head, dismissing further thoughts. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she found herself too shy to step outside. Instead, she paced around the room, her complexion a vivid shade of red. Oh dear. When I see Senior Mo, what shall I say? What to do? To have such an incident on my first visit to his home, it is utterly mortifying. What should I do? How will I face Suemo? Downstairs, Suemo quietly sipped his drink while watching a film, exuding an air of calm. Well, as long as I remain unruffled, the one who should feel awkward is Lu Ruoruo. Half an hour later, she resolved, enough of this. I must brave it. Taking a deep breath, she approached the door, cautiously opening it a crack. Seeing that the coast was clear, she slowly stepped outside and quietly descended the stairs. To avoid the awkwardness of a direct encounter, Lu Ruo decided against the elevator and opted for the stairs. In Sumo's villa, both an elevator and stairs were available. Upon reaching the corner of the first floor, Lu Ruo paused, slowly extending her head to gaze into the living room. However, as soon as she revealed her small face, she was struck motionless. There sat Suemo, observing her with a bemused expression. In an instant. Lu Ruo felt a wave of timidity wash over her and hurriedly retreated. Hee, come on, Ruo, it's time for dinner, Suemo remarked with a wry smile. I have ordered exquisite delicacies from the 5-star hotel next door. Oh, Lu Ruo nodded, gradually approaching while keeping her head lowered, refusing to lift it, her complexion radiant. Observing this scene, Suemo teased, what is the matter? Is the esteemed Miss Ruo too shy to face the world? You're the one who can't face anyone. I'm just a little shy, Lu Ruo retorted, her voice lacking conviction. What are you shy about? Rest assured, I want to hold you accountable, Suemo replied with utmost seriousness. Chapter 56. Could something have happened? Do not hold me responsible. Lu Ruo found herself in a state of confusion. What could this possibly mean? Did something transpire between us? No, that is utterly impossible. She glanced down, feeling no unusual sensations. Yet, something did not add up. You've seen me completely, and now you want me to take responsibility? How unfair. Senior, this is too much. Humph, Lu Ruoro exclaimed, clearly irate. Ha ha. Suemo burst into laughter, tearing off a chicken leg and placing it into Lu Ruoro's bowl, saying, eat up. All right. Lu Ruo nodded, returning to her usual self and indulging heartily. A mere jest had alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Lu Ruo soon realized that Suemo was merely joking to diffuse the tension, for that moment had indeed become increasingly embarrassing with every recollection. She had fallen asleep, utterly unclothed, in the bathtub, while Suemo had carried her, dried her off, and placed her in bed. Every time she thought of it, Lu Ruoruo felt so mortified that she wished to burrow into the ground. Alas, what a misfortune! For a moment, tears threatened to spill from Lu Ruoruo's eyes. Observing her distress, Suemo picked up another chicken leg and placed it in her bowl, saying, this one is large and delicious. Large? What do you mean by large? Lu Ruo's thoughts took an unexpected turn, leading her to wonder if he was referring to her. Suemo replied, well, I must admit, it is indeed quite substantial. He had presumed it was a C cup, but it was at least a D. Given her slender physique, such proportions were simply unscientific. After dinner, Lu Ruo dutifully helped Su Imo tidy the table. They then strolled around the community, engaging in light conversation. Just then, the phone rang. It was Lu Weiqi from Blue Sky Headhunters. Mr. Su, I've heard about Shui Yinghao's situation. It was my oversight in selecting someone of poor character, which wasted your time. I sincerely apologize. It's quite all right. Matters of character and values are not easily investigated, Su Imo replied nonchalantly. He was eager to deal with Nadi, yet a professional manager had yet to be secured. Mr. Su, to make amends for my mistake, I have found several exceptional candidates, all possessing commendable qualifications and experience. If you have time, I can arrange for them to interview with you. Lu Weiqi proposed. That works. Let us schedule them for tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Marriott, Su Imo confirmed. Understood, Mr. Su. I will arrange it immediately. After ending the call, Lu Ruoruo smiled and remarked, another interview tomorrow afternoon? Huh? Indeed. I still haven't found a professional manager. It's quite the predicament, Su Imo sighed. Take your time. Would you like me to be your secretary again tomorrow? Lu Ruoruo gazed at Su Imo, smiling sweetly, initiating an invitation for their meeting the next day. While she would rebuff any advances from other boys, even a simple meal together was unthinkable. Yet for Su Imo, despite today's embarrassment, she yearned to see him again tomorrow. Being his secretary was the perfect excuse. Sounds good. I happen to need a driver. Lu, do your best. And I'll reward you with 2 big dreams next month. Su Imo chuckled. Haha. Why not say, Lu, do your best. And I'll arrange for you to marry a sister-in-law next month. Lu Ruoruo teased. Well, it's not impossible. If you are willing, I could arrange a marriage for you. Su Imo remarked. At this, Lu Ruoruo's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No, I don't want that. Why not? Su Imo inquired. Looking at Lu Ruoruo with a teasing smile, Lu Ruoruo, somewhat flustered, stammered, Because men prioritize their careers. Without a successful career, how can one establish a family? Haha, fair enough. I also do not wish to plunge into the grave of marriage at such a young age. I am still but a child. Su Imo replied with utmost sincerity. Uft. Haha. Senior, you are quite amusing. Lu Ruo laughed heartily, her laughter like the blooming of flowers. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 9. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior Su Imo. It's getting late. I should head back now, Lu Ruoruo announced. Head back? Su Imo contemplated inviting Lu Ruoruo to stay, considering the abundance of guest rooms. However, recalling the unexpected events of the afternoon and fearing Lu Ruoruo might feel awkward, he nodded. All right, since you are familiar with the place now, do come often. I will set a password for your guest room later, just for you. Really? Lu Ruoruo's eyes sparkled with delight, transforming into crescent moons. Indeed, Su Imo affirmed. You are truly kind. I shall visit frequently. Lu Ruo responded joyfully, dropping the formal address of Senior Su Imo and simply calling him Su Imo. I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow, good night. Good night. Lu Ruoruo waved at Su Imo, lingering as she drove away in her Pagani. Throughout her journey, her spirits soared and her thoughts wandered. This afternoon, when the milk tea spilled on me, Su Imo glanced at me. Despite being somewhat clumsy, it at least suggests he harbors some interest in me. If he merely sees me as a brother, then I would be left with no place to weep. Yet, I feel so embarrassed to have been seen so openly by him. Nonetheless, I am grateful it was him. Otherwise, I truly would not wish to continue living. The more she pondered, the redder her cheeks became, causing her to unconsciously accelerate her speed. At the villa, Su Imo reveled in the enchanting night view, finding it utterly delightful. After changing into his swimwear, he dove into the pool, swimming several laps before returning to his bedroom. As for the hidden treasures of technology within the villa, Su Imo felt no urgency. He preferred to uncover them slowly, akin to the delightful experience of unwrapping a mystery box, relishing daily surprises. Subsequently, Su Imo tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine and entered the bathroom. Master, the bathtub is filled and ready for you. Please enjoy, the AI assistant, Xiaoxi, reminded him. Very well. Su Imo stepped into the bathtub, the water temperature perfect. As he soaked, he admired the stunning beach view opposite him, the soothing music, enchanting fragrance. and the gentle waves of water providing a massage stimulated every inch of his skin and every acupoint. It was a life of sheer bliss. No wonder Ro fell asleep so quickly. This spa experience was simply irresistible. Suemo sighed contentedly, feeling every single acupoint being massaged to perfection. It was an exquisite pleasure. If only I could have a glass of red wine to accompany this experience, Suemo mused. Master, the red wine is ready. As he spoke, a small table rose from the side, adorned with a bottle of red wine. This, Suemo was taken aback and could only exclaim. The system is truly remarkable. Suemo held a glass of wine while indulging in a relaxing bath, sipping leisurely as he mused. It would be even more delightful if there were a show to watch. In an instant, the glass opposite him transformed into a screen, still featuring stunning naked-eye 3D. It seamlessly resumed the film he had yet to finish, Whitesnake 2. Suemo remarked. All right, you are impressive. He found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the experience. 15 minutes later, he concluded the film. The massage had been so exquisite that he dozed off in the bathtub. Another 20 minutes passed before Peng Bai's voice resonated through the bathroom, abruptly rousing Suemo from his slumber. Master, prolonged bathing is unadvisable. Upon detecting your slumber, I grew concerned for your safety. Hence I took the liberty of waking you. I trust you will understand. Ah, I see. Very well. Suemo nodded, acknowledging the diligence of this AI steward. However, his expression shifted slightly. Wait a moment. If you can wake me, surely you can awaken Luruo as well. Why did you not rouse her this afternoon, compelling me to intervene? Chapter 57. The Goddess in Humility. Signing in again faced with Suemo's inquiries. Xiaoji feigned ignorance. Suemo sighed, conceding, fine, I've solved the mystery. That insufferable Xiaoji was merely assisting him in courting women. Suemo even suspected that the massage on the sofa, which caused Luruo to spill her milk tea all over herself, was orchestrated by Xiaoji. Thus, the ensuing events of bathing, dozing off, and revealing all. Can you believe it? An AI butler behaving so indiscreetly is truly sigh. Suemo was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, in a lavish apartment, Guo Feifei reached out to her close friend, Xiao Shui, via voice message. Have you heard about the million-yuan salary for the managerial position that old Lu mentioned? Both women were well-known professional managers in Binhai City. Yes, I've heard. In a second-tier city like Binhai, a million-yuan salary is indeed impressive. Let us go check it out together tomorrow. Xiao Shui suggested. You are so naive. A new enterprise offering such compensation is merely a gimmick. Don't harbor excessive hopes. I have no intention of going, Guo Feifei replied, shaking her head. But old Lu mentioned that Mr. Su is quite reliable and formidable. It's worth a try. Let's go see. And you believe old Lu's ramblings? He is a headhunter. His job is to sweet-talk everything. If he lived in ancient times, he'd be akin to a brothel keeper. He may be the keeper, but you're the star attraction. Really, if you're involved, don't drag me into it. Xiao Shui retorted. Ha ha ha. It's the same for interviews. If you want to go, then go alone. Don't drag me along. Guo Feifei laughed. Are you truly not considering it? Just go to see. Perhaps it's genuinely credible, Xiao Shui urged. I want to go. Such emerging enterprises have a 99% failure rate. And offering a million-yuan salary outright. What are they scheming? Do you think I'm oblivious? Guo Feifei scoffed. In this day and age, such individuals are abundant. They present themselves as grand bosses, promising million-yuan salaries, but they might just be lecherous wolves, using recruitment as a faude to pursue women. Oh, surely not. Xiao Shui gasped in shock. How could it not be? Have you not seen certain celebrities conducting auditions for MV female leads under the guise of selecting partners? Using fan meet and greets as a ruse to seduce fans? Thus, in this era, one can easily start a company under the pretense of recruitment while pursuing women, Guo Feifei elaborated. Xiao Shui was momentarily speechless. Especially someone like you, competent, graceful, attractive, and with a bit of wealth. You must be cautious of being targeted, used, and even tricked into investing. In the end, you could be left with a mountain of debt while they abscond, leaving you to clean up the mess. Who knows? You might end up with an unexpected pregnancy. If that happens, your life would be ruined. Surely not. Look at how you're speaking. I'm not foolish. Besides, Old Lu said it's quite reliable. Xiao Shui couldn't help but interject. Reliable? Nonsense. He has told you everything you want to hear. If you stubbornly insist on going and something goes awry, don't blame me, sister. Humph. Regardless, I'm not going. Thank you, I understand. Xiao Shui nodded. You are beyond salvation. Guan Feifei exclaimed angrily before abruptly ending the call, her disdain palpable. A young man establishing a clothing brand and boasting $1 million annual salary. Only a fool would find that credible. It is essential to recognize that many of the established domestic clothing giants have already faltered. If it weren't for the recent turmoil, Hongxing would have nearly faced bankruptcy. Now, a young individual aspires to create a new brand. This is nothing short of self-destruction. Success is utterly unattainable. Therefore, this person is merely starting a company to chase women and swindle money. Moreover, he aims high, targeting affluent and capable professional managers with $1 million salaries. Xiao Shui, you are truly stubborn. Guan Feifei sighed, too weary to elaborate further. That night, Su Mo, residing in the Binhai No. 1 villa, slept soundly. The cloud bed beneath him made him feel as if he were resting upon the very clouds, a sensation of ethereal comfort. In contrast, the beds in other rooms were entirely different. For instance, the adjacent room featured a waterbed. While Su Mo enjoyed a deep slumber, Lu Ruorio, residing in Jiu Li Qing Chuan, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Why did today unfold this way? It's all my fault for having fallen into such a deep sleep. And Su Mo saw me in my entirety. But surely, he wouldn't find my figure unappealing? No, that can't be true. The books say that boys are all sports enthusiasts. It can't be. I am not some ordinary pastry. Even a beauty like Lu Ruo, once infatuated, harbored moments of self-doubt. In the realm of emotions, everyone can be foolish. Thus, that night, Lu Ruo lay awake for most of the night, finally drifting off around 3 or 4 in the morning. When she awoke, it was already 9 o'clock. Oh my, how late it is. Lu Ruo gasped, hastily rising to wash up and bathe. Like Su Mo, she lived alone, studying at university in Binhai City. Her parents had purchased her a modest apartment in the Jiu Li Qing Chuan community for convenience. Indeed, it was a spacious 400 square meter flat. The name Jiu Li Qing Chuan was melodious, its location convenient, and proximity to the school and exuding an air of sophistication. Lu Ruo was immediately drawn to it. One cannot deny that, in this era, real estate must embrace prestige. A mundane name can pose a significant issue. As for the $40 million Pagani Huayra, it was a gift for her university journey. However, Lu Ruo preferred to remain low-key, spending most of her time in the dormitory and seldom driving her car, which kept her out of the public eye. It was only yesterday, accompanying Su Mo, that she had taken the car out to recharge. After completing her morning routine and tidying her home, she watered her plants. By now, it was 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, Su Mo in the villa was about to order takeout when he suddenly received a system notification. The kitchen is available for check-in. Would you like to proceed? Pondering what could possibly be gained from checking in at the kitchen, Su Mo hesitated but ultimately replied, check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired an AI kitchen master. The system maintained its aloof demeanor, and as soon as the announcement concluded, the kitchen underwent a remarkable transformation. The original integrated stove has vanished, replaced by new counterparts. Is this the AI kitchen master? Is it truly effective? Just as Su Mo was immersed in his thoughts, he received a message from Lu Ruo. Do you have time for lunch? Let's eat together. Sure, come over. I've discovered something intriguing at home. Su Mo replied, a hint of excitement in his tone, as it was the perfect opportunity to test the kitchen master. I'll be there shortly. Oh, and please pick up some ingredients. He added, okay, I'll hurry. Lu Ruo responded, her spirits lifting. Could it be that Su Mo was going to cook for her? The two donned their aprons and began their culinary adventure, creating a delightful atmosphere. A subtle smile graced Lu Ruo's lips, revealing a charming curve. Without hesitation, she drove to the supermarket, purchasing an array of vegetables, meats, and ribs before heading to Su Mo's villa. Chapter 58. A decade ahead of humanity. The distance was not far, approximately 5 kilometers. When traffic was smooth, the journey took about 10 minutes. However, during peak hours, it could extend to 20 minutes or even half an hour. There was no remedy. Both of their homes were situated in the bustling core of Binhai City. Once rush hour hit, the congestion was utterly chaotic. After half an hour, Lu Ruo arrived at Su Mo's residence, laden with bags. "Ruo, you bought so much." Su Mo exclaimed in surprise. "Weren't we going to cook together?" "I happen to know a little," Lu Ruo replied with a gentle smile. "No need. There's no requirement for you to lift a finger." Su Mo took the groceries from her. "Are you going to cook yourself?" "That's wonderful." Lu Ruo's eyes sparkled. A boy who could cook was undeniably charming. Yet, to her astonishment, Su Mo shook his head. "No, I won't be the one." "Then who will?" Lu Ruo was taken aback. "It's just the two of us. There's no chef." "It will." Su Mo pointed at a large, dark rectangular appliance before them. "What is that?" Lu Ruo was dumbfounded. "It's larger than an oven, akin to an integrated stove." "You'll see for yourself," Su Mo said with a mysterious smile, waving his hand as the door opened. The interior was spacious, featuring a large, round frying spatula and an assortment of items, including a variety of seasonings. Su Mo tossed in the vegetables, meat, scallions, ginger, and garlic all at once, then closed the door. Shortly, faint sounds of water flowing and bubbling emanated from within. "Is it washing the vegetables?" Lu Ruo was astonished. "Yes," Su Mo nodded. Soon, they heard the sound of drainage, followed by the chopping of vegetables, and then the sounds of cooking. Is it already frying?" Lu Ruo was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. What kind of miraculous technology is this? It's simply unbelievable. More astonishing than the cooking machines I've seen online. "Indeed, just wait. It will be ready shortly," Su Mo chuckled. 3 minutes later, the machine halted. The door opened, and a mechanical arm extended out, presenting a plate of stir-fried vegetables onto the adjacent dining table, complete with 2 pairs of chopsticks. The open kitchen was adjacent to the dining area. The door then closed automatically, and the gentle sound of water resumed, washing the pot. Following that, the next dish commenced cooking. Witnessing this scene, both Lu Ruo and Su Mo were left in a state of disbelief. This technology was astonishingly advanced. Although Su Mo believed that true cooking machines, or even cooking robots, would eventually emerge, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift, especially in his own home. Su Mo could only think, "System, you truly defy convention." "Wow, it smells amazing," Lu Ruo remarked, her nose twitching in delight. "Come, give it a taste." Su Mo offered as he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Lu Ruo nodded, took a piece, savored it, and nodded in approval. "This stir-fried yam is so delicious. With its exquisite color, aroma, and flavor, simply perfect. It's even better than what one would find in a 5-star hotel." "Indeed, it's quite impressive. I thought it might be a gimmick." Su Mo laughed. "The current cooking machines, without exception, are merely attacks on intelligence. None of them prove effective. However, this AI kitchen master is truly exceptional." In no time, the second dish emerged, braised pork. While preparing this dish is not inherently difficult, achieving perfection is quite another matter. If the timing is off, it can easily become greasy. Lu Ruo exclaimed after tasting a bite, her eyes sparkling. "Not greasy at all. It's delicious." Soon, several more dishes graced the table. The two indulged heartily, savoring each bite while offering their critiques. "Senior, your cooking machine surpasses even the culinary delights of 5-star hotel chefs. If there were ratings, it surely deserves a Michelin 3-star." Lu Ruo praised fervently. "Take this fish, for instance. It surpasses what we had at the 5-star hotel yesterday. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised it has reached this level." "You can come over anytime for a meal. You will always be welcome," Su Mo chuckled. "Great. Whenever I crave something, I'll simply buy the ingredients and come over for a meal," Lu Ruo replied with a charming smile, secretly thinking, "Wow. Now I have yet another reason to come here. Well, in the future, I won't just be coming for food. I might even bring myself along. After all, Su Mo has already seen everything, so isn't it fair to get a little closer?" With this thought, Lu Ruo glanced at Su Mo, her gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. This made Su Mo a bit uneasy, prompting him to wonder, could Lu Ruo be starting to emulate Song Xiao? Let's be reasonable. After all, Lu Ruo's beauty is not inferior to Song Xiao's. and her figure seems even more alluring. If only Song Xiao hadn't arrived a few years earlier. Otherwise, the title of campus beauty might well have been hers. Especially yesterday, Lu Ruo's formidable assets nearly overwhelmed Su Mo. After all, he is still a young man full of vigor. After the meal, Lu Ruo, thoroughly satisfied, began to clear the table. "Senior, you sit tight. I will wash the dishes." "No need." Su Mo shook his head, stopping Song Xiao. "Come. Let us enjoy some tea and take a break." "But what about these dishes and leftovers?" Lu Ruo couldn't help but interject. "It will take care of itself." Su Mo replied with a smile. "Huh." Lu Ruo was filled with disbelief, then froze in astonishment. She watched as the kitchen master extended its mechanical arm once more, retrieving all the leftovers. It then closed the door, whereupon water flowed, commencing the cleaning process. All remnants were sent to the grinder below, pulverized, and directed to the drain. Once cleaned, the items were dried and subsequently placed in the sterilization cabinet below, sorted and disinfected for future use. From start to finish, the process required merely the act of placing the food inside. The kitchen master intelligently handled washing, chopping, cooking, serving, clearing, cleaning, grinding, drying, and disinfecting, all without any human intervention. Furthermore, the entire operation was remarkably quiet. Only when one was near could they discern any noise. Sitting at the dining table, one could hear nothing at all, allowing Su Mo and Lu Ruo to converse undisturbed. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Ruo was left speechless. This is what high technology looks like. It feels as though this is how life will be in the future. You are at least 20 years ahead of humanity. 20 years, you say? Su Mo shook his head, stating, "A decade is quite a long time. Technological advancement occurs at an astonishing pace. Especially in the future, it will only accelerate. Just think. 10 years ago, who could have imagined the prominence of mobile payments and QR codes? Yet here they are. Indeed, we are fortunate to belong to a generation that bears witness to such rapid development, a generation brimming with infinite possibilities," Lu Ruo remarked thoughtfully. "Yet, we are also a generation entangled in competition," Su Mo teased. "Hee. In any case, we remain unaffected." As time progressed, the two of them departed, heading straight for the Marriott International. Su Mo needed to attend an interview and check out of the hotel to retrieve his belongings left behind. Meanwhile, Lu Ruo continued her role as both driver and secretary. Once they find a professional manager, they could swiftly establish Mo Shang and ultimately surpass Nadi. Chapter 59. Hardcore Strength. Dimensional strike at Marriott International. Su Mo directly booked a private room for interviews. This time, 8 candidates arrived, each exceptionally talented but with some shortcomings. Su Mo interviewed them one by one, dismissing those who were unsuitable without hesitation. Unfortunately, while other positions might allow for compromise, the role of a professional manager was too crucial. Any inadequacy was intolerable. Better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. Thus, out of the 8, 7 were eliminated as unsuitable. Only 1 remained, and Su Mo hoped this candidate would be a good fit. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. He sighed, finding this task far more challenging than finding a partner. But perhaps this one will indeed be suitable. Lu Ruo stood behind Su Mo, gently massaging his neck and shoulders with extraordinary tenderness. Soon, Xiao Shui entered, though her expression was somewhat unnatural, betraying her evident nervousness. She had been thoroughly frightened by Guan Feifei's words, genuinely worried that, as claimed, Director Su was a lecherous man, using the pretense of recruitment to engage in inappropriate behavior. In this day and age, high-caliber scoundrels could commit any transgressions. It was utterly disgraceful. Consequently, Xiao Shui opted for a snug suit instead of her usual elegant long dress, ensuring she was thoroughly covered. However, when she finally laid eyes on Su Mo, she became overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. You are the great Su Mo, not a rogue." Su Mo was taken aback. Lu Ruo was equally bewildered, and Su Mo found himself even more perplexed. How had his simple quest for a professional manager led to accusations of being a rogue? In an instant, Su Mo's composure nearly shattered. "I'm sorry. I didn't he mean it that way? I normally articulate." Xiao Shui was now flustered and incoherent, cursing Guan Fei repeatedly in her mind for scaring her with such tales. This damned girl had said Director Su was a rogue. In reality, this Director Su was not only innocent, but also the illustrious Su Imo, the designer Xiao Shui admired most, even her idol. Xiao Shui had previously worked for a leading domestic fashion giant, immersed in the industry for years, and had a profound appreciation for Su Mo's design style. She could visualize each of his creations with her eyes closed. Eventually, she discovered that not only was Su Imo immensely talented, but he was also strikingly handsome, unwittingly becoming her male deity. It was not just Xiao Shui within the domestic fashion circle. Su Imo was a rival for male practitioners and a male idol for female practitioners. Xiao Shui had longed for an opportunity to collaborate with Su Imo, and now that the moment had finally arrived, she had mistakenly branded him a rogue. It was a perfect hand of cards that had been played terribly wrong. What a blunder. I didn't mean to call you a rogue. You are my idol, Xiao Shui hurriedly clarified, though her words only tangled her deeper. So, your idol is a rogue? Su Imo teased lightly. This candidate's resume was impressive, a bachelor's degree from Fudan University, a master's and doctorate from Cambridge, and experience with major brands, all at the tender age of 27. At the age of 27. While others have merely graduated with a master's degree, she has already earned her doctorate and has been working for 2 years. It can be said that she is exceptionally outstanding, surpassing even Shui Yinghao. Yet, she declined an offer from the Nike Group simply because she chose to return to her homeland. She appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. No, it is not so, Xiao Shui stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The usually composed individual found herself faltering in front of Su Imo internally. She berated herself. Xiao Shui, remain calm, do not panic. Where has your eloquence gone? What has happened to your adaptability? What of your sharp wit? Observing her distress, Su Imo waved his hand. All right. As per usual, let us proceed with the interview. Please have a seat. Thank you. Xiao Shui sat down, finally regaining some composure, although her legs still trembled. Even in the face of an idol, it was overwhelming for a strong woman like her. What do you believe my company aims to achieve? Su Imo asked directly. Xiao Shui replied without hesitation. To establish my own brand, to lead domestic brands to rise, and to defeat and replace international giants like Nike. A commendable answer. Su Imo nodded. Then, what strategies do you propose to vanquish and supplant these international brands? After some contemplation, Xiao Shui remarked, firstly, we must seize the domestic market and bolster national confidence. The greatest challenge facing the rise of domestic brands is the low recognition among our people. Everyone perceives it as a given when international brands sell for 1,000, yet when a domestic brand does so, it is deemed as exploitation, as unscrupulous, as treating consumers like chives. Frankly speaking, in the minds of many citizens, domestic brands do not deserve high prices or premium status. Only international brands are worthy. For instance, when it comes to lipsticks, if Dior is priced at 300 and Lauder at 500, a domestic lipstick priced at 200 is simply unacceptable. Similarly, for an 80-inch television, if Samsung or Sony sells for 50,000 or 70,000, it is seen as reasonable. However, if the Xiaomi Master Series is priced at 49,999, it is labeled as an intelligence tax, as a means of exploiting the consumers. Only by enhancing national confidence and dismantling this deeply ingrained stereotype can we expand and strengthen our brands, ultimately becoming true international giants. Excellent. Su Imo nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Shui's perspective was incisive, mirroring his own. But how exactly do we implement this? Elevating national confidence is not merely a matter of words, Su Imo reiterated. If the first question required depth, this one demands both depth and height. Xiao Shui pondered for a moment and responded, indeed, this subtle yet pervasive influence is exceedingly difficult to alter. Unless we employ entirely new technologies and models, leveraging our hard power to deliver a dimensional strike. We must achieve what other international brands cannot, and we must succeed where they fail. Only by offering something unique, something superior, can we instigate change. Xiao Shui continued. just as it was once said that domestic fighter jets were inadequate and could never catch up to their Western counterparts. Yet, we have developed the J-20, becoming the second nation globally to master fifth-generation aircraft technology, with our self-developed domestic engines progressing at an astonishing rate. This kind of hard power has silenced all critics. This has significantly bolstered the confidence of the nation. The same holds true for clothing brands. Only with unwavering strength can one earn universal recognition. However, the specifics of achieving this remain elusive to me, I must admit. As she spoke, Xiao Ran's expression grew somber, her concerns about failing the interview weighing heavily on her mind. Unexpectedly, Su Mo rose and extended his hand, stating, "Excellent, you have passed. Congratulations. Welcome to the Mo Shang Group." "I passed," Shagua exclaimed, taken aback, as she promptly shook Su Mo's hand and added with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Su. I assure you, I will not disappoint you." "Very well, let us proceed. You will commence your duties tonight," Su Mo replied with a smile. Shagua's face darkened momentarily before she broke into a cheerful grin, saying, "No problem at all." Chapter 60, The Establishment of Mo's Ang Group. Nadi's Recklessness, the Professional Managers. All formidable women, found over time to be a commonplace reality. Moreover, as the new company embarked on its journey, Su Mo assumed a hands-off approach, leaving various matters for Shagua to manage. Consequently, the remuneration for professional managers was notably high. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Upon discovering that Su Mo had identified a suitable professional manager, Lu Ruo's spirits soared, and she promptly declared, "You proceed with your discussions. I shall go gather some insights." "Very well," Su Mo nodded, then turned to Shagua, stating, "First, we must register the company, Mo's Hang Group, along with a series of related trademarks and a website to prevent any potential claims by others, which would lead to complications later. Second, we need to purchase an entire office building to serve as our headquarters. Third, we must handle all necessary procedures while simultaneously recruiting staff to expedite the establishment of the company. Fourth, we should acquire a large factory or several smaller ones for garment production. Remember, cost is not an issue, but the specifications and equipment must be of the highest standard. We cannot afford to compromise on quality. It would tarnish our reputation. As the new company begins, every step must be taken with utmost caution, as it is crucial. Fifth, we need to hire a team of top-tier programmers and e-commerce customer service representatives, as our products will primarily be sold online. The software has already been developed. You just need to recruit personnel for its maintenance." "Understood, Chairman Su." Shagua nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility. It became evident that Su Mo's enterprise was starting from scratch, and all of it was being entrusted to her. This was quite overwhelming. However, this was precisely what professional managers were meant to handle. "But Chairman Su, we require funding for acquiring factories, updating equipment, and hiring personnel, which entails a substantial amount. Conservatively estimating, we are looking at around 150 million, and if we factor in raw material costs, it could reach at least 200 million. Shagua remarked helplessly. Moreover, the primary concern is the purchase of the office building. Given the current market conditions, even at 15,000 per square meter for a 1,000 square meter floor in a 30-story building, it would amount to 450 million. Altogether, this sums up to a cost of 600 million. Perhaps we should consider leasing an office space first, or initially purchase just one floor, and as the business expands, we can gradually proceed." Su Mo contemplated this suggestion and found it reasonable. Although 600 million was not a significant sum for him, he could easily access those funds. Yet he needed to reserve capital to short sell Nadi. As a top-tier giant, Nadi was backed by immense capital, with a market value in the trillions, equivalent to 3 Baidus. It would be challenging to eliminate Baidu in one fell swoop, let alone the triple might of Nadi. Thus, in his previous endeavor to short sell Nadi, Su Mo's objective was not merely to reap profits, but to cause Nadi a staggering evaporation of 200 billion in market value. This move resulted in Nadi Group losing the equivalent of 0.7 Baidu, marking a significant victory. The true demise of Nadi would only come with the successful establishment of Mo's Hang. At that juncture, even the capital consortium behind Nadi would be powerless to intervene. Furthermore, Sumo would still require funds to capitalize on this opportunity. As for engaging in daily stock market trading for profit, that was not a realistic strategy. Since his last venture, which netted over 20 million, numerous capital consortiums had begun to take an interest in Sumo. Once Sumo takes action, hedging institutions will inevitably target him. When Sumo shorts, they go long. When he goes long, they short. It is not as straightforward as it seems. It is not that Sumo fears them. Rather, he currently possesses limited capital, rendering his ambition somewhat restrained. It is prudent to first establish a solid foundation, rapidly amass sufficient capital, and then decisively eliminate Nike. This approach is far more secure. Sumo's character is such that he knows when to be reckless and when to exercise patience. Very well, let us proceed with leasing for now and consider purchasing later. Sumo declared, I will provide you with 200 million. You handle it. As he spoke, Sumo directly transferred the account containing the 200 million in initial funds to Shagua. Ah, Mr. Su. You trust me this much? Shagua gasped in surprise. This was their first meeting, her first day on the job, and he had entrusted her with such significant financial authority? Was he out of his mind? Trust is essential in a partnership. I believe in you. Do your best. Sumo responded, patting Shagua on the shoulder before turning to leave. He had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of these individuals, and Shagua's character was impeccable. She even shared his disdain for insincere individuals and the international brands that insult China. Hence, after graduating from Cambridge, Shagua turned down lucrative offers from global giants like Nike and resolutely returned to her homeland. She had hoped to make her mark upon returning, but alas, misfortune struck, and she found herself thwarted by the domestic environment. After all, not every employer possesses Sumo's integrity. Rest assured, Mr. Su, you treat me as a national treasure. I shall repay your trust, Shagua declared solemnly, brimming with determination. All right, as we discussed, you should take the rest of the day to rest. We commence work tomorrow. As for your remuneration, you will receive a base salary of 50,000 plus performance incentives, as long as you give your all. $1 million annual salary is merely the starting point. Sumo smiled. Thank you, Mr. Su. Shagua beamed, truly appreciative. Working under her idol without concern for monetary gain was worth it, as her passion shone through. Although she was 27, she had once been an avid fan. Yet, she pursued only those with genuine talent and integrity, such as Sumo, rather than the transient celebrities who frequently faltered. Afterward, Shagua departed from the Marriott Hotel and returned home to begin her busy preparations, registering the company, acquiring trademarks, leasing office space, and sourcing factories. These tasks were daunting yet crucial. Meanwhile, Sumo sought out Lu Ruarua, discovering her engrossed in a claw machine. This sight elicited a bemused chuckle from him. At just 17, Lu Ruarua remained a young girl. Ah, you're done, Chairman Su. Lu Ruarua exclaimed, slightly surprised, having expected him to be occupied for much longer. All the troublesome matters had been entrusted to Shagua, thus he was free. Sumo replied with utmost seriousness, indeed. Lu Ruarua's expression darkened. Sister Shagua is truly unfortunate and pitiable. She sighed, you are quite the hands-off manager. When others start a business, don't they typically take an active role? That is mere formalism, devoid of meaning, he retorted with a chuckle. Sumo shook his head, stating, I merely need to grasp the overarching developmental direction and our core competitive strengths. Everything else is handled far better by Shagua. Indeed. Professionals should engage in their specialized fields. Lu Ruarua nodded in agreement. So what shall we do next? Let's go car shopping. I can't have you serving as my chauffeur every day. Sumo chuckled. All right, let's set off. Subsequently, Sumo packed his belongings, checked out of the presidential suite, and departed the Marriott International alongside Lu Ruarua, heading straight to the nearest automotive city, where numerous major brands awaited. Sumo couldn't help but wonder if they would arrive at a dealership and be presented with a luxury car right away. If that were the case, it would certainly be quite entertaining. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Nadi, Willis relinquished numerous benefits to retain his position as chairman, yet the current predicament remained unchanged, necessitating yet another board meeting. Chapter 61. Regretful to the core, ladies and gentlemen. In light of the exposure surrounding the slanted eyes incident, our naughty group has suffered a significant blow, with stock prices plummeting and a staggering loss of 200 billion. Even though the video has now been removed, it remains of little consequence. Presently, within the borders of Xia country, all naughty flagship stores are eerily desolate. Major e-commerce platforms are experiencing dismal sales, with hardly 1 in 10 transactions remaining. Should this trend persist, the outcome is all too predictable. Naughty is doomed. Upon hearing this, the countenances of all present turned grim. What solutions do you propose to alter the current predicament? Willis inquired. A profound silence enveloped the room. This dire situation is not easily remedied. In a moment of desperation, Willis turned to his strategist, Qian Juanhao. Taking a deep breath, Qian Juanhao stated, "Firstly, we must implement promotions, discount sales, since they are unwilling to purchase at full price. Let us entice them with genuine discounts, true half-price offers, not the previous tactic of inflating prices before reducing them. Consumers are sensitive to pricing. If we offer half-price promotions, foot traffic will increase. With more customers, everything else can be negotiated, and the crisis will gradually subside." Agreed. True half-price offers are acceptable. Willis nodded. Even if we earn less, it is far better than letting our inventory rot unsold. Qian Juanhao continued. Secondly, we should engage online influencers to gradually rehabilitate our image. We can frame the entire incident as a misunderstanding rooted in cultural differences, thereby diminishing the impact of the situation over time. That sounds feasible. Willis nodded once more. Thirdly, we ought to make an example of Su Mo, exerting full force to suppress and retaliate against him. Let the media and industry insiders in Xia country understand that naughty is not to be trifled with. They must grasp what is appropriate to say and what should remain unspoken. Qian Juanhao declared fiercely. Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur. Willis affirmed. It is that damned Su Mo who has put us in such a vulnerable position. If we do not deal with him properly, my resentment will linger. At the mention of Su Mo, others grimaced in anger. His fierce maneuvers had reduced Naughty's valuation to 250, resulting in a loss of 200 billion and a significant drop in revenue. It was utterly devastating. As shareholders, they too had suffered grievously. They erupted in unison, indeed. We cannot swallow this humiliation. Amir Su Mo has caused our Naughty group to evaporate 200 billion. This is intolerable. He is merely in Xia country. Had it been elsewhere, I would have hired an assassin to eliminate him. However, in Xia country, we cannot act recklessly. If the authorities were to catch wind of our actions, the ramifications would be dire. So how do we retaliate against Su Mo? We cannot confront him directly, Willis pondered. That is easily arranged. Qian Juanhao replied with a nod and a smile. Chairman, I have procured a sharp blade that can serve to exact our revenge on Su Mo. Excellent. I place my trust in you to handle this matter. They laughed heartily. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Shui returned home, preoccupied with registering trademarks and websites. When she received a call from Guan Feifei, has the interview concluded? Yes, it has. Such a swift conclusion surely indicates failure. Guan Feifei couldn't help but chuckle, declaring, I told you, that Director Su is nothing more than a notorious womanizer, a master of deception. You didn't believe me then, do you now? Xiao Shui replied with a sigh. Ignoring my sister's advice has led you to misfortune. You may be skilled and capable, but your stubbornness and soft heart make you easily deceived. Guan Feifei continued her tirade. Previously, your kindness led you to be duped once. Have you not learned your lesson? You've fallen for it again, haven't you? Truly. However, Xiao Shui could no longer tolerate the barrage of criticism. Well, I successfully aced the interview. Guan Feifei was taken aback, her expression morphing into one of urgency. Are you out of your mind? That Director Su is undeniably a high-caliber scoundrel, using the pretext of recruitment to take advantage of you. Why are you still so obstinate? Resign, block him. By the way, that Director Su is named Su Mo. Xiao Shui had to reiterate. Instantly, the previously loquacious Guan Feifei fell silent, pondering for a long while before asking Su Mo. Which Su Mo? How is it the same name as my idol? Indeed, he is your idol, the genius designer Su Mo. Xiao Shui replied nonchalantly. Goodness, you mean that Director Su is Su Mo? The genius designer Su Mo? The one I've adored for 2 years? Precisely, Xiao Shui nodded. Oh my, I can't believe it. I feel faint. I am utterly overwhelmed. Guan Feifei exclaimed in exasperation. If I had known that Director Su was Su Mo, what would it have meant for you? Xiao Shui simply remarked. I would have gladly offered my services for free, foregoing any salary, just to assist my idol in building his empire. Guan Feifei lamented. Forget about not wanting a salary. Even if it's Su Mo, I would willingly invest my own money, incurring debts, just to be near him. Xiao Shui sighed. Alas, I was foolish enough to mistake him for a lecher, thus missing this golden opportunity. Oh, how I regret it. Guan Feifei was genuinely remorseful, feeling as though she had missed a chance of a lifetime. Once, a sincere job was presented before me, yet I failed to appreciate it. Only upon its loss did I realize my folly. If given another chance, I would proclaim 3 words to that job. I apply. If a deadline must be set, let it be for a millennium. Xiao Shui interjected. All right, dear cousin, you missed your chance. Isn't this fortuitously advantageous for me? Just think. I will be working under my idol, receiving 200 million in startup funds and a 6-figure annual salary. How splendid. Guan Feifei responded, truly, I am overjoyed. Xiao Shui laughed, her spirits lifted. Thank goodness I did not act like some foolish person. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Guan Feifei added, Feifei, you cannot fathom how wonderful Director Su is. He has placed immense trust in me, granting me full authority, compared to the previous employer who was utterly disappointing. The new master, Mr. Su, is simply impeccable. To encounter such a master is indeed a stroke of fortune, and I shall treasure this opportunity dearly. I would rather toil tirelessly each day than not shine brightly for my idol, striving to establish a solid foundation. At this point, Guan Feifei was thoroughly incensed. Damn you. Xiao Shui, just shut your mouth. If you keep blabbering, I'll brandish an 80-meter-long sword and chop you down, thereby securing my own position. I was wrong. I won't provoke you any longer. I have to get busy, as Mr. Su has assigned me numerous tasks, Xiao Shui replied. What tasks? Do share. Not a chance. It's a business secret, and I'm not disclosing anything. Am I also forbidden to speak? Of course. It's a business secret. No one is permitted to divulge it. Goodbye. With that, Xiao Shui abruptly hung up the phone and immersed herself in her work, leaving Guan Feifei on the other end, filled with regret and a sense of despair. She felt an overwhelming urge to give herself a few hard slaps. Chapter 62. Check-in, modified supercars. If I had known that Su Dong was Su Mo, I would have rushed over long ago. What does it have to do with Xiao Shui? I could just drug her to eliminate a competitor. Guan Feifei fumed, her regret festering within her. Alas, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. Su Mo, my idol, how I regret. Guan Feifei felt a tearless sorrow, her sadness flowing like an endless river. Meanwhile, Su Mo and his companion arrived at the car city. Senior, what car are you planning to buy? Lu Ruo inquired softly. Honestly, young people are full of vigor. Purchasing a supercar for fun is quite all right. We can hit the racetrack together in the future. In truth, Su Mo harbored little enthusiasm for supercars. Much like luxury goods, he perceived them as mere everyday items, devoid of the grandeur often associated with them. To him, supercars and luxury vehicles were simply modes of transportation. Noticing Su Mo's silence, Lu Ruoro continued, the Pagani is quite splendid. Mine is white. You could choose a blue or black one. They would match perfectly. Upon finishing her sentence, a faint blush crept across Lu Ruoro's face, her implications unmistakable. Su Mo chuckled softly, amused by the thoughts of a 17-year-old girl. Lu Ruoro's sentiments resembled those of children pairing up in love, wishing to flaunt couple avatars. Only this time, it was a more sophisticated gesture. Couple cars. With a nod, Su Mo replied, sure, let us go take a look. Buying one could be fun. Yes. Let us go. Lu Ruoro beamed, eagerly dragging Lu Ruoro towards the Pagani dealership. Upon entering, a beautiful saleswoman warmly greeted them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Are you here for maintenance or repairs? We're here to look at cars. Do you have the function available? Lu Ruo inquired directly. The saleswoman's eyes lit up with excitement. They were here to purchase a vehicle. Selling a luxury car meant substantial commission. It was a classic case of not opening for business for 3 months, but when they did, they would reap the rewards for half a year. However, she hesitated. We have one function for test drives, but new cars require a reservation, with delivery within a month. A month? That seems a bit lengthy. Are there any available at other dealerships? Could you transfer one? Lu Ruo's brows knitted slightly. Su Mo urgently needed a means of transportation. Time was of the essence. I'm truly sorry, but this month, we are the only dealership in Binhai City with a function in stock, and unfortunately, it has already been reserved. However, we do have other models available if you'd like to take a look. The saleswoman's expression shifted subtly. Sales of a 40 million yuan supercar were limited. Unlike the hundreds of units sold monthly of vehicles priced in the hundreds of thousands. Let us check out other options, Lu Ruoro sighed, disappointment evident in her demeanor. The idea of matching couple cars seemed to slip away, and it disheartened her. Such were the whims of a young girl's heart. Su Mo, however, was indifferent and was just about to leave when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Check-in available here. Would you like to proceed? Here we go again. Su Mo's eyes brightened. Indeed, the system arrived at the most opportune moment. What one thinks, one manifests. Unbelievable. Check-in. Congratulations, host. On successfully checking in and acquiring the top-tier modified version of the Pagani Huayra, equipped with cutting-edge technology. Top-tier modified version? Cutting-edge technology? The system leaves Su Mo somewhat bewildered. Such an abundance of surprises warrants no further elaboration. I encourage the host to explore it independently. Su Mo thought to himself, well then, system. Fortunate for you that you're not a person. Otherwise, your constant teasing would have driven me to my wit's end. Shall I take my leave? The system inquired. Go away. Quickly. Su Mo replied, exasperated. All right then, farewell. The communication between Su Mo and the system transpired through consciousness, devoid of vocal exchange. Thus, to outsiders, it merely appeared as if Su Mo stood in a daze for a moment. What is wrong, senior? Lu Ruorio asked with concern upon noticing his demeanor. Ruorio. I suddenly recalled something, Su Mo said with an awkward smile. What is it? Lu Ruorio asked, taken aback. It seems I pre-ordered a Pagani Huayra from this store, and it's due for delivery this month. Su Mo exclaimed with a grin. Lu Ruorio. This scene feels so familiar. Nearby, a saleswoman interjected, Sir. May I have your name to assist with your inquiry? Su, he replied. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The saleswoman, taking up her tablet, performed a series of operations before her eyes lit up. Indeed, Mr. Su, your fully paid Pagani Huayra, which you ordered a month ago, has arrived and is ready for collection today. Please follow me to complete the paperwork. All right, Su Mo nodded. What a surprise that a Pagani Huayra was ordered a month ago. At that time, Su Mo was merely a somewhat talented university student with little money to his name. He couldn't even afford a tire for a Pagani Huayra. No, he couldn't even buy a rearview mirror. It was all the System S doing. Yet, it somehow rendered everything plausible. The System S methods were indeed impressive. Sir, you pre-ordered a supercar worth 40 million and can simply say you forgot. Truly, the saleswoman was at a loss for words. What is the big deal? He had forgotten about a villa worth several hundred million as well. Lu Ruo's expression darkened, equally perplexed. Su Mo, sales consultant. You forgot about the fully paid 40 million Pagani. And the multi-million villa too? Could this be the legendary tycoon? So many luxury cars and villas that he can't keep track? In an instant, the saleswoman's composure shattered. The realm of the wealthy was indeed incomprehensible to those of us who dwell in poverty. I apologize for the interruption. Su Mo also found himself speechless. What can I do? I can only say, the system is quite extraordinary. Soon after, Su Mo signed the necessary documents and collected the vehicle. Insurance and paperwork had long been arranged, and even the temporary license plate was ready. A striking blue Pagani Huayra awaited him. Senior, yours is blue, while mine is white. A beautiful blue and white combination. Lu Ruoro's delight was evident as she murmured, a month ago, we were strangers, yet we have made such a harmonious arrangement. Could it be that fate has predetermined this? Fate, my foot. You're just daydreaming. Su Mo replied with a hint of exasperation. Lu Ruoro then asked, Senior, are you heading home? I would love to join you for a meal. Your family's culinary skills are simply extraordinary. I did not get enough of it last time. Su Mo responded, there's no rush. Let us first purchase an SUV, for certain terrains are not well suited for a supercar. Indeed, while supercars are magnificent, they are only practical on smooth roads. On rugged paths or steep inclines, a low-slung supercar becomes unusable, necessitating a tow truck to assist in its transport. Thus, every supercar owner tends to have a few tow truck drivers on speed dial. Conversely, an SUV or even a sedan offers greater versatility and adaptability. Furthermore, Suemo was eager to explore the next establishment to see if there were any more sign-in opportunities. If there were, it would be quite delightful. Chapter 63. Miss, may I have a cup of green tea? The sign-in system may be uncontrollable, yet it never fails to meet Sumo's needs when he requires it. Ah, there's a Rolls-Royce ahead. Their SUV is quite impressive. Shall we take a look? Lu Ruoro suggested. Let's go see the Rolls-Royce SUV. The Mercedes is a bit beneath my standards, Suemo replied. For the average person, a Mercedes is already quite commendable. However, for Suemo, only the Rolls-Royce Cullinan or Bentley Bentayga would suffice. As for anything superior, I'm afraid an SUV cannot compete with a supercar. This is the extent of it. All right. Just 2 intersections ahead is the Rolls-Royce dealership. The automotive city is remarkably convenient, with all major brands gathered in one place. With that, the two drove their Pagani Huayras towards the nearby Rolls-Royce 4S store. Upon seeing the two arrive in their Pagani, the elegantly aloof saleswoman Yi Dai at Rolls-Royce was momentarily taken aback. She quickly composed herself and offered a polite greeting. Hello, welcome to the Rolls-Royce Automotive City 4S store. How may I assist you? We're here to buy a car. Do you have the Cullinan? Lu Ruoro inquired directly. Indeed, we have a model with a 6.7T displacement and twin turbocharging, standard version available for immediate delivery. Please follow me. Yi Dai led Suemo and Lu Ruoro to the showroom. After surveying the options, Lu Ruoro asked, is there no top-tier version available? The high-end model is currently out of stock due to its elevated price. However, we can customize any configuration you desire, ensuring your satisfaction. Yi Dai responded promptly. Yet, Lu Ruoro shook her head with a smile. Can you guarantee that the modifications made in-store utilize only original parts? In truth, aftermarket parts can be equally effective and cost significantly less. After all, your vehicle is a Rolls-Royce, which is not inexpensive. Yi Dai attempted to persuade her. Aftermarket? That simply won't suffice, Lu Ruoro replied, shaking her head. Though referred to as aftermarket, the quality often pales in comparison to original parts. And there is even a risk of counterfeit components. These days, 4S stores often do not profit from selling vehicles and may even incur losses. Their true earnings stem from various modifications, installment rebates, and the compulsion to purchase insurance through the dealership. For instance, a Mercedes C260L, priced around $350,000, yields minimal profit for the 4S store, often leading to a loss. However, they will encourage numerous modifications, such as an 8,000 audio upgrade or a 5,000 protective cover, adding up to 20,000, allowing the dealership to earn a profit of 15,000 as they utilize cheaper aftermarket parts. They also mandate that customers purchase insurance from the dealership. While the external insurance would cost around 7,000, the dealership charges 15,000. The 8,000 price difference reflects the dealership's commission. What? You don't wish to purchase insurance from the dealership? That's fine. The vehicle price will increase by 10,000, totaling 360,000. The dealership must not incur a loss. Some clever individuals buy insurance through the dealership first to enjoy the 350,000 vehicle price, only to later return and cancel the exorbitant 15,000 insurance in favor of a 7,000 policy from an external company. However, there's a catch. Their 5,000 deposit for insurance renewal would be forfeited. Even if an official policy is implemented to eliminate compulsory insurance, the repercussions remain. However, the 4S dealership has its own methods. Simply increasing the vehicle price by 10,000 will suffice. The tricks employed by these dealerships never fail to disappoint. Moreover, through installment purchases, they also profit from service fees and rebates. This is where their profits lie. Thus, when purchasing a car in installments and being compelled to buy insurance from the dealership, the vehicle is priced at 350,000. Conversely, If one opts for a full payment without purchasing insurance from the dealership, the quoted price escalates to $370,000. This exemplifies the tactics of domestic 4S dealerships, which always manage to avoid losses. Yi Dai felt a wave of embarrassment, having encountered an expert. In the past, individuals in their 30s were oblivious to such matters. Yet now, even the 17-year-old Lu Ruoruo is well aware of the intricacies. In this era, the post-2000 generation is increasingly perceptive and cannot be easily deceived. All one can do is awkwardly state, the aftermarket parts are practical, indeed, practical. Suemo paid no heed to this, and once again, the system notification chimed. You can check in here, would you like to check in? Sumo's eyes lit up. Indeed, he could check in again. What a delightful prospect. Checking in. Congratulations, host, you have received a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, complete with C-Class cutting-edge technology. And so it came again. The only dilemma for Suemo was how to convey this to Lu Ruoruo. Should he resort to the same old excuse? Not quite well. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoruo continued her dialogue with the sales assistant. How can they be the same? Even if the aftermarket parts are cheaper, the quality is vastly inferior. Lu Ruoruo was not concerned about the monetary aspect, but rather the issue of quality. Utilizing aftermarket parts modified by the 4S dealership could never compare to using original components, which ensure everything is in place before leaving the factory. The disparity in quality is significant. Both the technical expertise and materials used by the 4S dealership cannot match the efficiency of original factory components. Observing this, Suemo smiled lightly and grasped Lu Ruoruo's arm. Ruoruo, I suddenly remembered that I previously ordered a fully equipped Rolls-Royce Cullinan from this dealership. Lu Ruoruo's face darkened immediately. Here we go again. Brother, have you forgotten about the seaside villa you purchased? The full payment for the Pagani Huayra? And now you've forgotten about the Rolls-Royce Cullinan you just ordered? Lu Ruoruo was utterly speechless. It seemed that way, Suemo replied with a faint smile. However, the sales assistant Yi Dai was no longer composed. Her expression was even more animated than that of the Pagani sales assistant. The implications of Suemo's words were staggering. Seaside villa, Pagani Huayra. What kind of wealthy individual was this? Yi Dai instantly transformed into an embodiment of gentleness, her voice taking on a sweet tone. Sir, may I have your name? I will assist you with the inquiry right away. Suemo, he replied. All right. Yi Dai picked up her pad and, after a brief search, smiled brightly. Indeed, you placed a full payment reservation last month for the fully equipped version, which has been reserved for you. You may sign here. As she spoke, Yi Dai handed the stylus to Suemo and presented the pad before him. Leaning slightly forward, the low-cut neckline revealed a glimpse of pristine white skin. The look in her eyes was laden with meaning, as if to say, handsome, do leave your contact information. I have some free time this evening. Such affluent individuals, if one could engage with them, even merely as a lover, would suffice to grant her a life of luxury and opulence. The young women employed as sales representatives in these extravagant brand dealerships are not primarily concerned with their modest commissions. Rather, their true interest lies in the opportunity to encounter various wealthy patrons, meeting a financially robust benefactor, becoming a lover, and acquiring a house, a car, or a substantial sum of money is merely a matter of course. As they grow older, the prospect of marrying a naive yet affluent client to achieve a significant social ascension and become a wealthy matron is entirely within reach. Observing this, Lu Ruoruo's expression darkened instantaneously, and she calmly requested, Miss, I am feeling a bit parched. Could you kindly fetch me a beverage? Certainly. Would you like to drink? Yi Dai inquired, somewhat reluctantly, yet still managing a smile. Green tea, Lu Ruoruo replied with tranquility. Yi Dai's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 64. Has it ended before it even began? Upon witnessing the scene, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lu Ruoruo seemed to have broken into a fit of jealousy, clearly incensed. All right. Yi Dai nodded, not perturbed, and turned her gaze towards Suemo. Her eyes brimming with audacity, her voice tinged with fervor. Handsome, would you like something to drink? How about milk tea? As she spoke, Yi Dai proudly puffed up her chest, exuding an air of arrogance. What use is that? It's not even that impressive, Lu Ruoruo remarked disdainfully, crossing her arms. You. Yi fumed, yet felt helpless. Compared to Lu Ruoruo, she truly had no advantage, simmering with resentment within. Umph. What is so great about size? I'll just find a wealthy patron and get some money to enhance myself. I'll go for a D cup, not an E. I'll outshine you. She then turned her attention back to Su Mo. Handsome, is milk tea all right? I don't like it, Su Mo replied, shaking his head. What would you prefer? I'll go get it. Su Mo surveyed the female sales associate and smiled. A cup of green tea will suffice. At that moment, Yidai's expression soured completely. She could only nod and turn to fetch the green tea. However, when she returned, she found Manager Zhao had personally come to escort Su Mo to collect his vehicle. Yidai could only stand at the door with 2 cups of green tea. Feeling utterly disheveled, such a high-profile client elicited the manager's eagerness to curry favor. It was only natural that he would personally attend to Su Mo upon his arrival. Behind Yidai, hushed whispers ensued. Look at that guy, carrying 2 cups of green tea. Aha. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the last time, when she had tried to entice a married man in front of his wife, only to have the wife retaliate by splashing her with green tea. Some people simply never learn, they lack principles and rush toward the wealthy. Such a pity, she looked decent, but her character and nature were truly. Upon overhearing, Yidai was incensed and strode over to confront them, exclaiming, Stop gossiping behind my back. I don't know what you did when you were young, but every crow in the world is as black as the other. Keep babbling, and I'll inform your husbands about your sordid affairs. With that, she placed the 2 cups of green tea in front of them. The 2 women exchanged glances, their faces paling to an extreme, of course. There were many capable female sales associates who relied solely on their skills, with outstanding performance. Some even topped sales charts monthly, living quite comfortably without needing shortcuts. However, such individuals worked tirelessly and faced considerable strain, a feat not easily achieved by the average person. Having inspected the vehicle, Su Mo directly addressed Manager Zhao, Mr. Zhao. I drove here today. This car. Rest assured, Mr. Su, just provide me with an address, and I will personally deliver it to you. Mr. Zhao quickly responded, seizing the opportunity to connect with a high-profile client. A Pagani Huayra worth $40 million. A fully loaded Rolls-Royce Cullinan, priced at $9 million upon delivery. So young, yet undoubtedly affluent, a veritable tycoon. Thank you. It's at Binhai No. 1 Villa, Unit 1, Su Mo instructed. Wow. Mr. Zhao inhaled sharply. Binhai No. 1 Villa, he knew, was one of the most prestigious villa complexes in Binhai City, with prices starting in the tens of millions. As for the No. 1 courtyard, it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of luxury, beginning at $200 million. The young man before him was truly a tycoon. He quickly replied, Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. I am more than happy to assist. Thank you. Mr. Su, you are too modest. It is indeed my honor to deliver the car to your doorstep, Zhao. The general manager said with a beaming smile. His words carried a hint of flattery. Subsequently, Su Mo and Lu Ruorio drove the function directly back to the villa, while Zhao eagerly took the keys, preparing to deliver the car personally. At that moment, the saleswoman Yi Dai approached with a smile. General Manager Zhao, are you delivering the car to Mr. Su? Indeed. Mr. Su is quite impressive, residing in Binhai No. 1 Villa, particularly in the $200 million starting No. 1 courtyard. Zhao sighed, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. What? Starting at $200 million? Yi Dai exclaimed in astonishment, then added with a smile, General Manager Zhao. You are quite busy. Shall I assist you with the delivery? Zhao exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Dai, instantly comprehending her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he responded thoughtfully, Are you certain? Absolutely. Rest assured, General Manager Zhao, I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Mr. Su will be thoroughly satisfied. Yi Dai replied with a radiant smile. Zhao nodded, handing the keys to Yi Dai while saying with a knowing look, Very well, off you go. There is no rush to return to work. Thank you, Director Yi. Yi Dai beamed, grabbing her bag and departing cheerfully. Observing this scene, Zhao chuckled, Mr. Su. Consider this a small gift from me. Yi Dai drove with care towards Binhai No. 1 Villa, her spirits soaring. This was indeed an opportunity to approach Su Mo under legitimate pretenses. With a proactive approach, she believed a story would unfold. In her view, most men were not immune to temptation. Contemplating the potential encounters ahead, she felt a thrill. After all, Suemo was not only wealthy but also exceptionally handsome, likely attracting numerous women eager to present themselves to him. However, Yidai believed those women lacked the determination that she possessed. 40 minutes later, she finally arrived at behind number 1 villa. Yet, as she attempted to enter the gated community, the guard at the outer gate stopped her, refusing entry. The guard approached. "Hello, miss, whom are you here to see?" "Hello, I am Yidai, a Rolls-Royce saleswoman. I have come to deliver the new car purchased by Mr. Su," she explained. "Very well, please hold on. I need to contact Mr. Su," the guard replied. Of course, Yidai nodded. Inside the number 1 villa, Suemo and Lu Ruoruo were engrossed in a game when suddenly a call came in. "Hello, Mr. Su. A Rolls-Royce saleswoman named Yidai is here to deliver your car. Should I grant her access?" Yidai delivering the car? Suemo couldn't help but chuckle softly, instantly comprehending the situation. "I understand now. Just have her leave the car at the entrance, and later you can arrange for someone to bring it to me." "Certainly, Mr. Su, no problem at all. Please hold on," the property manager replied with a smile. He then turned to Yidai and said, "Mr. Su has indicated that you may leave the car here, and our property team will deliver it shortly." "Ah?" Yidai was taken aback, feeling utterly disheartened. All her elaborate planning seemed futile, as it appeared to come to an abrupt end before it even began. Without the chance to meet anyone from Sumo's circle, how could she possibly make an impression? This simply would not do. Overwhelmed with reluctance, Yidai assertively exclaimed, "I apologize, but this car is quite valuable. I must directly hand it over to the owner. Otherwise, if any issues arise, it would be difficult to explain. I kindly request to be allowed inside." Chapter 65, Automotive Innovations. The situation became rather awkward for the property staff, who had no choice but to dial Sumo's number once more. "Mr. Su. Yidai insists that the handover cannot be conducted through the property management and must be done personally with you." Upon hearing this, Suemo could not suppress a cold smirk. He was well aware of the other party's scheming. He replied directly, "If the handover cannot proceed, then let her take it back. I no longer want it." "Very well." The property manager smiled faintly and turned to Yidai. "You heard Mr. Su's words, did you not?" Yidai's expression changed sharply, a sense of fear creeping into her heart. If Suemo truly decided to return the car, she would have nowhere to cry, and even President Zhao would hold her accountable. While purchasing a car might be easy for the average consumer, returning one is fraught with difficulties. However, for the affluent, a car can be returned at will. Even if one has driven it for a few days and no longer desires it, exchanging for another is hardly a problem. Rules and regulations have always constrained ordinary individuals. While the wealthy can command respect, even from the heads of 4S dealerships, the reality is both stark and lamentable. In an instant, Yidai found herself in a quandary. If she persisted in her stance and refused to hand over the vehicle, Suemo might indeed return it, leading to her own unemployment. Yet, if she relinquished the car to the property management, her efforts today would be in vain, and she would not even gain entrance to Sumo's door. How could she then elevate her status? After a moment of contemplation, Yidai gritted her teeth. For the sake of associating with the affluent, she resolved to take the plunge. What was just one job in the grand scheme of things? Unemployment was a trivial concern. Thus, Yidai addressed the doorman with firm resolve. "I apologize, but the store's regulations dictate that I can only conduct the handover personally with Mr. Su. Please convey to him that I have prepared a special gift for him, one that will surely delight him and leave him utterly enchanted." Upon hearing this, the doorman's lips twitched as he shook his head, inwardly reflecting. Indeed, beautiful women are often drawn to the wealthy. Yidai's beauty was certainly rated a solid 90. Even if it could not quite match Lu Ruoro's 98, nonetheless, she turned heads on the street with alarming frequency. Such a level of beauty was beyond the reach of ordinary second-generation wealth. Yet here she was, offering herself directly to Mr. Su. What was even more exasperating was that Mr. Su showed no interest and ignored her entirely. It was a stark reminder of the adage, "Comparison breeds discontent." "Seeing you so willingly offer yourself is quite rare. I suppose I shall make another attempt to contact him," the doorman remarked. Yidai's countenance darkened. "Ahem, I apologize for my bluntness. Please do not take offense." The doorman chuckled awkwardly. Yi Dai's expression grew even more sullen. How audacious. No wonder you are so arrogant as the doorman of Binhai number 1 Villa, speaking as if you own the place. The doorman, unfazed, grinned. What can I say? I am a local, a resettlement resident. Though my family has little money, we own 4 properties. Arrogance is inevitable. Please forgive me. Yi Dai's expression darkened further. With property prices around 30,000 in this area, for houses would amount to at least 10 million. Truly, well, if even a doorman possesses such wealth, it is no wonder he is so presumptuous. Enough chatter, let us make the call. Yi Dai urged, spurred on by the doorman's provocations, her enthusiasm for wealth reignited. Very well. The doorman nodded and contacted Su Mo once more. Mr. Su, Miss Yi Dai has stated that they have regulations which require a personal handover with you. Moreover, they have prepared a special gift for you, one that is sure to please and leave you utterly enchanted. As for what it entails, you understand. The doorman smiled, his meaning unmistakable. Very well, I understand. Tell them, 1 minute, immediately vacate my vehicle. This matter ends here, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Su Mo spoke coldly, a sneer evident on his lips. Did Yi Dai truly consider herself someone of significance? Such a lack of awareness. Su Mo was fastidious. And not just any woman could gain entry to his villa. Understood, Mr. Su. Goodbye. The doorman nodded before hanging up. Beside him, Lu Ruoruo teased, Senior. Your charm is truly remarkable. This saleswoman has taken quite the liking to you, coming all the way to your doorstep. Su Mo's expression darkened as he raised his hand and playfully struck Lu Ruoruo on the head. Even you are mocking me. Ouch. That hurts. Lu Ruoruo pouted. Senior. You're too ruthless. Indeed. I must first deal with you before addressing Yi Dai. Su Mo chuckled, raising his hand once more. Wait. I was wrong. You are the gentlest, Senior. As she spoke, Lu Ruoruo quickly shielded her face in surrender, adding, You should handle Yi Dai first. I can behave. No need to deal with me. You. Su Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then silently commanded, System, load C-level black technology suit. Congratulations, host. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. C-level black technology suit loaded successfully. In an instant, at the entrance of the community, the Cullinan appeared unchanged, yet it conceivably held secrets within. With a wave of his hand, the wall opposite transformed into a screen, displaying the interior of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The doorman stood nearby, addressing Yi Dai. Miss Yi. You have heard, right? Mr. Su requests that you leave. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Humph. I refuse to leave. What can you do to me? Today. You will either let me in or summon Mr. Su out, or I shall remain here indefinitely. Yi Dai declared arrogantly. To win over Su Mo, she had sacrificed much. Disregarding her dignity, if she were to fail again, would she not become a laughingstock among the other alluring women at the store? Isn't this blatant insolence? The doorman was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a scene. In his mind, a beauty of Yi Dai's caliber was typically aloof and unattainable. Without a substantial red envelope, one could hardly secure an invitation. How could she now be so brazen, even to the point of abandoning her pride? This defied logic. Indeed. I am being insolent. What of it? What can you do to stop me? The doorman replied, Be gone. This is none of your business. To be frank, once I am associated with Mr. Su, I may very well become a resident here. In the future, you shall have to pay your respects when I pass. Yi Dai grew increasingly bold, shutting the car window and locking the door, seemingly disinterested in the doorman's concerns, unwilling to exit the vehicle. The doorman remained silent. Yet Su Mo was seething with anger. Damn it. This green tea has tarnished my reputation. How can it be so revolting? I can no longer endure it. Lu Ruoruo. She then picked up a strawberry and continued to watch the unfolding drama, eager to see how Su Mo would respond. Shaoji. Su Mo called out. Master, what is your command? Can you take control of that vehicle? As long as you grant permission, I can. Very well, authorize it. Throw that wretched individual out of the car. Understood. With 2 sharp clicks, the previously locked car doors were suddenly unlocked. The doors that had been shut sprang open, startling the nearby security personnel, while Yi Dai, sitting inside the car, was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, What the heck? What's going on with this car? It opened by itself. Is it haunted? Chapter 66. Losing both the lady and the troops before she could finish her words, Yi-Dai felt the seat beneath her suddenly shift. In an abrupt motion, the seat ejected her entirely from the vehicle, reminiscent of an aircraft's ejection seat, though aircrafts launch upwards, while Sumo's Cullinan propelled her outwards. Consequently, Yi-Dai was flung onto the ground, landing heavily with her face taking the brunt of the impact, a classic case of face-first landing. Particularly, her left cheek scraped along the ground for a good 20 centimeters. The outcome was all too predictable. Her left cheek was a mess. In an instant, Yi-Dai was left dazed, her mind racing with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The security guard nearby was equally stunned, having never witnessed such a spectacle. It hurts. The searing pain jolted Yi-Dai back to reality, and she slowly struggled to rise, clutching her throbbing left cheek in agony. The security guard, taken aback, exclaimed, "Goodness, your left cheek is distorted." Yi-Dai's eyes widened in shock and fury, her heart sinking in despair. This is it. My left cheek is ruined, all for nothing. I'll have to go to Korea for extensive repairs, and it'll cost hundreds of thousands. A primal scream of frustration escaped her, filled with resentment. Not only had she failed to ingratiate herself with Sumo, but she had also lost her face, quite literally. A loss that could amount to at least hundreds of thousands. Truly, it was a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Seeing the commotion, Sumo merely shook his head, uninterested in the drama, and ordered, "Xiaoji, bring the car back." "Understood, master." In an instant, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan's doors closed, the engine roared to life, and it began to drive autonomously back to the community. Witnessing this scene, Yi-Dai and the security guard exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly dumbfounded. Had they ever encountered such a phenomenon? Goodness, the car is sentient. It can eject people, open its own doors, close them, start itself, and drive on its own. The security guard was left in a state of shock, while Yi-Dai panicked, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" But alas, Sumo paid her no heed. In a blink, the car arrived at the entrance of the community. The security guard, regaining his composure, promptly pressed the remote to lift the barrier and allow passage. After all, it was the owner's vehicle. How could he obstruct it? Watching the Cullinan drive away autonomously, the guard was left utterly astonished, while Yi-Dai could only sit on the ground, lamenting her misfortune. Yet, regrettably, no one paid her any attention. Just as Sumo had warned, despite repeated admonitions, she refused to exit the vehicle, and now she must bear the consequences. This was her own doing. Who could she blame? The security guard, observing the disheveled Yi-Dai, shook his head in amusement, finding the entire situation laughable. Damn it. Yi-Dai seethed with anger, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, when suddenly, the guard's words resonated in her mind. Her eyes lit up as she softened her tone. "Hey there, the girlfriends you've had, none could possibly be as beautiful as I am, right?" The guard, taken aback, was unsure of her intentions, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were merely of average looks. "What are you trying to convey?" As long as you provide me with a house and an additional 500,000, I shall be your mistress. You may request anything you desire," Yi-Dai stated bluntly. At this moment, her beauty had been marred, and her usual charms were no longer effective. She was in desperate need of funds to undergo cosmetic surgery in South Korea. The gatekeeper before her, though seemingly ordinary and unremarkable, was actually the offspring of a wealthy family. He owned 4 properties and was worth millions. A promising prospect indeed. Upon hearing her words, the gatekeeper was initially taken aback, then scrutinized Yi-Dai closely. She sneered with disdain and remarked, "As I thought, you are tempted. You truly are fortunate to have me as your mistress. Expedite the transfer and transfer the funds. I shall belong to you." However, the gatekeeper shook his head, wearing an expression of disbelief as he regarded her. "Are you foolish, or am I? Would I engage in such a ridiculous transaction? What do you mean? You find me unappealing? Am I not beautiful enough for you?" Yi-Dai was taken aback, grappling with her sense of reality. She had been rejected? By a mere gatekeeper? Surely this was a jest. He continued, "If you seek beauty, I could easily visit a KTV and find a princess. There are countless options. There are those with better figures, those more beautiful, and those with superior skills. If dissatisfied, I could always switch. To be a new groom every night. What joy! Moreover, It only costs a few thousand. Yet you demand a house and 50,000. That totals 4 to 5 million. Am I foolish? I would grow weary in mere months. Why would I invest such a sum? Such a losing deal is only for the simple-minded. How can you compare me to them? Yi Dai retorted, infuriated. What is the difference? They are all for sale. Do you consider yourself superior? The gatekeeper shook his head, seeing through her facade. I assure you, there is no difference. I even believe you are worth less than they are. You are too greedy, too materialistic, and utterly unprofessional. Trash. Leave. Yi Dai was utterly bewildered. It dawned on her that in the eyes of the less affluent, she was considered a goddess, yet among the wealthy, she was no different from a KTV princess. Perhaps even less desirable. Do not think you can linger here and flirt with other residents. The gatekeeper added, if I, a mere gatekeeper, look down upon you, do you truly believe that the affluent residents here would regard you any differently? Yi Dai was increasingly disillusioned, and the girl accompanying Mr. Su. Do you have any idea of her background? The car she drives is worth 40 million, a fortune that your family could never amass in 10 lifetimes. She is truly a match. You, however, are merely a frog desiring to feast on swan meat. Stop dreaming. Yi Dai was filled with rage, yet she had no retort. Deep down, she recognized that the gatekeeper's words held a measure of truth. He shook his head once more and added, you possess a decent foundation. Yet you have strayed down the wrong path. If you had pursued further education, perhaps attending a prestigious institution, and cultivated a better character, you might have encountered a well-off heir in university. If you were a genuinely good girl, you might even meet a wealthy fool. But with your current demeanor, even the wealthy fools have no desire to marry you. Even if he wishes to marry you, his parents would never consent. Wealthy individuals are quite astute. Very few are foolish. You might as well save your breath. With that, the doorman turned and departed, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. While inwardly he mused, how gratifying it is to berate a beautiful woman. It is worth noting that before the relocation, I was merely a sycophant. But now, with a fortune in the millions, there is no need for flattery. Delightful. Ultimately, Yi Dai could only rise to her feet and depart with a heavy heart. A picture of utter desolation. Meanwhile, the Cullinan had autonomously navigated to Villa Number 1. Subsequently, the garage door opened automatically, and the lights illuminated the space. The Cullinan continued its self-driving journey into the garage, where the door gradually descended and locked itself securely. Observing this scene, Lu Ruoruo, with a chicken leg poised in midair, took a moment before exclaiming, Senior, your Cullinan seems rather unusual. It has become quite extraordinary. Suemo smiled wryly, secretly reflecting, what is this? Merely the tip of the iceberg of a C-class technological marvel. There is much more to astonish you. Chapter 67. A cornered dog bites back. Is Naughty ready to strike? According to Sumo's preliminary understanding, his two vehicles are replete with cutting-edge technology. Features such as ejection seats, automatic doors, and self-driving capabilities are merely child's play. The standard configuration also includes sophisticated artificial intelligence interactions, exceptional fuel efficiency, and materials of remarkable durability. Moreover, they boast an array of formidable functions, including amphibious capabilities. Indeed, these vehicles can traverse not only land but also water. Even amidst torrential downpours that flood the city, they can navigate effortlessly. Short bursts of aerial flight are also within their capabilities, albeit limited to a distance of 100 meters. Yet, in critical moments, even a few meters of flight can yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. Furthermore, these vehicles are equipped with weaponry. However, this armament does not resemble the overtly armed vehicles of 007 fame, as such conspicuous displays are impractical domestically. Sumo's Pagani Huayra and Rolls-Royce Cullinan are outfitted with micro-air cannons and electromagnetic interference devices. The latter can disrupt electromagnetic signals, rendering Sumo's vehicles untraceable and unlocatable. Simultaneously, it can cause nearby vehicles to lose all communication instantaneously. The micro-air cannon can discreetly eliminate threats. Should anyone attempt to harm Sumo, he can manipulate the output frequency to render their vehicle and its occupants obliterated, leaving scant evidence behind. After all, an air cannon is not classified as a conventional weapon. With precise execution, it can create the illusion of a perfect accident, leaving no trace. Additionally, Sumo's vehicles feature stealth technology. They are not only equipped with the electromagnetic invisibility characteristic of stealth aircraft, but also possess visual cloaking akin to that of 007's vehicles. One can only imagine the boundless possibilities presented by the combination of visual invisibility, electromagnetic interference, and air cannons. Truly an extraordinary arsenal, ensuring that adversaries would be left bewildered by their own demise. At last, Yidai has departed, bringing a welcome silence. Suemo sighed. Bemused, I merely wished to purchase a car, and yet I find myself embroiled in such troubles. Alas, the burdens of being exceedingly handsome can be quite overwhelming. Lu Ruorio's expression darkened. Suemo, I suspect you are engaging in a display of vanity, and I possess certain evidence to support my claim. Ahem. Let us enjoy our meal. Afterward, we shall play games, and I intend to crush you utterly, Suemo declared with utmost seriousness. Lu Ruorio's countenance grew even darker as she inwardly grumbled. He displays no consideration for a lady, truly a paragon of stubborn masculinity. Is this behavior befitting a gentleman? Yet, given his striking appearance and undeniable talent, I am willing to endure his mercilessness. Reality demonstrates that the aloof and imperious queen, as well as the devoted admirer who declares, "You are my king, I shall follow your lead," are one and the same, merely exhibiting varying attitudes toward different individuals. This notion resonates particularly with those who possess exceptional charm. Their dinner was a lavish affair, and the two indulged in a modest amount of wine. Lu Ruorio, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather limited, sported a rosy complexion, her fair skin glowing with an added touch of charm. She playfully declared, "Come, let us play games. I intend to take on 10 opponents. You." Suemo chuckled in disbelief, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us begin." After several rounds, Sumo had clearly shown mercy, yet Lu Ruo's composure shattered nonetheless. I've lost again, and it makes me unhappy. I feel like biting someone. Oh woo." With that, Lu Ruo leapt onto Suemo, wrapping her arms around his, and suddenly planted a kiss on him. This audacious move left Suemo momentarily stunned. Who could withstand such ferocity? He felt his defenses crumble in an instant. "Hiki, brother." Lu Ruorio sniffed at Suemo, gently remarking, "You smell delightful." As she spoke, she snuggled against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Ruorio, Ruorio." Suemo called out twice, but Lu Ruo offered no reply, clearly having succumbed to slumber. This girl truly had a low tolerance for alcohol. Shaking his head, Suemo carried her upstairs to the bedroom he had prepared for her. After tucking her in and turning off the light, he began to leave, only to have Lu Ruo suddenly awaken, pouting, "Brother, you're so gentle, yet so wooden. Humph. Even when I'm sprawled out, you still maintain such decorum. But this also indicates your good character, and I wasn't quite ready." Such is the nature of girls, caught in hesitation while simultaneously testing the waters. "Hee, you're such a blockhead." With that, Lu Ruo got up to freshen up in the en-suite bathroom. Outside, Suemo suddenly sneezed, wondering, who just insulted me? Life resumed its tranquil rhythm, but beneath the calm surface, currents of intrigue swirled. Notably, Qian Juanhao, the strategic mastermind of Nadi, had returned from the Empire to Xia country. Meanwhile, the progress of Mozhang was equally smooth. It must be said, Xiaoshui's efficiency was remarkable. Within merely a week, she had accomplished everything Suemo had assigned her. "Mr. Su, everything is set. We've nearly finalized the staff. They've already begun their training. You should come by to see it soon," Xiaoshui informed Suemo over the phone. That was quick. Suemo was pleasantly surprised. Tasks that took others 2 weeks to complete had been finished by Xiaoshui in just one. It was apparent that for the sake of her idol, Xiaoshui was wholeheartedly dedicated, treating it as her own career. She had worked tirelessly for an entire week, often sleeping at the office. "You've worked hard. I'll come over right away." Suemo expressed his gratitude, touched by her efforts. "It's nothing, really. It's what I ought to do. See you soon," Xiaoshui replied with a smile, feeling compelled to put in her best efforts, especially considering the generous salary of 1 million a year she received as an idol's assistant. Subsequently, Suemo drove straight to the CBD of Binhai City, where the Jufeng Plaza was located, the site of the office that Shagua had rented. Meanwhile, at the Han family's villa, Han Qingzhao lamented to his father, "You have no idea how miserable I've been in there these days. I told them I'm a member of the Han family, yet they still beat me. They are just envious of wealth, having just been released." Han Qingzhao recalled his harrowing half-month in prison, tears and snot flowing freely. "Humph, whose fault could that possibly be but your own?" Han Ming scoffed, visibly furious and somewhat disappointed in his son. He has two sons. The elder, Han Qingyi, was born to his ex-wife. Despite growing up in a single-parent household, he possesses unparalleled intelligence and cunning, particularly in his strategic thinking, which often instills fear in others. In stark contrast, his younger son, who enjoys the presence of both parents, has proven to be rather ineffectual and somewhat of a wastrel. Leveraging his family's influence, he assumed the position of student council president, with hopes of reforming his ways and becoming more industrious. However, his recent scandalous behavior, involving the assault of numerous journalists and an audacious arrogance that led to his exposure, is nothing short of a disgrace. Fortunately, Han Ming is a businessman, not a politician. Otherwise, given his son's deplorable conduct, he would have long been incarcerated. Nevertheless, the Han Qingzhao incident remains exceedingly grave. Chapter 68. A Thought of Paradise. A thought of hell were it not for Han Ming's relentless expenditure and his attempts to leverage connections for intercession. The matter would not have merely resulted in a 15-day detention. It is truly vexing. In Han Ming's perspective, his second son is undoubtedly more endearing. He harbors aspirations for his second son, Han Qingzhao, to inherit the family business. Alas, Han Qingzhao proves to be quite disappointing. Conversely, his eldest son, Han Qingyi, although astute and capable, instills in Han Ming an aversion to relinquishing authority. He fears that Han Qingyi might grow too powerful, akin to Li Shimin, ultimately eliminating his younger brother, Han Qingzhao, and usurping his own position as a father. To be alive yet bereft of wealth is a lamentable fate indeed. Yet, unbeknownst to Han Ming, the shortcomings of his second son, Han Qingzhao, are largely attributable to the influence of his elder brother, Han Qingyi. From a young age, Han Qingyi led Han Qingzhao into various diversions, fostering a plethora of detrimental habits. From skipping school in elementary years to engaging in gambling and solicitation during adolescence, and even dabbling in illicit substances at university, Han Qingyi introduced Han Qingzhao to these vices while refraining from indulging himself. He would nobly proclaim that he reserved the good things for his younger brother. He even provided cover for Han Qingzhao and lent him money to procure illicit substances. Truly, a testament to brotherly affection. This affection has led Han Qingzhao down an increasingly perilous path. Thus, despite being merely 3 years apart, Han Qingyi has blossomed into a shrewd and capable individual with boundless prospects, poised to eventually take the helm of the Han Group, merely a matter of time. In stark contrast, Han Qingzhao has devolved into a ne'er-do-well, a hopeless case with a high likelihood of incarceration. The dilemma lies in Han Qingzhao's continued reverence for Han Qingyi as an exemplary elder brother, content to play the role of his sycophant. In the presence of Han Ming and his stepmother, Han Qingyi goes to great lengths to defend Han Qingzhao, persuading his stepmother of his genuine affection for his brother. Only Han Ming perceives the true nature of this eldest son. He is no naive fool. In fact, there is something somewhat ominous about him, reminiscent of Han Ming's own past. Upon witnessing Han Qingzhao's reprimand, Han Qingyi promptly interjects, "Father, one cannot place the blame entirely on Qingzhao. I have investigated. It is primarily due to Su Mo and Song Xiao. Moreover, that journalist seems to have ulterior motives. Indeed, my brother is quite sagacious." Han Qingzhao beams with joy, deeply touched in his heart. In times of crisis, it is his elder brother who supports him. Unbeknownst to him, it is prudent to be wary of one's own kin. "Father, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Su Mo. Had it not been for the troubles instigated by Su Mo and Song Xiao, I would not have impulsively confronted the journalist," Han Qingzhao awkwardly asserts, later regretting his outburst. Yet at that moment, he was intent on confronting his romantic rival, Su Mo. However, his beloved goddess, Song Xiao, intervened and whisked Su Mo away. The two, alone together, might very well have found themselves in a compromising situation. Any man would find it challenging to resist. especially given the journalist's provocations, branding him a third wheel and a sycophant. As a young man, Han Qingzhao is prone to impulsiveness, resulting in an explosive reaction. Foolish boy, foolish boy. Han Ming shakes his head, utterly exasperated. For the sake of a woman, you have sunk to such depths? You shall never achieve greatness. Father, I do not believe there is any fault in pursuing love. To speak candidly, I have encountered many beautiful women, yet only Song Xiao has genuinely captured my heart, leaving me restless at night. Han Qingzhao argued fervently, convinced that love reigns supreme. You truly infuriate me. For the sake of a woman, bah. Han Ming was utterly exasperated. In our family, the grandeur of our lineage takes precedence above all. As for marriage, it is merely a tool for strong alliances and familial unions. It is not just you. Your brother is no different. What? A tool for marriage? Han Qingzhao was taken aback. Father, you care for me so deeply. Can you truly bear to see me enter into a union with someone I do not love? Precisely because I care for you, I wish for you to marry a woman of substantial strength and noble lineage. This way, should your mother and I depart, you will still be blessed for generations to come. For instance, if we provide you with an asset of 5 billion and your wife's family contributes another 5 billion, would you not then possess a fortune of 10 billion? Would that not make you a billionaire? Han Ming earnestly explained. It does seem somewhat reasonable. Han Qingzhao nodded. So, can I form an alliance with the Song family? The Song family? If you possess such prowess, I would be inclined to celebrate. Han Ming could not help but roll his eyes. The financial strength of the Song family surpasses that of the Han family. If this worthless son of mine were to align with the Song family, it would truly be a cause for celebration in our ancestral graves. I can do it. But the foremost issue remains, revenge on Suimo. Once Suimo is no more, Song Xiao shall be mine. Han Qingzhao declared fiercely. Do not speak of life and death. We reside in a society governed by law, not like some underworld thugs. Han Ming admonished. Indeed, indeed. It should be termed an accident, an unforeseen incident. Han Qingzhao quickly corrected himself. He was well acquainted with such methods. During the rise of the Han family, he had employed them, only that it was executed flawlessly, leaving no evidence or responsibility, merely accidents. Silence. Speak no more of this. I must tell you. Even if Suimo were to encounter misfortune, it would be an accident, and we bear no relation to it. Out in the world, even if you hear of Suimo's demise, how you rejoice internally is of no concern to me. Outwardly, you must feign sympathy. What a pity. What a pity that the nation has lost a talented designer. And sure, I have my part in the performance. Especially you, Han Qingzhao. Yes, I understand, father. You can rest assured. Han Qingzhao beamed, understanding in his heart that his father had arranged for someone to take care of Suimo. Yet beside him, Han Qingyi was lost in thought, hesitating. Should he perhaps inform Suimo, save him, repay a kindness, or even control him for his own use? Or should he simply allow Suimo to perish? Which option bears greater profit? In that moment, Han Qingyi found himself truly conflicted. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. If Suimo were to simply pass away, it would only indicate his weak fate. However, if Suimo were to escape this calamity, it would signify a strong destiny, and then investment would be worthwhile. But Han Qingyi could never have imagined that a single thought could lead to either heaven or hell. His decision today would, inescapably, lead to a lifetime of regret. Meanwhile, Qian Jiwenhao dialed the phone of Chairman Willis of Nady, chuckling. Chairman, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Suimo has indeed established his own clothing brand, secured an office space, recruited a team, and founded a company, which he aptly named Mo Shang Group. Upon hearing this, Willis shook his head with a smirk. How ambitious he is! Alas, his fate is as fragile as paper. Qian Jiwenhao let out a cold laugh, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I have already made arrangements. Suimo shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Well then, let it be done discreetly, leaving no trace. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble in Xia country. Willis cautioned. In the Empire and the European Union, foreign capital conglomerates wield immense power, capable of manipulating everything from the shadows. In countries like South Korea, such conglomerates dominate the entertainment industry, treating popular female stars as mere playthings, ensuring that even visiting relatives must comply, often with more than one at a time. Chapter 69. Corporate Espionage and Despair. The young star, overwhelmed by unbearable humiliation, left behind a blood-written note before taking her own life. Tragically, she was not the only one to succumb to such despair. Yet, the powerful consortium remained unscathed, continuing their revelries with a fresh batch of starlets. This is the nature of a capitalist nation, where the conglomerates reign supreme. However, in the Summer Nation, such capitalist endeavors falter. A single governmental decree can obliterate countless financial giants, leaving them in ruin. To challenge the official boundaries of the Summer Nation is to court certain death. Rest assured, the instigators hail from the Han family, and we bear no responsibility. Qian Juanhao scoffed. Even if an accident occurs, the blame will solely fall on the Han family. Excellent. We must be thoroughly prepared. Suemo must die, Willis declared coldly. It was Suemo who had caused the naughty group's market value to evaporate by over 200 billion. In the Summer Nation, their revenue and profits had diminished to a mere fraction, resulting in catastrophic losses. Hence, Sumo's demise was imperative. Trust me, Chairman. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, I will arrange for an additional person as a contingency. Qian Juanhao smirked. If the Han family fails, we shall have our own person deliver the final blow. We will frame the Han family for the deed, absolving ourselves of any involvement. Laughter erupted. Very well, Qian. I trust you to execute this. Willis was elated, secretly thinking, Qian Juanhao is quite cunning, but I admire that. Thank you for your praise, Chairman. Qian Juanhao felt a surge of joy. Eliminating Suemo would elevate my status within the naughty group. At Yunxing Building, Suemo arrived at the Mozhang group, where Xiao Shui awaited him at the entrance. Chairman, you have arrived. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Suemo greeted with a smile. For my idol, it's no trouble at all. Xiao Shui shook her head. Consider hiring additional assistants to share your burdens. Don't worry about the costs. Prioritize competence and reliability. Suemo advised. Understood, Chairman. I happen to have a close friend who is also a professional manager, exceptionally capable, and on par with me. I can invite her over. Xiao Shui replied. Would such talent deign to be an assistant? Suemo chuckled. She wouldn't ordinarily, but since the chairman is you, she would gladly accept a position as a secretary. Xiao Shui said helplessly. This was Guan Feifei's exact sentiment. After her previous folly, she had missed the opportunity for a managerial interview and was now filled with regret. Consequently, she persistently pestered Xiao Shui to pull strings for her to join the Mozhang group as Sumo's secretary. Is that so? Am I truly that renowned? Suemo mused, then said, There is no need for a secretary. Let her be your deputy instead, with a salary set at half of yours. Thank you, Chairman. She will surely be delighted. Xiao Shui beamed. Half of the salary would still amount to a generous annual income of 500,000, a pinnacle wage in Binhai City. It is worth noting that even an Alibaba P7 technical expert earns only around 500,000 annually. Let us take a look at the company first, Suemo suggested. Very well, Chairman, please follow me. Xiao Shui led Suemo, introducing him to various department heads and their deputies. Suemo nodded, surveying the crowd. But many regarded him as too youthful and inexperienced, merely adept at design. However, as he listened to their reports, he astutely identified several issues and offered insightful suggestions. Everyone was taken aback. His observations struck to the heart of the matter with remarkable precision, and his recommendations were notably constructive. In an instant, respect replaced their initial condescension. All right, Director Su, all departments will implement immediate corrections, Xiao Shui declared. Yes. The group responded in unison. In this first meeting, Sumo's authority reached a pinnacle. Subsequently, Suemo returned to the chairman's office, which was adorned in a modern, understated luxury style, just to his liking. Chairman, my office is just nearby. Feel free to call me if any issues arise, Xiao Shui informed him. Understood, Suemo acknowledged. Moreover, there is a concealed door here that leads to a presidential suite for your rest. As she spoke, Xiao Shui revealed a hidden door, unveiling a spacious area of 50 square meters. The lavish decor featured a comfortable bed, silk sheets, a genuine silk carpet, an en-suite bathroom, a walk-in closet, and a small living room. It was a space not only suitable for relaxation but also for more clandestine activities. Suemo suspected this arrangement was intended for Xiao Shui's convenience. Very well thought out. Suemo nodded appreciatively. He then inquired, have all employees been thoroughly vetted? There are no corporate spies among them, I trust? Indeed, every individual has been scrutinized, and any issues have been filtered out, Xiao Shui replied. Is that so? Suemo expressed mild skepticism. Please send me the files of all employees. Of course. Xiao Shui nodded and sent over the documents. All right, you may return to your duties. Suemo instructed. Certainly, Chairman. Call me if you need anything, Xiao Shui responded before departing. Suemo settled into his executive chair and powered on his computer. He then initiated a script designed to conduct a comprehensive background check on all employees. This script functioned similarly to a surveillance system, utilizing AI to systematically scour all information, both overt and covert. Furthermore, the AI would analyze, integrate, and generate a report. Before long, the results emerged, and Suemo's expression darkened. Out of 200 employees, 20 were flagged as problematic. Nadi's reach is quite extensive, he mused. He summoned Xiao Shui, stating, these 20 employees all have issues. Really? Xiao Shui gasped in disbelief. How could that be? I had thoroughly checked. Yet, upon reviewing the documentation Suemo provided, she was left speechless. Indeed, they were corporate spies. Chairman, I am truly sorry. I failed in my duties. This is not your fault. They are professionals. Well hidden, Suemo waved his hand dismissively. Professional corporate spies excel in this field. It's remarkable if they are discovered at all. Suemo utilized hacking techniques to expose them. Chairman, I will handle this immediately and fire them, Xiao Shui exclaimed. Fire them outright? Suemo shook his head. How could we let them off so easily? Chairman, are you implying? Xiao Shui was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. Are you suggesting that the chairman intends to accuse them of industrial espionage and send them to prison? But they have just started. And the evidence is rather insufficient. Insufficient evidence? Then let us provide them with some. Suemo smiled mysteriously, saying nonchalantly. Immediately formulate a strategic plan, and then create some seemingly vital secrets for them to steal, delivering them to their masters. This way, we will have ample evidence. And they will be imprisoned for a long time, won't they? Chapter 70. Suemo takes action, capturing all splendid. By providing them with useless strategic plans and essential information, we remain unscathed while those 20 individuals languish behind bars due to corporate espionage. Xiao Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this way, other corporate spies may well hesitate to cause trouble for our Mo Shang group in the future. Mr. Su, your strategy is indeed cunning. I admire it. Ahem. Let us proceed. Suemo replied nonchalantly, eliminate them. We must attend to our own matters. Suemo was never a paragon of virtue nor a saint. If you dare to infiltrate Mo Shang group as a spy, I shall ensure you enjoy a decade of complimentary prison fare. Indeed, within just 3 days. These individuals took action. They stealthily purloined the core secrets and strategic plans, passing them on to Nadi. Under Xiao Shui's meticulous arrangement, these documents were stolen by different individuals. Yet upon comparison, they aligned perfectly. This led Nadi to believe the information was genuine, prompting them to compensate the corporate spies. After all, in such clandestine affairs, reputation is paramount. Consequently, each of the 20 spies received rewards ranging from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. They were all elated, brimming with exuberance. Hundreds of thousands. An ordinary person might not earn such an amount in years, yet they had it in their hands in merely 3 days. It was sheer ecstasy. They even began to plan how to indulge themselves after receiving their bounties. Should they visit a club or fly directly to an island to experience the delights of a legal entertainment venue? Of course, their work would continue. At the very least, they would complete their probationary period and find excuses to resign one by one. Otherwise, if they all left at once, it would be too conspicuous and could lead to complications. These individuals were quite cunning, organized, and disciplined. With substantial funds secured, continuing their jobs posed no issues. They could still draw a salary during the probation period. Why not enjoy the best of both worlds? However, little did they anticipate that on the very day they received their payments, before they could clock out, a swarm of police officers burst in. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd turned complex, unsure of the police's intentions. Yet, The 20 spies were rendered speechless, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Could it be that they were the target? Surely not. After all, they were professionals, meticulous in their work. Economic Investigation Unit. Everyone remained still. A stern command echoed as a group of officers, led by Shagua, advanced toward the 20 individuals. All of you, stand up and move to the corner. Do not move. Keep your hands away from the mouse. As they spoke, the 20 were escorted aside and restrained. Subsequently, another team of technical officers rushed in, taking their seats to restore data and gather evidence. Certain information, even if deleted, could be recovered through technical means. Watching this unfold, the faces of the 20 corporate spies turned ashen. It's over. Truly over. The police have arrived, and they are clearly targeting us. 15 minutes later, the technical personnel stood up and nodded. We have secured the evidence. There indeed exists illegal dissemination of commercial secrets constituting corporate espionage. All right, it's been tough. Let's check their accounts. There might be a significant unexpected income recently, Sumo remarked with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we have taken them all, said the leading officer, nodding at Sumo. Good. However, the 20 individuals were utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that everything was a trap. A cunning scheme set by Sumo, who had been waiting for them to leap into it, ready to ensnare them. No, that's not true. We're innocent. One of the 40-year-old corporate spies flushed red and insisted, it's a misunderstanding. I downloaded the strategic plan merely for personal research, to keep pace with the company and create greater value. Indeed, I am innocent. Others chimed in, fervently defending themselves. Yet, Sumo merely shook his head, smiling as he said, aren't you curious how we caught you so precisely? The crowd shook their heads, with one voice asking, why? Because someone from Nighty Eye sold you out. Which is why it was so accurate. You fools, being used as pawns without even realizing it. Sumo chuckled, shaking his head. Even though Sumo was fabricating tales, they were all convinced. After all, it didn't seem plausible otherwise. Only they and Nighty Eye were privy to the truth. Even the 20 individuals did not know one another. Yet, Sumo had apprehended them all with impeccable precision, solid evidence in hand. It could only be said that a flaw had emerged on Nighty Eye's end, exposing them. Damn it. That despicable Nighty Eye, lacking any sense of honor. The crowd seethed with indignation, their faces pale. Their hearts were thoroughly convinced, unable to deny the reality any longer. They could only hastily plead for mercy from Sumo. Mr. Su, I acknowledge my mistakes, but I have elderly parents and young children to care for. My wife has left me. The weight of 3 generations rests solely on my shoulders. I implore you, show mercy and spare me. Please don't sue me. I swear to serve you faithfully. Yes, Mr. Su, my wife is gravely ill with uremia, on the brink of death. If I am imprisoned, who will care for her? I beg for your mercy. Mr. Su, my poor child has just begun to speak. He won't even have the chance to call me father before I vanish from his life. This is utterly cruel. Please grant me this one reprieve. I shall forever be in your debt. One by one, they pleaded, invoking emotional appeals and even dragging out tales of their aging mothers. Observing this scene, Sumo shook his head, finding it utterly amusing. Oh, you have elderly and young ones to support? Sumo turned to the first individual who had pleaded. If I recall correctly, your father fell ill years ago, and rather than cover his medical expenses, you chose to forego treatment, leading to his demise, which subsequently drove your mother to her grave in despair. Therefore, your wife left you in disgust, did she not? The man stood there, embarrassed and speechless. It was the undeniable truth, a dark secret. And you? Sumo turned to the second individual who had pleaded, your wife is gravely ill? Are you referring to the wife you abandoned, or the recent mistress you've taken up with? Or perhaps a lover you met at a certain establishment? The man was rendered speechless, for it was all a fabrication of his own making. What heavy illness could his wife possibly be suffering from? The truth is, he does not even have a wife. He abandoned his legitimate spouse, and both the mistress and the lover are merely after his wealth, with no intention of marrying him whatsoever. As for you, your situation is indeed lamentable. Yes, truly unfortunate. Sumo gazed at the third individual pleading for mercy. A look of sympathy etched upon his face. The third party appeared bewildered. Perhaps I have woven my tale too convincingly? Suemo continued. The child you mentioned has indeed just begun to speak, yet he does not know how to call you father. However, you have overlooked the most crucial point. He is not your child. The biological father is not you. If he were to call someone father, it certainly would not be you. The man was now utterly panicked, his composure shattered. Impossible, impossible. Xiao Yuan loves me so dearly. How could he treat me this way? Chapter 71. Imprisoned for life. Suemo strikes back. Impossible? What is impossible? Suemo shook his head and smiled. Have you forgotten how you first met? What transpired? Wasn't she particularly proactive right from the start? Before long, you were entangled. Without taking any precautions, she assured you it was a safe period. And then, not long after, you found out she was expecting? It seems so. The man nodded, then exclaimed, Oh my. At that time, I sensed something was amiss. Xiao Yuan said it was a premature birth, which seemed normal. I didn't pay it much heed. But now, it appears she gave birth at just 7 months. That is indeed excessively premature. The man suddenly realized, his face paling. So, you mean to say, I am an unexpected father? I've been raising someone else's child? I bought a house? A car? Suemo nodded, precisely. Once you are ensnared, your wife's lover might just move into your home, residing in the very house you purchased. Sharing your bed, spending your earnings, reveling in a family of 3, enjoying their domestic bliss. The man was struck with such overwhelming shock that he spat blood. It was truly tragic. He felt utterly despondent. The cruelty of it all was unbearable. Suemo surveyed the others and reiterated, Is there anyone else who wishes to lament their plight? During the background checks, I happened to uncover all your secrets. And there were quite a few issues. Would you like to know? Surprises await. No more, no more. I am terrified. No need. I would rather endure the prison sentence than face the truth. It would be worse than death. Suemo, are you a devil? Please, do not say any more. The crowd spoke in unison, thoroughly terrified. As the saying goes, the foolish are often blessed. If one sees too clearly into every matter, it could lead to true tragedy. Yet, some maintain their bravado. Suemo, you have the upper hand this time, I concede. Is it just a prison term? Such a trivial matter. I'll be out in a few months. What does it even matter? Trivial matter? Suemo remained silent as the leading officer interjected. You are commercial spies. Engaged in economic crimes, which is far from trivial. More importantly, it involves highly confidential information, with criminal amounts reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions. This is a significant offense. You sold the commercial secrets of national enterprises to foreign interests, which is exceedingly heinous. Therefore, you are looking at a minimum of 10 years, not mere months. What? How is that possible? How could this be? In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, truly taken aback. They had believed it was a minor crime, just a few months. Who would have thought it would be such a grave offense, with such a large amount involved, warranting a decade at least? This truly felt like a death sentence. Their lives were irrevocably altered. They exchanged glances, each regretting their choices deeply. Observing this, Suemo shook his head and smiled. Given that the situation has escalated to this point, I believe if you voluntarily confess, you might even reduce your sentence by 2 years. Otherwise, it matters little. What is merely an additional 2 years? Upon hearing these words, everyone became acutely aware of their situation. Indeed, since they had already been exposed by Nadi. It would be wiser to confess and seek leniency, thus reducing their sentences by a few years. It is easy to imagine that upon returning to the station, the interrogation proceeded with remarkable smoothness. In fact, there was hardly any need for interrogation, as these individuals willingly confessed. Engaging in commercial espionage of substantial magnitude typically incurs a minimum sentence of 10 years, and for the one who received $1 million, a 20-year sentence awaited him. Entering prison in his 30s, by the time he emerged, he would be in his 50s. The prime of a person's life would be spent behind bars. One can only marvel at such a fate. As the individuals were led away, Lu Chun from the HR department expressed his confusion. Chairman, are they really exposed by Nadi? It doesn't seem quite right. Suemo remained silent, but Xiao Shui chuckled and replied, Are you foolish? How could Nadi possibly expose them? Deception is a vital strategy. Lu Chun gasped, suddenly enlightened. Nadi had not exposed them at all. It was Chairman Su's cunning that ensnared them, leading them to confess. Indeed, That was the case. Su Mo smiled. While this group possessed considerable skills and managed to conceal themselves well, their intellect left much to be desired. If Naughty had not exposed them, how then did they know about their issues? How did they manage to capture them so accurately? Lu Chun remained perplexed. Shagua chuckled, saying, "This is the brilliance of the chairman. He uncovered everything, and I didn't even notice. Chairman, you are remarkable. Chairman, you are impressive." Everyone expressed their admiration, overwhelmed with respect. After several days of interaction and multiple HR checks without uncovering any issues, Su Mo arrived and revealed everything. One could only say that Su Mo was extraordinary. In an instant, his image among the employees soared, becoming almost inscrutable, leading even those who wished to slack off to abandon their antics. It seemed the chairman possessed an omniscient eye. With the pests eradicated, only the elite remained. Su Mo surveyed the crowd and declared, "Next, we shall commence our official business and embark on our most crucial tasks. However, before we proceed, it is imperative to sign a confidentiality agreement. It is essential that all commercial secrets of the Mozhang Group remain confidential. Any breach will result in penalties exceeding 100 million. Furthermore, I, Su Mo, assure you that beyond this, I will employ every means to ensure your ruin. Loyalty is the baseline. It is not to be infringed upon. Should anyone disagree, they may leave at once and settle their accounts with the finance department. Those who remain will be deemed in agreement and must sign the confidentiality agreement." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, yet not a single person chose to leave. After all, despite the staggering penalty, as long as they did not disclose any commercial secrets, they faced no issues. Moreover, the benefits at Mozhang Group were unparalleled. They matched the standards of first-tier cities. One could say that at Mozhang Group, one earned a first-tier city salary while enjoying a second-tier city lifestyle. The happiness quotient was indescribable, far surpassing that of first-tier cities. Just like receiving a monthly salary of $5,000 from the empire. Living a life of modest luxury domestically. Since no one is leaving, it is time to commence signing the confidentiality agreements. Su Mo nodded, and Shagua promptly instructed her team to distribute the agreements one by one. Everyone began to sign. With the imposition of this confidentiality agreement, these employees, who already posed no issues, would be even less likely to act recklessly. With the confidentiality agreements finalized, it was now time to discuss the grand development strategy for the Mozhang Group. Su Mo waved his hand, and a line of text was projected onto the large screen behind him. How to swiftly, powerfully, and thoroughly expand Mozhang and surpass 90. Upon seeing this slogan, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered, even deeming it unrealistic. Chapter 72. A cornered dog bites back. The hidden threat of the night. After all, Naughty is a global powerhouse, a titan in the apparel industry, a true behemoth. In contrast, the Mozhang Group is merely a nascent enterprise, having just established itself a week prior, still finding its footing. To date, it has not turned a single profit. In this context, the notion that Mozhang could topple Naughty is patently unrealistic, akin to a small nation proclaiming its intent to overthrow an empire. How could that be possible? Yet, Su Mo smiled faintly and posed a question. How long do you think it will take for Mozhang Group to achieve this goal? A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak. Come, sales department manager, you go first. Su Mo directly appointed him. I estimate about 5 years. There is hope in 5 years. Very well. Procurement department manager. I believe around 7 years, if everything goes smoothly. Next, from the finance department. I cautiously assert, 10 years. As the conversation unfolded, many voices chimed in, most suggesting timelines exceeding 5 years. In truth, these figures were mere polite conjectures. Otherwise, they might have suggested 20 years, or perhaps even an eternity. After all, in the past few decades, no domestic brand has ever succeeded in dethroning international giants like Naughty. Not a single one. Even Hongxing Erk has only managed to secure a fleeting advantage in a limited market. On a global scale, it pales in comparison. Now, let me present our trump card. Su Mo then unveiled the bespoke app and backend system to the assembly. Everyone was left dumbfounded, struck by disbelief. Even Shagua was taken aback, never anticipating that Su Mo harbored such a formidable weapon. One could even liken it to a nuclear arsenal in the fashion world. Customization, unique codes for each individual. It was simply unfathomable. Now, how long do you think it will take for Mozhang Group to surpass Naughty and other international brands? Suemo smiled again and prompted. Sales Department Manager, you go first. 1 year. There's a significant chance in 1 year. All right. Procurement Department Manager. I believe around 8 months will suffice if everything goes smoothly. Next, Finance Department. As long as the funding is in place and we promote globally without delay, 6 months at most will be sufficient. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The estimates transformed from 10 years and 8 years to 10 months and 8 months. They were not being unrealistic. Rather, they were infused with confidence, bolstered by Sumo's groundbreaking technological advantage. Nevertheless, allow me to assert a figure. 2 months. Within 2 months, Naughty will be relegated to a second-tier brand. Within 3 months, we will bring Naughty to bankruptcy, Suemo declared emphatically, his voice resonating with authority. These so-called international brands are not only profiting from our nation, but are also disrespectful to our culture. It is utterly intolerable and must be addressed swiftly. Do we have confidence? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Let us proceed with specific arrangements and commence work immediately. Suemo instructed, IT Department. You will be responsible for the server integration and operation of the app and online store. Technical Department. You will oversee the adjustment and upgrading of the factory production lines. The Procurement Department is tasked with the acquisition of various raw materials, ensuring quality while maximizing quantities. The Logistics Department must establish various channels in advance to guarantee seamless shipments. The Marketing Department is to devise a comprehensive marketing strategy, preparing for the formal launch of bespoke services. Shagua, you are responsible for overseeing all operations. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me directly. Each directive laid out by Suemo is clear and precise. Soon, all departments commence their respective duties with great fanfare. Naturally, both the servers and the custom app have been fortified with multiple layers of encryption. Particularly, the source code is not only heavily encrypted, but also laden with various traps. There is no fear of potential breaches, rather. There is a hope that someone might attempt to crack it. That would indeed be exhilarating, as the hacker community never disappoints. Progress is swift. The most challenging aspect is the advanced technology app, but Suemo has managed to overcome this hurdle with ease. The next challenge lies with the production line, however. Most production lines today are automated. Thus, even with bespoke orders, 1 code per person, there is minimal difficulty, albeit with slightly elevated costs. This is inconsequential as custom services inherently carry higher prices and profits, making the additional costs negligible. At this juncture, the Mozhang Group is poised for its final sprint, gradually finding its rhythm. Even the 2 acquired factories are undergoing production line adjustments. Once completed, they will officially commence production. Meanwhile, a significant volume of raw materials is on its way. Following this trajectory, within a week, the Mozhang Group will be operating at full capacity. At that point, the era of customization will officially begin, heralding a lament for international brands such as Nide. Having concluded the day's business, it was already 8 in the evening. Suemo drove away from the bustling CBD, heading east towards the coastal villa district, behind number 1. The further east he traveled, the more pronounced the tranquility of the villa area became. The expanse of road was significantly less congested compared to the crowded commercial center of the CBD. After all, the villa district has a much lower occupancy rate than residential areas, resulting in a more comfortable and enjoyable environment. It is the perfect embodiment of vibrant urban life juxtaposed with serene elegance. Driving his Pagani Huayra, Suemo sped along, swiftly reaching Bihai Avenue, a road that hugs the coastline, offering breathtaking views. Suddenly, a large truck barreled out from the left, hurtling directly towards him. Alarm! Alarm! The AI's warning sounded, and Suemo's expression shifted dramatically as he pressed the accelerator, executing a deft drift to evade the impending collision. The truck, however, could not halt in time and careened towards the sea, ultimately becoming lodged at the roadside, with half of its front suspended in midair. How reckless! Are they under the influence? Suemo exclaimed furiously, appalled by the near-fatal encounter. Fortunately, he had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, he could have been plunged into the ocean. In a distant corner, a black Mercedes G-Class lay parked, a figure inside observing the scene with a grim countenance, muttering, "Damn it." He managed to evade it. Activate Plan B. In an instant, another delivery truck barreled through from the side, blatantly running a red light and crashing forcefully into Sumo's function. The alarm blared once more, broadcasting this scene onto the large screen. Witnessing this, Sumo's expression darkened to an extreme, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. If the first incident could be deemed an accident, the subsequent occurrence could not be dismissed as mere chance. It was a premeditated act of violence. Damn it. Sumo was utterly incensed, yet in such circumstances, there was no time to evade. Function: activate electromagnetic interference. Go invisible. In an instant, the electromagnetic disruption enveloped the surroundings, rendering them impervious to detection. The function supercar vanished from sight. The truck driver was left dumbfounded, convinced his eyes were deceiving him. Rubbing them vigorously, he still could not locate Sumo's function. How could it be that the car had simply disappeared, leaving him to crash into nothingness, only to plunge into the depths of the ocean? Chapter 73. The Han family, naughty, waiting in despair in a state of helplessness. The driver could only slam on the brakes, decelerating. His intention was to locate Sumo's vehicle and force it into the sea, yet unbeknownst to him, Sumo's function was right before him, invisible to his eyes. Meanwhile, Sumo resembled the Grim Reaper, coldly observing him, uttering the words, "Send him on his way." With that, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the function, violently striking the right wheel of the cargo truck. It was indeed a black-tech weapon, an air cannon. Consequently, the entire cargo truck lost its balance, rolling towards the ocean, colliding with the first large truck. "Don't come over here." The driver of the first truck bellowed in despair, fully aware of the impending doom. His vehicle was already precariously suspended, and if the cargo truck crashed down, it would spell disaster. Alas, all was in vain. The cargo truck mercilessly rolled past, directly toppling the large truck, which was already half in the air. With a resounding crash, the massive truck plunged into the sea, sending up a 4-meter-high wave before sinking like a stone. The occupants had no opportunity to escape, vanishing beneath the waves. Fortunately, the cargo truck overturned at the roadside, with half its front still suspended, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the depths. However, the door had been deformed, trapping the driver's leg, rendering any attempt to escape impossible. He was left agonizingly wedged in the contorted cabin, wailing in pain. At that moment, the Pagani function, which had vanished from sight, reappeared. Sumo, inside the vehicle, coldly surveyed the scene. What? How could this be? Help, help, help me. The cargo truck driver, seeing Sumo, was overwhelmed with a mix of surprise and desperation, pleading for assistance. His shock was due to Sumo's miraculous survival and sudden appearance. The glimmer of hope was that if Sumo intervened, he might be saved. Yet, regrettably, he was utterly mistaken. What kind of saintly disposition would compel someone intent on killing to repay malice with kindness? It was absurd. Sumo was no such saint. Thus, with a slight smile, Sumo remained unperturbed and instead made a gesture across his throat towards the cargo truck driver. "Save me, save me." The driver's pleas grew increasingly desperate. However, Sumo paid him no mind. A killer will inevitably face death. The truck driver had perished. How could the cargo truck driver expect to survive? It was inconceivable. Yet, Sumo did not rush to take action. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a Mercedes G-Class lurking in the corner. "Damn it, they've spotted us. Quick, let us go." On board, Qian Juanhao's expression shifted dramatically, urgency overshadowing his shock. "Turn around, hurry, leave? Is that even an option?" Sumo smiled faintly, directly tapping the touchscreen ahead, initiating a hacking attack. In an instant, he breached the Mercedes server. Then, Qian Juanhao was left dumbfounded, feeling his G-Class lose control. Its previously swift trajectory came to an abrupt halt, before veering towards the sea with alarming speed. This caused Qian Juanhao's face to pale, and he erupted at the driver. "Fuck! Are you insane? Heading towards the ocean? Are you trying to commit suicide?" Mr. Qian, it is not me. It is our vehicle that has been compromised, manipulated. It no longer heeds our commands. The driver, utterly terrified, was rendered speechless. He had never witnessed such a scene. Useless fool. Why aren't you slamming on the brakes? Step on the brake. Brake. For heaven's sake, do you wish to perish? I certainly do not. Qian Juanhao cursed vehemently, wishing he could leap from the car. Mr. Qian, the brakes have failed. Completely failed. The driver lamented helplessly. They could only watch in horror as the Mercedes G-Class barreled forward, headed straight for the ocean in the suspended cargo truck. Do not come any closer. The cargo truck driver exclaimed, his expression turning pale, his voice frantic. A familiar scene. Merely with different participants. Yet, regrettably, the Mercedes could not be halted, crashing directly into the cargo truck. With a resounding crash, water splashed up to 5 meters high as the cargo truck sank into the sea. Another crash. The Mercedes G-Class followed suit, plunging into the depths. Thus, 3 vehicles vanished beneath the waves. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Mo shook his head, driving away in his Fengshen, as if nothing had transpired. As if merely a few flies had met their demise. Nonetheless, Su Mo's countenance remained grim. Revenge. This is merely the beginning. Today, anyone who dared to strike at me, Su Mo, shall meet their end, one and all. Not just those 4 individuals, but also those lurking in the shadows must face tragedy. And those 4, along with their 3 vehicles, were swallowed by the sea, destined for death. Given that it was late at night and the desolate coastal road was devoid of even a single ghostly shadow, let alone rescue personnel, their chosen location was indeed impeccable. They had deliberately sought out a place devoid of surveillance to execute their malicious intent against Su Mo. Little did they know, such a location would become their ultimate passage to the afterlife, without exception. On the other side, Su Mo returned home and headed straight for his study. He opened his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he began his operations, importing the footage captured by the Pagani Functions dashboard camera. Su Mo swiftly identified the assailants from that evening, progressing through the layers of information. A total of 3 waves of attackers surfaced: the truck driver, the cargo truck driver, and the driver and co-pilot of the Mercedes G-Class. Su Mo initially deduced that the co-pilot of the G-Class was one of the principal orchestrators of the attack. The identities of the 4 individuals were soon uncovered through Su Mo's hacking prowess. The first was an ordinary truck driver, whose life was rife with misfortune. He was an avid gambler burdened by debts, readily taking money to carry out tasks. Su Mo had little doubt about this. Yet the critical question remained: who had funded him? The second was the cargo truck driver, a solitary man, tempted by quick gains. Meanwhile, the driver of the Mercedes G-Class had close ties to the NIDE Group, accompanied by a senior executive from NIDE, Qian Juanhao, a global presidential advisor. In more flattering terms, he was referred to as NIDE's think tank, a senior consultant. In less flattering terms, he was merely a scheming puppet master. At that moment, Su Mo's expression turned icy. Qian Juanhao. So it was NIDE that sought to eliminate me. However, in order to ensure nothing was overlooked, Su Mo conducted a further investigation into the first 2 drivers. The outcome revealed that the first driver was not affiliated with the NIDE Group, but rather belonged to the Han family. The Han family, that of Han Chengzhao. The second driver, in fact, was associated with NIDE. Thus, it appears that both the Han family and the NIDE Group conspired together to eliminate me. A chill coursed through Su Mo, and a fierce intent to kill surged within him. The NIDE Group had suffered immensely due to my actions, with a staggering loss of over 200 billion in market value. Thus, their desire to eliminate me was entirely justified. Su Mo let out a cold laugh. And what motive does the Han family possess? Is it merely due to the incompetence of Han Chengzhao? Yet, none of this holds any significance now, for your downfall is imminent. Qian Juanhao and his companions have already set out, merely the vanguard. Behind them, the Han family and the NIDE Group, one and all, shall line up to await their demise. Chapter 74, Thunderous Revenge. Shorting the Han Group with a calculated resolve, Su Mo meticulously scrutinized the assets of the Han family. The Han Group, a family-run enterprise, stood as one of the foremost giants in the domestic fashion industry. However, it neglected its own branding. primarily serving as a manufacturing partner for international labels like Nike, effectively becoming one of Nike's preferred factories, responsible for a fifth of its global apparel production. In a bid to curry favor with the corporate giant, the Han Group willingly became a weapon in the hands of Qian Juanhao, seeking to eliminate Su Mo without consequence, asserting that any fatal incident would solely rest on the shoulders of the driver, absolving both the Han family and Nike from any involvement. The plan was meticulously orchestrated, citing driver fatigue as the cause. Yet, fate had other designs. While Su Mo survived, those involved in the scheme met their demise, including Qian Juanhao, who had orchestrated the operation from the shadows. Over the years, the Han Group's partnership with Nike elevated it to the ranks of the world's top 10 manufacturers. Although it lacked the reputation of rivals like Hongxing Erk and Li Ning, its scale and profit margins were formidable. The Han Group leveraged its status as Nike's exclusive manufacturer to go public in the U.S. stock market, achieving a valuation exceeding $10 billion, while the Han family thrived, basking in their newfound dominance in the coastal city of Binhai. However, the tides were about to turn. Su Mo continued his investigation, swiftly uncovering a plethora of damning evidence against the Han Group. Without hesitation, he allocated $10 billion in capital, employing a tenfold leverage to short the Han Group stock. This time, Su Mo was determined to bring down the Han Group, while the trillion-dollar Nike Group was beyond his reach. The billion-dollar Han Group was a target he could confidently pursue. As the U.S. stock market opened, the night promised to be extraordinary, fraught with peril. Meanwhile, within the Han Group's confines, anxiety hung heavy in the air. Have we succeeded? Is Su Mo dead? Han Ming inquired, his face etched with concern. Chairman, we have yet to receive any updates. It's impossible to ascertain for now, an anxious subordinate replied. What about consultant Qian Juanhao? Wasn't he hiding nearby to oversee the operation? Contact him and inquire about the situation. Han Ming pressed. We've attempted to reach him multiple times, but to no avail. It's quite perplexing. The subordinate lamented. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that Su Mo has survived? Han Ming's worry escalated. Dad, we cannot allow Su Mo to live. I'll send someone to investigate. If he is still alive, I will ensure his demise. Han Chenjiao declared vehemently. Consumed by his hatred for Su Mo enough, Han Ming interjected before he could finish, while Han Chenyi admonished, we cannot act recklessly, regardless of Su Mo's fate. We must not intervene. Otherwise, if the authorities catch wind of it or if someone sees, it would indeed become an inexplicable situation. At that point, it wouldn't merely be a matter of a fortnight in prison. It could extend to several years. Ah, I understand now. I shall not go. Thank you for the